Good morning. All right, yes, this thing is on. You are watching the Scares That Care virtual fundraiser. I'm your host, Brian Keene. I'm a novelist, comic book writer, movie producer, and a member of the board of directors for Scares That Care. Right now, I'd like to bring on our founder, Joe Ripple. He's going to join us. Joe, can you hear me?
I can, sir. How are you? How's everybody doing?
It's good to see you. Everybody can hear you. They say we're looking good. They lie.
Yeah, I hear that.
Now, are you wearing your Scares shirt?
I have a black T-shirt on, but I'm saving my shirt for later on tonight.
What about the kilt? Will we see you in a kilt today?
I have boxers on right now, and I don't think anybody wants to see that.
I'm commando under here, but I warned Christian Jensen. Christian Jensen begged to be on our feed today, and I told him we're running a G-rated show.
Yes,
and here you and I have already knocked that out of the water in the first 30 seconds.
It's gone.
It's gone. So yeah, folks, just like we do every year with our Scares That Care charity weekends, charity event weekends, we are raising money. Each year, if you're unfamiliar with the charity, each year we raise money for 3 recipient families. And Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but 100% of the money we raise today will go to our 2020 recipients, correct? Yes,
that is correct. Now, in times past, look, when you do a convention in person, you're going to have overhead. There's going to be bills. You got to pay the hotel. You got to, buy merchandise for the fans who want to be, take a T-shirt home or something like that. But because we're doing this virtually, we literally have no overhead. So all of the funds that we raise today are going to be dedicated specifically for those 3 families that we are desperately trying to help with the coronavirus and with people being out of work. I just want to say, look, if you can't give anything, it's perfectly okay. There's a lot of people who are hurting right now. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world. But if you can spare a few dollars, we would appreciate it. And on behalf of the families, I know they would as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it doesn't have to be a lot. I want to show everybody something here. This is a little change jar that Mary Sangiovanni's niece, now we're not going to say her real name on the air. We're just going to call her Seedling. But she knew that Uncle Brian was part of a charity, and we were raising money to help sick children and their mommies, etc. And she put this together. This is $7.92. I rounded it off to $8. And if you look today, when you make your donation, folks, it'll show you names of other folks who have donated, and you'll see Seedling on there for $8. But as Joe said, yeah, we get it. People are hurting right now. A lot of folks are out of work. Times are tough. If you don't have the means today, that's okay. You can still support the charity by tuning in and supporting the celebrities who are giving their time today to entertain you. You can support the cause by sharing this on social media, telling your friends, hey, great charity, good thing going on. Tune in and watch it. Joe, let's tell folks about our 2020 recipients.
Sure.
Yeah, first of all, we have Ashley Adams and her daughter, Natalia. Natalia has Marfan syndrome. Do you want to tell folks a little bit about what that is?
Marfan syndrome is a genetic defect which causes the bones in your body to grow faster and become more elongated than other parts of your body, and it really is a pretty debilitating genetic disposition, just in the sense that Natalia still has to be on a ventilator. So the ventilator goes through a trachea in her throat. Her fingers are kind of, when you look at the poor child, she's a happy little baby. And I think as parents, and Brian, you're a parent, I'm a parent, the only thing we want is that we want our kids to be happy. And she's a wonderfully happy little baby. But Ashley is a single mom, and it's not easy, especially given everything that's going on nowadays, we adopted Natalia before the coronavirus even hit. So if you can imagine being a single mom, having a child who has Marfan syndrome, and then the coronavirus on top of it, as it has affected everybody. We chose Natalia specifically for the reasons that I mentioned. The Marfan syndrome is a debilitating genetic disorder. And Ashley is a single mom, and we're just proud to help them out.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're also helping Laura. She's our breast cancer warrior for this year. What can you tell us about Laura?
Laura's a rainbow lady. She is the rainbow lady. Laura is, she has completed her chemotherapy for her breast cancer. She is on the path back to wellness. We hope that is a continuing path, but she's very, very active in the LGBTQ community. And so much so that she goes out, she gives speeches, she motivates people, she helps people. And in doing so, she always wears a very, very beautiful multicolored rainbow dress. She is married and has children, but she felt the need that it is her call to be an advocate and to be an ally for the LGBTQ community. And one of the things that Scares the Care is all about is, look, we don't care what your orientation is, what your preference is, as long as you're not hurting people and you want to help people, we welcome you in this family. And that's really the only thing we care about. So this was a lady that we selected because of all the work that she's done to help other people. We determined that it was important for us to help the lady in the rainbow dress.
Absolutely. And our third recipient for this year is Patricia. Patricia suffered second and third degree burns to the entire right side of her body. Joe, as you know, this is one that's near and dear to me. Her accident, when we brought her on board this year, her accident sounds a lot like mine.
It was eerily similar to yours, Brian.
Yeah, except she got it a lot worse. So what else can you tell us about her?
Tricia is also a mom. She has multiple injuries as a result of this accident. Again, much like you, in a situation where she was clearing some brush, and for whatever reason, and look, we don't judge the people based on what happened. An accident is an accident, period. And, it can happen in a split second. So she was clearing brush, and for whatever reason, the gas can caught on fire and exploded. Like you said, all up and down the right side of her body, to include the lower portion of her face, down her right arm, leg, so on and so forth. The thing that I want people to remember about this is that her 12-year-old daughter is the one who ran out and actually put the fire out on her. So if you can imagine being 12 years old and seeing your mom on fire, it's not a pleasant image. I don't wish that on anybody. So as a result, we adopted Tricia, and she's still going through some surgeries, plastic surgery to specifically correct the burn injuries to the right lower portion of her face. But she's a fighter. And, she's maintained a good mental attitude throughout this entire time. As you are aware, it's painful. And it's an ongoing painful process.
It really is. I don't know that folks realize, even after the surgeries and after you're out of the burn ward and after you're back home, it's still with you. It's there every time you look in the mirror, every time you glance down at yourself. The pain, it's been 2 years for me. I still have moments of just pain, just breaks out in me.
And I'm sure when you're outside, can you expose that to the sun or no?
I have to be very, very careful. My face, I got to wear a hat when I'm out.
Yeah.
My left arm, I cannot. I've got to put long sleeves on, or it'll split.
Yeah,
And
that's
you mentioned her child putting out the fire. I can tell you firsthand, this impacts your kids as well. So yeah, absolutely. We want to help her, and we want to help Laura, and we want to help Ashley. The way to do that, folks, there are two ways you can donate. Now, if we were all gathered together in Williamsburg, Virginia today, like we had originally planned, you would donate just by being there. But the way you donate today, there are two ways. If you have a phone with you, simply text VCARE. That's V as in vampire, care, to the number 91999. That's 91999. That's all you got to do. And it'll ask you how much you want to donate. You take care of that. If you don't have a phone, or if you don't trust using your phone and you're on your computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click donate. And while I mention that, we should point out there are two ways to watch this stream today. Hello to all the folks watching it on the Brian Keene YouTube page, and hello to all the folks watching it at scaresthecareweekend.com. So for those of you watching it right now at scaresthecareweekend.com, right there's the donate button on the screen. Click it. Again, as Joe stressed, if you're able, we understand what's going on in the world right now. Everybody's hurting. We're not going to harangue you. We're not going to think less of you if you simply can't help today. But if you can, like I said, even if you want to be seedling and give me $7.92, that $7.92, 100% of it will go to Ashley and Natalia, and to Laura, and to Patricia.
And if I can just chime in here, I just saw a donation come across from Michael Dunleavy,
Okay.
One of our supporters. Been with us since year one. Incredible individual. He's a science teacher at a school. He just sent us $500.
Awesome. We appreciate
so I wanted to publicly recognize him for that. But again, folks, it's not about the size of the donation. It's about the size of the heart behind it.
That's right.
And if you can help us out, that's wonderful. And if you can't, just share the link.
That's right.
Share the link. That's all we ask.
Let's take a look. We are 12 minutes into the stream. We have a goal of $10,000 for today. 12 minutes into the stream, we are at $892. So we are off, Joe, to a good start, I believe.
I would accept that on any given day of the week, and I will let people know that we set the goal, but we may increase the goal as the charity event goes along. So you may see, if we hit 10,000, you may see us bump it to 15.
That's right.
And so on and so forth. So I just wanted to say to everybody, I know we can't get together this year. I do apologize. I accept that it was the right call to make, but it does hurt me a little bit when I see people posting up about how sad they are. So I still want to say that I'm sorry that we can't get together, but it's for the right reason. It's people are more important than money. And unfortunately, people are more important than partying and getting together and stuff like that. And we will always do what we can to make sure that we keep everybody as safe as possible. So, including Brian Keene.
And we're all together here right now. Yeah. In fact, Joe, before we bid bye to you until later on tonight, let's bring in two familiar faces. They should be familiar faces to anybody that's ever attended a Scares the Care event. Down there in the bottom of the screen, is Jeff Strand. He's a Splatterpunk Award winner and 4-time Bram Stoker Award-nominated author of over 40 books, including Blister, A Bad Day for Voodoo, and Wolf Hunt. And of course, right there next to him on the screen is Stephen Kazanowski, the Splatterpunk Award-nominated author of The Hamadophages, Every Kingdom Divided, Skin Wrappers, and of course, The Perfectly Fine House. Gentlemen, how are you?
We are great, or I am great. I don't know about Stephen. I won't speak.
I'm doing great now.
All right. Joe, do you want to harangue them before we turn the show over to them?
No, I think I'll save the haranguing for later.
Okay.
First of all, Jeff Strand has awesome hair, as always.
Thank
Stephen
you.
Kosniewski has a beard that rivals, most Vikings, and I'm jealous because I can't grow one.
This is a homemade
But,
haircut from Lynn Hansen. So
Yes, as long as they don't have pants like that other author that we don't talk about with, his fabulous
You mean
pants. that he
Jonathan
wears.
Jans?
I wasn't going to say his name because if you say his name too many times, he pops up. It's like Beetlejuice. But I will turn it over to you guys. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything everybody's done. Brian Keene, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you back on the stream later on this evening.
And I'll be here. All
All
right,
right.
guys. Love you.
Love you too. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to pop off too. I'm going to turn it over to you. The crowd is yours.
all right. Would you like me to begin, Stephen?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. We will be alternating, going back and forth, telling very short tales of terror. And my first tale will be called Home with the Future. This house is perfect, said Elaine. It has plenty of space. The layout is exactly what we were looking for. There are good schools in the area, and the price is within our budget. I love it too, said David. I mean, look at that backyard. We can build a treehouse for the kids. The kitchen has counter space galore. It's our dream home. How are we getting such a good deal on this place? I'm glad you like it, said the realtor. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I do have to tell you that this home is the site of several future murders. Elaine looked over at him. I'm sorry, did you say several future murders? The realtor nodded. A local psychic had visions. So much blood, so many body parts. But really, that's my only disclaimer. That's a pretty big disclaimer. Well, yes, the realtor admitted, but I should note that psychics aren't always reliable, and the visions didn't have any specific time frame for the massacre. Were you thinking of this as a starter home, or were you planning to stay a while? Well, we weren't planning to move out anytime soon, said Elaine. The kids are young. I mean, we never know what the future might hold in terms of our jobs, but the plan was to stay here until they both graduated high school. Said the realtor. Well, for all we know, the murders could happen a century from now, though I'll admit the psychic didn't say anything about improved technology. This sucks, said David. The basement was going to be my man cave. I already knew where I was going to put the couch and the TV. There was a perfect spot for a bar. We could also turn it into a play area for the children, said Elaine. They have their own bedrooms, said David. That's part of the appeal of this place. They don't need their own bedrooms and a basement to play in. Can we discuss this later? Yeah, all right, but I thought we had an understanding. It sounds like you'll be able to work this out, said the realtor. So are we ready to sign some paperwork? Hold on, said Elaine. We still have the matter of the psychic visions. Do you have any other details? The realtor shook her head. Sorry. Any at all? Not that I can remember. No details about the victims. It may have been a family. What sort of family? Asked David. You know, a regular family. Nothing special about them. I mean, every family is special in their own way, but it wasn't remarkable enough that I'd remember the details. Did this family have children? It's possible that they may have had 2 children, I suppose. We have 2 children, said Elaine. Were they sons or daughters? Asked David. What do you have? A son and a daughter. Ah. What do you mean by that? Okay, fine. The visions involved a son and a daughter, but that's the makeup of plenty of families. It's the standard family dynamic. 1 father, 1 mother, 1 daughter, 1 son. If 7 daughters were slaughtered in the vision and you had 7 daughters, I think, oh, crap, better not buy this house. But your family is, and I mean no offense by this, generic. No offense taken, said Elaine. I guess I'm remembering the details better now. The psychic had a vision of a father murdering his family. Now, David, does that sound like something you'd do? I'd like to think not, said David. See, it would be completely out of character. Elaine, if you think your husband is capable of axe murdering you and your 2 children, then you have much greater problems to worry about than whether the basement is a man cave or a play area. Do you even own an axe? I own many axes, said David. Elaine nodded. He owns the largest axe collection in the Tri-County area. Noted, said the realtor. Do you mind telling me your children's hair colors? Why? Asked David. No reason. Well, they both have brown hair. I see. And Elaine, the blonde hair you have right now, that's just a very brief phase, right? If I saw you shortly after you moved in, you'd be a brunette or a redhead, right? No, this is my natural color. Got it. And that dress you're wearing right now with a distinctive floral pattern, is it safe to assume that you borrowed it and won't be wearing it again? It's my favorite dress. Well, fudge. All right, time for some straight talk. There's a chance that the psychic's horrific visions were of you, David, hacking up Elaine and your 2 children with one of his many axes. I would have kept that information under my hat, but I strive to be honest in all of my dealings with customers. It's how I've stayed in business all these weeks. We appreciate your candor, said Elaine. Now, I could call the owners, but I really don't think I can get them to go any lower on the price. Question for you, said David. If a licensed psychic sees the future, can it be averted? Like, is it possible that's already too late? We love this home, and it would be a shame to go through all the trouble of trying to find a different one only to have me murder my family there instead. It's a very good point, said the realtor. The machinery of fate may already have set its gears into motion. Unless it's the house itself giving me instructions to kill, I think the massacre could happen pretty much anywhere. If I'm going to go psycho, I'd just as soon have it happen in a house where we got a good deal. I agree, said Elaine. It's such a lovely place. Be ashamed to drench it with blood, but think how much we'll enjoy before that dark night arrives. The realtor smiled. Sounds like you 2 have made a decision. Welcome to your new home. And the next 2 years, 5 months, 11 days, and 4.5 hours were wonderful. That was Home with the Future. I now turn you over to the lovely and talented Stephen Kozanowski.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so this is called An Average Day in the Life of an Indie Horror Author. So people often ask me what it's really like to be an indie horror writer, warts and all. So sit down, strap in, and pull on your galoshes, because I'm going to walk you through what any given day is like down here in these trenches. 6 o'clock a.m. Wake up to ding of email offering 9 cents per word to appear in anthology alongside King, Kuntz, and Barker. 6:01 a.m. Remember you don't get out of bed for less than 10 cents per word and go back to sleep. 7 o'clock a.m. Kick supermodels out of bed. 7:05 a.m. Ring for manservant Spencer. 7:08 a.m. Berate Spencer for being slow to arrive. Subsequently, order him to clean sweaty money pile off of bed. 7:15 a.m. Go for quick dip in Scrooge McDuck-style golden coin pool. 8 o'clock a.m. Select ascot and pocket square to match tweed suit jacket with leather patches on elbows. 8:05 a.m. Have Spencer sponge bathe and then dress you. 8:30 a.m. Mrs. Beauchamp Phipps rings bell to indicate full English breakfast served. Children rush past breakfast table, taking only Pop-Tarts and yelling over shoulders, "Sorry, I'm running late, even though there is an entire meal here which we either do every morning or you would have told me specifically to be present for, so I should have planned my time accordingly, but since I didn't, I'm just taking a Pop-Tart on my way to school instead." Each child recites entire speech verbatim. 9 o'clock a.m. Consider writing. 2:15 p.m. Put down Xbox controller after finally earning Blessing of the Horned Rat trophy in Mordheim, City of the Damned. 2:30 p.m. Consider writing. 3 o'clock p.m. Castigate Spencer about not serving lunch baby bird style during recent Mordheim marathon. Angrily state, "I do not wish to use my own teeth for mastication." 3:01 p.m. After using word mastication, remember about word masturbation. 3:03 p.m. Dismiss Spencer and vigorously self-flagellate to own 8.5 by 11 glossy author photo on back of latest hardcover release. 3:10 p.m. Have Spencer baby bird much overdue lunch into mouth. 3:30 p.m. Consider writing. 4 o'clock p.m. Angrily realize that you have missed entire afternoon block of Craig of the Creek on Cartoon Network. 4:05 p.m. Utilizing TV Guide website, On Demand, and Pirate Bay for new episode, attempt to recreate recently missed viewing experience. 4:37 p.m. Cartoon viewing interrupted by phone call. 4:38 p.m. Listen to a casual acquaintance explicate lengthy, commercially unviable cozy mystery idea. Variously attempt to explain that cozies are not within your comfort zone, authors do not share money with idea comer-up-withers, and idea is terrible. 4:45 p.m. Finally agree to ghostwrite acquaintance's idea for exorbitant fee, which will never be paid, simply to get them off phone. 5:15 p.m. Become angered again as resumed cartoon viewing is interrupted by children returning home from afternoon activities to discuss bet they have made to turn bespectacled ugly duckling at their school into prom queen. 5:20 p.m. Angrily slam conservatory door on children and yell, "Can't you see I'm trying to write? Do you think fortnights in the Maldives just grow on trees? Because they don't, you little shits." 5:25 p.m. Check Twitter. 6 o'clock p.m. Bored with Twitter, Google own name. 6:10 p.m. In order to deflect shame of Googling self, send tweet asserting that real writers don't read their own reviews. 7 o'clock p.m. Mrs. Beauchamp Phipps presents a lovely coq au vin for dinner. 8 o'clock p.m. Sex in the City marathon. 11 o'clock p.m. Consider writing. 3:30 a.m. Realize that it is almost, but not quite, too late to start getting drunk before morning, unless you start right now. Begin pounding shots of triple sec and or Baileys. 4 o'clock a.m. Angrily yell at TV about various more successful writers. 4:05 a.m. In order to deflect from shame of jealousy, retweet Jeff Strand's pinned post. 5:30 a.m. Demon sperm sex dream. 6 o'clock a.m. Wake up to ding of email offering 9 cents per word to appear in anthology alongside King, Kuntz, and Barker.
Well, that was a delight, Stephen.
Thank you.
And completely accurate. That was basically my day.
I know, right? That was yesterday and it's Groundhog Day.
Yes, that was me peeking in the windows. All right. My next tale of terror is called The Soupville Stabber Practices Social Distancing. We're supposed to stay 6 feet away from everybody unless they live in the same household, said Wilbur. If you want to be safe, I think you need to follow that rule with your next killing spree. Are you kidding me? Asked his brother Hank. I'm the Soupville Stabber. I stab my victims about a dozen times in the chest. That's my thing. That's what I'm known for. I get that. All I'm saying is that it's dangerous out there. I don't want you bringing a virus home. But I wear a mask. Your scary clown mask has mouth holes and nose holes. Yeah, okay, I guess it does. But if I wore a surgical mask underneath it, I don't think I could breathe. If I get dizzy from the lack of oxygen while I'm stabbing somebody, they could use that to their advantage and escape. You definitely shouldn't double mask it, said Wilbur. I'm saying that if you really need to satisfy your bloodlust before we flatten the curve, you're just going to have to suck it up and go for distance weapons. Hank shook his head. It's off-brand. Then stay home. You know what happens if my need to kill isn't sated. You still have the missing arm. I know that. I'm reminded of it every single time I try to type. But you have to be responsible. Your victims scream a lot, right? Yeah. Well, during this pandemic, you can't be next to people who are screaming. They'd be sending microscopic particles towards your face at a high velocity. Maybe you could use, I don't know, a sword or something. They don't make 6-foot-long swords. You could duct tape 2 or 3 of them together. Do you know how awkward that would be? Asked Hank. And how the hell do I sneak up on somebody when I've got 3 swords taped together? Being the Soupville stabber is about stealth. Nobody's going to hang around in a dark alley if some guy in a scary clown mask is dragging a 6-foot sword. Forget about the swords then. Could you throw the knives? Say, what? Throw them from 6 feet away. What am I, a circus act? Throwing knives with that level of accuracy requires hundreds of hours of practice. I've used the same knife to claim all my prey. It was Dad's knife. How would I be treating Dad's legacy if I just started randomly flinging store-bought knives at people? Wilbur sighed. Look, you know I support you when you act out your uncontrollable impulses, but we're supposed to be social distancing. It's not fair to me if you come home without having taken the proper precautions. I mean, if you want to quarantine yourself in the bedroom for 3 weeks after every kill, you're really being a jerk, said Hank. It's bad enough that the media is focusing way more on the global pandemic than my regional killing spree. Hardly anybody's even talking about the Soupville stabber anymore. How do you think that makes me feel, huh? I'll tell you how. It makes me feel unloved. Now my own brother is saying he wants to lock me away in the darkness of my bedroom for 3 weeks. That's some serious balderdash, bro. I don't care. If you're going to claim victims, you're going to do it responsibly. Hank stared at Wilbur for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. All right, you win. I'll throw knives at them and see how it works out. And no killing essential workers. What? They risk their lives enough already to keep society functioning. It would suck for them to get murdered after evading the virus all this time. Okay, said Hank. I'll stay 6 feet away while I slay non-essential workers. Thank you. You're doing the right thing. The end.
Very nice.
Appointment. I need to step out for a moment. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
You done about that? All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I didn't actually have another reading prepared, but I thought maybe you guys would we could do a little improv. Do you guys like improv? Okay. I guess I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so I've never done any improv before, but it's kind of interactive, so I need you guys to like interact with me a little bit. Okay, so the first thing I need is the name of a location. Okay, location. All right, I'm not getting any suggestions. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. Let's say it's a Starbucks. Okay. So yeah, I walk into the Starbucks and I go to order my coffee. Then I pay the cashier, and he writes my name wrong on the cup. That's a pretty relatable thing. I guess that's happened to all of us. He writes Steven, but he writes it with a V, which is, pretty common misspelling because there are also some people who spell Steven with a V. And so, yeah. And scene. Okay, so for the next thing, I'm going to do sort of a Mad Libs kind of thing. So I need a profession and also a location again, but it can't be Starbucks again, and also an object. So profession, location, object. Right, anything will work. Any location, anything is good. Okay, all right, I'll just do it myself again. Because you people aren't really interested. So we're going to do a surgeon and a bank, and the object will be a waffle. So, hi, I just got done my shift at the hospital because I'm a surgeon, but what you didn't know was it was an animal hospital because I'm actually a horse surgeon. And I need money because surgeons make good money, even horse surgeons, I guess. And I'm going to use the money to buy a waffle. And scene. All right, so I think that one went pretty well. Had some ups and downs, but all kind of came together at the end. Kind of a tightrope improv. That's what they say. They say it's a tightrope walk. Okay, so this next improv game, you build a story one word at a time, and each person says a word, and then the next person says the next word, and then you build the story like that. So here we go. I went outside and I saw a blue jay and it was eating a worm. And scene. Yeah, that one was kind of a high wire trapeze artist kind of thing. Improv, it's working without a net. So now that the audience is a little bit warmed up, next thing we're going to do is discuss the rules of improv. So rule number 1 is always say yes and, never no but. And rule number 2 is there are no rules. Rule number 3, I guess, is there may be no rules, but also observe rule 1, the one about always saying yes and. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is where, you start a scene and then you pause the scene and step in and take it in a completely different direction. So I need a profession and a location and an object again. Okay, anything will work. So any profession is good. So just don't be afraid. Just shout it out. All right, so fuck it. We're just going to go with the bank, the horse surgeon, and the waffle again. Oh, but you didn't know I was a horse surgeon, so just forget that I said that. Just a surgeon. Okay. Hey, I'm a horse surgeon, and I'm just a surgeon, and I just got off my shift at the hospital. Freeze. Okay, now I'm a surgeon, but I'm an apple surgeon. One of those guys that cuts the trimmings from a tree to keep the orchards healthy. I'm one of those surgeons now. So I'm cutting the tree branches to keep the orchard healthy, like I do every day. Freeze. Okay, the joke now is that I'm a horse, but I'm a surgeon. So I'm physically the animal that is a horse, but I'm a regular surgeon. So I operate on people, I guess, except I don't know. Would a horse learn human anatomy? I don't know if that makes sense even in the context of the game. But, oh, hey, so I walk into a bar and the bartender says, why the long face? Because I'm a horse, so I have literally a long face, but also because that's what you do sometimes when people look a little depressed. And scene. Okay, so that was an afternoon at the Improv with Stephen Kosniewski. And if you liked it, you can buy my merch. And I guess by merch, I mean my books. Because books are kind of like improv. They're both high stakes lion taming kind of level. So, all right, that's the end.
Hey, sorry I had to step out. I assume that went great.
I think so. I think everybody really enjoyed it.
All right. I just figured, I apologize for having to step out during your event. I'm sure I would have provided no assistance anyway. So.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The audience was great. The truth was great.
I'm glad you carried the weight for us. So, all right. My next story is called Scares That Scare. And this will be appearing in the Scares That Care charity anthology to be published sometime a few months from now. I've got a fantastic idea, Brian told Mr. Ripple. Mr. Ripple sighed, but resisted the urge to let out a soft groan. All right, let's hear it. Your convention is called Scares That Care, right? Yes. What if we change the name to Scares That Scare? Excuse me? Hear me out. When I hear about a convention called Scares That Care, my first thought is, well, how scary can that really be? I mean, if there's a spirit of caring involved, that's not so frightening, is it? But Scares That Scare? Holy cow. I'd be trembling before I even walked through the door. I'm very busy right now, said Mr. Ripple. So if you could just... Wait, said Brian, before Mr. Ripple could finish saying fuck off. Don't dismiss my idea so quickly. People are lazy. They use acronyms. STS is a better acronym than STC. STC makes me think of Salt Lake City and its strict alcohol laws. Salt Lake City is SLC, not STC. Yes, I know, but STC is closer to SLC than STS is. I'll admit that it's possible that I'm the only one having this issue, but what if I'm not? You could be losing out on dozens of registrations every year because of the connection in people's minds. How did you even get in the house? Mr. Ripple asked. Look, if you're truly married to the care idea, how about we call it Scares That Care About Scaring? That's way scarier than Scares That Care. Mr. Ripple let out a soft groan. I just don't get the whole care component, said Brian. Makes me think of the Care Bears. Yeah, sure, the Care Bears haunt my dreams sometimes, singing those creepy melodies, their skin those unnatural pastel colors. But still, if you're trying to run a horror convention, what's with all the caring? The convention is for the Scares That Care charity. You understand that, right? The what now? The charity. We raise money for families coping with incredible hardships like childhood illness, breast cancer, and severe burns. Oh, I'll be honest, I was mostly just interested in the Sons of Anarchy guys. Look, it's a horror convention for a good cause. That's the meaning of the name. Now, are you going to leave, or am I going to push the button that opens the trapdoor to drop you into the alligator pit? Mr. Ripple was not bluffing. The alligator pit had come with the house, complete with live gators, and after some initial qualms, he'd grown to enjoy having it underneath his living room floor. Mr. Ripple was one of the kindest and most generous people in the horror genre, but he'd drop your ass into the alligator pit if you got on his last nerve. All right, I'll go, said Brian. Now that I've had time to think about it, the whole Salt Lake City thing doesn't make much sense. 2 of the 3 letters are the same, but you can say that about a lot of acronyms. Sorry I broke the kitchen window to get inside. As Brian walked toward the front door, Mr. Ripple thought about what he'd said. Scares That Care was a silly, redundant name. Scares That Scare was a silly, redundant name for a convention, and only a complete freaking douchebag would use it. But was Scares That Care about scaring such a bad idea? If it took longer to say, people would spend more time thinking about the convention, and that meant more money for the charity. He'd do it. That would be the new name, effective immediately. But he couldn't let Brian take the credit. Hold on, come back, said Mr. Ripple. Brian happily bounced back to the center of the living room, and Mr. Ripple pressed the button. A look of sorrow and betrayal appeared on Brian's face as the trapdoor opened and he plunged into the pit with 29 ravenous alligators. His screams of agony didn't last long. The alligators hadn't fed in several days, and they made a quick meal of him. Mr. Ripple pressed the button to reset the trapdoor and then added design new t-shirts to his to-do list. The end.
We're over.
Did you have fun writing that story, Jeff?
I most certainly did.
Most certainly did. You always have fun killing me. All right. You guys got a little less than 10 minutes left. I thought we would take some questions. If anybody has questions for Jeff or Steven, type them in. I did see one here for you, Jeff, and I'm scrolling back up through. The problem is there are so many. Here it is, right here. Should have popped up on the screen. Your conversation style is spot on. Does that come naturally for you, or did it take a lot of work?
It took a lot of work. There's a lot of like fine tuning. So probably 80% of it is natural at this point, and then the small changes are what sells it in the end. So it's made to look easy, but there's a lot of detail work.
Okay. Brian Smith, another member of the Scares That Care Board of Directors, with a critique. Surprisingly accurate portrayal of our board meetings. I can vouch for that. So you mentioned the Scares That Care anthology. I don't think we've talked about that publicly yet, but maybe we can give folks a little teaser. No, it's okay. I figured you'd bring it up. Yeah, we're going to do anthology of short stories by different horror authors. 100% of the proceeds will, of course, benefit the charity. We put that on a back burner so that we could get this virtual event together first, but that will be coming here in a couple months. All right, while you guys were reading, let's take a look at our donations. We are currently at $1,815. Our goal for today, our initial goal, is $10,000. A reminder to folks, 100% of the money we raise today will go to our 2020 recipients. We have no overhead with this virtual convention. There's no hotel rental. There's no travel costs. So 100% of your donations today are going to go to Ashley and her daughter, Natalia, who has Marfan syndrome. They're going to go to Laura, who is our breast cancer warrior. And they're going to go to Trisha, who suffered second and third degree burns to the entire right side of her body. There are two ways that you folks can donate. If you have a phone, all you have to do is text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you prefer to use your computer, go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click donate. Some of you are watching this on my YouTube page right now. Some of you are watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com. So it's very easy for you. There's no extra step. The donate button is right there where you're watching it. We would really appreciate it. Like Joe said at the start of today's event, we understand folks are hurting right now. If you can't donate, that's okay. We still appreciate you. We appreciate you tuning in and supporting folks like Jeff and Stephen who have given their time today free of charge. We appreciate you telling your friends and family about today's event and about the charity, and maybe encouraging them to contribute as well. See if we got anything else here for you guys. Big Strand fan here. Mr. Strand, what's your favorite Brian Keene novel? That's a great question, Lionel. Thank you for that.
I feel like I should pick something really obscure, but I have to go with The Rising. So,
hold it up again, Stephen. That's a different version of Jeff Strand's Pressure. I don't think I've seen that one before.
The joke.
Okay.
Because.
Yep.
Where did you get that shirt, Rose O'Keefe? Yeah, so Sisters of Slaughter shirt, I think I got it off of their website. If you look up the Sisters of Slaughter, or it might be Redbubble, I'm sure it's Redbubble or something like that. But yeah, if you look up Melissa Layson and Michelle Garza and Melissa Layson, the Sisters of Slaughter, and you can get your very own shirt, look just like Kazanowski at your next convention.
Or you can get this cool Sisters of Slaughter patch too.
Oh yeah, I got one of those too.
Yeah, look at that, we match. Okay,
Christy Duke says
here we
Square.
go. Alex Norcross, will you be creating a collection of your humorous stories in the future, Kazanowski?
I think no, because I actually create these. You've probably all heard me read a few of them in a row, like when we do with like we just did today with Jeff, kind of a back and forth kind of thing. So you may have heard me repeat a few, but I actually write these specifically for conventions and sometimes for specific conventions. So it's tailored to the audience. In case you couldn't tell, that improv thing was not actually an improv thing. I kind of tailored that for a non-existent audience, as opposed to last year, the Bizarro Power Hour thing, I had tailored that to the Bizarro audience. So the answer is probably no. These are bespoke things that, some of them will be recorded, but you're really I'm really interested in the physical interactions with your audience and trying to give them a good time rather than saying, oh, I'm going to read you chapter 7 from The Perfectly Fine House. I know people do that, but I usually find it kind of dull.
Okay, probably last question for both of you from Tim Collins. What are your biggest inspiration when you are writing?
The need to pay bills.
Jonathan Mayberry and Joe Hill.
Oh, we're supposed to pick authors. I will say Dave Barry and Richard Lehman.
Those are good choices. I can see that.
And also what Jeff said, the need to pay bills. All right. Well, Jeff Strand, Stephen Kazanowski, thank you both for donating.
Thanks for having us. Give generously. Tip your Scares the Care.
Yes, please make sure to donate anything you can.
Folks who are fans of either of you, now is the time to donate in your name, correct?
That's right.
Well, hey, we made $1,000 in what, half an hour?
Half an hour. Almost $2,000 in half an hour.
The bar is set, Jans.
All right, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Let me bring in our next guest here, and we will kick you guys out of the stream. All right, joining me now, I'd like to introduce Alfred Guy and O'Malley Brandt. O'Malley is our volunteer coordinator for Scares That Care Williamsburg, and Al serves on the board of directors. He also manages our mobile calls fundraising site and our Redbubble Scares That Care merchandise page. And as many of you know, Al also organizes our annual 5K charity run. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Good morning.
I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of. I can't get rid of the comment on the screen. It's stuck there. Here it is. Ta-da!
I was going to answer it, but I don't do any writing, so it doesn't really matter.
O'Malley's showing off our lovely mask. Where did you get that, O'Malley?
Oh, of course I got it from Redbubble. Of course. It's my favorite one for work.
So, O'Malley, I gotta ask. Normally, this time of year, we would be in Williamsburg. It would be day 2 of the convention, technically day 3, because now we start on Thursday nights. And you and I and Al would have all been up for 5 or 6 hours already this morning.
Oh, yeah. Or 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
I don't know about the two of you, but I actually found myself eyes popping open at 3:30 this morning, like I was at the show. Did either of you do that, or am I just a crazy person?
Well, this is Saturday, so actually mine popped open yesterday, because usually I'm down there Wednesday or Thursday, and it just keeps getting amped up. So yes, but a day earlier.
O'Malley, how about you?
I don't live far from Williamsburg, so I would probably still be in bed. Yeah, it feels weird. I feel like I'm not where I should be. I'm at home and going, this feels weird. It feels very awkward.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys coming on with us. Anything, O'Malley, you wanna say to your volunteer squad? I'm sure you miss them, and I'm sure they miss you.
I know. I can tell you the one thing about Scares That Care and about the charity weekend in Williamsburg, of course, is that we are a family. You have never seen a closer knit group of people. I love my staff so much. They are the hardest workers. They will do anything for you. And we keep in contact year round. And yes, oh God, I'm going to tear up a little. I miss you guys. I do. Yeah, and I can't wait till next year and see everybody, because I do. I absolutely miss everyone so much. They are the best group of people you can find anywhere.
Now, if we had folks that wanted to volunteer for next year, because this is going to happen next year, we'll all be back together in person. How would they go about that?
Probably around January-ish, right after the holidays, we start cranking up for the next year. And if you're on the Scares That Care Facebook, it will be blasted on there. You will see the longest note from me asking for volunteers, and we can always use more. We even have a waiting list because real life happens and things change. So we can always use extra people in the family. Always, always, always.
Always. Al, what about you? What do you want to say to our Scares That Care family, our regular attendees? I know here in the chat, a lot of them got excited when they saw both of you pop up on screen.
No, they were just excited to see like the movie stuff in the background. That's probably what it was. But one thing about this is not just waking up early, but I forgot to turn off my calendar notifications. So for the last 3 or 4 days, I've been getting, get ready for the 5K. And I'm like, oh man. I mean, this was really killing me. But like you said, we're gonna do this. There is a future for this, and we will be back taking over Williamsburg again, and Wisconsin, because we're gonna be out there too. So we're gonna do those things. I think that this has been a great start already. I've been checking the live thermometer, and want to remind people that if you go to our website, you can see the live thermometer, so you can see our progress through this whole event, this whole show. And if you, again, I know, Brian, I was on here earlier listening in, and we know that people have, everybody has their own situation, and they may not be able to donate right now. Please share this. And if someone's sitting around, even if they want to tune in and watch, it's going to be all day. Share this so many people can see it. And it's setting up, it's just germinating a future for the charity because more people will know about us. So that's important too. Not just raising the money, but also spreading what our message is and spreading the events we have so more people know about it. And the more people that know about it, the more people that can in the future possibly donate. And another way to donate, as O'Malley so eloquently showed us earlier, we do have a Redbubble site for Scares That Care merchandise. And some of the proceeds from that do go to us. So they do go to the families that we're helping this year and through the years coming. So that's another way. And you'll be taking care of yourself also. And so I usually try to coordinate everything. So you can see I got the eye and the eye on my shirt. So I'm going out later and I'll be sporting that. And also just, you know, we are a family, and, you know, this is a tough time for this family, and we will get through it. And we can take this time that we're not actually there to let everybody know about it and bring more people into the family. And so, and I look forward to that, and I look forward to seeing how much more successful this event is going to be. It's off to a great start already.
Agreed. Well, one more time before we go on to the next event, I want to remind folks, 100% of the money we raise today is going to go to our 2020 recipients. We have no overhead with this virtual event. There are no travel costs. There's no hotel fees. So 100% of your donations are going to go to this year's families. They are Ashley and her daughter, Natalia, who has Marfan syndrome, Laura, who is this year's breast cancer warrior, and Trisha, who is this year's burn recipient. She suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. As Al just pointed out, you can support us on Redbubble. If you want to support us immediately today, 2 ways to do that. Pick up your phone and text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you're on your computer, go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. It's that easy. Some of you are watching this on YouTube on the Brian Keene page, and hi, we appreciate you. Some of you are watching this already at scaresthecareweekend.com. So if you're in that latter group, you're already there. All you have to do is click the donate button. It doesn't have to be a lot. I showed this earlier in the stream. This is $9.72 from Mary San Giovanni's 6-year-old niece. She heard that Uncle Brian was going to be raising money for a sick little girl, and she wanted to help. You know, maybe you're at home watching this on the couch right now. Stand up for a moment, because you got to stand up every hour. And, you know, I do it just to show off my kilt. That's for you, O'Malley. But stand up.
That was for me too.
Hey,
wait a minute. That was for me too. Come on.
Good for you too,
I'm not
Al.
standing up.
But yeah, look under the couch.
No.
Are you wearing pants?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
Oh.
Anyway, if you got 50 cents under the couch, we could use it. These families, folks. Please help us out if you can. All right, Al, O'Malley, are you fans of Jaws?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're a fan of
We
Jaws.
don't have to be, but I am.
James.
The folks I am bringing into the team now are all fans of Jaws. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves here in just a moment. But Al, Jaws is 45 this year.
Wow.
How old does that make us?
Older. Let's say that.
All right, folks. I'm gonna turn it over to y'all here. All right, Glenn, you are moderating this panel. I'm turning it over to you. Y'all have fun. This is Jaws at 45.
Yay!
Oh, cool. We're here. All right. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, guys. So yeah, Jaws is freaking 45 years old. This is insane and awesome. And so I'm Glenn. I'm just gonna let everyone introduce themselves real quick, even though some of you guys, everybody knows. So go ahead, Jans. I guess we'll start with you. Just introduce yourself. Maybe mention your latest project, latest book, whatever, and we'll go around and then we'll get this thing started.
I think everybody's more interested in Jaws than my book right now. But, I'm Jonathan Jan. Hello, great to see you all. Honored to be with the rest of you guys on this panel. And my latest book is The Raven. It'll be coming out in September. That's it. We can go on.
Don't all jump in at once. I'm Hillary Monahan. I also write as Eva Darrows. I write a lot of stuff. I write everything from adult sci-fi, fantasy, horror down to mostly YA. That's what I'm mostly known for. My next book is The Strange Matter of Miss Havisham. I think it's a horror origin story for Miss Havisham from Great Expectations. So.
Cool.
We're playing chicken. We're playing chicken here.
Who's going? Who cares?
I'm Matt Serafini, a horror writer. My latest book came out last year through Grindhouse Press, Rites of Extinction. Check it out if you haven't already. I'm a little confused because I actually thought this was the Jaws 3D at 37 panel. So I'll do what I can here.
Okay, who's going to go next? Adam, Victor, Adam. Victor.
My name is Victor LaBelle. My most recent novel is The Changeling. Came out a couple years ago. That's it.
Cool.
You're the last one? Yeah.
There's nobody else to throw in front of that bus,
cornfield.
All right, good. Adam, Clown and Corfield. All right.
That's it. Yep.
All right. So Jaws 45 came out 75. All right. Let's just go around first off and maybe I should say, all right, we'll start with Jans again. Let's go in the order we just went. So Jans, Hillary, Matt, Victor, Adam. Let's go in that order.
You just drew straw. We didn't even know it.
First memory of Jaws. All right. I don't know. First time you saw it, first time you heard it, whatever. Jans, go ahead.
This is really embarrassing because Jaws, I love Jaws so much, but my first memory of Jaws is actually not of Jaws. It's of a movie called, at the time it was called The Great White. Now it's on Amazon Prime under something else. Some of you guys might know that it's an Italian-made movie, I believe, and it's abysmal. I mean, I don't say that about many movies, but it's really, really bad. And I thought I was going to Jaws. It was in the early 80s, and because it was a shark movie, and I knew Jaws was a shark movie, so I thought I was seeing Jaws, and I was actually seeing this other movie, but it still terrified me because I was a little kid. And for that reason, I didn't watch Jaws again. Actually, I didn't watch Jaws for the first time because I thought Jaws was that other movie. So I didn't as a teenager. And I'm like, this is so much better than that other movie that I saw and that I thought was Jaws. So I was probably like 14 or 15 when I finally saw it on CBS one afternoon, and I just loved it. So there you go.
I think I was 11 or 12 when I first saw it. And my parents were voracious readers, and I was the kid that was sneaking the shit off the shelf that I wasn't supposed to. So they were like, oh, you think you're tough? We'll show you a horror movie. And they opened with Jaws, and everything was fine until the head in the boat. And then everything was definitely not fine. And I think I was mad at them for about 14 years. But it was an early introduction, and I've probably seen it 8 million times since. So good stuff, though.
Saw it on the Cape at my uncle's rental house on VHS as like probably 5 years old. There's a little tiny crappy TV, so yeah, like the best way to see Jaws. But yeah, I mean, watching it kind of like with the salty sea breeze like right outside the window at 5 was terrifying and visceral, and it was a great experience.
Nice.
And I think my actual first experience with Jaws was Jaws 2.
Nice.
And it was because like I was too young for the first one, and so I thought for a long time that Jaws was the one with the kids stuck out in the water, and Brody is saving everybody. And I loved it because I was a kid, and I thought like, yeah, this is wonderful. And I think I saw Jaws the original after I saw Jaws 2.
I think I saw it on Laserdisc for the first time. And we didn't have a Laserdisc player, but my uncle is a real videophile, and my dad and my family were all like big movie people, but he's like a movie person that just loved like the audio visual aspect of things. So he was like, you got to come over. I have a Laserdisc player. And that was the movie he chose to put on. So it was like the first movie I'd seen at home that wasn't like on our grainy tube TV VHS. So that added to the experience. So it was an optimal experience. And then when I started renting movies, I found myself similar to Victor. I rented Jaws 2 over and over again, just because I think there is like that child adventure aspect that like really appealed to me.
Nice. Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned your uncle with the Laserdisc, because I had an uncle too that had Laserdisc. That's like I didn't see Jaws on those, but he had like Cujo. The first time I saw Cujo was on Laserdisc. First time I saw it was like one of the Herbie the Love Bug movies. Star Wars. I saw Star Wars on this Laserdisc at my uncle's house. It's crazy stuff. But with Jaws, I just went and saw it. It just played at the drive-in last month, and I shared pictures of it on Instagram and stuff. I brought my kids. My kids are 13, 10, and 7, and they've all seen Jaws a billion times. And it is like Hillary, it's like one of those movies that you kind of introduce your kids to, because you think it's not too scary until the head pops up and everyone jumps in the house and screams. And even now it's funny because they've seen it a billion times, but we went to the drive-in. When that scene was coming, you see them getting tensed up in the back, because we were watching in the back of my van, sitting in the back there with the seats laid down. I'm watching them instead of the movie, and they're getting tensed up. And then the head comes, into the scene, and they still jump and they still scream, and it still works. Like they know it's coming, and it still works. And that kind of brings me back to like this film, like as many times as we've seen it, it's still so good every time you watch it. I mean, there's not a lot of movies out there that do that. And what do you guys think it is about this particular film that makes it, you can watch it and like it's just as good, almost just as good every time you watch it? Jonathan, we'll start with you.
I'm lead off again. Okay. Well, I think for me at least, I think that every facet of filmmaking that can be aspired to, as far as screenplay, as far as direction, as far as acting, as far as soundscape, cinematography, the lighting, the score, done way before. I just think that every layer from the viewpoint of craftsmanship, I just think is exquisite. In fact, I'm sure that we can look hard and find flaws here or there, but I think it's as close to perfect as a movie can be. I think that every aspect that I just named, plus every other one that we could keep in there, I just think you find people working at the top of their game. Just the writing is just so brilliant and nuanced, and every time I rewatch it, I find something new. You can just study it for the lighting. You could just close your eyes and listen to the soundscape and the score. So I feel like, in addition to just being a great story, I feel like it is impeccably made, and that's one of the reasons why it stands up to and is enhanced by multiple viewers.
What I love about this movie is what a clusterfuck it was to make and how great it turned out in spite of it. Like, as an artist, it's near and dear to my heart for the reason of we've all started that project with all of these intentions and this list of to-do, and then every possible thing that you think is going to go the right way goes the wrong way. So the fact that it is as perfect as it is in so many ways is always kind of like, it doesn't cease to amaze me knowing exactly how much Bruce the movie didn't have that it was originally supposed to have. So when we talk about stuff like how well it's written, that's in spite of itself, really. I mean, and it's like, it's the ultimate lemonade from lemons kind of story. But I love the fact that it's a Hitchcockian formula as far as the pacing and the building of tension, and more hinting at the scares and hinting at what you're not seeing and building the tension so that the final reveal and the actual 5 minutes that they got the robot shark to work ends up being such a great payoff. So as far as I'm concerned, the reason why it's perfect is because of how imperfect it was making it in a lot of ways. Like I loved the movie on its own. And then when I read about how bad it was, for the everything from the actors were fighting and drunk, the robot didn't work. Nobody knew what was going on. And so every time I watch it, I have that in the back of my mind and I'm like, that's right. Artists can do it. It's like this survival story of, yeah, it all went to crap and we still somehow pulled it out. So I think it's mostly for me, it's the pacing, I think is the most perfect aspect. I love the pacing of that film. I love everything about that.
I think too, I mean, something that the other thing for me that, because I agree with both of you guys, absolutely. But I think it also has such verisimilitude to it. Like it feels like Amity is so perfectly established. And it feels like such a real place. And then as you meet all the characters, all the little characters and stuff, they're the people that live there. And if you've gone to a beach town or if you've gone to the beach, like it's like, yeah, these are the people. And, it's a fascinating movie in that sense that it just really does feel like when you leave the movie, you feel like, yeah, Amity's still there. And when you go back to it, it's like, yeah, here it is. And I know this place. And it's almost like you're going on a vacation every year when you visit Amity. And so many movies, that's such a hard thing to do. And that movie, to Jonathan's point, it does it perfectly.
Are you from the Cape by chance, Matt? I don't know.
I'm not from the Cape, but I'm in Mass. So I'm
in Mass as well. And really it is like every Cape Codder you've ever freaking met.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's amazing. It's truly amazing in that sense.
Well, I would also say to compare like how or why it works so well, you really only need Jaws 2 through 4, right? As comparison, like that this one also takes its time. Like the whole bit about Mrs. Kittner. Like, I can't imagine that in a single other movie because there would be no time. It would be more like, we're not going to think about the dead, right? We're not going to think about the mother of that boy. But that's the thing that makes that moment. I mean, that moment is so amazing because it slows down and she slaps him and she's in the right and he's in the right. And that level of like character, I mean, I know it seems almost silly to have to state it, but like, one of the things that I feel like any kind of story, but horror in particular, can go one of two ways. It can say people are disposable, or it can say you should get to know these people. Right? And one, I think, digs deeper, at least for me, in this movie.
That's wonderfully put. I think I want to like tag on to what everyone says. It's the thing about going last is you want to, but I think
we're gonna switch it up next.
This as like almost like an as this is like an opening salvo for Spielberg, even like the idea that yes, this movie was hard to make, and yes, like I do wonder about like an alternate universe version where the shark worked better. Like, but it's hard to even think about because it does have that perfect aspect to it. And you look at like something like even though it's a TV film, you look at Duel several years earlier, and you could even see how it's in some ways a dry run for this, at least in the suspense sequences. And it's that character that I feel like this is Spielberg like entering his chrysalis and becoming that like character, like where it's like you've got the suspense sequences in Duel that are just impeccably made and very suspenseful, and then you have that character aspect that he handles so well, and the cast handles so well in this film, and it takes time. Like Victor said, it's such a bittersweet movie to revisit every year, because it really is like, I can't imagine this. This is like the movie that started blockbuster cinema, but I can't imagine a 2020 or 2019 like blockbuster movie being paced this way and taking this time. And so it's a weird thing where it was like the beginning of the end. It made blockbusters, and then it led to what we have now, which is not worse, but very different.
I think you're right on. And I mean, I think Victor nailed it when he kind of said, like, you just have to look at Jaws 2 through 4. I like Jaws 2 and 3, but obviously, like, they're very significantly below. And I think I remember watching. My wife had never seen Jaws before we got together, and I remember watching Jaws with her, and then we watched Jaws 2 like right after it. And I've always liked Jaws 2, but watching it right after Jaws is really where you're like, ooh, this is definitely that's not a good idea. Don't do that. Like, you can watch it; it's fine. It's got a lot of good things in it, but like, when it really illustrates the gap between the two when you kind of double feature them, because it's like, no, it's not working on that same level.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? With Mrs. Kittner, it's funny right now because in Maine we just had a great white attack. I don't know what beach it was. I don't remember which beach it was. Someone from New York vacationing up here, and my wife's like favorite beach is like Reed State Park, and mine's OOB, but she always wants to go to Reed State. Reed State's got like restrictions on, like, you can only go out so far right now. So it's kind of insane. And like you were saying, like, you wouldn't see that in a movie right now where they slow down and show where you've actually got to face what's going on. And I like that about horror. Like, that's what we do, right? In these stories, we create these characters and we make you look into what happened. We make you face the consequences of what just happened. I mean, and the good ones anyways. So taking that into mind, I mean, what are you guys maybe favorite? You're not gonna have a favorite line or anything, but maybe you do. Favorite scene, or one of your favorite scenes, maybe a favorite line if you have one. We'll go backwards. Adam, we'll start with you this time.
Oh no, this is a little one I have to think for. Then, so what I'll say is just the idea that, like, the idea that it is a movie that's infinitely rewatchable and has kind of entered our psyches in such a way that even the smallest little throwaway things. I mean, someone referenced the other day the scene where the mayor's having his constituents like be the first out into the water. Like like the idea that can be, and it was in the context of a tweet of something, something to do with politics right now. But the idea that you could have that amount of shorthand so quickly with a 20-second scene, and everyone can be like, I get that reference, is what it's about. Like I went to school up in Massachusetts, so I'm not from Mass like some of the panel, and not from New England like some of the panel. But when I first went to Martha's Vineyard, I went with my my wife's my future wife's, my in-laws, and I was they were so. It was one of their first times away with me, first like vacations with me, and they were like, "What is wrong with like our future son-in-law? Because he's every little thing he's pointing out, he's like making it about Jaws." And I'm like, "No, but you got to understand, like that, like I'm like karate chopping the fences, the white picket fences," and they're like, "What does that even mean?" I'm like, "No, believe me, it means something to people that like Jaws." Like, so there's just the idea that every little piece of every throwaway line is something that becomes revered. Is a testament to how it's put together, I think.
Absolutely. Victor, you go next.
I would throw out there, I know we're talking about Jaws, but I do have to say, like, sort of asterisk for Jaws 4. For Jaws 4, harpooning a shark with your boat is amazing, right? Like, when you just think about like the choices that everyone is agreeing to when we say the shark is going to jump out of the water enough that a ship can spear it. I gotta say, like, it's not art, but it is good. Yeah. So I'm not even gonna name a real Jaws one. I'm sticking with Jaws 4, killing the shark with your boat. That's mine.
I can't follow that. I can't follow that.
You're gonna bring in like the art, like the real stuff, the good stuff.
I'm so flummoxed right now. I'm gonna say, come back to me.
The impromptu speech he made about the sharks eating the guys in the water after. I mean, so when you see it as a kid, it really is all about the autopsy. It's about the head in the boat. It's about, you know, the crabs on the. It's just, you know, it's about the visual things. And then you go back and you watch him talking about this thing, which of course immediately I went and researched because I'm like, did that actually happen? And then I found out it did. So like, it's that thing of, you know, we've all mentioned it, I think, or most of us have at some point, about how rewatchable this is that every time there's another little detail that kind of sticks out to me. And that was probably the first one that I was like, that seems too messed up not to be real. And then, you know, but that speech was perfect and completely not in the script at all, which makes it even better because it goes with that whole thing of how the hell did this movie actually function at all. But yeah, that was probably the first time I was like, wow, this is actually a character movie. So boring, but true for me.
No, absolutely.
The opposite of boring. I think that's exactly right. Matt, do you want to go or
no? You go.
He's still stuck on Jaws 4.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry.
Matt got sent to orbit.
So I'm going to go back to what Victor talked about earlier, the scene with Mrs. Kintner. It's actually like a minute, about a 90-second section that begins with that. You know, is a writer, you know, I love it when a screenwriter or whatever author doesn't let the character off the hook. You make that character face his or her worst fears or their worst fears, and then you make it infinitely worse than what that person thought it was going to be. There were, in that situation when Mrs. Kintner confronts Brody, you know, we like Brody. We're invested in him by that time. And, you know, I think what Spielberg does there and what you know, Carl Gottlieb and everybody else as writers did, they make that as painful as possible. You know, they had the actress slap Roy Scheider take after take after take to make it more and more brutal, because I think Spielberg and his screenwriters, they wanted to make that as painful for Brody and the audience as possible. He's not let off the hook. He's not exonerated. He is, you know, absolutely convicted in the worst possible way for being responsible for not fulfilling his chief duty for this kid's death. And I think equally important right after that is Brody's reaction and then Hooper's reaction. Brody, the mayor says, "I'm sorry, Martin, she's wrong." And I think what any human would want to do at that moment is leap for that shelter of you know, avoiding culpability. Yeah, you're right. I know she's just mad. I understand how she feels. Brody says, "No, she's not," and he owns it. And we know that this man, though flawed, does have that integrity deep down. And I think that foreshadows his future actions when he becomes a hero. And I think just as importantly is Hooper's reaction. I look at this movie among all the other genres as a buddy movie, because I think that friendship between Hooper and Brody is so organic and authentic and realistic. And that's the moment, because Hooper sees the mayor making excuses like he always does, but he sees Brody owning it. And we get his kind of extended reaction shot as he watches Brody walk away. So in the later scene, when he goes to Brody's house, you know, they're suddenly kind of bonded a little bit. But I think that bonding is believable. You know, I think most of us here, you know, as we get older and older, our friendships aren't based on zip code or whose locker is next to ours. we base our friendships on people we respect. And I think that Hooper respects Brody, and I think Brody respects Hooper, and I think that the strongest seed of that friendship is sown in that scene as Brody reacts the right way to doing the wrong thing.
I gotta throw something in. Adam had the thing about how memeable it still is, and there was one that passed around that said, "Please go vote. The mayor from Jaws 1 is still the mayor in Jaws 2." And I almost died. So
the only thing about that is he has a redemptive arc in Jaws 2, and I don't know if we're, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if the real world.
We're not training toward redemptive arc.
But yeah, I think that, you know, Hillary, that's, you know, I love the Murray Hamilton. I love Murray Hamilton. He's great in that movie. And the classic, you know, you yell shark and that whole scene. But like that, you know, to go back to what Adam said too, I mean, you do learn a lot about the real world from Jaws, right? I mean, like the debate that the mayor has in Jaws is like happening in the real world right now. We're deciding, hey, how many deaths are acceptable, and that's a conversation that we're literally living through right now. It's fascinating and horrifying, and to see that in a movie from 45 years ago, it's really kind of. It's really kind of amazing. That is a great scene. It's probably all due respect to the Indianapolis scene, which is, of course, but I mean, I always love the Murray Hamilton character. He's a great actor, and he's very likable on the surface, like a good politician would be. And then it's really not, because when I was a kid, I never really got that. Like when I was a kid, I was like, well, he's the mayor, and he's the mayor, so he's a good guy, and that's the stuff that goes over your head as a kid.
Oh my God.
And then when you kind of start to appreciate the nuance of the performance, and you realize that Murray Hamilton is playing a politician who's playing a nice guy who is really concerned about not even like safety or like he's concerned about just his own reelection, basically, is what it ultimately comes down to. And I just thought that's such an amazing part of the movie, and it's such an amazing part of the performance, because the movie doesn't necessarily stop to like castigate him and say like, this is the bad guy. It kind of just like, it's there for you to sort of process or not. But I love that about it, and I love that about his performance specifically.
Yeah, with this film right now, like being the main. No, go ahead, Victor.
No, please. I was just going to throw out there, like as Hillary's pointing out, between the first and the second, there's a redemptive arc for the mayor, but I think it's also worth pointing out, like in the second one, the bad guy is a real estate developer.
Yes.
Just throwing out how prescient this movie is. I mean, this series is.
I mean, it really is of the times now. I mean, like I was going to say, I'm in Maine. It's tourist season. This is when everybody makes their money. I go to Old Orchard Beach every year a bunch of times, and it's still busy right now, but there was leading into it. There was the whole scare of like, are people going to be able to come? A business is going to shut down because of this. And I'm hearing all of the locals yelling, we need to open everything, because this is how we make our money. We're all going to be doomed if we don't have this. And, being me, I'm like, well, fuck you guys. This is coronavirus. Let's fucking shut it all down and be safe and wait. We'll do it next year. You know what I mean? 1 year hopefully won't kill you, but if it kills your business, it's better than killing people, which I listened to. Jans, I actually listened to the podcast you did about Jaws last night, and the commerce over human life came up with you guys, obviously, and that's what we're seeing now. It's the big question, right? With you guys, do you guys think that these themes, obviously they do fit in now? I mean, is that what's making us rewatch this movie and it blows you away, like seeing that this stuff 45 friggin' years ago is happening now? We're facing it now.
I mean, if anything, it's existential despair that it's been relative for 45 years and nothing's changed. I mean, like, it's not like we're only relating to it now in 2020. people have been relating to it all along. So if anything, it's very much a mirror of, well, do better.
Yeah.
Oh, and also like I do think there's a fantasy element, right? Because I mean, I will say, like, since we're talking about its comparisons to now, feeling like the places where, at least in my experience, let's say like Governor Whitmer in Michigan and a couple others, there's such a desire for a person in leadership to take some degree of responsibility and say, I will accept that I will be hated, but I will do the thing that needs to be done. And that the horrifying thing about maybe real life is that that one person alone, or that handful of people alone, isn't enough on a national scale to save us, right, from the monster. Like in my daydream, Glenn, you're talking about like all the folks, the local folks. Like to my mind, I just feel like there's a version of current reality where we have a federal government that says we're going to continue to support everybody. We're going to buffer through this together. It's going to put us in a lot of debt, but next year we're going to start building back everything, right? And we all know in the same way, like, I don't know, your grandparents, if your grandparents can never help you through a hard spot, they help you through a hard spot. And then if you're lucky later on, maybe you can pay them back. At the very least, they just see that you're doing well, and that's payback for your grandparents. And I feel like that's supposed to be what the federal government's supposed to kind of be, in theory. But instead, like it really just feels like it's Brody, but then it turns out the other two guys on the team are not on the team. So it's just Brody fighting the mayor and his entire board. And you kind of go like, well, Brody can't do this himself. And then we're all on the beach, and the mayor and his team is just like literally pushing us in the water.
Damn. I'm depressed now.
Has nothing to do with anything, but I just throwing that out there. But it's part of why I think this.
You're making us channel a roller coaster, Victor. I can't handle it.
Sunshine on the one side of the screen.
I mean,
you could not have said that better, and it couldn't be more true. I mean, look at schools. We're getting ready to. I'm a teacher. I'm getting ready to go back, right? And I have to go back, right? Because I don't make money if I don't, and I don't have a doctor's excuse, so I have to go. And we see all these things on Twitter where there are these Zoom meetings, right? People who are literally in their own houses deciding that teachers and kids are going to be 25 people together in a small room where social distancing is impossible. You go back. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're going to make the decision for you to be the one. And that's Murray Hamilton on the beach saying, nobody's going in the water. Well, I've been trying to catch them. No, get in the water, please, right? I mean, it is the exact thing that's happening right now, all right? And here I go into the water along with my children. I mean, anyway, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No.
Don't shut up.
It is the truth.
I mean, we're talking about exactly why this thing has lasted 45 years and is working, and it's a perfect example of it, really. I mean, it really does encapsulate a very human struggle. And the shred of hope that it gives you is that at the end, the big monster dies. That's your shred of hope. Keep fighting, the big monster will die. I mean, but yeah, I think it's going to continue to be a very, very relevant movie in the future because it captures some very basic human qualities that we all have to look at. So,
are these questions that I keep seeing pop up? Like, are these?
Chris asks, the Jaws reboot remake rumor has been around for years now. Hollywood loves doing remakes of classic horror films that don't need to be remade. Think it will happen?
Oh yeah, what do you guys think about that? Holy shit! Yeah, I heard that too. That's fucking like you were saying. I mean, they had the shark that wouldn't work. Like, what would they do if it had worked through the whole movie? What would this
make a
like?
far worse movie?
Now they wouldn't have an actual shark. They'd have like CGI. Like, I hope to hell they don't even try it. Like,
because Jaws is still one of the. I mean, it's a classic movie, but I mean, like, kids know Jaws. Like, I don't. It's a weird one because I don't know that there's an appetite to read. It's one of the few movies that's so embedded in our culture that I don't know if they were to remake it. I think it would be one of the few, almost like remaking, like if they were going to remake the original Star Wars. Like I don't know that would be. I don't know that there's an appetite for it, and I don't know that people would be excited for it.
I should have put a shark fin on the dog. I'm sorry.
I don't know if it'll happen. It's one that I bet they're a little more careful about than.
How did the Meg do? Does
very
anybody?
well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like people love shark movies, love them. So do I think it'll happen? Unfortunately, but I mean, I try not to be too much of a negative Nancy, because I mean, the Evil Dead remake wasn't terrible, and I expected it to be, and that's classic. True. So could it defy the odds? Sure. Will it? Probably not. But I think people will go see it because the Meg did very well. People love sharks; they love them. So I don't know. I mean,
but I will say the Meg. I mean. I'm sorry.
Oh no, please.
To the Meg's credit, it also had I feel like the distinction is it had such a sense of humor.
Yeah, it did.
And it went so big over. I just wonder, could they pull off? Because as was said earlier, right? Like about you said it. I think Glenn said it about the head popping. Like there's so much tension. And I would wonder 45 years later, can you build that same kind of tension when everybody knows? But maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody who's already saying,
it's so
give me the
hard
job, coach.
I mean, I normally go into these things with a lot of skepticism, but then I saw Evil Dead and I was like, okay, so can it happen? Right. Could it happen? Sure. Maybe. But they'd have to deviate enough from the original source material that it was really its own thing. Because I don't think you can do head and boat scene again. Like everybody, I mean, I don't know.
Well, the original book includes an affair, right, between Mrs. Brody and I'm forgetting his character name now.
Hooper.
The scientist. Hooper, thank you. They have an affair in the book, and I remember reading a thing where Spielberg said, I hate these people. We're not including this. And sort of being like, well, maybe you should include it. I don't know. That would certainly be a deviation from the original.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's like, I didn't think about it till Jans, when you were saying this, in the movie itself is like a buddy movie. I know I read the book a few years ago, and I loved that the affair that was in there. I thought that it was way grittier. I didn't expect it. Like you said, that might actually work for the movie because it might be something you don't expect. And but I was always wondering, because I saw you read the book and you didn't like the book as much as the movie, and I was like, well, I kind of like them. They're two different things, but I love them both. But now that you mentioned the buddy thing, I mean, that totally blows that up, right? I mean, if you can't, I just slept with your wife. High five. No, that's not going to happen. But we just got a cool question I just saw come across, because we're all writers. If we were to get permission to continue the Jaws story from Jaws 1 in a book form, write a sequel, what character would we focus on? So we'll start, Matt. How about you? We'll start with you. If you could write a sequel to the first movie, say the 2, 3, 4 didn't happen, what character do you think you might take as your main focus and go forward in the sequel?
From the first movie?
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know. I would much rather write a continuation of Louis Gossett Jr.'s Calvin Bouchard character from Jaws 3D, who is a much more interesting character as a kind of unscrupulous sort of park owner that will do whatever it takes to, and I would go there. That's where I would go. It's a rich tapestry that has yet to be mined. That's what I would do.
I like that. All right. Well, open it up. If you've got a character from any of the other Jaws movies, go for that too.
I tend to write from the monster's point of view, so it'd just be a bunch of chapters that said "dunna, dunna, dunna." Honestly, I probably wouldn't. I'd let somebody else do it. I'd be so afraid of screwing it up. Like it's such sacred territory. I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm going to let somebody else take that. I don't need, I don't want to be a woman on the internet with 8,000 angry fanboys mad at me. No thanks, but no
Yeah,
thanks.
can you imagine like how intensified that'd be? Because like I know if I've had ideas of writing sequels to some of my books that people love, and I'm like writing the sequel to Blood and Rain at the moment, and I'm like, I can't screw this up. People love the first book, and if I make this one suck, and I can't even imagine how much that weight would be if you were trying to follow up Jaws.
Star Wars tie-in novels, and I do not have the ovarian fortitude. Thank you, but no.
Right on. Victor, who would you
I
write
feel
a book
of the original movie or book. The movie, let's say. I feel like Ms. Brody is the only one who doesn't get enough story, right? And that there's a story there that's potentially like, who knows what secret life she has. Like even setting aside, not even talking about like Hooper or stuff, talking about her own life on that island. And, I don't know, maybe I said there was didn't he do another book that was like a giant squid? So maybe she could go fight the squid in the next book. And the Brodies just kill sea creatures like everywhere they go.
Oh, I like it. Jans, what do you think? What would you write about?
Well, I sort of did.
Oh yeah, Amity.
Yeah, I just finished Amity. So, but it's big and unwieldy. It's really long, and I've got so much. I always have a lot of editing to do because my first drafts are just atrocious and abysmal. But this one is even. it's a mess right now. It'll work eventually. I've got a lot of work to do, like a year of editing probably. So anyway, I wrote a book called Amity, and just the basic setup is that there are two men who try to recreate the island from Jaws, and they also build a theme park, the largest Jaws theme park, and the largest shark aquarium in North America. And it's a suspense novel, and it's its own story, but it's obviously an incredible love letter. I'm not saying incredibly good, especially not right now, but it is like really. It expresses my love for Jaws, the movie. So hopefully that'll come out when I'm done with all the work. There's a lot of work. You guys are good.
Adam,
and the twist is like everything works great.
There's no problems.
Nothing happens. Nothing bad happens.
Just a park.
Adam, who would you write? If you had to take a character, who would you follow?
I go the meta route. So I'd write a story about Michael Caine shooting Jaws: The Revenge, and it would be called like I missed my Oscar for this, and that's the book.
I would read that.
I keep seeing a question come up. Oh, there it is. It's Tracy.
Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy. I love
sharing the movie with my kids for the first time. Do any of you have a memory of sharing the film with someone for the first time? I think somebody mentioned watching it with their girlfriend for the first time. Like I said, my kids have watched this. This is like the intro to horror I used with them because I feel like it's one of those movies that you could do that with. It's not too bloody. It's not too freaky. But my kids went on after watching Jaws. They went and watched. I've only seen Jaws a billion times. I've seen bits and pieces of Jaws 2, 3, and 4. I think I've probably seen them when I was younger all the way through, but I haven't sat down and watched 2, 3, and 4. My kids sat down because they were all on Prime a couple of years ago, and they went and watched all the Jaws movies without me. I came in and saw them watching Jaws 4, and I said, "What the hell is this?" And they were like, "It's Jaws 4," and I'm like, "You guys are crazy." They watched all the Sharknado movies, which I'm like, "This is terrible. Shut this off." And they're like, "No." They loved the Sharknado. They went crazy for sharks. They watched the Meg. We watched the Shallows. 47 Meters Down. They love all of these movies. It's crazy. And they still go to the beach. So it's like they're not too traumatized because they're still going in the water. I just think it's fantastic. They just took it and ran with it. And that was my first time sharing it with those guys. So Jans, I know you got little ones. So when were the first times you shared Jaws with the kids?
Well, very quick two-pronged answer. I've shown it to my 14-year-old and my 13-year-old. They both had the same reaction. They said that it wasn't scary, but it was amazing. They both loved the movie. So for them, it wasn't terrifying, but they thought it was an amazing film. I've been teaching the movie for 19 years. This is going to be my 19th year teaching the movie. So every semester, I watch it with 60 to 90 new kids. And it's so fun watching them, discover the movie, because most of them haven't seen it, these high schoolers, juniors and seniors. And the two reactions I get, the face that Hillary spoke about in the beginning and Ben Gardner's boat, there's like this seismic shift in the classroom. Everybody jumps, everybody. And I've had like kids scream. So that's always a pleasure, like a diabolical pleasure for me. Like that still works. Still works. And then the other thing is just watching how into it they get. It's as though 45 years haven't passed. It's as though this movie is just coming out. It's just as relevant, just as crackling. These kids, my students, they love it. I don't know that I've ever had a student react negatively to it. And this is, again, 19 years. Pretty amazing.
Nobody raising their hand saying this is friggin' boring. Why are we watching this?
Not once. I mean, maybe they're nice. Maybe they're just nice, but I think they actually dig it.
Well, I think there's enough, especially when you look at kids and stuff, there's enough of those shocking moments that even if they're not appreciating the character building moments that we're talking about as pros and creatives or whatever, that autopsy scene and, the discovery on the beach of what they find that's left behind. And, there's enough of that I feel that it's spaced out enough that a younger audience that's not necessarily looking for the depth, and that's not to say all kids don't. Some kids do, but not all kids. And, not all adults either for that matter. But there's enough of those little shockers to just reel you in and keep you going, and when I think about, the red herring shark fin, with the kids that get everybody out of the water, and then it pans over to, holy crap, no, the shark's in the other place with the children, so I feel like there's so many teasers that are just enough so that even if the character building's not necessarily your thing, there's enough of those little tidbits. I'm sorry if I'm slapping at him. He's trying to lick his armpit. I'm not gonna let him. This is my life.
But I guess it's to that end, like the other thing. I mean, we have two younger kids, 7 and 9, and they're not quite up to it yet. But they are looking forward to it. They do know, like our 9-year-old knows that as, when can I watch Jaws? So we've said like, maybe we'll talk about it when you're like 11 or 12, trying to avoid I think the thing that's probably familiar from many of our childhoods, maybe, of just your adults weren't paying attention and you saw a thing before you should see a thing, trying to avoid that thing if we can.
That's literally.
But I do think, like, to Hillary's point, like, yes, but one of the things that I just feel like is worth like applauding again is, just speaking of Spielberg, like when he's working well, his ability to do both, to like make you start to care about somebody, and then give you the shock, the thrill, the whatever it is, the dazzle, and knowing how to kind of go back and forth between the two. I just really think it's just so so few people can do that at exactly the right proportions. For whatever criticisms I guess people may have of Spielberg, I just think it's such a rare gift to do both.
Yeah,
and something I'll bring up. Just, I am a YA writer. I love Jaws as an intro horror because it avoids a lot of the problematic tropes that you have to talk about.
Sex.
It's literally just pure monster movie, people making some bad decisions, but you don't have to worry about the sex talk, too much swearing. There's not a ton of it. It's a great gateway drug. So it still manages to be scary without relying on a lot of the shock factor that the rest of the genre needs. So it's kind of nice that way.
Matt, I know you
Guys,
got
I have good news for you.
Yes.
No, I have good news for you. Jaws at 45. Hang on. I'm updating it live right now. We are now at 3,400 $65 of our $10,000.
All right.
Yay!
Obviously, your fans came through in these last 50 minutes, and fans of Jaws came through in these last 50 minutes. Before you all leave, there's someone here that wants to say hi to you. I just have to figure out where he is. There he is.
I'm here. Hey.
Hey.
I don't want to say hi. I want to say boo. I wanted to be on this Jaws panel. I mean, come on. I got this sitting here.
I have a bucket for your tears.
No, it's very good. I'm only disappointed that Adam didn't dress as Quint.
Well, it's in storage somewhere.
I'm a little disappointed in that too. And Paul, I'm disappointed you didn't show up in your giant pickle cosplay.
It's too hot.
All right. Victor Lavalle, Jonathan Jans, Glenn Rolfe, Hillary Monahan, Adam Cesare, and Matt Serafini. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Nice talking.
Thanks,
everybody.
Brian. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you.
Donate. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
You're last, Hillary.
Wait.
Nope. She got away from me.
She did.
She took herself out. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how's it going?
You know me and technology. So yeah, I don't think there's anybody in the feed that doesn't know who you are, particularly if they've attended a Scares of Care event. But just in case, you're a best-selling author whose books include A Head Full of Ghosts, Disappearance at Devil's Rock, The Cabin at the End of the World, and the just-released Survivor song, Welcome, Paul Tremblay.
Thanks. Very happy to be here. Obviously, sorry it's not in person this year, which I'm sure everyone's saying, but thank you for doing another telethon.
Absolutely, brother. And thank you for joining us once again. You know, I think about you, myself, and so many of our friends. We spend a lot of these summers out on the road, you know, at conventions and bookstores, signing and promoting. We're not doing any of that this year. Survivor Song just dropped. So is it a struggle to engage with your fan base and get that, you know, that energy, that charge?
I mean, it's definitely not the same as being in person, but I don't know, in some ways, like doing like the online events, like obviously I didn't get to go to Portland, but you know, I did an event for Powell's books, which I've always wanted to do. And yesterday I recorded a thing for, you know, a UK convention with Stephen Graham Jones and Grady Hendrix and Christina Henry. So, I mean, you have the opportunity, I guess, to do more stuff. I'm guessing that this format is actually going to stick around even hopefully once we're all able to move around and go live again. So no, it's not the same. It's not as fun, but you know, that's a very small problem in the larger grand scheme of things.
Well, you know, during that Jaws panel, Jans brought up the point, you know, he's a teacher. He's about to head back to school. You're in the same boat, correct?
Yeah. And I'm close to the point where I could quit. I hope my school's not watching. And in June, like I just was not in the headspace where I could do something like that. But now I'm like, if it doesn't feel right, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. For folks just tuning in to see you or to see the next panel, I want to remind you, this is the Scares That Care virtual fundraiser. If you're new to us, we are a 501c3 charity founded in 2007. Each year, we raise money for 3 recipient families. We do a lot of that with physical conventions where fans can show up and meet people like Paul and get their books signed. This year, we can't do that, but we are still raising money for these 3 recipient families. 100% of the money that we raise today will go to our recipients. We have no overhead with this virtual event. There's no hotel fees. There's no travel costs. So if you donate $5, 100% of that $5 is going to these 3 people. First of all, Ashley and her daughter, Natalia. Natalia has Marfan syndrome. If you heard our founder, Joe Ripple, earlier on the feed talking about just this horrific genetic disease, it's a lifelong disease where basically your bones grow longer than your body. Ashley's a single mom in the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of the horror film, the Paul Tremblay novel that is 2020. She's raising Natalia. So we're asking you to donate for them today. We're also asking you to donate for Laura. She's this year's breast cancer warrior. And thirdly, Trisha. Trisha suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body in an accident that, as Joe Ripple said earlier, is eerily similar to my own accident from 2 years ago. But Trisha got it much, much worse. So that's who we are helping today. And again, 100% of your donations will go to them. There are 2 ways you can do that. If you have a phone, just text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you're on a computer, you want to go to scaresthecareweekend.com. That's scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. Some of you are watching this on my YouTube page, and some of you are watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com. For that latter group, it's very easy for you to donate right now.
Hey, Brian, can I ask really quickly? I was going to say this at the beginning, but are you able to track during time, what gets donated? Because I was going to say for the next half hour, I will match donations up to $500.
All right.
I'll match the total donations.
So for the next half hour.
Yeah.
Bless you, Paul. Cthulhu bless you, man. I appreciate it, brother.
Oh, please. The first family we talked about, I don't have full-blown Marfans, but I haven't talked about this much, but I lived a lot of my life thinking I had it because they didn't really have a genetic test. But I had and have a lot of the skeletal aspects of it. I was, tall and thin. I actually had a bad case of scoliosis when I was a teenager. I had a 45-degree curve in my upper spine. So I went through a spinal fusion. I was 6 foot when I went under and 6'3" when I woke up because they took bone from my hip and metal rods and attached to my spine. So the big worry back then for me was, it's a connective tissue disorder. A lot of people who have Marfans will have their aorta will just enlarge. And so you've heard of some basketball players like Hank Gathers, for one, in the 90s, just dropped from a heart attack in the middle of a game. So in recent years, I finally did get genetic testing. I don't have full-blown Marfans, but I have 2 genes associated with it that are off. But the doctors have just essentially shrugged. It's we don't have any other people like you, Tremblay. So we don't know what that means. So still every couple of years I get a echocardiogram just to make sure the aorta is the size it's supposed to be.
Right.
So my heart definitely goes out to all the families, but particularly the daughter suffering from Marfans.
Well, brother, we appreciate that. And again, folks, if you're just tuning in, for the next half hour, Paul will match donations made, and we're tracking that right now. So I'll let you know what that amount is at the end of the half hour.
All right.
All right, Paul, man, we appreciate it so much. I've known you all these years. I mean, we've been friends going back almost 20 years. One thing I don't know about you, it's never come up. Are you a comic book reader?
I would say sure. I mean, I didn't grow up comic book crazy. I read Spider-Man, and partly because the first barber I ever went to, 6, 7, 8 years old, he would let me take a Spider-Man comic out of his carousel. That was the hook to be able to get a haircut. Right. But I would say, in the last 20 years, I definitely do read a lot of comics. It tends not to be superhero comics. Although, I like the usual sort of Alan Moore. Jeff Lemire is actually my favorite now. I try to read almost everything he does.
What about Maurice Broaddus? Is he one of your favorites?
Oh, that guy's a hack. I'm just kidding. Oh, he's wonderful.
Can you give me some warning when you're going to stick me on the air or something? I'm
what about Cullen? I'm transitioning. This is not.
Sorry. I wish I knew. You should have gave me a warning. No, Harrow County is amazing, and actually, Cullen very nicely sent me The Tooth, which I thought was hilarious and fun.
Well, thank you.
Oh, Rachel.
All right. Hey, Paul Tremblay. Really, really appreciate your generosity. Again, folks, for the next half hour, Paul is going to match your donations. So text VCARE to 91999 or go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click donate. Paul Tremblay, We appreciate it, my friend.
Have a good time, comics people.
All right. Right now, as you can see, we've got Rachel Autumn Deering, Jamal Eigel, Cullen Bunn, my friend Maurice Broaddus, and of course, Matt Wilderson. We are missing Tim Seeley, so I'm going to go track him down. But I'm going to turn it over to y'all. Y'all are going to talk for a little bit about your favorite horror comics.
Yeah. Somebody go first.
Well, I guess technically I'm supposed to be moderating, so
Okay.
Good job, Matt. Good job.
yeah, thanks. Well, hey, nice meeting all of you and getting to talk to you for the first time.
Hi, Matt.
Never got the chance to do this. It's not. Hi, everybody. I am Matt Wilderson. I do all the editing for the like the horror show of Brian Keene, Cosmic Shenanigans, the whole network there, Defenders Dialogue. I can't forget that, or Christopher Golden will probably hate me for the rest of my life. But yes, I do the editing for that, and also my podcast, Grindcast. I'm in the east wing of the Grindcast studio, which is the size of a walk-in closet. And and I'm also a horror writer. So, and enough about me, though. People are probably more interested in you guys. So we'll start with you, Maurice.
Hi, my name is Maurice Broaddus. I'm a horror, science fiction, fantasy author. I have a dozen books out, about 100 short stories. I do some game writing, and I'm excited to have this conversation.
Awesome. How about you, Colin?
My name's Cullen Bunn. I am mostly a comic book writer these days. I write books like Harrow County, Bone Parish, The Sixth Gun, and Regression, among many, many others. Most of which my creator-owned stuff has a horror bend to it.
Awesome. Rachel?
I'm Rachel Autumn Deering. I write mostly novels these days, but I started my career in comics many years ago. I've written for DC Comics, Dark Horse, IDW, Image. I'm also an editor and a letterer, so kind of a jill of all trades in comics. But like I said, these days I mostly do prose novels.
Awesome. And finally, Jamal.
Oh, yeah. My name is Jamal Eigel. I have been working in comics for 30 years. I've worked for pretty much every company at this point. So I've done stuff for Marvel, DC, Image, pretty much everybody. Colin and I actually worked together on a story for Aftershock for their Shock anthology. So
yeah, not too long ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I guess when Tim gets here, then he can fill us in on him on himself when he gets in. So I guess who wants to start? Like, who wants to share, like, I guess maybe their favorite horror comic that they've ever read? Like, why don't we start with that one? I feel like that's a good place to start. Anybody want to jump in, or should I just pick someone?
Just pick somebody.
Okay, I'll pick on Colin. There we go.
Yeah, it's tough, and I have a stack of books here, by the way, that I brought.
Same.
These are great because I was kind of thinking we're going to talk about horror comics, and there's some that I think are must reads in horror comics, and I'm not going to like Saga Swamp Thing, the Alan Moore Swamp Thing, Hellblazer, things like that. So I won't mention those. But to start, I can tell you about a comic that scared the living heck out of me when I was a kid, and I have been trying to track this comic down for years, and I can't find it. So when I was a kid, I used to really be into the horror anthology books, like the Charlton stuff, like Ghosts, the DC stuff, like House of Mystery, all of those books. And there was one of those stories that I read that was about a little boy that lived on a farm, and his grandfather was always smoking a pipe. And whenever his grandfather would fall asleep, the smoke of that pipe would billow out and turn into this monster and chase this boy all over the farm. And for whatever reason, that story scared me so badly as a kid, and I still credit that story to being why I've never smoked in my life, because I'm afraid that a horrifying monster is going to come out of the cigarette or the pipe or whatever and chase me around the farm. But since that time, and many years ago, I don't know where that story was published. I may have dreamed it for all I know, because I've never been able to find it. And I've searched and searched, but that's the scariest horror comic I've ever read. It has stuck with me for decades.
Awesome. That's a good one. How about you, Rachel?
There you go. Creepy number 63.
Yep.
Yeah, that's got
Good
a
stuff.
story in it. Yeah, a story in it called Jennifer, written by Bruce Jones and illustrated by Bernie Wrightson. Rest in peace. And it, I don't know. There's something so creepy about it. I won't ruin it because it's such a short story. You can't give too many details, but it's about a guy who comes across a man in the forest getting ready to kill a little girl, and he stops this guy from doing what he's gonna do, and it was maybe the worst decision this guy's ever made in his life. So if you haven't read that one, definitely pick this up. You can find these old creepy magazines in secondhand shops and in used bookstores and stuff like that. So definitely look that one up if you haven't read it.
Yeah, they're very good reads. How about you, Maurice?
Yeah, so like Colin, I kind of grew up reading all those DC horror comics, House of Secrets, Journey into Mystery, Witching Hour, Unexpected. I mean, that was my go-to fun reading when I was a kid. And I will, however, hone in on Alan Moore. Swamp Thing was critical for me. It hit me at just the right time. I was just thinking through what I want to do as a writer, and then all of a sudden I get introduced to his the American Gothic storyline, which I still consider the seminal Swamp Thing storyline, which introduced us to characters like John Constantine and things like that. So that was actually one of the key works for me. But actually, there were two other Alan Moore titles too. I loved From Hell, his exploration of Jack the Ripper mythos, and then a comic book that some people I don't know if people would consider this a horror comic book. I always did. His Miracle Man run.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I always consider that like a horror take on the Captain Marvel Shazam mythos, and I will never forget. I can't remember the villain's name, but man, he had these like blue teeth. They were like made of amethyst or something like that. It was just a crazy villain. But I mean, just that whole run on Miracle Man was just creepy greatness.
Awesome. Another good pick. Okay, you, Jamal.
Okay, so like everybody else has said, I cut my teeth on like the DC stuff. Night Force was a big one for me for a very long time. Witching Hour, Swamp Thing. But the one story, and I don't remember what issue it was an issue of Creepy that I found. It's always stuck with me. It was a story drawn by John Severin. And it took place in the Old West. It was a bunch of like cavalrymen, and they were attacking an Indian village. And it was just so, like, the way that he drew it was just so visual. Like, he had them like cutting the scalps and everything. And it was just like, it stuck with me. Like, it visually stuck with me. I think I saw this when I was like 12, and I've never seen it again. I've never seen that artwork again, but it's always stuck with me visually. And then another big thing that I'm into is I like offbeat vampire stories. So two of my favorites right now are American Vampire by Scott Snyder and Raphael Albuquerque. And then there's a French series called Rapaces, which is drawn by Marini, which is just absolutely gorgeous. So that's like, those are my big things.
Awesome. I guess to throw in, I'd say one of my favorite things. Now, there's always been a debate between if you count this as comics or not, but it's more manga, you would say, than anything. But I like a lot of Junji Ito's work.
Yes.
Some of them are goofy, like Uzumaki, and like it's just like a town that gets fascinated with spirals and then like hair fights hair. But then you had ones like Tomei. That was one of my favorites because it was just this idea of like this girl that keeps reincarnating herself and is able to like, make people do her bidding and stuff. And I thought that was great. And then like my favorite, my favorite short from him, and it was probably one of his more tamer works, was I think it was like the incident at the Aragama Fault or something. It was I can't remember the name of the fault, but there was like an earthquake, and like the ground shifted, and there were holes that were shaped like human beings, and each hole was meant for a certain person, and they called out to that person to go in. And as you would travel, it just like it would distort your body and stuff. And like at the end, I guess it was like a crew went around to try and figure out where the holes came out. and they found it, and it would twist the people like into these weird like pretzel shapes and everything. It was so cool, but it was like I loved it because I read it when I was younger, and it was just like because of it being tame, but it also like made me think like, wow, like what would people do if something like that just came up out of nowhere, like this unexplainable thing where there's just these holes, and then they're like, well, there's one there for you, should you go in or not? And I always found that really fascinating. Plus his art is fantastic for the horror genre.
Yeah, I actually have Uzumaki here as one of my what I would say is one of the best horror stories. And you're right, it's absolutely absurd. I think that's what makes his stuff so great. Is so often it starts with these sort of absurd concepts, a hole in the wall, a hole in a mountainside that's made for different people. But it takes it to these absolutely terrifying directions that. And I think it's always surprising. I think Uzumaki goes into some bizarre places that are great. He does another book called Gaio, where the fish start coming up out of the sea and they have legs.
That's a fantastic story.
Yeah, he's great.
He is. I guess one of my other questions. Well, the next thing I was going to jump into, since Maurice brought up this author. I mean, when we're talking about horror, you cannot talk about it without bringing up Alan Moore, which he has. I was just thinking Alan Moore in himself is a topic that could probably take us like a good 20 minutes to discuss of all the stuff he's done. But I wanted to jump into basically when he started dabbling into the H.P. Lovecraft area of horror. And I think when he started that was with correct, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, it was The Gateway. Was that the one that started it, and then it went to Neonomicon, and then it went to Providence?
That sounds right. Okay.
But I really enjoyed all of those. I got Neonomicon back here on my Mortal Kombat arcade machine. But I really enjoyed it. The art is really good in there, and I also like how just the way he tells the stories of the rituals and stuff that's going on. He doesn't pull away from anything. He shows you everything, right? Because in the Neonomicon, there's that whole scene of the woman that they lock away in the chamber with the deep one, and he just does what he wants with her. And in most comics, you wouldn't get away with that. You wouldn't even get that put on a shelf in a store anywhere, But he does it, and I love it. And the writing is so spot on, and I think he's one of the people who has captured Lovecraft perfectly in comic form, which a lot of people I don't think do, because it's hard to do Lovecraft in a visual medium. But I think he pulls it off well. What do you guys think?
Well, I think with Lovecraft, a lot of times people tend to lean more towards the monster side of it, more often the visual spectacle of that idea, as opposed to the darker horror element.
I agree.
Comics is such a visual medium. It's hard to, put down in images someone losing their mind. You know what I mean? Someone silently going mad is not the most visually impactful story, but that's where the heart of Lovecraft is. So yeah, the limited things that Alan Moore was able to do, in that regard, I think he pulled off well.
Well, you could kind of say the same thing when you're trying to adapt an Edgar Allan Poe story. And I can't even count how many adaptations of Telltale Heart that I've seen done that never really capture the psychological toll, the desperation in the actual prose, as opposed to trying to convey that in comics. And even in film, it is very difficult to really get that idea across. I think with horror especially, just it's the anticipation that I think really drives people to horror more than anything else. I think that's why it translates, I think, a little better to prose than it does to comics, but comics does it equally as effective at times. And then there's, with me, as primarily artist, I mean, I do some writing, but as primarily an artist, I'm always attracted to the visual first before the written word, and then I can dive into the written word afterwards. So it's that, but if I'm reading a story, like I'm a big fan of Caleb Carr, and when I'm reading a Caleb Carr story, the way that he builds one of his novels is just so intriguing to me that I'm sucked into that the world building and the psychology behind it.
Right.
And that's hard to translate those ideas unless you're willing to take that deep dive. So when you're talking about somebody like Alan Moore, who is all about the deep dive, like everything that Moore does is intricate and layered in a way that very few comics writers really are able to duplicate. Not that they don't try, they try and they do it to varying successes, but just like having had the opportunity to read an Alan Moore script, it's just there's a lot. There's a lot there that goes unseen by the average person. So I feel like with prose and horror, there's always that idea, the deeper layers and meaning that don't really translate as well when you're trying to adapt it to a visual medium.
Well said, man. well said. You took the fumbling words right out of my mouth and said it clearly for everybody to hear.
I love comics as a medium for delivering horror, because you obviously have the visual element, and it's easier to show someone something scary than to describe something scary, because when people read words on a page, their mind is going to dream up their own version of it. But if you show them exactly what you mean, exactly what you have in mind, I think that there's a big impact there if your artist pulls it off well. And then there's the power of the page turn. You are putting the scare in the hands of the reader when you're talking about comics, because it's their job to turn that page, to give the killer power or the monster power. You know what I mean? They're the one turning the page. They're the one progressing the story. And when you turn the page to a brilliant splash page of some kind of carnage, you know what I mean? I think that the payoff there is great. And as someone who's written both comics and prose in the horror genre, I found it easier to scare people in comics than I do in prose, actually.
Yeah. And the other thing I'd like, with comics versus like horror as a medium is that, like, with comics, you have a wide variety of art and artists that can portray the story you're telling different than just a CGI crank it out factory that would make a version of a monster, put it on screen, and everyone's just like, that's not what I think it should look like. I mean, like, you can have that with comics, but like, art is so key, and there are so many great artists in comic books right now that horror is perfect for that genre. I will fully believe comic book horror should like never die.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. There's but I don't think any genre should be left unexplored when it comes to comics anyway. So
right, I agree.
Yeah, and it's interesting because so many people think of comics as superheroes, and that's what you think. That's the first thing that pops into your head when you think of comics.
Yeah.
I love superheroes too, but man, there are just so many great horror comics, and it just popped into my head, and I'm surprised I didn't mention it as maybe my favorite horror comic. New Mutants number 18, when that came out, here was a book that's essentially a young X-Men title, and then New Mutants number 18 came out with the Bill Sienkiewicz art, and it changed everything I knew about comics in just a matter of 20 pages. Everything I had ever thought I understood about comic books and superhero comics was completely changed. And it may, I mean, that, and I always think of it as a superhero comic, but that's a horror comic through and through. Those 3 issues, especially the 18, 19, and 20, those issues are some of the best horror comics you'll ever read. I mean, it's shockingly terrifying, especially 18, the first few pages of it.
I agree. Good stuff.
Very cool.
So I know we're going to get some questions in here from the chat pretty soon, but I had one question I wanted to ask all you guys. Now, we know that there is a plethora of really great horror comics out there, but what are some of your guilty pleasure horror comics? Like the ones that, you know, you look on your shelf and be like, I own that, but I kind of don't know why I own it. You know, like. Why don't we start with I'm going to go in a reverse order. Let's start with I usually start with Maria, so I'll start with Jamal this time.
Ooh, okay. My guilt. I don't own a copy of it anymore because I have a 12-year-old who reads comics, and I don't want it to be lying around for her to find. But Faust was my jam for a very long time. It definitely was my guilty pleasure. But I was like really into that style of like black and white horror at that point. Like this is like I was 17, 18, high school. Like, so I was reading Faust and Brat Pack and just like all this like, so yeah, so there's my answer. It's Faust.
Faust. What about you, Rachel?
I guess it's more of a publisher than one comic itself because it's another horror anthology series. But Nightmare, Psycho, and Scream from Skywald Publishing, they're horrible books. Truly, the stories. But the artwork is fantastic because the editor-in-chief of that publishing company was this short guy who apparently carried a snub-nosed pistol around the office, you know, while these people were writing and drawing stories, and he would kind of intimidate people into keeping working for him because they didn't pay very well. And he was hiring a lot of artists from Europe and other countries where comics weren't as big, and he was getting them for cheap. So the stories were horrible, but the art was fantastic. And this guy, this sort of unscrupulous editor running around with a pistol threatening the people who worked for him. I love everything about that, and I just love how sleazy these comics are.
You just imagine that, like, you're not getting paid good at all, and then you got this guy with a pistol just walking around like, keep working, keep drawing, keep writing.
Shockingly, I think we can all imagine it very clearly.
Oh yeah.
How about you, Colin?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's such a thing as a guilty pleasure.
Thank you.
I think if you let people like things and don't feel guilty about the things you like. And as I'm sitting, because as I start sitting here thinking about it, I'm like, what am I ashamed that I like? I don't know that there's anything. There's a magazine called 1984 that I remember reading when I was a kid that was probably too adult for me, and I still love that magazine. And there was a series of magazines, and Rachel, they may have been published by the same publisher. There was like Nightmare Vampire Tales and Tales of the Witches, and the covers were so ridiculously lurid. The vampires always had giant fangs that were just dripping, caked on blood, just dripping off of them, and they were very colorful and bright, and I love those magazines. I'm ashamed I can't name one. I probably have several of them over here on my magazine rack, but I can't see them.
Those were Eerie publications.
Were those Eerie?
Was called Eerie. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were probably magazines that parents didn't want their kids buying when they were coming out, but I still like them.
Awesome. Maurice?
I'm trying to think if I have any actual guilty pleasure, because again, I'm just guilt-free, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was doing my research for a story not too long ago, and I had all these issues of Vampirella laying around, then it's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have these around if the boys are running around the house. But actually, for me, it was again, I don't even consider it a guilty pleasure. I loved 30 Days of Night. That was like and I think the guilt for me is in the whole vampire thing, because I'm always, I'm just over vampire stories, and then I like go to like 30 Days of Night and go, I'm not as over it as I think I am.
When I thought of this question, I had a couple in my mind. One of the first ones was, now I'm a big video game person. You can probably tell by my background alone, but there was a line of comics that they wrote for Silent Hill. I don't know if you guys saw these or anything, but they kind of missed the whole point of Silent Hill. It was like a thing where they put like more characters in the actual town that would never really be there to begin with, and
Right.
it just like it missed the tone completely for me. But I can't. I revisit them all the time just because I love Silent Hill so much that I'm like I have to have these things, even if I put them alphabetically, I'm like, wow, it's really tarnishing the left and the right side of where they take up on the shelf. Another one for me, I got it right here. I don't know if you guys read this one or not.
Love that.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
I love this, but I also know how goofy it is because of just like the idea of Batman himself fighting Dracula, getting poisoned, and then him getting like powers and stuff. It's just so awesome, and it should fit, but it's just like some of the dialogue is so goofy, and I love it for that.
I love that era of comics, and even the era preceding that. Like, I was telling someone the other day that my favorite superhero comic is Superman's girlfriend Lois Lane, because you had issues where Lois was going to marry Satan, and she was turned into a demon, and Superman had to save her, and then this
She
really
became a black woman for 24 hours.
the really politically incorrect issue, like 3 issues later, where she became a black woman, and the cover is like, no, I have to become a black woman for 24 hours, and it's like, what the fuck? I love that era, that goofy.
I have
Gonzo
to.
Era. That's what it says.
The
But I
story,
love that Gonzo era.
the story itself isn't. It sounds worse than it actually is, but the story itself is actually like they actually deal with real racial issues in this story. It was kind of progressive considering the time period. So,
but boiling that down to a cover and 3-word balloons is never easy, right?
no,
Right.
not at all.
Another one I was going to throw out was when the hype for Freddy versus Jason hit, and then everybody was wondering where it was going to go next, and then we got Freddy versus Jason versus Ash.
Yeah,
I think that was like a 6-part series. I think it was like a 6-issue mini. I think, or maybe it was 3. I don't know, but I think there was more than one issue of it. Unfortunately, I remember.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
No, go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say that I have my problems with anything like ancillary to Nightmare on Elm Street, just because they always seem wildly off the mark, like just completely miss the point of the original movie. So, that's just my thing.
I agree with you on that.
I like that you have a Nightmare on Elm Street soapbox that you're getting on right now.
I could get started, but we don't have that kind of time.
Look, I watched.
I want to break in and say I got Jamal's back on this. Yes.
Eric. Oh. Yeah. So I mean, I remember picking them up because I was so fascinated to read them, and I was hyped when the movie came out because I was like, it's my 2 favorite slashers of all time, finally facing off for what turned out to be like 5 minutes, but then they're like, oh, we're throwing Ash in the mix. And it was like everybody wanted Michael Myers, obviously, but,
Right.
rights issues and stuff. But diving into those comics, it was even the first one. I'm just like, oh boy.
I feel like that series, because I was the same as you, Matt. I was so excited for that series. I really liked the Freddy versus Jason movie. Again, I don't have guilt. And I feel like that comic, it was so important to capture the voices of the actor, especially the Robert Englund and Bruce Campbell. And I think that was hard for them to do in that comic, without them on the screen. And it just it never rang true to me.
Yeah. And doing licensed properties like that in comics form is difficult too, as someone who has written for like Cartoon Network and Blizzard Entertainment and stuff like that, because the editors often have not seen the source material, you know what I mean? And the people who own the source material have never read a comic. They don't give a shit about comics. They just want the money. And then the writer may or may not have a love for the source material. They're a hired gun kind of. So it's hard to do a licensed material intellectual property like that in comics form and make it true to the original. If you find a really good comics adaptation of something, it's rare.
That said, if they do a Freddy versus Jason versus Ash versus Michael Myers comic, I'm first in line to buy it tomorrow. When it comes out.
It's funny.
I probably will be too, Colin.
Yeah.
my head might be lowered, and I'll be staring at my money, wondering if it's worth more than this. But I'll probably buy it too. All right, we got a question popping in here. Some Otter Poet says, "Does the visual medium hinder the horror of ambiguity and existentialism of modern cosmic horror, or are there instances where it works?" So anybody that wants to jump in.
I think ultimately it depends on the artist. I mean, I think that there are people who, we've talked about Wrighton, we've talked about Sienkiewicz. I mean, those guys were built for horror. And I'm not just talking about their storytelling abilities, but their ability to convey shadow and to obscure things, but not take away from the darkest elements of that.
Right.
I would even say the same thing about Kevin O'Neill. If you look at like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or Martial Law, like that, like there's those elements in there as well. So I think there are artists who are really made for that genre. Francesco Francavilla is also another one. Robert Hack is really good. Greg Smallwood is really good at horror as well. So,
no, I agree. Yeah. I mean, and especially with cosmic horror, I was thinking there. I think somebody brought it up in chat earlier. And you were mentioning artists. Like without the art, I think this story you wouldn't be able to even follow it at all, and that's Nameless.
Mm-hmm.
Because it jumps all over the place. You're sometimes you're way back in the past, and then you're in modern day, and then you're like 5 years ago. Then you're like, sometimes there's like a future,
right?
Like scene, and you're just without the way that art was done, you wouldn't, if you wrote that in a novel, I don't think people would be able to follow it. So yeah, the art is very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it all depends on. Someone said earlier, when you think of Lovecraftian and cosmic horror, a lot of people immediately gravitate to, oh, it's Cthulhu. We got to have,
right.
And a lot of people, that's what they want. And honestly, there's probably a lot of creators, writers and artists that's how they view it too. And so you've got to get to get a true, that true feeling of dread and hopelessness and worthlessness that you get with real cosmic horror. It takes a creative team. Everybody really has to understand it and and embrace it. I have nothing against Cthulhu rampaging through a city and fighting Godzilla or whatever. That's awesome too.
Right, but that's not the point of Cthulhu, though.
That's not cosmic horror. Yeah. And,
but it would be a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, I tend to be quiet on these topics, mostly because of my complicated relationship with all things Lovecraft. So I have to sort of begin there. And so I'm kind of listening to the air of all right. So what would be some of the ways what would be some of the books that I could look at where I could get Lovecraft snuck in with me? 'Cause I have this huge Lovecraft. I just can't do it all the time. But I am a fan of Hellboy, and this is what I'm thinking through while we're having this conversation. It's like, well, I do like Mike Mignola, and whenever he engages the mythos, so it's one of those things where I'm in this strange headspace of.
My question about Hellboy, because Hellboy kind of straddles the horror superhero line, and for me personally, I think Hellboy leans more towards the superhero than the horror. Although Mike does horror very well. But that's just my personal thing, and then, I got my wife's huge Hellboy collection. And so there's a lot of Hellboy in my house.
If you want a good example of the more human existential horror done well, there's an issue of creepy to always go back to creepy, that Bernie Wrightson drew, an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat.
Mm-hmm.
And that story just follows one guy losing his mind after he kills his wife, and this cat that's terrorizing him. So there's no real monster in it. There's no visual gimmick to rely on. It's just one man going insane. But it's really, really beautiful because Bernie is able to capture human emotion so well. So that's probably the best example of an existential horror comic that I can think of.
Awesome. I guess, do I have to ask the man behind the curtain to put up another question, or? There we go. Okay. Well, no, the question's gone. There we go. Victoria, she asked, what modern horror comics, if any, do you read and recommend? I think we talked about a couple. I mean, I guess I kind of consider Providence to be still pretty modern. I think that was like, what was that, like 5 years ago that concluded? Something like that. Yeah, and Providence is a pretty good one to pick up on.
Go ahead. Two, actually. I've been enjoying the Basket Full of Heads and The Plunge over the DC, the Joe Hill books. Both of them are actually really, really good.
I liked Severed a lot from Scott Snyder. Severed was fantastic. And there's this book some of you may have read called Harrow County. This guy, Colin Bunn read it. It's good. Very good. Gorgeous artwork.
I hate that one. I like that one too. It's my favorite. No, I'll double down on Severed's great. The Plot by Mike Morrissey's great. And this isn't modern. It's not. Well, it's modern-ish. But I did pull it out because a lot of people have never heard of this. Have you guys heard of The Upturned Stone?
No,
I have not.
All right. So this is a novella. It's fully painted. It's gorgeous. It's by Scott Hampton. It's like a 50-page novella. It's about some kids who on Halloween pick a giant pumpkin out of a cemetery, and then their mom makes it into a pumpkin pie, and they eat it, and they start experiencing these ghostly hallucinations. But it's also about growing up and about losing your youth and your innocence. But the reason I mention it, it came out, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. You can still get it, I think, on heavymetal.com for like in hardcover for a few bucks. Super cheap. And it is, it's an amazing little horror novella you guys got to check out.
That whole description checks off every box for me. Like,
yeah, me too. Yeah.
Right. I agree. What about you, Maurice? You reading anything modern? Recommend anything?
Here's my problem. My oldest son is 19 years old. So 19 years ago, I quit collecting comic books because it's an expensive hobby. And I'm sitting in a room surrounded by my collection, which is like I've over 20,000 books around me right now. So I was pretty good with like, all right, I'm good. I don't need to buy anymore. I'm solid. And then my friends start writing comic books. And I'm slowly being drawn back in. So Cullen I end up buying the hardcover of The Tooth. I'm like, why Cullen? Why are you doing this to me? And so I'm slowly starting to get back into comics. So I'm actually listening to this portion of the conversation going, all right, I know I have no business buying any more books. However, what sort of exceptions can I start making? So y'all keep going. I'm good.
I was going to throw another one in. I read, I think this was also a couple years ago. It was House of Penance. It was about the Winchester Mansion.
Yeah, by Pete Tomasi.
Yeah.
Yes, that's yep. Yes. Thank you for that, because I am terrible with names. Okay, well, we got another question here from Michael. He asked, any licensed comics you think did well?
Have you guys read the Pumpkinhead adaptation?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know what? Action Lab actually did Full Moon. They had the Full Moon properties for a while. So they did
Puppet Master?
Yes, they did Puppet Master. They did Puppet
They did
Master.
Subspecies.
Right. Long live Radu.
So that was actually, Puppet Master is not my go-to when it comes to Full Moon. I was more of like a doll man kind of guy, but they did it well.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a fan of those Full Moon adaptations, and yes, the Subspecies one I wrote, but I was actually pitching a Demonic Toys one we had one in the works for Demonic Toys until there was a lot of changes in editorial and publisher there.
Yeah.
And yes, that Pumpkinhead comic is awesome too.
It's great. I'm just feeding money into your pocket.
Pumpkinhead's one that I didn't know was getting adapted. I was at San Diego Comic-Con and I saw a news item come up that there was going to be a Pumpkinhead comic. So I emailed the editor as I was walking to the convention hall and said, "You can't hire anyone besides me to write this comic." So
It's amazing how often that works.
yeah.
I'm trying to think of like other licensed ones that did well. Oh, well, I don't have to. There's another question. So here we go. Another question. Did anyone ever read John Ostrander's Wasteland from DC in the late 80s?
I knew about it, but I don't remember reading it.
Yeah, someone
I can't say
asked me about Wasteland not long ago too, and it feels like I should have been reading it, or I probably would have been reading it, but I don't think so. But it comes up a lot. Yeah, it comes up a lot in these horror comic panels. I guess I should
So I
write
guess
it
none
down.
of us read it, huh?
I feel bad now.
Sorry. Okay. So here, Alfred Guy asks, at Colin Bunn, I think it was you. Please repeat the name of the pumpkin novella. Thanks.
Yeah, it's The Upturned Stone by Scott Hampton, and Heavy Metal Books published it, and it at least recently was still on their website.
Awesome. Okay, so we got one from Mike Duke here at Maurice. If you don't mind, digital. If you don't mind digital, go with the Comixology app, and you can read on the down low without adding physical books to your collection.
See, I love the enablers in my life. And I'm like, oh, that's so perfect. Like, okay, noted.
Okay, again from Otter Poet. Does anyone on the panel remember or have any of the Clive Barker comics from when he created superheroes for Marvel? I think it was Marvel.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hokum and Hex.
Hokum and
is the
Hex,
one
yeah.
I really, that always jumps to top of mind is Hokum and Hex. But
Well, the Ecto Kid was the
yeah,
other,
Ecto
the other
Kid
one.
was part of that.
Yeah.
Yep, I had all those.
Yeah, I
Ecto
still
Kid
have them
sounds
somewhere in a
awesome.
box. They were
Probably not my favorite Clive Barker stuff, but it was good for a horror author going out and making superhero books.
Yeah,
it was about as good as you could hope for it to be.
Oh no, absolutely. And then there was the of course the adaptation of Nightbreed,
Mm-hmm.
which
Yeah.
was I actually enjoyed the Nightbreed comics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The Great and Secret Show also got.
Yeah.
I get a lot of my old comics bound into hardcover, and I've been collecting those Nightbreed comics to have them bound up for me.
Oh, okay.
That's rad.
I just have to ask because this was probably around the time when I was just reading superhero comics. But for the Clive Barker ones, did they put that little tag in there about like I've seen the future of horror and his name's Clive Barker? Did they put that on every cover?
I'm on the head. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think you can have an IP with him without having that one. All right. Next question. Eric Williams asks, are there any horror comic characters / franchises that you would love to be involved in bringing back, rebooting, or reimagining?
I've already done it, so I was.
Lucky you.
I know. I grew up reading, and the only reason I say that is not to brag, but it's because I've done the exact thing I started out to do. So the way I got into comics was my uncle gave me a stack of old horror magazines, Creepy, Eerie, Vampirella, and some Savage Sword of Conan and stuff like that, and told me, don't tell anyone I gave you these. So it instantly made them more awesome to me. And the most important one was Creepy. Creepy #1 was my gateway drug to reading, not only just to making comics, but to reading in general. And Creepy went away in 1983, which is the year I was born. And after I found that out, I'm like, well, there's no sense in continuing to read comics. The best one is done. But in 2009, Dark Horse brought back Creepy, and I was able to write for 2 issues of that. So that was dream come true for me. So I'm exempt from this question, but I answered anyway.
I think for me, it would come down to two different things. So either, me being able to do any of those, like I said, that the comics I grew up with like the House of Secrets and Journey to Mystery, if you could give me like Cain and Abel again, I would love to do something with them. Or the Spectre, actually. This incarnation of God's justice. I mean, if you handed me that character in the era of the Black Lives Matter time, I'm gonna do something with that character. So that'd probably be my thing.
That sounds really interesting.
I feel like I've been very fortunate in that I've been able to mark so many characters off my bucket list of characters I wanted to do something with, but there's still so many, and all of the characters that I really want to do something with are either the DC horror line or the Marvel horror line. I've gotten really close with Swamp Thing, like a couple of times, and comics. It's amazing that any comic ever comes out, the way things always seem to change and move and fall apart. But Swamp Thing, Etrigan the Demon, Man Thing at Marvel, Dr. Druid, there's just so many of those that I would, I have folders and folders of ideas for those characters.
I think along the same line, if I could do something with the Night Stalkers, the original Night Stalkers, that would be cool. Either that or Werewolf by Night, I think might be fun.
Jamal, let's put a pitch together. And right now, I think Jamal and I could really do a great comic. We have similar tastes, obviously.
So here we got one from Christy Hill. Who's a new voice in horror writing that needs to be more known? Other than Matt Wilderson.
Matt Wilderson.
Yeah.
You took my answer.
No, I didn't call it.
There are not a ton of new people writing horror comics these days that I can think of personally.
No, unfortunately not.
Or horror comics in general. Horror comics, like back when I was working in comics full time, I put together this book that Colin is in, actually called In the Dark. Huge 400-page hardcover book. And all the publishers told me horror doesn't sell, horror comics don't sell, and anthologies don't sell. Yeah. And it's coming over to prose, I've heard the same exact thing. But, there's just not a ton of new people writing horror comics. So it's hard to make a recommendation there.
Right. I wanted to throw this in the previous question about anything that you'd like to work on. I personally would always like to get in and write another serious story for The Crow, because I feel like that's something that's been kind of left in the back for a while, and it hasn't been taken seriously because of the movies that have, like part 2 through 4, for example. I don't know. I always wanted to write one where he came back, but during the transition, he ended up having amnesia. So he has to piece together why he's back and what he needs to do before his powers run out. It was just an idea I kind of had.
I saw a meme recently. It's awful. Somebody said The Crow is basically RoboCop for goths.
Well, that ruined that for me now. That's a guilty pleasure now.
All right, so Dan, you're coming to the end of your time. And we're ending on that note.
I take it back about wanting to work with you, Jamal.
Oh God, no! Jamal, I gotta tell you this. The comments, people are watching this in 2 places. They're watching on the Scares That Care Weekend website and on the YouTube feed. The comments on the YouTube feed overwhelmingly. If we do a physical convention next year, I'm going to extend the invite right now. We will fly you in. We will put you up in the hotel, but you have to agree to do a talk on Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay. People are here for that.
Yes. Well, you better book me like 3 hours because I'm going to go deep.
I would love to also sit in on that panel. That would be fantastic.
All right, I want to remind folks, we've got some of the cast from Nightmare on Elm Street 2, 3, and 4 coming up later this afternoon here in the stream. But right now, big round of applause and thank you from everybody on the charity and this year's host families to Maurice Broaddus, Cullen Bunn, Matt Wilderson, Jamal Eigel, and Rachel Autumn Deering. Love you all. Seriously, I really appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Bye, guys.
It was really fun, guys.
It was. Thanks.
All right. And all right, we're getting a little bit of echo here, so let's get rid of some folks. Okay. All right, sorry about that. We locked up there for a minute. All right. If you have ever taken a walk through the Scares That Cares dealer's room, then you probably recognize our next guest. If you haven't seen him in the vendor's room, then you've certainly seen him outside taking a smoke break. You've no doubt talked to punk rocker John Wayne Comunale. In addition to his band, he hosts the popular John Wayne Live DU podcast, and he's the author of Scummer, as seen on TV, Death Packs, and Other Left-Hand Paths, and more. Welcome to the stream, brother.
What's up, Roy? Roy's Boys, Roy for Life, Friday the 13th, Part 5. The only true American hero that we need. He's not the Jason we need. He's the Jason we deserve. Roy. All right. Now that I've met my contractual obligation to Roy, what's up, Brian?
Not much, man. How are you?
You know me, man. I'm excellent. I'm here in the Library of Evil, nestled in the east wing of Wayne Manor, where I reside. It's a little bit foggy in here this morning, but, I think, there's a steam whistle ship coming through here. I'm not positive. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I think we got some haunted, I'm going to look into it, though. So it's probably my homeowner's insurance situation.
Texas, man, you're like ground zero for this pandemic right now.
Boy,
I think of you. You and I talked about this a few weeks ago privately. Summertime, you live on the road. You are at every show, every convention. You're in the vendor's room selling books. You're not doing that this year. What are you doing to keep busy?
I was doing all summer, and then this year I was all year long booked, and everything is gone. So I'm here, like I said, in the Library of Evil, doing a lot of writing, doing my podcast, John Wayne Lied to You, and then I started another podcast called Vital Social Issues and Stuff with Chris and John Wayne, with my good friend and fellow horror author Christopher Triana, and that's been going really well. It's a lot of fun, and that takes like a good chunk of time because we seem to go on about everything we talk about for 2 hours and 40 minutes, like Ernest P. Worrell and vampires. So I'm doing a lot of that stuff. I'm trying to stay mentally tough and just keep working until we figure out a way around all of this or through it. But I've been playing a lot of music as well. I wanted to see if I could play you a song. I think that's appropriate for this horror convention.
If you can do it in 3 minutes or less, heck yeah.
Here we go. All right, everybody. I miss you all. This is called Teenage Werewolf. Well, I'm a teenage werewolf on a full moon night. And after I drink a case of beer, well, I like to howl and to bite. Oh! Well, I'm a teenage werewolf on a full moon night. And after I drink a case of beer, well, I like to howl and to bite. You go running through the woods, me not far behind. When I catch up to you, we're gonna have a real good time. 'Cause I'm a teenage werewolf on a full moon night. And after I drink a case of beer, well, I like to howl and to bite. And I take you in my hands and I hold you tight. Wrap you up inside my arms, dance in the pale moonlight. You'll feel the beating of my heart, and I'll tear that ass apart. But I've been sniffing around your bushes, You've been sniffing around my bullshit. I might have peed on your bullshit. I've been sniffing around. You've been sniffing around because I'm a teenage werewolf. On a full night. And after I drink a case of beer, I like to howl and to bite. I like to howl and to bite. Well, I like to howl and to bite. Yeah, I like to howl and to bite. So there you go, teenage werewolf. For everybody.
You know, I was trying to think how I could transition from that to our next panel, which is horror for kids.
That's why I was like, this is going to go great because these kids need to learn about Teen Wolf from us and not on the streets like I had.
Clearly.
So, yeah. So I think that's right. Good.
All right, John Wade, I appreciate it, my friend. I will see you when this pandemic is over and we are both back out there on the road again.
Absolutely, man. Take care, everybody. Love you all.
Love you. Good song. All right, folks, if you are just tuning in, this is the 2020 Scares the Care fundraising event. For those unfamiliar with the charity, we were founded in 2007. We are composed of horror fans and horror professionals, and every year we raise money for 3 recipients. This year's recipients are Ashley. Ashley is a single mom. Her daughter, Natalia, has Marfan syndrome. Now, earlier in the feed, you heard our founder, Joe Ripple, talk about that. You also heard Paul Tremblay, novelist Paul Tremblay, talk about Marfan syndrome. It's a terrible, terrible genetic disease. So we're raising money for Ashley and Natalia. We're also raising money for Laura. She is this year's breast cancer warrior. And we're raising money for Trisha. Trisha had an accident eerily similar to my own. She has suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. Those are the people we are helping today. Let me stress, 100% of the money that we raise today goes to these 3 families. 100%, because this is a virtual convention. We don't have any overhead. There are no hotel room fees. There are no travel fees for our guests. There's no per diems. I want to point out to you, as our guests are on today, the authors and the actors and the artists, they are volunteering their time. So we ask not only that you support our families, our recipients, but support the celebrities that are coming on and giving their time as well. There are 2 ways that you can donate. If you have a phone, simply text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you are on a computer, go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. Some of you are watching this on my YouTube stream over at the Brian Keene YouTube page. Others of you are watching this at scaresthecareweekend.com. If you are in that latter group, then we've already taken a step out for you. All you have to do is grab the mouse and click that donate button, and whatever you can do to help, folks. We understand what everybody's going through right now. Believe me, we do. We have volunteers and people in the board of directors that are going through it as well. You know, if you do not have the means to donate today, that's okay. You can still help. As I said, you can support the professionals that we have coming in to talk to you today. You can support us on social media by sharing the stream or by telling friends and family members about the charity and about these 3 families that we're trying to help. So with that, I'd like to segue into our next panel. Parents who are out there watching, this next panel is for you. I will let each of our panelists introduce themselves in full in just a moment, but right now, please welcome Lamar Giles, Stephanie Cook, Gretchen McNeil, Bitter Corella, Will Bozarth, and Becky Spratford, who are going to share their knowledge about horror for kids. Becky, we are missing Jonathan Mayberry. I'm going to go try to track him down for you.
Yeah, good luck with that. I know Jonathan well. Thanks, Brian.
Right.
Thanks everyone for coming. My name is Becky Stratford, and I'm going to be moderating this panel. And we're going to be talking about horror for kids for all ages, and from little kids to YA. So we're going to start, and I'm going to change up the order each time we go. So I'll let you know who goes first, and then we'll figure it out after. But I would like everybody to introduce themselves. And when we introduce ourselves, I also want you to share the first scary story you remember as encountering as a kid. I'm going to go first because I'm going to talk not a lot today, but I'm just going to introduce myself since some people don't know me. I've actually been on a panel with Gretchen years ago, and I've never met the rest of you in person, but hello. So my name is Becky Spradford. I am the Library World's horror maven. Those are the words of my publisher. I write textbooks for librarians about horror. My personal specialty is teen and up. But I also review for Library Journal and Booklist. But I also run the Summer Scares program through the Horror Writers Association. And in the Summer Scares program, we are choosing books for libraries every year, 3 recommended titles for adult, YA, and middle grade. So I'm very well versed in what's going on in that world. And we get libraries connected with them. So we're going to start with actually Gretchen, if you could go. And then we'll go down the bottom row and up the top row.
Perfect. Becky, first of all, it's good to see you again. And thank you so much for being such an advocate for books for kids, especially horror books for kids. We need a little help sometimes in that, because we're not always so palatable, especially to librarians. So I really appreciate all that you do. Good morning, everyone on the West Coast. It's 9 a.m. here. And if you hear screaming in the background, it's one of my 2 children that my husband is currently wrangling. So I apologize. Our house isn't big enough for me to have like a nice, quiet studio. I am the author of 10 young adult novels at this point, most of which are horror novels or murder mysteries for teens. My most recent series is the #Murder Trending series, Murder Trending, Murder Funding, and No Escape, which comes out in September of this year, which is about teens on an island getting murdered on an app for your phone for public consumption, basically. I'm also the author of the book 10, which was made into a Lifetime original movie back in 2017. And the Netflix series Get Even, based on my books Get Even and Get Dirty, just premiered on Netflix yesterday. It's been a crazy 24 hours. And so that's me, and I will hand it off.
Oh,
I think
wait,
Will is the next
wait.
one.
Could you share the first?
Oh, right. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I slept like 2 hours last night.
That's
so
okay.
I apologize.
That you remember really getting to you.
Yes, it was my cousin Steve, who was not watching this, thank God, was babysitting for me when I was about 5, and thought it was a really great idea to watch a TV broadcast of American Werewolf in London with a 5-year-old because he thought it was a comedy. And I was traumatized by this, by the gore, and of course the initial scene where they're outside, they go to the pub, they leave the pub, like stuck with me my entire life. I don't write werewolves, I think, for a reason, and it's because they actually still traumatize me.
Thank you, Gretchen. How about Will?
Hey, my name is Will Bozarth. I'm a musician, children's author. I co-authored the Spooky Squirrel Stories books of squirrel, animal, Scooby-Doo-esque horror. You might have seen me at pretty much all of the Scares That Care, either behind a table or playing music in the bar. Working on starting up a new series, which once again will involve animals getting into spooky situations, because everything I do involves fuzzy, adorable animals one way or another. Why not scare the animals too? And the Spooky Squirrel Stories series was geared towards children that were not quite old enough to read, so they made for good bedtime stories up until like maybe 8 or 9 years old. No blood, guts, or gore or anything. That'll be the same direction I'm going to go with this new probably another squirrel-centric series. Let's see. First scary thing. Growing up, we always had big talking parrots and other such animals. So one night when everybody was asleep, might have been 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I hear my name being called. What's this? What's this? I go downstairs. All the birds are sleeping. The birds knew my name, but I didn't recognize any of the birds' voices. Birds are asleep. The people are asleep. I heard my name again, but I didn't know from where. Spooky.
So that was a real life scary story.
Yeah,
Will.
yeah.
Okay, Lamar, you're up next.
Sure. I'm Lamar Giles, and I write across several genres. Most people probably know my young adult mystery novels or my middle grade fantasy series, but may not know that I started in the industry as a horror writer, particularly with Brandon Massey's Dark Dreams anthology series from the early 2000s. And I still have dabbled in some horror short fiction in the young adult anthology Three Sides of a Heart, edited by Natalie Parker, and the anthology His Hideous Heart, which is inspired by Edgar Allan Poe stories, edited by Dahlia Adler. And in terms of first scary stories, Will might appreciate this. The Bunnicula books by Deborah and James Howe were huge for me when I was very young. I remember those being the first written stories that stuck with me. But to Gretchen's story about being traumatized, I recall a cousin showing me Poltergeist and Psycho when I was 5. And
What is with 5? 5 is
And
the
what is
age.
with older cousins like traumatizing younger kids?
Well, that always happens.
They're very cool.
Next, we're going to do Stephanie. Yes, Stephanie.
I wasn't sure. I was like, should I just jump in?
Stephanie.
So I am Stephanie Cook, and I write middle grade and YA graphic novels. So I have 2 graphic novels coming out next year in January, Oh My Gods, which is about Greek mythology. And then the one for which I'm on this panel is a book called Paranorthern, which is a story about a young witch girl kind of discovering her powers, figuring out that something isn't quite right, and her and her friends accidentally open up a portal to another dimension that starts pouring out evil chaos bunnies.
Nice.
So love the fuzzy animals again.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I mean, they're cute, but evil, but like in a cute way. So they have to figure out how to close it and just kind of navigate being kids. And yeah. And the scariest thing, I think, I can't remember. I'm scared of like everything. So like, I don't remember like the first part of when I was first personally scared. So I'll tell you a brief story about the time when I pretended to be, I had a friend and I wanted to not be her friend anymore. And like, as a 10-year-old, I didn't know how to like healthily break up with like a friend. So I pretended to be possessed by a ghost when she was over at my house. So that pretty much ensured that she never returned or talked to me again.
So it worked. It worked.
It did. It worked very well.
So it's a sign that this was your calling, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know how to scare people, apparently.
Nicely done. And then last but not least, Bitter, your turn. You're up.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Oh, okay. Good. Hi, I'm Bitter Corella. I'm a cartoonist and text game developer, but I'm mostly known for running a Twitter microfiction account called Midnight_Pals, which is a comedy horror account that imagines what if all your favorite horror writers were kids gathered around a campfire to tell scary stories, just like in the old Nickelodeon show, Are You Afraid of the Dark? We just came out with our first book, so we're very excited about that. And
Look
there
at
it
that.
is. In fact,
There you
Brian's
go.
got it.
He popped in.
In fact, there's a very nice forward in there that if everyone should definitely read. I might be by it. But the thing that first scared me, my earliest scare memory, is a book that we had at the public library that was rumored was so scary that if you read it, you would die. That was a book that I'm sure everyone's familiar with called Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, with the very drippy, gooey illustrations of Stephen Gammell, which is why it keeps getting banned. But also very nice, scary ghost story retellings of classics by Alvin Schwartz as well in there.
And it's so interesting because now I also volunteer at the school library, and that book, we have like every edition and multiple copies. And at Halloween, we cannot keep it on the shelf. And the school goes from kindergarten to 6th grade, and we just let anybody take it home.
Finally.
It traumatized my children when they were younger. I'm like, hey, read this.
I still have my copy from when I was like, 8 or 9 or something. I love it.
Yeah, I had to replace mine because it got way too well worn. And I realized I did not share my favorite because I wanted to let you guys go first. So I have lots of memories when I was like a teen going in the occult section of the bookstore, right? I'm from New Jersey at the local mall. And my dad would let me get any book. So I got all the V.C. Andrews, which at a very inappropriate age. But my earliest memories, I had this obsession. And in libraries, they ask us all the time, like, to librarians, what's your favorite book when you were a kid? And clearly it was 100% Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends. I was obsessed with that book. But looking back, I was obsessed with the really macabre, awful stories, like where the people die or are horribly mutilated. So I was like, okay, that's probably the first stories that I had. I have some questions prepared, and then we're more than willing to take questions if people put them in the chat. So let us know. And I'm going to start with the question that we all sort of alluded to, and even Brian did at the beginning. You all know that kids love horror, and I would say maybe even more than adults. And you know this because you've written to them, for them. They're obsessed with the macabre. It's the parents who tend to be afraid of allowing their kids to read it because they're afraid it will harm them. And look, as a librarian, I can cite many studies that disprove this. I'm not going to waste all of our limited time here doing this. And plus, we already know this is a friendly audience to horror. So all that being said, I'm sure you have encountered this sort of bias as you create scary stories for kids. So today I ask you to justify why horror is good for children, and also why you chose to tell your stories to non-adults, to young people, and the way you do it. Because I know a lot of you said you use animals, and Gretchen really uses a lot of realistic teen stuff, but why do you think it's good for children first and foremost, and also why you choose to tell stories the way you do? Let's start with Stephanie, because I really am drawn by the fact that you do graphic novels, which I think is also I love graphic novels for children. Yeah. I'm famous in my librarian trainings telling librarians, if you don't think graphic novels are reading, you need to leave my training right now. You're wrong. And I see it with the kids. So let's start with you with that question, and then I'll call on someone, but if they really want to jump in after, just go for it.
For me, I guess I don't know that I set out specifically to write horror. So I feel like I'm maybe going to be an exception here. I love playing around with different genres. I knew when I was kind of getting started with my career, though, that I wanted to write for a younger audience. Like middle grade YA, like that is like the stuff that like made me who I am, like, sitting in the library all day, every day, and just kind of reading whatever I could. And I knew that's, the audience I wanted to give back to. So for me, I've always kind of been drawn to like supernatural and paranormal stuff. So not necessarily horror, like in the straight sense where like I didn't watch scary movies as a kid because my parents straight up were like, no, we live in the
country, that backfired.
Small town, like, this is going to end with like nightmares. So I resorted to like seeing all that stuff elsewhere, but I was like deeply drawn to the supernatural and like ghosts and all this stuff. Just again, not in kind of the, like sit down and watch all the Halloween movies or whatever. So in retrospect, like, we see a lot of people talking about like how scary movies used to be for kids, like The Neverending Story was like so traumatic to me, like Gomorrah still scares me to this day. Yeah. And like, it was so influential on me and just has always stuck with me. I don't really know where I'm going with this whole thing, but yeah,
Oh, that's okay. Do you think that horror for like children, why do they like it, and why is it actually good for them, do you think?
I think maybe kids don't always have the words for like anxiety, and they don't know how to kind of process their fears and emotions and stuff. And being scared kind of is akin in a way to like anxiety and some things that we don't have the language for when we're that age. So I think it's kind of helping us come to terms with some of the more grown up feelings that we don't know how to express. Like we're like, oh, this is kind of what I'm feeling. It's like not quite this, but like almost this. And it kind of helps us process and identify like other things going on with us.
How about you, Will?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to figure out exactly how to direct the horror towards the children and making the parents okay with it. It seems to be most parents that walk through scares the care nowadays are now my age, which is kind of weird seeing everybody with kids and all I have are these little books I'm trying to sell to their children, essentially. But I mean, if not really sure. I mean, I grew up watching Poltergeist and Pet Cemetery at the magical age of 6 or 7 years old. So I grew up being allowed to watch these things. My parents were okay with it. Monster Squad and the Twilight Zone were some of my earliest memories. In fact, a Twilight Zone episode is, in fact, my earliest memory. So I grew up with it. And I think I turned out moderately okay. I mean, moderately. I still have my quirks, but who doesn't? So I guess I just kind of want to get children and their parents to realize that horror is okay to grow up with. It builds character. It definitely builds a sense of humor. So, some of the funniest people that I know grew up watching horror movies, and those are some of the people I enjoy being around the most. It helps build a sense of individuality, I guess.
And Will, did you start off trying to write to children, or did you have a story you wanted to tell and you felt like children were the right audience for it?
Honestly, I just wrote what I would have wanted to watch or read. I mean, I grew up with Goosebumps and Bunnicula and Scooby-Doo, and with the love of fuzzy animals, I kind of imagined squirrels getting into like Scooby-Doo situations. How would they act? What kind of speech impediment might they have? So I was just kind of writing for myself, and then as I was reading it back, I realized all the puns I was putting in, how funny and cute it was, and I realized, oh, this would actually be good as chapter books for kids. And some libraries pick them up around different states. I'm not exactly sure where exactly they are, but they're out there, and people keep.
Yep, they are out there in libraries. Yep, they are. That's
Yeah.
great.
Uh,
How about you, Bitter? Because you took an interesting track with this. It's sort of the nostalgia and directed at kids.
Yeah. I think some of my thoughts will probably echo what Will and Stephanie have said about why horror is good for kids. I think there are a couple of reasons. One is that it's kind of a good space to work through things that frighten or disturb you, where there's no actual peril, so you're not in actual danger. So that's definitely something that's good for both kids and adults in dealing with horror. And another thing is being a kid, I remember, is extremely weird. Nothing makes any sense. The world is extremely scary and just unknowable.
It's still like that.
And yeah, still, we haven't figured it out. I think like as an adult, though, I mean, you have kind of a different way of dealing with the world, and it's kind of sometimes hard to put yourself in that same headspace so that things are the same strangeness as when you're a kid. One kind of horror film for kids that I've been thinking about recently is Coraline, which is a great film. And I think if you're an adult, you watch it and you think, oh, it's a movie about Coraline being afraid of losing her parents. It's about parental abandonment, and that's a normal thing to be scared of. And I think if you're a kid, you watch it, you realize there's a little bit more. It's more about not just losing your parents, but the idea that somehow it's your own fault, that something you did caused this to happen. As an adult, you kind of think like, well, that's a really weird thing to be scared of. That's random. But when you're a kid, you just are so full of bizarre anxieties and guilts and fears that maybe don't make any sense or connect to anything in reality. And I think that a lot of people who write for kids sometimes try to smooth out the weirdness of childhood, just because it's hard to understand or identify with your writing unless you do that to some extent. But I think horror is the one genre that really gives voice to that weirdness and really grapples with it and allows it to speak. And for kids, I think that's part of the reason they naturally gravitate toward horror, is because there's the feeling that these are stories that are honest about the experiences they have and the feelings that they have.
What about the way you tell your stories too? Because you really bridge that connection between the adults and the children and try to bring them together in your stories in a way?
Yeah, so I did not, I usually don't intend to write for kids when I do it. I just kind of, since it's a comedic account, I kind of just tell jokes a lot of the time. But I found that that the humor is a really effective way to kind of connect horror with kids. It kind of makes it go down a little bit easier almost.
I see Gretchen nodding. What do you about this?
Well, because I do a lot of
topic?
humor in my books,
Yeah.
and I feel like my most successful books have been when I've been allowed by an editor or publisher to let the two things fly: the gore and the humor. It's the salty and the sweet, right? They go well together. My books are not kid books. They're definitely 14
Teen,
and up.
yeah.
They're pretty graphically gory in some of them, which I have a tremendously wonderful time writing. It is about control, I think, for teens. Like, teens have been enjoying horror. Horror movies have been geared to a teen audience since films began, practically. You know, you think of movies like The Blob. That is real. That's for teens to watch on a date night, you know, at the drive-in. Like, that's what it's geared towards. Teens have so little control over what's happening to them, whether that's in 2020 or when I was a teen in the early 90s, because I'm old like that. And horror gives you a place to experience uncontrolled emotion in a controlled environment, right? So for the brief 2 hours you're in the movie theater, or, you know, the day and a half it takes you to read a novel or whatever, you can indulge in this uncontrollable fear, but then leave it and walk away and go back and study for your calculus AP test, or whatever the hell stressor it is that you have on your plate. And I think that is why teens have always loved horror. And I also think that's why adults, as they become parents and become responsible, they don't have that same view of control anymore. Now they are the controller. And so that is why parents are more likely to be like, oh no, my precious child can't watch this. And trust me, I have had so many friends say to me, well, Gretchen, when you have kids, you won't be able to write this stuff anymore. I wrote possibly the most insane gory book I've ever written, the one that comes out in September, after I brought my son home from the NICU last September. And like, he sat here on the bed next to me and I typed this book in like a sleep deprived fever state. And it is not about protecting this child. I'm writing a book to entertain people. And I'm writing a book specifically to entertain teenagers. And that is not going to change just because I'm a parent.
And I think that's what parents don't get. I mean, I'm a parent too. Ooh, we have an echo, Brian. Where do you want to work on that? Let's do Lamar while I fix that echo. Lamar, your turn. And I'm just going to give you a warning. You're going to be first on the next question. So.
No problem. As far as horror being good for children, I can speak from personal experience. I grew up in a community where arts aren't very valued, particularly among the Black children. The emphasis is athletics, the idea of getting a sports scholarship, going on, possibly becoming a pro athlete. And that was never a hope for me. And I was also a child who didn't have restrictions on the art I could consume. And so horror became a love of mine early, and it became a pathway to eventually lead me to a career that really a lot of people wouldn't have considered to be in the books for me. And as far as directing the stories towards children now, the thing I find most valuable has been the ability to go into schools, obviously before COVID-19, and show children that there is a path to careers that many of the adults may not talk to you about. It doesn't have to be what I do, but it also doesn't have to be football, basketball, baseball, as was pushed on the Black children in my community. And the thing I say about my community in general is that of all the people that were pushed towards athletics, very few of them went pro. And I'm one of the people that went pro in my pursuit. So I try to push like there are ways to find the thing you love. And horror was my avenue. It could be the arts, it could be mathematics, it could be science, whatever it is. But I love being able to have these stories be the avenue for me to tell children they can find their own way.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And like I said, Lamar, we're going to give you the next question, which you've segued into really well. Throughout the horror writing world, we're really seeing an increase in the inclusion of a diverse group of voices, especially when it comes to children's. It's coming up from the bottom. This movement to diversify everyone's reading options is finally catching fire with the general public, thank goodness. Now, Lamar, you were part of early stages of this movement, and I'm going to let you go first because I think it's important to note that when we're talking about literature for children and teens, there is a need, I mean, in capital letters, for exposing them to literature that's filled with all people and their experiences. It's just imperative. So, Lamar, if you want to talk about the We Need Diverse Books movement and then the research and initiatives at all, and in particular, if any of you would like to share your thoughts as we're going through after he speaks, that'd be great. So, Lamar, you want to go first?
Sure. Just a quick summary. We Need Diverse Books is a nonprofit that was started in 2014. I was one of the founding members. And the goal of the nonprofit is to pretty much make sure every child has the ability to see themselves in a book. Typically, the publishing industry has skewed towards straight, white, Christian stories. And back in 2014, me and a bunch of my friends, we started a hashtag that went internationally viral for like a week or more and got all this attention that we didn't want to let die. So we started a nonprofit to help change the face of publishing. And some of the initiatives that the organization has put together, we help diverse interns be able to afford living in New York while they intern at big publishing houses with the hopes that one day they can help with decision-making and acquiring more diverse books. We do grants for up-and-coming creatives so they can, supplement their income while they're trying to break in. One of our big, huge success stories is providing a grant to Angie Thomas, who went on to write The Hate U Give, which has been on the New York Times bestseller list for like 3 or 4 years now, I think. We do an award to recognize diverse work that may not be recognized in other award shows. So like there's a bunch of stuff. I don't want to talk too much because I want everybody else to get a chance. Diversebooks.org is the website. You can go there and see like everything that they're working on right now.
Thank you. And then Lamar, wait, real quick, just it's important to note too that the Summer Scares author this year for children is Ellen O, and she worked with you to help. It's so good. As someone, I speak all over the country, the librarians yelling at them to be more focused on equity, diversity, inclusion. I'm actually doing a national one next week. And Ellen's book, her Spirit Hunter series, there's just so many diverse children's horror authors, and I love that so many of them are involved in this movement. But Gretchen, your turn.
Well, I was just gonna go ahead, Lamar.
You gotta say this. Ellen O, We Need Diverse Books was her idea.
Yeah.
She's the one who came up with it. So I just want to make sure that's noted since you brought her name up. It was her brainchild.
Yes. And she's just a fantastic writer and a great advocate. Gretchen.
Well, I was gonna say that Lamar's point about sponsoring interns in the publishing industry who are not from white upper middle class backgrounds is so key, because publishing for so long has been white, not just on the outside, not just on the author side, but on the inside. And unfortunately, people buy books based on what sings to them, which are experiences that they are familiar with. And when your publishing industry, especially in children's publishing, is almost entirely not just white and Christian, but upper middle class, right? You go through a publishing house and almost everybody went to an East Coast Ivy League school. It's like there is a homogenous sort of population that works in the industry. And look, I love the publishing industry. Please don't get me wrong. They pay my rent. So, but it's so important what they're doing to bring that change from the inside, because that is how books of other experiences get noticed, because it has to be someone inside the publishing industry saying, I champion this book, I want this to come to publication. And so that, of all the aspects of what We Need Diverse Books has done, and they've done so much amazing stuff for children's publishing, that to me is the most important. As a middle-class white lady in California, like, what do I know? But diversity for me, all of my books dating back to my debut, which is about a half Chinese, half Irish girl who has a power to exorcise demons. I grew up in San Francisco. San Francisco is super diverse. I grew up where I didn't have a lot of white friends, actually. I had a lot of people of color who were my friends, and it just made sense to reflect that. And I think the more that white authors remember that the world doesn't look like them, and to include everyone that they see around them in their work is good for everybody. That does not mean that we should be telling stories of experiences we don't have, but all of my characters, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual orientation, are from middle-class backgrounds. So I am telling stories that I know, even if the characters don't always look like me.
And I think, again, the point is so important that we're talking to children and teens. They are living, I have 2 older teens, they are living in worlds that are much more diverse and where people are much more open, especially about things, diversity, things you can't see, like sexuality. And so they expect that in their books. And if we're not giving to them as children, 1, we're doing a disservice to them and their experiences, but 2, we're just going to raise another generation that puts the white, middle-class, heterosexual feelings at the forefront and as a norm, which is just wrong.
Yeah.
Someone else want to go in?
Yeah, let me just,
Yeah.
I everything Gretchen said there is my own experience too. Like, I'm a white Canadian lady. I live in Toronto. But with me, I work in graphic novels and I'm the writer. So I have like a unique collaboration experience to make sure that who I'm working with to bring the imagery to life, you know, like, is somebody that's not just like another like white person. Like, I can hopefully, you know, my editors have been really good about helping make sure that we diversify who we bring onto our teams and who brings these characters to life. And I think it's important too for other writers, especially like in comics and stuff, to like make sure that they're stepping out and hiring, you know, diverse talent and being inclusive in their stories. So I know, again, a lot of you are doing novels, but like for graphic novels and for children's books, even with illustrations, there's an opportunity for collaboration and to make sure that there's additional voices present on the creative side.
And again, we're going to lose readers if we're only writing to one homogenous way, because like I said, the children coming up don't want to see that. Bitter or Will, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, writing for children and using diversity is kind of fun to do, the way that I did it. I mean, in the Spooky Squirrel Stories books, a squirrel and a bunny live together, and their child is a vampiric duckling. So it's kind of showing people that you can be different and still work well together. That was kind of my subliminal way to tell people it doesn't always have to be squirrels with squirrels and bunnies with bunnies. Everybody can work well together.
And then Bitter.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that, specifically in horror, but this is across the board, the voice in so much of media has been for so long, middle class or upper class, cishet, able-bodied white guy. And especially in horror, that's a real shame, because I think that's a genre that is such a good tool for telling the stories of people who have been marginalized and brutalized and oppressed. And in some ways, it's really the only truthful way to tell those stories. So the fact that those people have been kept out of the genre for so long has really made us all poor for that, which is why the work that Lamar and also I think everyone in this panel is doing to really amplify those voices is so important.
Yeah, I just watched a documentary called Horror Noir. I don't know if anyone's seen it, about horror and the Black community. And the first movie they talk about, like the original horror movie for the Black community, is Birth of a Nation. And I'd never even thought of it in those terms. And I'm like, of course, that's like the ultimate horror movie. If you haven't seen that documentary, I highly recommend it. It was excellent, totally compelling.
Yeah, great doc. It was a great
Yeah,
doc.
it was very good. And then I just want to give a little bit of a teaser here. You talked about the We Need Diverse Books grants. Look for an announcement from the Horror Writers Association, for which I am the secretary, about something similar coming for horror writers in about 2 weeks. We're just finalizing it right now. So we have a question. Oh, hi, Mary. Thank you. Lamar Giles is fantastic. It's not a question, Brian. It's awesome, but it's not a question. I saw a question come up, Brian, about VC Andrews. Yes. Is there a good age for VC Andrews? So I am going to start with that. Thank you for that question, because that was what I mean, I don't remember how old I was, but it was a completely inappropriate age that I would go every week after something. It might have been Hebrew school. I can't remember what, something my dad would pick me up from. We'd go to the local mall in Flemington, New Jersey. And that one's for Mary. And there was like a B. Dalton's or something. And my dad loved Stephen King. And I was not as into Stephen King. I think there were too many boys, maybe. And I would go to the back. I found the occult section. He just let me get a book. And every time I finished one, I got another one. And those V.C. Andrews, I think I was probably like 11, you know, but I was an advanced reader. The books I had were boring. And I mean, I don't know what the perfect age is. I think today my daughter's 18 and my son's 15. My daughter could have read those at 13, I think, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was 12. I was in 6th grade when Flowers in the Attic blew through my 6th grade class, and we all read it. And then I was like, what just happened? I mean,
and then you went and got more, right? You went and got more. Of
course. I'm like, incest and kids living in an attic, and what is this? But appropriate age, I mean, I get this question a lot from parents, like, are your books clean? And they don't mean, are your books full of graphic representations of murder? What they mean is, are there sex and drugs? And for the most part, no, there's not. So yay for me. But, you know, they do put recommendations on books nowadays to help. I would say there's a plus or minus 2-ish years, depending on the maturity of the reader, you know, on that. So V.C. Andrews, I don't know, puberty. I'm gonna go puberty.
Puberty. You know, it's a good point you mentioned, though. People ask, and this V.C. Andrews questions comes to that. So people can share their opinion about V.C. Andrews. But this idea of when is my book okay for a kid? And my argument always with my children was, you know, if it was, I used reviews, you know, and library resources. But if they wanted to read it, when my daughter wanted to read Hunger Games in 4th grade, I did read it with her because I just wasn't sure what her questions would be. So we got 2 copies from the library and we read it together. But the idea that you make, Gretchen, that there's no sex and drugs, but there's violence, there's a lot of violence in your books.
Oh, yeah.
And people are okay with violence, but I don't think that the experience of reading V.C. Andrews at 11 is any worse than reading an extremely violent book at 11. It's just different things. So just about the V.C. Andrews, if in your experience, or this idea of age restrictions on horror. Anyone?
I think it just depends. Like, I don't really have any, like, again, my parents were very protective of me for that. Like, they didn't want me watching like hyper violent stuff. I wasn't allowed watching like, you know, anything horror at my own home. I didn't have video games. We didn't even have a TV most of the time. Like, my parents would hide it in our garage and like just take it out for specific times. But like reading was where I did find those things. And I think it's hard to kind of really stay on top of that. Like, I'm really grateful that my parents, even though like they've turned me into like a wimp to watch horror, like I feel like I explore a lot, like, you know, when I read, and they've never really set a lot of restrictions on me. Like, when I was a kid, I earned my allowance by reading books, not by chores. So I was always hungry to, you know, find more. And I lived in a small town, and we had a post office, a grocery store, and a library. So I spent so much time there and just drawn to like a lot of history stuff, weirdly too, and like traumatic history stuff though. So like it was just, you know, I was really fascinated with it. And I think letting kids decide, you know, to a varying degree what they're capable of handling is, you know, like important. Because had I been scared of something, but I still wanted to read it, I definitely would have come to my parents and been like, oh, I can't finish this spooky thing, but I like it, but show me, like, come sit with me. You know, like, I think, you know, your kids know themselves, and within reason, it's sometimes okay to let them decide what they're ready for within reason.
I think that's a good point, Stephanie, but I would disagree with you slightly that people know their kids. They might know them, but when they come to the desk at the library, they're like, it's like what Gretchen said before, like, not for my kid. And I do a lot of, you know what, why don't you go look for books for yourself? and I'm going to help this kid right now. Anybody else on this, or there's another question we have that came in? What is this? Which TZ episode? Do you know that, Will?
Yeah. I guess he's referring to me saying that my earliest memory is a Twilight Zone
Twilight Zone,
episode.
that's right.
Yeah, Nothing in the Dark, the Robert Redford
Oh.
episode when there's an elderly lady that's in the condemned apartment building. They're trying to kick her out so they can bulldoze the building and build something else, and she refuses to leave. Her entire world is there. It's all she has left. She's all alone, and she's terrified of letting anybody in because they're going to force her to leave. And Robert Redford shows up, and he's wounded and he's sick, and he's trying to convince the old woman to let him in and to help him out. And she finally says yes, but please, I don't want you to hurt me. I don't want to die. I don't want to leave. Well, spoiler alert if you haven't seen this episode from 40, 50 years ago, but he winds up being death. And he gently helps her along and move on from this life. She looks down, she sees her body on the bed. Oh, that didn't hurt at all. And that's pretty much how the episode ends. I guess a weird way of saying, don't be afraid of death. But
Thank you, Will.
That episode's my earliest memory.
So we're going to go to this question that was actually going to be what I was going to ask next. So thank you, Sean, for this question. You can see it on the screen there. We want to know what movies you think would make a good gateway into the genre for kids, not the ones that traumatized you. And we already mentioned Coraline, which I think is a big one. I know for my kids, that was a big gateway. But just in general, not just movies, any, I would say books and movies, TV shows, things you think make a good gateway for today's kids. I know, for example, Brian's son really likes Gravity Falls. And for him, I know that's been a great gateway. And that was a fun one for my kids also. So just thinks, Lumberjane. I love Lumberjanes, Brian. And so share with me books and especially media that you think are a great way for kids to get into the genre. And please feel free to include things on the internet too, because I know my kids don't watch a lot of TV these days. So let's start with you, Bitter, since you kind of do that type of thing already, sort of introduce kids to horror.
Absolutely. I've got a couple I should mention. This first, cartoon-wise, Gravity Falls is a great one. It's just it's just a great hodgepodge of different horror in there. You've got David Lynch, you've got Creepypasta, you've got X-Files type stuff. So that's just it's a great way to like get a cook's tour of all the different horror genres in one thing. A couple other cartoons I really think are good gateways are Courage the Cowardly Dog, which is kind of like an old-fashioned creature feature, and Flapjack, which is deceptively disturbing body horror all the way through. And one other thing that I'll mention is this is a little older, so I don't know if kids still read it, but I think they still hold up, is the work of John Bellairs.
Oh,
who did,
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just brilliant Gothic mysteries.
I talk about him all the time. They're so good.
They're the best. And the best part, those Edward Gore illustrations means parents never object, even though they're full of all sorts of...
So good.
Excellent. Thank you, Bitter. Gretchen, do you have sort of gateways you like? You might be thinking about that now with children.
I'm so excited people talk about John Bellairs because I feel like that's like my 70s, 80s childhood come to life, and nobody's as old as me, so nobody remembers them. For slightly older kids, maybe like younger teens who are maybe squeamish about the idea of horror movies, I always recommend one from the 80s called April Fool's Day. I don't know if any of you have seen this movie. Again, I'm going to spoil something that's 40 years old, but the whole point of this movie is that at the end, all of it was staged, right? So none of the gory deaths actually happened. It's about I think it's Deborah Foreman stars in it, and she's trying to turn this island she inherited into like a horror themed resort experience. And so it's all like special effects and Okay. But she brings her friends and they don't know that and they get hunted down one by one. And then at the end you see that it's all. So you get to experience this fear of like a traditional slasher movie, but then at the end it's like the like Deus Ex Machina of it all being not real. And I think for kids, like I said, younger teens, kids who are scared of that kind of stuff, it might be a good sort of gateway drug where they can experience that gory fear and then have it be okay. You know, it's not Friday the 13th where like she's floating in the boat by herself at the end, you know. It's everyone having a meal together because they're all still alive. So
that's a great way to do it. So you take away some of the fear. What about you, Lamar? Do you have any suggestions to get kids going?
Yeah, I have three
into horror?
actually. For younger kids, I recently watched the Hotel Transylvania films with my nephew, and he loved them. He wasn't scared, and he had a lot of questions about the creatures. And I was explaining to him how they're based in a lot of the Universal monster stories, or movies. So I think that's a good way for me to kind of work him up to something that's a little more edgy. And then if comic books, I really enjoy Victor Laval's Destroyer comic, his take on the mythos, maybe for a little older kids. And then if you have a kid who can tolerate old films, I've had some varying success with some of my younger relatives. Will mentioned, I think, the Monster Squad earlier. And so if you have a child that will sit through an older film with those practical effects and the outfits, I think that's a good one.
Thank you. So Will, what about you? Anything else you think you should give kids besides Bunnicula?
Yeah, I mean, besides Bunnicula, I mean, I do know of a pretty good book series. It's kind of hard to find right now, but if you send the Spooky Squirrel Stories Facebook page a message, I'll send you some PDF files of the books that we wrote. I could never really think of any good way to get kids into horror, so that's one of the reasons I decided to market it to children, to kind of get them used to the idea of skeletons and vampires and spooky things, but by being cute. So Spooky Squirrel Stories was a pretty good way for weaning them into it.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I have a few. So again, like my world is like largely graphic novels. So I think some of the amazing gateways through that are like Anya's Ghost by Vera Brosgol, about like a little girl who finds a ghost in a well and thinks it's her friend, and then things take a bit of a dark turn. It's very like Coraline-esque, and the illustrations are beautiful. It's great. And kind of similar to that, there's another book more recently called Nightlights by Lorena Alvarez. And she's done a series for No Brow. But the first one is kind of Anya's Ghostish. It's got these beautiful spreads and just like it'll kind of lull you into a false sense of security because like there's just some really creepy moments with, again, like ghosts and spirits and kids processing what those are. And yeah. And then I think the last thing, I mean, it's always a classic, Goosebumps. Like, you know, they've obviously been, it's one of those franchises that hasn't died and just keeps on revitalizing itself. And now they have like the newer movies and they've done some graphic novels as well. So for kids that like don't read, you know, there's graphic novels. For kids who don't want to even read graphic novels, there's movies. There's the old TV show. Like there's so many iterations of Goosebumps that have obviously, you know, lasted through the test of time. And it's a classic.
Yeah, my kids loved the movie, the adaptation with Jack Black, where it sort of deconstructed the stories. I'm going to put a shout out to some movies that I showed my kids that were from my 80s childhood, but Gremlins and The Goonies. You know, I think The Goonies is a nice gateway because it's an adventure, it's a coming of age, and it's got some spooky stuff in it. But like Gretchen said, it sort of all kind of resolves, is a little more realistic.
And there's a monster in the dungeon. I mean, poor Sloth.
Yeah, but he becomes their friend.
Yes.
He's a misunderstood monster. So it sort of evens it out in a way. And those still seem to hold a lot of traction. But Lamar, I love the Transylvania, those movies. My kids saw those and liked them too. We just have a couple minutes to wrap it up. So if everybody just wants to go very quickly, are there any other creators for children that you want to give a shout out to? I'm going to do one for adults or one for YA and one for kids. This year for Summer Scares, one of the books we picked that I read was Hoodoo by Ronald Smith. Okay, first of all, it is scary and it's middle grade. It is excellent. It's based on old voodoo traditions and it's in the swamps in Louisiana. It's excellent. And then a YA that's coming out that I gave a star review and he was already on, but Clown in a Cornfield. If you want to find, by Adam Cesare, if you want to find a book that's going to connect adults and their teens, it is similar to Gretchen's stories with the social media and all this, but it's got all the old school of the 1980s slasher movies, but with kids in charge now. So that's a good one. Anyone else want to give a shout out to something that's new to them or that they want other people to read?
There's more R.L. Stein.
More R.L. Stein.
R.L. Stein's very active on Twitter, and he's constantly writing, constantly releasing new things and making new series. So he's always reliable.
He came to my kid's school. We just have a couple minutes left. Lamar, did you have one? It looked like you were going to jump in.
Oh, I'll say Tiffany Jackson's psychological horror. So allegedly. And
Allegedly, so good. Yeah, and I'd like to pitch Zoraida Cordova's Labyrinth Lost series.
That was also Summer Scares this year.
Awesome. And Danielle Clayton's The Bell series, which is this kind of like, it's not technically horror, but it is disturbing, like in its sort of like representation of beauty in women, and it's fantastic. So and they're my friends, so you know.
And let's get Bitter and Stephanie in before we finish and go back to Brian.
Sure. Very quickly, I'll just pitch one that's this is a free online text game. Since I'm a little involved in text games, I figure I'll give a shout out to my community. It's called Boogeyman by Elizabeth Smith, and it's all about kids being kidnapped by the boogeyman and the feelings of anxiety and guilt that kids deal with in that. And it's a very effective little horror game. I think it's great for adults as well as kids. So you can find it on Google, Boogeyman by Elizabeth Smith.
Thank you. And then Stephanie, before we get a fundraising update.
Yeah. So I think, again, speaking on graphic novels, sorry, that's all I'll do. But Raina Telgemeier and her book Ghosts, it's not like strictly horror, but it kind of harkens back to what I was saying before, where we process like horror as kind of like our emotions. And this girl deals with, you know, her sister dying and learns about ghosts and what that means to die. And I think it's a really interesting way to kind of, you know, approach that genre. It's really great. And she does such a good job, you know, touching on kids' emotions and feelings.
Well, thanks everybody for sharing this. I hope all the people out there go get their kids some horror books.
Thank you.
Everyone donate now. Brian's going to tell you about that.
Sorry about that. We got a full studio here. Yes, Becky Spratford, Bitter Corella, Stephanie Cook, Lamar Giles, Will Bozarth, and of course, Gretchen McNeil. Appreciate it, all of you. I lost John. Okay. I'm going to kick all you out.
Yay, technology.
We were supposed to transition to John Dugan from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but he's dropped out here. So I'm going to move some people out, and hopefully that will free it up. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. Okay. While we wait for John to reconnect, yes, let's update you on where we stand. Actually, while we're waiting for John, I'm going to go ahead and bring David Heck in.
Hey, how you doing, Brian?
He'll be joining us here in a second. So yeah, where we stand right now, again, if you are just joining the feed, this is the Scares That Care virtual event. It was supposed to be a live convention taking place in Williamsburg, Virginia this weekend, but then the pandemic happened. So we are doing it online. 100% of the money that we raise today will go to the charity's 3 2020 recipients. They are Ashley Adams. Ashley is a single mother. Her daughter, Natalia, has Marfan syndrome. We're also raising money for Laura. She's a breast cancer warrior. And we're also raising money for Trisha, who suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire side of her body. Now, as I said, 100% of the money we raise today goes to them. Because in this case, we don't have any overhead. We don't have hotel fees. We don't have travel fees. We don't have per diems. the folks who are appearing on the stream today, your favorite actors and authors and artists, etc., they're all donating their time. They're not being paid for this. Okay, so 100% of the money you donate today goes to Ashley, Natalia, Laura, and Patricia. Now, there are two ways that you can donate. If you are watching us on YouTube, or if you're watching us at scaresthecareweekend.com, all you do is you go to scaresthecareweekend.com, click the donate button, and you can make your donation right there. Or if you're doing it by phone, just text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. We had John there for a minute, David, and then he hopped off again. Oh, looks like he might
I'm more afraid of him than he is of me. So.
There he is. John, do we have you?
Hey.
There he is.
Hi.
There he is. Of course,
how are y'all?
Sounds like we got a little bit of a delay. John needs no introduction. You folks know him as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre's grandpa, as well as from Stephen King's Man, The Devil Dogs, and many more. Welcome, John.
It's good to be here, Brian.
It's good to see you.
I can do.
See you. You do a lot of work. You do a lot of wasteland pictures. I imagine the pandemic has probably impacted their production schedule.
Whew. I'm catching about every other syllable. I'm sorry. I live way out in the middle of nowhere.
That's okay.
So,
that's okay.
That's somewhat fitting.
Anything you want to say to your fans? Anything you want to say to your fans? Oh, we're losing him again, David.
I'm so sorry.
Again, David. That's okay. It's okay. That's okay. It's okay.
No problem.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I don't know. There's a storm rolling up on me too. I'm listening to thunder in the background. So if you lose me, you know why.
Well, if there's a storm rolling up on you in the background, maybe we should bring in our next guests. We're going to bring them in 5 minutes early, but of course, Mick Strawn and Nick Benson.
The storm just hit you and you don't even know it.
Yeah, I can't seem to get John back in. So, all right, David, I think what we're going to do here, I want to check and see where we're at fundraising wise for these families. But since you got a storm rolling in, we're going to go ahead and start your panel early. I'm not sure where the others are, but I'll try to track them down as well. But yeah, here at the top of the hour, our goal for today is $10,000. We are 4 hours into the stream, and we are currently at $5,770. So we are a little more than halfway there.
People, you're showing up. Keep doing it. Keep sending your pennies because, God damn it, we have 3 women out there who need our support.
That's right.
Next time with enthusiasm.
Hey, you can
ask
ask
out of his other pants.
Yeah. You know what? When I'm not wearing pants, I'm amazing.
So you're telling us that you're not wearing pants right now?
You can't prove that.
No comment.
I'm wearing pants. It just happened to be virtual.
Now, Mick, I do have an off-topic subject question. I saw you singing Dawkins' Dream Warriors in front of a chicken coop. Okay, first of all, big question. Is that your chicken coop? Are those your chickens? And why? There's so many questions.
Yes, it is. I have a new one in Tennessee, and I even have more chickens. And I caress them with my crooning voice whenever I can.
Well, that tracks. Okay, good.
Have you seen my battle
the base with you?
Now I get along with chickens, but I'm telling you something. You can't trust a goose. You can't trust those Washington geese.
No, No, geese are nasty. I used to actually have chickens and ducks, and I had a duck that would escape out of the little pool. We ended up calling him Cool Hand Luke because he just couldn't like put him there, and then like he'd be out wandering in the backyard.
There's a film out there when I was when I was working first AD on Vengeance, and there was a goose that I kind of had to take care of, and unfortunately, they caught it on film.
Well, the things you learn.
I'm just saying, you know what? Some of the things that I'm on are good. And there's the rest of them.
Oh well, that's just the way it goes. But don't worry about it. I'm actually, like you said, I am the least qualified person to be on this call at this point in time.
Well, you know what? Me and Nick are qualified enough to cover for you.
Okay, good. Thank you for making me look good. All right, so actually, I'm going to jump to Nick for a second. I have been fascinated with the cockroach death scene forever. What was your favorite effect when you were doing the special effects for Nightmare on Elm Street for Dream Master?
Honestly, it's hard to pick a favorite because they both presented different challenges. But Mick and I definitely connect quite well on the cockroach sequence. We have some stories with that slime.
We have overlapping stories on this.
Oh yeah,
well, the floor is yours.
Hey, so, Nick, you started out.
I'll start it up, and I'm going to hand it off to you because you tell it way better than I do. So as you all know, we had quite a bit of slime in there for poor Brooke to slide around on. There was two different sets we had to utilize, but the slime was the cockroach motel, and we had to mix a variant of slimes, but one of them is like a pie filling kind of thickener, and that's mixed with something called ultra slime. Well, ultra slime can be very dangerous. And also quite comical.
Turns out.
Yeah, turns out. This stuff is very weird because when you take it out of the canister or whatever the hell it is that it's in, you have to cut it with scissors. That's how gooey and thick this stuff is.
Literally on the label, when you use ultra slime, on the label, it says you must have scissors. And I'm not kidding. It says you must have scissors.
No joke.
Before you open this bottle. And then all you have to do is open it once without them to go, I get that. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So we have to tint this stuff so that it looks like Roach Motel glue, right? Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Guys, how are you? Who's here? Let me look one time before I take my glasses off. Hey, David.
Hey, how you doing?
Mark, that's me. Hey, Nick, how are you? Nice to see you.
Yeah, you have to put up with the glare on mine. I'm not that cool. I can't do this without
see,
keep my nose
said
on my
well,
side.
and then I take my glasses off.
So, Nick, back to you.
So we have to tint this stuff and mix it up in very large quantities because there was a lot of it. So
I'll take it from here.
I'm going to let Mick take it from here.
So we actually got 50 gallons of it, and we got it in a 50-gallon tank, right? 50-gallon drum. And it literally came in the night before. And you're talking about something that in the 80s cost $30 a quart, right? So we had 50 gallons of it. So it gives you an idea of the investment in just this 50-gallon thing. And
expensive.
We have our scissors standing by because we're not dumb. But we get it open, and it's 3:00 in the morning before we get to it. We're going to be filming in the morning. We're going to be filming, when the crew gets in there. And by the way, as far as working back in those times, 3:00 in the morning is just another hour, right? It's just another time, right? And so we've got about 5 hours, and the product is clear, and we have to make it look like that orange that we got it tinted to, right? Now everybody remembers her in the slime. And so we start. I have an office that's empty about 2 doors down from my office, and we roll the barrel in there, and I have one of those huge drills, that construction manly men use all the time. And I was at one time a manly man, and occasionally I come back to being a manly man, but with a big drywall mud mixer, right? And so you take the mixer and I have a guy that's a PA in the art department, and I say, okay, here's what your job is. I'm going to put this food coloring in here, and then you're going to use the drill and put the paddle in there, and you're going to mix it up. And I turned and I walked out the door.
Do not try this at home.
Do not try this stuff. So now the funny thing is I was only 3 doors down, and it was only like 3 minutes later that I hear screaming coming from the room. Let me tell you a little something that I didn't know at the time. But if you apply kinetic energy to something that doesn't have it's a surfactant and it doesn't have a surface tension, right? And so what it does is it just transfers that energy up on top of itself. And so I come back and all I can hear is this screaming, gurgling sound. I go back down the hall. I slam the door open, and here's this blob, literally a blob going like this, because I can just barely. What has happened is the drill beans as it goes around, and it has the paddles are bent in a certain way, just sent all that with no surface tension right back up over the drill and over my assistant. So all 50 gallons were just clinging to him, like all around him like this, and he's screaming and trying to keep his mouth clear so that he can live through this, to laugh about it another day, which I have done many.
And Nick, you worked on the blob, so you probably had some ideas.
Exactly. And that's how the trailer to the blob was made.
We almost made another blob.
So literally, so we had to get those scrape, and he's so pissed, and so and here's this incredibly expensive stuff, and I had to do my best to scrape it down off of him. I had somebody go out and give me a bunch of those little blades that you use for working on a car on a car, Bondo blades. And we're just all these blades, and we're trying to scrape it off so that we can mix it up a little bit and get it immediately onto the stage.
I've been there with blood, but my budget was smaller.
Yeah. Only we had enough trouble. We had enough money to get us in trouble. Yeah.
Hey, Mark, how you doing? And dangerous, kitties.
And dangerous.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Are we on? Are we in the?
Yeah, we're absolutely running. That's good. We lost connections with other people, so we started a little early. So you weren't late. We were early.
Well, that's nice. It's nice to know.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way.
I thought we were in the waiting room.
We were talking about some special effects and things that have gone well and things that have gone awry. One of the effects that I actually saw with Freddie coming straight out of your chest there. How long did that actually take to get done?
Oh, you mean, well, the filming took 3 days, but I think Mark Shostrom built that, and Kevin Yeager was doing Robert Englund stuff. And I think it took like 6 weeks to build it. They did the full body cast, a full immersion of my body. And then there were about 6 or 7 puppets, and they were all really incredibly lifelike. I mean, the hairs were put in by hand, each individual hair. It was beautiful. But then the actual filming of it took 3 days. Yeah.
Was that the most work that you ever had for any of the things that happened to you, or was
the special effects, you mean?
Yeah, that's
special. That's probably the biggest one for me. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the most uncomfortable. The tongue thing was the most uncomfortable one for me, because that had had a dental opening, and it was in my mouth for 10 hours. So I was like not in a good mood. Jack always tells stories about I wrote him nasty letters, but I mean literally it was bonded in that tongue was bonded in my mouth for 10 hours.
Yeah, no
And
thanks.
I smoked at the time, so I wasn't a happy boy at that time. So, but those are those kind of stunts. You know, I've done some others. I mean, my hands have been cut off in Family Ties and just whatever the regular bloody kind of things where they. I killed a couple of people in my last movie, and it's called One Dead Dog, which is just coming out. And so I actually get to do some killing, which is good.
Nice. So have you ever, and this is all of you, have you ever read something on the sides and it's an effect or something, and you're like, how in the world am I going to get this done? And each from your own perspective. I mean, I spend most of my time trying to make it up as I go along at this point and try to make it look
Every
good.
day.
But I mean, well,
Every day.
Jesus, I still do that even when I'm not working.
So I said every day.
That's right, exactly, every day.
but in the Friday the 13th, the Friday the 13th, my brain is just, see, that's what I mean. The Nightmare on Elm Street series, what was something that you saw that, like, how could I make this work? I mean, other than the 50-gallon drum of blob.
Nick is I know Nick is has had his opportunities to torture Robert, and certainly I've tortured Robert anyways. But I would say that one of the most interesting ways of looking at a situation would have been the fall of Lisa Wilcox into the screen. Because that was, I've actually had people call me up that were effects people that call me up to this day to go, okay, how the hell did you do that? and I go, well, what you have to realize is when she's getting sucked into the screen, it's a fall. It's not what you think it is. And everybody goes, oh, no cables, no wire, no cables and no wires. We when the first part of that sequence is we get the entire balcony isolated, and once she gets up onto the balcony, then we have taken the balcony is ours, and so we've laid it all out with two enormous. You see them loading. They're called material loaders. Which is an enormous tractor that has a boom that lifts up. And what we did is we took two of them and we wired their hydraulic systems so that they were all one. And then we built the balcony on those two so that we could tilt the balcony up. And we had all the people that are sitting there are in seatbelts, except for Lisa and her stunt person a little bit later on. And we lifted it in the camera and lights and the chairs and the whole bit. We just lift it up like this, and the cameras are riding on it so that they don't know that like the popcorn is literally just falling and the Coke is just falling. And then we take, as she gets down, she gets to that edge of the balcony, right? And then we took the edge of that balcony and we took it down to Highland Boulevard, where there was a building that was called I can't think of the name of the company, but it was an enormous fur storage building that was 8 stories high. And we put the beams from the theater that you see in the theater in there. We created those, painted them the same way, and hung them on the side of that building 8 stories down. And then we lifted the edge of the balcony up and had a stunt girl fall off of that into an enormous paper blue screen. And that was when she goes up over your head like this, she's not hanging, she's actually falling that way.
Cool.
Wow.
Which is a hell of a lot of work.
Sounds more dangerous than.
It was incredibly
It sounds
dangerous.
like Amanda. If there's not money and danger involved, Mick doesn't do it.
It's just.
All right.
No, we-
that makes sense. All right, it's good.
I kind of have a reputation for that. Yeah, it was dangerous, and everything that we did, kind of on Nightmare on Elm Street 4 was incredibly dangerous.
Nobody was like standing around like, you guys are safe, or were you like trying to get it around the corner?
Well, you know, one of my mottos is safety third.
I didn't hear it.
Not
Sorry.
to work with you.
Safety third.
Oh, safety third. Okay.
Yeah, safety third. I mean, you know.
I would get the shot.
Yeah, that's right. Get the shot. Get the
And
shot.
if it's really dangerous, make sure that's the last scene they need to do.
Yes. turn around and make sure the camera's still in good shape.
Now, Mark, did you feel safe in all the shots that you were doing? It's like,
Yeah, I mean, I did. The bus was a little rocky. I'm not going to work with these guys. I mean, Bob Shays, luckily, he ended up with New Line Cinema, and Amanda Wiss and Lisa Wilcox don't own it, you know, because there were a lot of dangerous stuff. No, I actually on our set, we had what you guys know, the older man who was his last job. He did The Bird on ours. He was really, you know,
Pat Patterson.
You know,
Pat Patterson. Yeah.
He just did things with invisible string or invisible twine or whatever. We didn't have that. We didn't have those kind of stunts. And I actually think Robert Russler's stunt was pretty big, but it didn't get completed in time. So they just knifed him, which I think is great. I mean, I like the kill scene in Elm Street 2, because Nightmare on Elm Street's fantastical. The other ones, the 1, 3, and 5, ours is a little more realistic on a certain level. And actually, when Robert Russler gets killed in the bedroom in the transformation scene, it's my favorite kill in all of the Nightmare on Elm Streets, and it's the most simple one, you know. So I think we avoided some disaster because these guys were on 1 and 3 and 4. We all lived to tell the story. Our bus was a little dangerous, actually.
okay. Someone just asked a question. I figured we came up quick. Is like, what is your favorite kill on any of the Nightmare series?
Me?
I just named mine.
Oh, you said yours. Go, Nick.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick.
Nightmare. I actually really enjoyed the waterbed kill in 4. But there's a whole bunch of story to that too. I happened to be standing right there when all of that was shot. It was really a long process to get that done.
Yeah, that's pretty. That was pretty close to being exactly what it was. Yeah. Exactly what it looked like.
Yeah.
That was a rotating room, right?
Which one?
Yeah, that wasn't rotating.
Yeah, no. I'm going through all of this at this point.
That's number 1.
Yeah, that's 1.
Right.
That's 1. There's the waterbed kill in 4, where the Playboy model shows up in the bed, inside the bed mattress.
Mm-hmm. Just like I've always wanted. So,
you know, I personally really liked the wrist.
Oh, the veins, right?
Yeah, because
that was great.
Now I got to see. I went down with Rachel and we looked at the original cut of that, which was just the slop together cut. You know, right? Just after we got the elements done, and they did the full in the first cut. It was the full veins coming out and veins on the legs, and oh my God, I gotta tell you something. You just walked. We walked out of the screen room, kind of going. It was horrendous. I mean, it was really. It was for me as a horror filmmaker. As you know what, that's a little too much.
Brutal.
But that was my favorite kill. It really was.
Yeah, I was going to say the cockroach is mine, but my favorite moment, actually, I was a fan of the Nightmare series before I was allowed to watch it. My sister was 4 years older than I was, and she'd gone out with a boyfriend to go see this movie, and apparently it really bothered. Now, me being 4 years younger than her, I did not have the upper hand in anything. But both of us had teen phones. Remember teen phones at the time?
Sure.
So she was scared. She was scared about that, and I knew one scene that really bothered her. It was the phone scene. So I called her up on her phone. You didn't have any caller ID or anything like that. She answered the phone and went, "I'm your new boyfriend now." Blah, blah, blah. I thought that she was going to kill me. The window, like screamed shut and then banging on my doors, and it's been a favorite of mine ever since.
Well, that isn't nice.
Who doesn't torture their younger sisters?
Exactly.
Oh, no, she's my older sister. She
was older, yeah.
She was my older sister. That's where it counts.
That's even better. That's some skills.
Now, Mark, you have a tattoo of every character you played on your body?
Yeah, I do. Actually, they're all over the place.
And when did you start doing that? I mean, was it as far back as when you were on Broadway?
No, God. When I was on Broadway, nobody got tattoos. I mean, they were, like bikers got them.
That's
no,
right.
I actually got, yes.
Sailors and bikers.
Exactly. And my uncles had tattoos, and I remember thinking he had like a naked girl in a martini glass on his arm. And they were all soldiers. My uncles were all soldiers, Marines. And I always thought, God, that's gross. I would never do that. Now, like, I'm completely covered in them. So, yeah, no, I started when I was 40, actually. I got my first tattoo when I was 40. And now I have 32, I think. 32 names. Yeah, all names. Yeah. And they're all the characters that I played. So every time I play a new character, I just put a new one on. And I got a crown for Scream Queen, too. So
that's great. I love that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you guys have any tattoos?
I can't think of anything that I've ever said in my life that was actually true enough to make a tattoo. So
I have people ask me all the time how many I have. I just tell them one big one because I lost count a long time ago.
All right, so I got 5 minutes left. I'm getting a 5-minute warning on this. So, what are your upcoming projects that you guys are working on? Is there anything that we can actually push for you guys? Anything that you want to let the world know that you guys are venturing out? Because I'm going to stalk you all, so it's good.
Mark, you want to go first?
Sure. Well, I have a new movie coming out called One Dead Dog. It's a serial killer movie. And looking forward to that. That's on the festival circuit starting, I guess, next month. And that's shot out of Portland, which I really love. And we're doing a series of screening parties, which are really fun. So if you come over and visit us, I'm actually doing Come Back to the Five and Done, Jimmy Dean, with a commentary with it. And the Scream Queen tour, the second half, the European and the Japanese part of the tour, got canceled because of COVID. So we're basically doing that this way through social media, and then we go back and honor those commitments later. But Scream Queen is on Shudder now, and Amazon and HBO and all those kind of stuff. So please check that out. And that's it. Come over and see me at Instagram or Facebook or whatever. I'm very approachable, so come and see us. That's it.
Nick or Mick?
Let's see.
Mick and Flick. Jefferson Starship.
You know what? I've always got something. I've got several scripts that I'm shopping around. I have 2 podcasts, Rabbit Hole and Dream Warrior Review, that kind of get to suck up some of my time. You can come over and help with my room edition whenever you want. Always need somebody on the other side of that beam. I am 63. Other than that, I wrote a book called
Behind the Screens, man.
Behind the Screens.
Yeah, behind the screens. I'm going through my notes as fast as my dyslexic can't read it all.
Yeah, I wrote a book called Behind the Screens, which is all about Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and all the background stuff, and it's gotten rave reviews, and if you get a
all
hold
of our
of
crazy stories in it.
all of our crazy stories are in it. And if you want to get a hold of me, I can get you a book. I have an animation project that's slowly cranking along, where we're taking a bunch of the stories that I've been telling for years, and friends of mine have been telling for years, and we're animating them for either posterity or shit and giggles. I can't tell. So my time here is done. You can always get a hold of me. I'm very. I like what Mark said. I'm very approachable.
Well, we will. I'm going to send you my out of work PA son. So.
We'll put him to work. And you, Nick Strawn, you can find me all over the place. It's Nick's turn.
Okay. Now, Nick, you also have a book, right? ZBrush Creature Design, right?
No, that's not my book. I'm just in that book.
Oh, you're just in that book. I wasn't sure.
I'm also in Mick's book. I'm also in the Complete History of the Howling. Currently, I try to help out as much as I can with a group called Morbidly Beautiful. I do some PR stuff for them. I just recently finished a music video for Slipknot with effects wizard Steve Johnson, who I started working for 35 years ago, and we reconvened and did that 30 years later. It was very surreal. Other than that, I've got some projects in the works. I can't really talk about too much about them, but if you follow me on Facebook and Instagram, as I update stuff, it'll be there.
Cool. There's Brian.
All right, Nick Strawn, Nick Benson, and Mark Patton, everybody. We really, really appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for having us. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. David, I'm going to ask you to stick around for just 1 second.
Sure thing.
You've been with Scares to Care since the beginning.
Yeah.
You're doing today what you do at every one of our physical events. You know, you interview the actors so that I don't have to. But in that time, have you ever been able to tell Brian Smith and Brian Smith apart?
No.
No? You get them confused? Because joining us right now are, in fact, Brian Smith and the other Brian Smith.
Dave, you are surrounded by Brians. Behave.
One of these things is not like the other.
All right, David, we will see you back here. What time?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. And what will that be?
I don't remember.
I don't
got my
remember
notes on
either.
a different screen.
I can
3
hear.
o'clock is The Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead panel. All right. We will see you back here for that, my friend. All right, Brian and Brian.
Howdy.
Howdy. You know, I have to share this story live on the stream. Brian Smith, the author, was the first wedding we ever had at Scares to Care when you married your wife, Jennifer. And that evening, Brian Smith, who serves on our board of directors and is our IT guy, people were walking up to you and congratulating you on getting married.
Yes, they were. And that was a very quick scramble to be like, no, that's the author, Brian Smith, because my wife might be really upset if I came down here and got married.
Now, have people ever brought you like copies of 68 Kill on Blu-ray or copies of Depraved and asked you to sign them?
Luckily, no, because usually at the show, I'm not seen except that blur that's running across the show to go and take care of technical problems.
And then, Brian, when you're sitting there behind the table, you know, meeting fans and signing 68 Kill and Depraved, do volunteers from the charity come up to you and say, "We can't get the credit card machine to work. Can you come fix it?"
I don't know if you can hear that, but dogs are barking in the background. Can you repeat
Yeah.
that question?
Do people ask you to fix the IT problems? Do they mistake you for the other guy?
They
No?
don't. If they did, they would be out of luck. Not internet tech savvy at all.
All right. Well, speaking of tech savvy, let's take a look at where we are at here as we come up on 1:30. Our goal today, our initial goal, is $10,000. We are at $6,001. Well on our way to hitting our goal. I want to remind folks, as we do every year, we're raising money for 3 recipient families. This year, those people include Ashley Adams and her daughter Natalia, who has Marfan syndrome. You heard our founder, Joe Ripple, talk about that at the beginning of the show, and you heard best-selling author Paul Tremblay talk about it a little bit more earlier. So we're helping them out. We're helping out Laura. She is Scares That Cares breast cancer warrior for this year. And we're also helping out Trisha. Trisha suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body when a gas can blew up. That's who we're helping. Okay. And 100% of the money that we raise today will go to them. There is no overhead involved in this. So if you donate $5, all of that $5 is going to Ashley and Natalia and Laura and Patricia. I can't stress that enough. There are 2 ways you can donate. If you have a phone, you want to text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you prefer using your computer, just go to scaresthatcareweekend.com and click the donate button, and you can do it there as well. Some of you are watching this on the YouTube live stream. Some of you are watching it over at scaresthatcareweekend.com. For that latter group, you're already there on the website. So the donate button is right there in front of you. Now, Brian, as you heard our fearless leader, Joe Ripple, say earlier, we get it. Not everybody is going to be able to donate today. We all know what the global situation is right now. If you can't donate, that's okay. There are still ways that you can support the charity and support these families. The first thing you can do is tell your friends and family about the charity and about this stream. You can share it on social media. You can say, hey, I can't donate, but if you've got an extra $5, consider giving it to this today. You can also support the authors and the actors and the special effects people and the artists and everybody else that are donating their time to be here today. Brian's not getting paid for this appearance. He's taking time off writing just to pop in here and say hi. What are you working on right now, Brian?
Well, actually about to start my splatter Western for Death's Head Press today.
Nice. So there you go.
Pre-order wear.
And I have the Brave 4 coming out this month.
Brave 4 this month. And Suburban Gothic by you and me coming out end of the year. So yeah, you can support Brian by going to Amazon and buying a book, or we just had the Nightmare on Elm Street panel. Watch Nightmare today. There's many ways you can support, but please, if you have the means at all, donate. I held this up earlier. Mary San Giovanni's niece put together $7.92 of her own money. Every little bit will help these families. All right, gentlemen, I am going to say goodbye to you, and I'm going to bring in Gabino Iglesias. What's up, Gabino?
What's up, my brother? Good to see you.
How are you? All right, Brian Smith. Brian Smith, you stay safe there in Nashville, and good luck with the Splatter Western. And other Brian Smith, I'll talk to you because I've been talking to you all day behind the scenes.
Right on, and thank you for putting this show together. It's been outstanding so far, so thank you very much.
Thank you for running the backbone to this show. You've done an outstanding job so far.
You got it, brother.
All right, brother. All right, Gabino, you're supposed to have a co-reader here, but I don't see her logging in yet.
She said something on Twitter about being backstage or green room or.
Well, yeah, I don't see her here in the green room. So I'll just go ahead and introduce you, and then I will track her down. Of course, he was supposed to be one of our celebrity guests in person this year in Williamsburg. Unfortunately, the pandemic has curtailed that, but he's here with us virtually. He's a Bram Stoker Award-nominated author whose books include Coyote Songs, Zero Saints, and the forthcoming The Crossroads, co-written with J.F. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
Gabino Iglesias, welcome to the stream. Oh, there she is. She's popping in now.
There we go.
Can you hear us?
So.
Let's hope.
I've seen this horror movie.
That's like RoboCop, the Next Generation or something there. And we lost her.
I've seen this movie.
Where was that during the Nightmare on Elm Street panel? All right, brother. I'll tell you what. You go ahead and start your reading, and I'm gonna send a DM to Cena and see if we can't help her out. Okay.
I mean, yeah, she's there, so.
All right.
We good.
All right. I'll be backstage here.
Will do. All right, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for donating your money. You know, Brian is incredibly nice. He takes a nice route always. That's why he's our Batman. I'm not that nice, not a nice person. You know how I'm always talking about writers don't have time to write, and then they binge watch shows and take long naps. Don't tell me you were too broke to donate. I better not see you with a cigarette or a beer, or signing up for another streaming site. You got $2, you got $5. Stop buying crappy Starbucks coffee and donate. I usually I read from Coyote songs until I have the next one out. But here's the thing: this is so special that I decided it was time to switch and start giving folks a little bit of the next one. Especially because of the way that it starts. In the first chapter is titled "Death of an Angel," and it goes a little something like this: leukemia. That's what the doctor said. She was young, white, and pretty. Her brown hair hung like a curtain over her left eye. She talked to us softly, using the tone most people use when explaining something to a child, especially when they think that the kid is an idiot. Her mouth opened just enough to let the words flow out like liquid blades. She said our daughter had cancer in her blood cells. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Those strange words were what the doctor said. Her voice, an impossibly sharp, velvety, slow-crawling worm that buried into my ear and made my brain explode. Her soft delivery didn't help. You can wrap a shotgun in flowers, but that doesn't make the blast less lethal. The young, white, pretty doctor with the silk voice told us it was too early to tell for sure, but there was a big chance Anita was going to be okay. Okay, that's the word that she used. Sometimes 4 letters mean the world. Those 4 letters were pregnant with hope. She said, big chance, and then immediately added she wasn't making promises. Humans fear being someone else's hope. I understood her, but I wanted her to be my hope. She explained that acute lymphoblastic leukemia was a type of cancer that affected the blood and bone marrow. Then she looked at us and said bone marrow is the spongy tissue inside our bones where blood cells are made. Because she probably thought we were stupid. The doctor repeated that she couldn't make any promises because cancer was always a tricky thing, but she wanted us to know that many children make relatively quick recoveries from leukemia if they are diagnosed early. Then she tilted her head to the side, moved the curtain over her eye an inch to the side with a quick flip of her head, and placed a manicured hand on my wife's shaking shoulder. Her practiced sympathy looked as legitimate as her perfect nails. I knew we were just another case on her stag, and she was throwing us a sliver of hope so we could hold on to it even if it slashed our hands down to the bone. Maybe all the way down to the fucking bone marrow. Still, we believed her. We needed to believe her. We looked at her snowy robe and thought about an angel. She would deliver us a miracle. There was no other option. Not believing her meant something so horrible my brain refused to acknowledge it. Believing in something else, something different, is all you have when faced with an awful reality. When the doctor walked away, my wife started saying, Mija, my daughter. She sat down. She cried. She repeated, Mija, again and again. She said it until it became the heartbeat of our nightmare. Mija, Mija, Mija. She repeated those words until there were only sounds. Mija, Mija. She kept repeating the same words until they lost all meaning. I said nothing because my pain was beyond words, my fear, something my vocal cords could never give shape to. My surprise, a shock so big I couldn't begin to articulate it. Anita was only 4 years old and had always been healthy up to that point. She had never had anything worse than a cold, a few ear infections, and a random teething fever or stomach bug. Chemotherapy would work on her. It had to. Medical research had made tremendous advances in the field. We lived in the future. It would all be okay. All we had to do was stay strong. Our little angel would go into remission in no time. God was good. He wouldn't let a baby suffer. No one deserves miracles more than unlucky angels. It would all be fine. God and chemotherapy. A winning duo, right? We convinced ourselves of this. Our baby was too full of life, too strong-willed to lose that battle. Our baby was too loved to die. We went home and walked around in a constant panic. I couldn't breathe right for 2 days. I felt like an alpinist who runs out of bottled oxygen near the summit of Everest. But then I saw Anita smile and hope blossomed in my chest. It was a warm, comforting feeling that allowed me to start breathing normally again. Then came the nasty surprises. Turns out we hadn't caught the monster as early as the snowy coats thought. It also turns out that little brown girls with acute lymphoblastic leukemia tend to have a lower cure rate than children of other races. Oh, and the incidence of leukemia is higher amongst Hispanics. Yeah, even awful diseases are fucking racist. You know the worst part? The wonderful doctors at the hospital couldn't tell us why. Yeah, the difference between a curandero spitting rum in your face and a doctor looking at you with no answers is a white robe and the smell of disinfectant that surrounds the latter. The poison in Anita's veins wasn't happy with invading her blood. It also wanted to know what she was thinking. It wanted to know the contents of her dreams, so it attacked her cerebrospinal fluid. Le invadió los pensamientos. Se metió en sus sueños, and it slowly killed ours. I can see the future, but when bad things are about to happen, I sense it. I get this cold feeling in my gut, and I know things are about to turn bad. I can smell bad intentions on people by the way they look at me. I smell them the way a dog smells body odor. And I hadn't seen this coming. I had not seen this coming. I'm going to leave it there and turn it over to Sina.
Oh, man, that was incredible, Gabino.
Thank you, and good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Sorry for the technical hiccup. That was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Gabino.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you to Brian. Thank you to everyone here. Please support this cause. It's a wonderful cause. And thank you again. Thank you so much for inviting me, everyone. I am going to read one short poem from my poetry collection, Poems of My Night, from Raw Dog Screaming Press, from Raw Dog Screaming Press, and then a short story. So from Poems of My Night. Amanecer. A cursed wind blew, shaking the trees. My windows, the streetlights swayed, disturbing the night, reminding the world that day crept forward with its promises. Shadows lurched from their corners, angry at the great offense. I remembered a dream where I dreamt the world and it dreamt me. Was this more than just a reminder? Was the silence telling me it was time to sleep, to dream the day? Since I was awake, unable to dream my day, did this then make me an insomniatic fool? Were all of us who were awake right now tempting the fates, defying our obligation to end the night? Our muddled minds together were hazards to the light. The threat of a forever night lingered, and the darkened shapes watched me while I watched them. Stepping away from the blinds, I closed my eyes and wished for it to come just once more. Maybe another chance is what I needed. When I woke, I silently cursed myself for constructing it all back together. My house, the birds outside, the sun, and the dirtied sidewalks on spotlight. Outside, an old man with a black cane walked past my window. Suddenly, he stopped, turned, and smiled at me like only a blind man could. And now, I'm going to read The Red Dress that was published in Ink Heist. And this is an adaptation of Dress of White Silk by Richard Matheson. It's quiet here. Father has locked me in my room. He says it happened again. Maybe I was bad. Maybe. Only it was not me. It was the dress. My mother's dress. Mother is gone. She left us. Father says she's in heaven. I don't know how she can be in heaven if she's dead. I hear Father now. I hear him closing the lid to the heavy wooden box, the box that holds Mother's dress. He's crying louder now. I hear a click as he locks it away. I wish he didn't. I am angry now. The dress is beautiful and it smells so sweet. I like to spread the dress across my mother's bed and I curl up against it, running my fingers down the smooth fabric and rest my cheek on the shoulders, where I turn my nose into the material and breathe in the scent deeply. But I can't lay with the dress ever again. This is why Father is mad at me. Today was like any other day. Gabriel came to my house. He lives across the street. He comes to play with me. I have a playhouse, Legos, toy cars, stuffed animals, paint, Play-Doh. I have all of the things that I want to play with because Father buys them for me because I can't leave the house. Father told me not to go to my mother's room, and I hate when he tells me that. I love Mother's room. When it rains, I go in there. When it snows, I go in there. In the nighttime, I go in there and I dance and twirl on her lovely white and blue rug. I don't make any noises when I do this because I do not want Father knowing when I'm in her room. Mother's room smells so sweet. What I like most about Mother's room is the picture of Mother in a golden frame. Mother is pretty. My hair is black like hers. My eyes are black, blacker still. I like to sit at my mother's vanity and I pretend I am her. I can smell her white dress even when I'm seated at her vanity. Her going out for the night dress is what she called it. Father was afraid of Mother. Father has his own room down the hall with many latches on the door. If I listen hard enough, I can hear the dress move. I pretend to see Mother sitting at the vanity. On Mother's vanity, there are bottles of perfume, nail polish, lipstick, eyeshadow cases, and more. All of the things that she didn't need to make her beautiful because she was already beautiful and she could lure anyone. I can hear my mother now saying, I'm going out and you cannot stop me. Father would cry when she would say this. She would take his face in her hands and say, shh, no one can hurt me. When I would sit at Mother's vanity, I would pretend to brush my hair, but I would take care never to touch Mother's hairbrush. Father removed all of Mother's hair from her hairbrush. Mother is so pretty. I love her so, so much, even though she's gone forever. I think of myself kneeling on my mother's rug and in front of that box surrounded by roses. Fresh roses come every day from those who knew Mother. I wish I could take the dress out and sleep with it every day, but Father says I need to stay away from the dress or it will burn me too. He cries about the dress. I never did bad things with the dress. I put it back neatly in the box, except for today. Gabriel came over for lunch as he does sometimes. He's the little boy who lives next door. Father went to take a nap. He reminded me not to play in Mother's room. Gabriel said, I bet you never even had a mother. You just made it all up. I got mad at him. I too had a mother, the most beautiful mother. Liar, he giggled. Gabriel can be so mean. I told him to follow me to Mother's room, and that's when he hesitated. No, he shook his head. You're scared. I smiled wide, so wide I showed him my teeth. I'm not scared. Gabriel followed me up to Mother's room. It's dark, he said. It's darker in my mother's room. You're making this all up, he said as we entered the room. Gabriel was scared to see the roses around the box, but roses aren't things to fear. This is my mother's picture, I pointed. Gabriel turned white. It smells in here. It does not smell, I growled. Gabriel was making me mad. Yes, it smells like sick people in here. You don't want to see the dress, don't you? Father is smart, but I am smarter, and I had a key to the box. I opened the box with the key. That smells bad, like garbage. He covered his mouth. Be quiet or you'll wake Father. He's very tired. I shoved Gabriel with my hand. I'm telling my mother that you pushed me, he cried. I pulled the dress out from the box and held it against myself, the skirt cascading open around my legs, sounding like falling dead November leaves. That dress is not white, it's dirty. It's not dirty. I held it up, smelling the arms, the collars. It was white once, I finally admit, but it's red now. Mother made it red before she died. It's dirty, Gabriel shouted. I want to go. It smells. It's ugly. She's ugly. I got mad and pushed Gabriel hard this time. He fell back against the vanity, knocking over Mother's things, the glass bottles and the hairbrush. My mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Her dress is the most beautiful in the world. I dug my fingernails into his face, slicing skin. It was as if the dress moved in my arms, or maybe the dress moved my arms. Gabriel screamed, I think, but I just don't remember. It grew cold. Ice formed inside of me and curtains covered my eyes. I could see nothing, but I felt teeth and hands, and I heard my mother whisper, don't let him say that about my dress. Father pulled me away from the dress. He separated me from the dress. I don't know what happened, but I heard him screaming, it's happening again, over and over. He dragged me all the way here to my room, and he locked me in. I heard the hammering of nails outside my door, and no matter how loud I scream and no matter how much I beg, he will not let me out, but I'm not scared. He can keep me here for years, but one day someone will let me out. One day someone will let me in. I'm not hungry now. I'm still full. Thank you.
Damn. I'm done. Y'all got the genre. I can't compete with that. I'm done. Wow.
Thank you so much. From you, thank you so much.
Wow. So we got a couple minutes. If folks have questions for Sina or Gabino, put them in the chat, and I will see. Those of you watching on YouTube, I should say, those of you watching at scaresthecareweekend.com, you can maybe tweet me a question real quick if you have it. Tracy Robinson says, we'll listen to Sina and Gabino every day. Frank Edler says it was spectacular. So, yeah, lots and lots and lots of comments here. So, Gabino, I did see somebody ask, you read from your work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Does it have a title yet?
No, because I suck at titles. But, I mean, I'll get it done, then I'll slap one on there. Other work in progress has a title. It's The Crossroads. So it's
how many things are you working on right now? You're finishing up
3.
I should say when I tell folks The Crossroads with J.M. Gonzalez, that's Jesus's final novel. Well, there's 2. There's Final Retreat, which I'm finishing up, and Crossroads. But Crossroads was his most personal book. It's the one he felt he was put here to write. I listened to him talk about it for 15 years, and I knew just from my background I was not the person to finish this book for my friend, but you were. But so you're working on that. You're working on the one you just read from, and then you're working on a third one.
I'm trying to collect stuff from my past that has never seen the light of day, that was written in Spanish, and I think the next novel will be titled The Hard Ones, and it takes place in Puerto Rico. So I wouldn't say I'm actively working on it. I'm just collecting old stuff that sucked, but I had some good ideas and some bad writing. So hopefully I'll cannibalize those and put them in there. And for The Crossroads, man, it took me about, I'm not going to lie to you, it took me about 6 months to actually put the first words in there, because now the fear is gone. Now you can say whatever you want about it. I was the one to finish it, but dude, the pressure This is
I get it, man.
lifetime
Look.
silence we're talking about. So, but then I sent you a little bit, and then you approved. So I was liberated. And
I straight up get it. It would have been the equivalent of somebody handing me one of Richard Lehman's unfinished novels and saying, "Here, finish this." I get it. Sina, what about you? What do you work on one thing at a time, or do you work on multiple things?
I'm working on a bunch of things right now. And I usually work on one thing at a time. So now I'm trying to like work on all these things. I just turned in my edits for my book, Children of Chicago, coming out from Polis Agora in February 2021. So that's like a detective horror novel based in Chicago. I have another one coming out from them in 2022, I think. And then I'm self-publishing a collection of true crime poetry the end of this month, because I'm obsessed with all things true crime. So, and then a bunch of other things like with anthologies and Burial Day, my little boutique press that we're doing a few collections. So it's been busy, but it's a good busy.
So,
All right.
Southwest Review.
We're all at home. Would you all like to see some friends?
Yeah.
Would you like to see this guy?
Hey, what's up, Stephen?
Hello.
Let me bring some folks in here to join us.
Oh my God, that's a lot of good people.
Yeah, we bought up the street. All right, while we're all here, I want to update everybody. Of course, our initial goal today is $10,000. We are currently at $6,441. So, Gabino, your tough love worked. During the warning you gave them at the beginning of your reading worked.
Keep it coming. Yeah. Send your gas money. You ain't going nowhere. Send it in.
I want to remind folks, we are raising money for 3 recipients this year. Ashley and her daughter, Natalia. Natalia has Marfan syndrome. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Paul Tremblay talked to us about it earlier. Of course, our founder, Joe Ripple, talked to us about it this morning when the stream started. It's a horrendous genetic disease. We're also raising money for Laura. She is this year's breast cancer warrior. And Trisha, who is this year's burn recipient. Trisha has 2nd and 3rd degree burns all over the right side of her body. You heard Joe say this morning that her accident was eerily similar to mine. It was almost down to the letter. And it's important to remember her daughter is the one who came out and put the fire out. I can speak firsthand. Something like this, even after you're healed, even after you're out of the burn ward, you're still dealing with it. And if your child witnessed it, in my case, my child witnessed it too, your child is still dealing with it. So these are the people we're helping, and we're asking you to help us do that. There are 2 ways to donate. You can text VCARE, that's V as in vampire, care, to 91999, or from your computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. Any amount will help. 50 cents, $1, $5, $25, whatever you can do. We're not asking you to forego the mortgage payment or groceries. We're just asking you to help if you can. So right now, what we're going to do, we're going to bid goodbye to Gabino and Sina. Everybody wave bye to them.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much. All right. And what we've got coming up now is my favorite monster. I'm going to let each of the panelists introduce themselves, but just let me say hello to Stephen Graham Jones, Scott Baker, the Sisters of Slaughter, Dee Sutherland, and Chuck Buda. We're missing Hunter Shea. I'm going to go try. Oh, wait. No, there's Hunter. Okay. I didn't see you pop in. He snuck in from the green room.
That's what I do.
All right. I am going to go back to the green room, and I'm going to let you all take it over.
Wow. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys hear me?
This is a tough act to follow. First of all, thank you, Brian, again for giving me the opportunity to meet with such amazing authors. And it's very difficult to follow up on Gabino and Sina, but I think we're going to do our best. So This is my favorite monster, and I think we've got a good crew to cover that. So maybe what we should do, I think everybody probably knows who everybody is here, but maybe we could do a quick second of a shameless plug, and everybody can introduce themselves and maybe their latest release, and we'll encourage people to not only donate, but to maybe buy a book. So why don't we start, ladies first? Let's start with the Sisters of Slaughter, Melissa and Michelle. Are they frozen?
It's frozen.
They're in another multiverse.
All right, Dee, why don't we jump to you really quick?
Hi, I'm Dee. How's everyone doing? I run the Horror Writers Association for the Virginia chapter, and we're under hurricane watch, so I might pop in and out depending on what's going on outside. And actually, the last thing that I've published wasn't even horror. It was a fantasy based on Glenda the Good Witch killing Stephen King. So I like to mix up stuff.
Wow, interesting. All right, we got Melissa and Michelle back.
Kind of. I'm working on it.
Okay. All right, let's jump to Stephen.
I'm actually on my phone because my computer kept cutting in and out. I'll go into the background and then it'll cut out and say, hey, something went wrong. So now I'm actually on my phone. So that's how I got around using a lot of data.
How about you, Stephen? I know you got a new release out, very new.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Graham Jones. This is my new one. What is it? The Only Good Indians. Came out 2 weeks ago. And I'm in Colorado right now. No hurricanes.
Sweet. How about you, Hunter?
Hey, I'm Hunter Shea. I live in New York, and I'm drinking Bronx Brewery. I'm close by the Bronx. My newest book that's coming out is Misfits. That'll come out in another month. Wow, this is a month away. Wow. And I host the Monster Men horror podcast, so I guess I'm in the right place right now.
Cool. Well, it's always good to see your face, Hunter. I'm in love with
You
you.
are my favorite teddy bear.
And now it's out there. So how about you, Scott? I won't abuse you the way I do Hunter.
Oh, you can. I'm used to it. I'm Scott Baker. Scott M. Baker is my writer's name, from Concord, New Hampshire. So we're enjoying a blustery 71 degrees, which for us is hot this week. And my latest series is the Nurse Alyssa versus the Zombies. The third book will be coming out August 7th. Easy to find on Amazon.
Cool. Okay, and I guess I'll introduce myself very quickly while we're waiting for Michelle and Melissa. I'm Chuck Buda. My latest release is Desert Fangs, which is the fourth installment in my Son of Earp Weird Western series, and it's I'm having a good time writing that. So let's jump right in and rip off the Band-Aid. It's my favorite monster, so I'll throw it out there, whoever wants to jump in first, but I guess talk about what your favorite monster is and how you came across this monster. Were you young? Was it a movie? Was it a book? And what is it about that monster that scares the daylights out of you? So I'll throw it out there, whoever wants to start.
Oh, we got Melissa.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start. I love vampires. Introduced to it with, I guess, everybody around my age with Christopher Lee and the Hammer films. Was raised on it. I don't know how many different vampires he was throughout my upbringing, but he was the guy. And what I really love about it is, especially now, how they can change the rules of vampirism. The Twilight vampires are different from the originals, the TV series. So I just love that. And that is just somebody who can seduce you into giving up your most basic thing, which is your life essence. And I just love something about that. Something really gets into me about that.
Wow, that's awesome. Michelle, Melissa, since we have you, you want to start by introducing yourself and your shameless plug, and then you can jump right into your favorite monster.
I'm gonna die.
I'm still not sure.
I mean,
Darn.
half my work
I
meeting.
thought third time would be a charm. All right, let's we'll keep trying to get them in. So, how about you, Steven?
My favorite monster is the Slake Moth from China Mieville Perdido Street Station. It's not even a horror novel; it's a fantasy novel. But the Slake Moth, it starts out as a caterpillar, if I remember correctly, but it becomes this big, it's just a big butterfly, basically, but it's a carnivorous butterfly, and it uses the undulations of its wings to hypnotize you, to try to trance you out, and then it jumps on you and eats you. And I like the slake moths because they're just all we are is prey to them. They don't they're like a shark, I guess. Just they're so much more capable than a shark, if that makes sense.
Wow, that sounds cool.
Never heard of that one.
Okay, well, Melissa, I'm one of the Sisters of Slaughter. I would say both our favorite monster is the werewolf. We've been into werewolves forever. Holly.
How about you, Hunter or Scott? What do you think?
Well, you almost made me short circuit when I had to come up with a favorite monster.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know how I am. So I figured you think I was going to come up with Bigfoot.
I was hoping, but
I knew you were hoping. When I really sat down and thought about it, it's the creature from the Black Lagoon. It was like, I'm sitting here racking my brain and I look around my house, everything is creature from the Black Lagoon. Like, why didn't I think of that right off the bat? I mean, I grew up, I was a Universal horror kid. They used to show those movies on PBS. That was like the place to watch them. And when that one came on, there's something about the creature, the outfit, the ballet in the water. I mean, to me, it's a perfect movie. And also it begets things like humanoids from the deep. So anything that can spawn that kind of weirdness and craziness. I love sea monsters. And the Gill Man is the best. And you feel bad for him too. That's why the Universal monsters were so cool.
Yeah. I'm always so jealous of everyone who grew up with creature features on Saturday afternoon television. Like, I live so far out in the country, we got like 1.5 stations, so we didn't get that kind of stuff in West Texas, you know. And so I didn't get to watch that. I didn't get to watch any of that stuff till I was probably in my 20s, you know.
We had Schiller Theater here. I was 2 blocks from a movie theater, and we were 10 miles from a drive-in. So like, we spent my entire youth just watching bad horror movies and good horror movies.
Schiller Theater, was that the one with the 6-fingered hand that would come out? We used to get that. Yeah.
Wow.
How about you, Scott?
The minute Brian said your favorite monster, one monster came to mind. To me, it is the quintessential horror. John Carpenter's The Thing.
Oh, good.
I mean, that just isolated something unstoppable, something grotesque that doesn't care about you but can blend in and hide with you. You don't know who to trust. You're not even sure if you can trust yourself. That is I've watched that movie. If that movie's on at 3 a.m, I'll be late for work the next morning because I stay up to watch it. I think that touches with me, and I think a lot of people, touches that core of what horror really is, the lack of trust, not knowing who you can trust, and just when it erupts, it is so hideous and unstoppable.
That's a great choice.
Yeah, that is a great one. And like Hunter, I grew up, I'll show my age now. I grew up with a little 13-inch black and white TV with rabbit ears and tinfoil on it in my bedroom. So I'd stay up really late at night on weekends and watch on the UHF channels, like the Universal monster movies, and scare myself. But I still think to this day, the monster that affects me the most is Jaws. I mean, I saw that movie and I still cannot go swimming in oceans. I try to in lakes, but I don't go too far as long as I can see what's underneath me. So, it's pretty creepy, and definitely King Kong, which goes back to, I think, jumped into my love of Bigfoot and Hunter and all his cryptid books. So, it's just, I think there's so many great monsters and moth monsters and the Thing, with creepy creatures and werewolves and vampires. I mean, I think they all bring so much in terms of dimensions to our fear and dread. And let me throw this out to the group. What are the particular characteristics that cause you to, I guess, shake or be mystified by some of these favorite monsters that you have?
Well, I have quite a few favorite monsters, but for the vampires, just like it's the seduction. It's that every vampire is different depending on who tells that particular story. It's the way that they can be so uncaring when they come for you, because all they want is the blood. There are some vampires, if you read Jim Butcher, he has a whole various courts of vampires that some come for your blood, some come for your sex, some come just for your flesh. I mean, it's the fact that once they decide they're coming for you, they're coming for you. And to me, that is like the ultimate predator. Like once they point you out, you're it. And unless you got a stake or some knowledge on how to vanquish this particular vampire, you're in trouble. You got a fight on your hands.
Yeah, and I always thought vampires appealed to us because they're our inner selves. They're the emotions, the lust, the desire that we tamp down during the day. But when you're reading the vampire, you can just let all that stuff go. You don't care if they're, attacking people at will or killing whoever they don't like. And I think that scares us because that's like, ooh, I'd love to do that to my worst enemy, but we can't.
That's a good point.
Now, Dee, do you like the vampires like True Blood that get along with society, or are you more of the 30 Days of Night badass vampires that just eat their way through humans?
Ironically enough, I prefer the True Blood vampires, but my one problem with all these vampire movies is I never understood why do vampires choose to live someplace like New Orleans or California? Like, why don't they move to Alaska? Like that to me would be vampire haven. Why? Like that's the one thing that I tend to point out when I'm like, really, another vampire in sunny California? Of all the places in the world, you go to sunny California. But I don't like the 30 Days of Night vampires, only because I really didn't understand why so many had to kill, why so little vampires had to kill the whole herd on one night. Like that just did not, or 30 days, 1 month. That never made any sense to me. It's stuff like that that just gets into me and bothers me.
They had the munchies. There's a lot of smoking going up there in Alaska, so they had the munchies.
I think going to the big city, if you're a vampire, New Orleans or LA or wherever, like you want to go where there's people who won't be missed. If you're in a town of 1,200 and you snatch one of them, that person's gonna be missed. If you're in a town of millions and there's one drunk stumbling down the road at 4 a.m, you can probably take that person. I would think.
Yeah, but tactically, it's not really a wise. You got to get Renfield, and you got to get guard dogs, and you got to have the atomic time. You got to know when the sun's set, when it rises. I mean, it's so, what's the mass transit like? And are you a flying vampire? Like, it's so many things. Like, do you have a car? How are you getting your car registered? You've been 300 years old. It's things like that that's just like my nitpick with certain vampire movies.
See, I like the fact that monsters upset the apple cart. I just love where we think we've got our shit all we're done. We're good. We know what's going on in the world. I like the fact that monsters come up and just wreck everything.
Yeah.
You read my stuff. I don't have sympathetic monsters. I grew up watching sympathetic monsters, but my monsters are just evil. But I like the fact how they just take everybody out of their we know what we're doing in this world zone and I just love mayhem. I don't know. Maybe I'm an anarchist deep down at heart.
Brian Aldiss, the science fiction writer, he has a story from forever ago called Heresies of the Huge God, which is it's kind of an interstellar gecko that jumps from planet to planet. And it jumps to Earth. And of course, it just destroys Earth because we're just a pebble. We're just like a stepping stone to get across the galaxy, Right. And
awesome.
I love the way that does show how insignificant we are in the bigger tapestry of existence,
Wow.
We think we're at the top, but we're not at the top. I don't think.
Nah.
I do love stories like that.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point that Stephen makes. Is regardless of what scares the crap out of you, I think it's that dread that there's something else that has our number, and which is funny because we're sentient beings, and if anything, we should be more afraid of ourselves. And sometimes I believe that people are the worst monsters that are out there. But when you think about humans and humanity, and death is always hunting us down, each day after we're born, that we would fear that more than some of these creatures that darken our dreams. But there's something to say about I think the lack of control and something that we can't quite understand, and perhaps maybe that's what scares us the most. When all of you sit down to create, what part do you when you think of putting scares in people's minds or dread, do you start with a particular aspect of a monster, or do you let it come to yourself? I guess what I'm trying to say is, do you start with a specific concept or theme that belongs to that monster, or do you let the monster feed the horror itself as you progress through the writing?
Well, the first 2 series I did was a vampire series, and I made mine 3-dimensional characters, but evil. Because one of the things I always hated, like in 30 Days of Night, they were just monsters. You didn't know anything about them. They were like a giant reptile or a giant bug. I pretty much kept to vampire themes, and with the zombie novels I did. When I really started to have fun is when I did my young adult fantasy series about portals opening between Earth and Hell. I was able to create anything I wanted. I'd see an interesting image of like zombie ants on YouTube, and there was the next thing I knew, I'm writing about zombie ants invading Earth. That was fun. But sometimes with your traditional monsters, vampires, zombies, werewolves, you're kind of trapped into the role models. If you extend too far from it, you can piss your readers off.
For me, I guess with the monsters I create in my fiction, they have to be like biologically possible, I guess. Like my werewolves and mongrels here, when they transform, they have to adhere to conservation of mass. Like a 160-pound woman can't become a 300-pound werewolf, because where does all the extra stuff come from? That doesn't make sense to me. In the same way, like King Kong, I love the spectacle of King Kong, but King Kong has never made sense to me, because how can there be just one giant ape? I mean, yeah, there's the bones of his parents or whatever, but for a breeding population, you need probably 600 giant apes to keep the genetic diversity wide enough for there to be a King Kong, And so he never makes sense to me unless we allow radiation or something, like possibly made Godzilla. But for me, that's the first part of scaring a reader, an audience, is making this creature possible, I guess.
I mean, I'm kind of similar to that, because I do a lot of my monsters are things that exist already, or they're cryptids that people wonder if they exist. So I'm drawing from something that's already out there, and I'm just trying to amp it up. Like, it's different per book. So if a title like Radis New Yorkers, well, we know where that's going. Like, we had the title before we wrote the book, my editor and I. We know what's going to happen there. But what I try to do is build up this cast of humans that you really have to care about, because the monster means nothing if you don't care about these characters. But I also like the fact that when people read, they're going, oh yeah, I've heard of the Jersey Devil, and let that kind of feed on itself in their mind, and let me take them down a familiar road and then make a left or a right somewhere around there to shock them a bit. But you also have to have solid characters in your books, or else the monster does nothing but eat people, and that gets boring.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have a question, so don't go anywhere, Hunter. This question is for you. Tracy Robinson said, I said don't go anywhere. Tracy Robinson says, frequently in monster fiction, there are themes that speak to larger issues. In Hunter's book, Creature, this definitely applies. What are some other monster stories that inspire this?
That inspired Creature? I will tell people that book was actually inspired by a sci-fi movie, a very popular sci-fi movie, Forbidden Planet. So if you'll remember, Forbidden Planet is Leslie Nielsen before he was funny. His team, they land on this planet because there's supposed to be a colonization there, and they run across a doctor, his daughter, Robbie the robot. If I ever have FU money, I'm buying that robot. But there was an alien race there, and the doctor, without knowing it, has tapped into their brain power, and he's created this creature out of his mind to defend his daughter and defend the planet. So that was literally the inspiration for Creature, where I was trying to get like that untapped potential in your brain, and if something happens that increases it exponentially, well, then it sets something loose that's outside of you that actually takes physical form, but is tied to you, but completely antithetical to what you want. So I always figured someone would figure that out, but I guess not. So I guess I stole it so well they didn't realize.
Well, you are from New York, so I'm just saying. I'm in Jersey, so
Jersey, yeah,
Jersey and New York, everybody steals. So let me see. We have another question that just popped up. Michael D says, Ray Harryhausen gave us some great monsters. Do you have a favorite of his? So we'll throw that out to the group.
Probably those skeletons with the swords. They really disturbed me when I was a kid. Yeah, they really got to me.
Ever heard of them? Or not like a Richard Madison. It's not ringing a bell for me.
For me, it's Beast from 20,000 Fathoms.
Oh. You know what? I just saw that in the drive-in last week.
Oh, that must have been awesome.
I went to the Mahoning Drive-in in Pennsylvania, and that was part of a quadruple feature. It was amazing.
Wow.
You know what?
Did you stay for all 4 features? I've never been to a 4-feature show.
I couldn't make it. I was midway through Gwangi, and I was like, all right, let's go back to the hotel. That was like the 3rd one. I'm too old for that. When I was a kid, Clash of the Titans came out. And like I said, I live 2 blocks from the theater, so we just go there, and you could stay in there all day, and we'd watch it over and over again. And then the Cyclops and the Medusa, though, I love those. And those are like some of the last ones that he ever did. They were great.
Yeah, I think Clash of the Titans is one of my favorites out of those choices, for sure. Mike Duke says, and this is probably a good one going back to what Stephen was talking about before, what are some of your favorite non-traditional monsters in either movies or books, and why do you think they work? So the reason I thought of you, Stephen, is because of that Slake Moth was very much out of left field for me. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, for like a left field monster, I love Cathoga from Relic, either the movie. It's called something different in the novel, but I remember it from the movie Cathoga because it's not the same every time. It starts out as a little seed pod under a leaf, and then depending on what genetic material it pulls in, it becomes this or that monster, and it just has to eat and eat and eat, and it eats your hypothalamus, if I remember correctly. It gets the hormones it needs to grow, and I love that monster. I love the monster that can be different every time. I guess it's kind of like going into the basement of Cabin in the Woods and picking a different item and going a different way. You know?
Yes.
Right.
I like the stalker monsters, the off the beaten path, the Jeeper Creepers, the It Follows, those kind of things that, it doesn't really matter what you do to trigger it. Once it's triggered, it's on you. And I love Jeepers because he has a schedule. Like he has a quota to meet. like he has a plan. Like I'm coming out. This is what I'm gonna do. These are the people I kill. I need so many skins to make so many outfits. Like he has a whole plan going, and I just love the thought behind it.
And he has a great car. I want that car. I want to drive around.
I know, man.
I love.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I think for me, the most non-traditional monster I love is Hannibal Lecter. Even though they set it up through the whole movie that he's evil, he's psychotic, the minute you meet him, you fall in love with him. And it always strikes me, that scene when he takes out the 2 prison guards and he rips off one's face and the other one where he's just happily beating them to death. And yet, at the end of the movie, despite it, you still root for him. You still want him to get away. You know, you still laugh at the theater when he says, "I'm having an old friend for dinner," and hangs up the phone.
I loved didn't he have a scene where he actually pulled off somebody's head and he was pulling the brains out and like sauteing them?
That was in the second or third movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All classy. He just had everything set up, candles, and
he had a good wine selection. You know?
Yeah, it all can be good.
Yeah.
My favorite monsters of the last 20 years were in The Descent. And I think that's one of the best monster movies of the last 20 years. But because when I watched that, when it was all done, I was like, whoa, those are people. Like, those are just people who've been trapped down there forever. So they're not necessarily monsters. They're just us. You know, hungry, blind, cannibalistic, all kinds of things. But this is probably what would happen to us if we're trapped down there. So they freaked me out.
You know, those monsters from The Descent, the crawlers, are very similar to the monsters in Dead Birds. If y'all seen Dead Birds, it's like an Old West. They look really similar. They're pale and crawly and everything. They are disturbing, really disturbing.
And the fact that you're in a cave system and you're in tight spaces and you have really nowhere to go. That's an excellent movie. And by the way, thanks for mentioning It Follows before. That's one of my all-time favorites.
For sure.
Let's see. Oh, the great JVB, Joseph Van Buren, who I liken to be the cyberpunk Kerouac. If you ever read his poetry, it's really good. Question for the panel. Do you think we get desensitized to some monsters after a while, or do they change with the times? I'll start that one first, if you guys don't mind. I think we do get desensitized to the bigger tropes, and maybe what draws us into some of these other, non-traditional type monsters is the fact that it's something new, it's something different, and the greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. So I think after a while, even though I still can't go in the ocean, I'm not desensitized to sharks, but at the same time, it's kind of old hat to me. So, I think I'm always looking for the latest and greatest scare and something different. And, I think there's a little bit of both. What do you guys think about JVB's question?
I don't know if I'm desensitized against the monsters per se. I do find myself following the story. And I feel that after a while, if it's okay, we got the asshole, we got the cheerleader. After a while, I'm just like, you know what? I don't even care what happens to these people because I already know, this girl is going to survive, or my bet is that this girl is going to survive. So I tend to get desensitized about the story itself, not necessarily the monster that's chasing.
I think things happen in cycles. So like the 80s, it was slasher all the time. And that fell off. And then you got vampires, tons of vampires, that fell off. Zombies have come, that falls off. So I mean, it's cyclical. I'm waiting for the big mummy craze.
Yeah,
it's got to be coming, right? It can't just be Brendan Fraser. That can't be the end of it, right?
What about the Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah.
Oh, that might have put the nail in the coffin. That might have been the end of it.
Encino Man was frightening.
Yeah, no, Hunter's right. We do cycle through the same set of action figures, but I do think that recently we've gotten kind of a new action figure with artificial intelligence. That's becoming something that's more and more the boogeyman for us. We sense that it's more possible than it used to be anyways. And artificial intelligence, as it's portrayed in stories and movies and stuff, is quite dangerous. Quite fun, but quite dangerous,
Right.
Yeah, I do think we become desensitized, which is why somebody has to step forward and change it. I mean, I was getting bored with zombies, and then World War Z came out, both the book, which I adored, and then the movie. I don't put them in the same category, but the fact that you had hordes of rabid, ferocious zombies changed the genre a little bit. It made it interesting. It took it away from the old shambling ones that, my grandmother could walk away from on her walker.
No, it's true. You know what? The zombie movie that came out that was really good was Train to Busan.
Oh God, yes.
And it was very similar to what we've seen already, but there was a heart to it, and just there was a terror, like 'cause they were so
it. It was
brutal.
like Dee said, it was the characters. You felt for them in that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Let's see. Mr. Frank.
Oh, we're gonna let a question from him come through?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I didn't get a chance to read that. Thank you. Wait, put it back. I'm not that fast or bright. Can monsters be the protagonist? That's an excellent question. Who wants to jump on that one first?
John Gardner has his novel Grendel, in which he turns Beowulf around such that Grendel is the monster going through the Beowulf story, and it totally works, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I see Frankenstein that way too. I completely read that book every time as if he's the protagonist. I guess because I look like him.
I mean, I think there's a lot of. I mean, I would conclude the original King Kong. He was the good guy. They hunted him down. They brought him back. They kidnapped him, brought him to New York. He went berserk. They shot him down. Frankenstein, creature from the Black Lagoon. He didn't go looking for trouble. They came for him. And I think also you could throw in there Fido and the zombies from Warm Bodies.
The one that came to my mind was Interview with a Vampire.
Oh,
where,
yes.
Where Brad Pitt's character, Louis. He was telling his story, and throughout the whole story, he was trying to be good. He just had to do things to live, and so that I think yes. The answer is yes. Monsters can be protagonists.
Hey, my entire childhood, Godzilla. He started out as the antagonist, and then he became the good guy for like a whole slew of movies in the '60s, and Son of Godzilla, and all those Gamera. Like a lot of them started out bad, and then they became good. Even though they were destroying everything and killing everybody, they were still good.
Hey, it happens sometimes. I see another good question here from Otter Poet. Many monsters reflect our social anxieties and cultural times. How can we design monsters now without being too trite or on the nose? That's a tough one. I don't have an answer for that right off the top of my head.
I think if you try to design your monster to answer the current political atmosphere or anything like that, it's probably going to feel too on the nose. I think what you got to do is just have your own political biases or agenda or whatever it is, and then create a monster. And whether you want to or not, your own politics are gonna, and the whole atmosphere, like you're like a sponge at the bottom of the sea, and you're soaking in the world, and then whatever you do is gonna find its way into your monster. I think just like like the Blob in the 50s, and then it came around again in 88, I guess. That was about being subsumed into something, and which makes sense because we were all scared of communists back then, of being that kind of similar. And then we get vampires, which are the rich feeding on the poor, in the 90s.
I mean, I always thought that one of the reasons zombie literature has been so popular the past 10, 15 years is it's just us sort of living our fears. The economy is up, it's down. Everybody's talking $1 trillion debts. There's rioting, there's protests. Now there's COVID. Should we wear a mask and close down? Should we open up? Nobody knows what to do. And I mean, myself, I enjoy good zombie novels because it's like a reset button. You hit the button, there's no rich, there's no poor, there's no left, there's no right. We're all even, and we all got to start over.
I'm surprised there are more monsters with like straw-colored comb-over hair at this point, no matter what they are. I mean, when it comes to movies, I'm looking for like that next great one where like Pumpkinhead or something, or Alien. Like I'm waiting for someone to come with that monster. Yeah, exactly. So a monster movie that I thought was really good, that the monster changed every time. You ever see Spring? Where it's the movie Spring, where it's
Yeah, it's really
really
good.
it's a love
No.
story, and this woman has a curse where she turns into a different type of monster every night.
Oh,
I thought that was brilliant.
I would be interested in that.
Because that was cool. Because every time she changed, you got something brand new. Made it even tougher for a poor guy who was in love with her.
Let's see. We have another question that just popped up. Janine Horror Writer says, if you could reopen the X-Files, which case would you choose to look at first?
Oh.
That's a cool one.
Oh, wow.
I guess for me, it's the fluke monster because with the pandemic and the lack of toilet paper and, fear of all things crawling up toilets, I think for me, that cannot be done enough.
I almost wore that shirt for this, by the way. I swear to God, it was in my hand. I was like, no one's going to know what that is if it shows, so forget it.
No, I was gonna say fluke monster, but and I guess Eugene Toombs, he's the obvious one, so I won't say him. How about Pusher? I think the guy who can like do that fire starter thing. I think that was a really good one to look into.
I mean,
I'm a big fan of all the alien ones. My wife and I argue about aliens all the time. She watches Ancient Aliens, and I'm like nitpicky. But if they're really good in this episode, how can they have done this in that episode? She'll punch me and tell me to shut up and just watch the show. So.
Yeah, come on, Scott. All of those are very true. You lay off her now.
I agree with Scott. The aliens one, I think I would be the ultimate molder. And just anything that has an alien in it, a bright light around it, some piece of metal in someone's nose, that would be the one that I would just obsess over.
See, to me, there was one episode they dropped the ball, the Jersey Devil. That episode dealt with homeless people. There was no Jersey Devil in that. So I would like to see the Jersey Devil with the actual Jersey Devil.
That's true. Yeah, that Jersey Devil one turned out to be kind of like throwback Neanderthals or something.
Yeah, I was like, what is this?
Let's see. Michael D. Another question. Are there any monsters from mythology, folklore, or the weekly world news that hasn't yet been exploited for entertainment but needs to be?
Batboy.
Have you seen the giant earthworm? I am still trying to figure out if that is fake or not. But they found in Ecuador a giant earthworm. I think it's like 4 feet long and so many feet in diameter. And I'm like, if they found one, there's others down there. Like you just did one earthworm up. So like that's something that came across. And I've been trying to figure out if this is fake news, or Photoshop. But apparently down in Ecuador, they are having problems with frogs coming out with like 6 legs and 3 eyes. So there's a real problem with the word escapes me. It starts with the E.
Well, the ecosystem, something's wrong. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the ecosystem is all jacked up. They got all kind of new mosses down there that's eating up the insects. So those are the kind of things that I would love.
It's Mr. Burns. It's Mr. Burns. He's not controlling the runoff from the power plant.
Three-eyed pig. I don't know. I want him to do the movie about the alien that has met every president since like JFK, but changes his height to be the exact height of the president.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's like so many to choose from. I used to love the Weekly World News. It's back on Instagram, by the way. So
it is.
Yeah, you can follow them. They have like headlines every day. It's awesome.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna say I still think Cthulhu. People can say it's been done to death in literature, but a Transformers style epic movie of Cthulhu has not been done, and it needs to be done. So, speaking of Cthulhu, Armand Rosamilia jumps in and says, what monsters are unrepresented in fiction, not necessarily in film? So opposite of what I was just saying in terms of Cthulhu, I guess. What do you guys think is unrepresented in literature?
Oh, this is weird. I feel like I'm tooting my own horn. But the new book I have coming out, because I look for things, I look around and go, all right, what's not out there that people kind of know about, but there's not much out. So my book Misfits is about the melon heads. I don't know if you all know who the melon heads are, but in my town, we all had the fear of the melon heads, and they were this race of people who lived in the woods and would charge you with machetes. They were possible cannibals. It was all designed to keep you out of certain places. But they were big in like Connecticut and Ohio and Michigan and everything. And there were tons of crazy stories about the melon heads. And it was like, were they like a lost race of people? Were they escaped mental patients that just inbred with themselves over centuries? So we were scared. We were scared to death of melon heads when I was a kid.
Wow. Is that where Pauly Shore got that thing where he calls a head a melon? I don't know.
But yeah, when I looked around, I'm like, there's not much melon head fiction. So I said, all right, let me try my hand.
That's nice. You know, I think there's not enough really like mask wearing slashers on the page. I think they're easier to do on the screen. So, and it's hard to translate that into the page in a good way. And I think we need more Jason Voorhees on the page.
I agree.
Dinosaurs. That's what got me. That was one of the things that got me hooked on it, was time travel, going to dinosaurs, dinosaurs coming back to life in the present. And reading those books was one of the things that got me hooked on the horror genre. And I can't recall seeing any in quite a while, other than Jurassic Park.
For me, it's bacteria. I love, and I know it's not really a monster per se, but once it gets out of hand, like books like Andromeda's Thread or The Hot Spot, those to me are just like, they just grab me because it's something that just happens and there's nothing that you can do about it unless you know how this mutation is going to go on. So,
hey Scott, I'm going to hook you into Severed Press. Check them out. They put new dinosaur books out every month.
Oh, really? Wow. I didn't know it.
You're going to be in hog heaven there. There's so many back titles. You're going to love it.
There's also a lot of dinosaur erotica out there, as I understand.
Yeah. Along with the Bigfoot erotica and gargoyle
but the T-Rex's hands are too short.
Here's a cool question. Chris Kassarch, horror author, says, which monster, traditional or not, would you want to write about in a future story or novel?
Demon. Demon, just straight demon. I love the demon. So if I could figure out a rare demon for whatever reason,
what do you love about the demons?
I'm sorry?
What do you love about the demons? Like what
love
attracts you?
Demons is that 99% of the time, you got to summon them before they come and mess up things. Like, I like the ignorance that sets them free. It's something about that just like, hey, let's do this stupid little thing. And then now a demon is out in the world. And now a whole society has got to figure out how to rid themselves of it. And I would love to be able to find that perfect union. Like, which one? I can't remember the movie, but I think his name was Baal, where he was actually possessing the kids to kill the parents. And those kind of, I would love to be able to figure out a demon just with that.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. But was it Bagul or in Sinister, right?
Yes, Sinister. That's the movie. Yeah,
creepy movie.
Yeah, he didn't really do anything. The kids did all the stuff. He was just the one like, hey, let's go ahead and knock out your parent.
Hey, I'm a parent. I'm a parent. Kids are scarier than monsters. I know.
You know, I was gonna put a snake in a vampire. You can't do it to your kid. I'm gonna not get in trouble.
Try me. Just try me.
Believe me, I know.
You know, I was gonna say demons too, but last night I watched Host on Shudder, which has a demon in it, and I don't want to mess with demons anymore because they're too scary.
Yes, yes, and I loved everything about that except the reasoning behind it. I loved it.
I know. I would love to do Mothman.
Oh yeah.
Please. Not a lot done on that other than John Keel's book and a Richard Gere movie.
Yeah.
No, what I did was in my 4th zombie book coming out later, I had zombies that they evolved and they started to have like a hunter mentality, like animals. They'd grunt, they'd learn how to ambush, they'd learn how to hunt in packs. and several of the scenes are based on the zombies trying to track down the humans.
Yeah, I did evolving zombies in one of my novels in Zombie Bake Off. They go through 3 stages. They start out as just like piranhas, then they get a little smarter, and then they get to where they can kind of imitate people, and infiltrate society. Yeah. But evolving zombies are really scary, I think.
Yeah.
I think for me, I would love to do. I mean, I'm obsessed with Bigfoot, but I just find it's the reason I don't is because it's just so hard to top what's been out there already. I think so many people have done great, scary things with Bigfoot, and I'm afraid to just let everybody down and do that. But I think I saw something pop up. We've got time for one last question. Who's throwing us a question? Somebody throw us a question in here.
Oh, one of us?
Sure. Yeah. How about?
Okay, I have a question for the panel since you're all established. Given what we know about monsters, which monster do you fear to come across any given time in your camping or knock on a window, broken down car? Which monsters would you say, I'm dead? Which is the one that gets into you the most?
That's a damn good question.
It is, yeah. When I'm taking the trash out at night, the monster that scares me the most is a werewolf, because they can just flash by and get me, and nobody will ever know it. And that's what I think of at night when it's dark. When it's dark, that's what I think about is werewolves. Yeah.
I mean, there's a subset of Bigfoot that are supposedly super violent, and I can't remember the name of them. I had a long conversation, like an hour, with somebody once at a convention who was like, he was hunting these things. But if those were around, because a regular Bigfoot, I'd be like, all right, yeah, well, he's going to walk by. He might scare me or throw a rock at me. But if those came by, I think I would just probably have a heart attack and die before they could get me. Self-preservation.
Max Brooks has those big feet or big foots in his Devolution, and they just tear you, they rend you limb from limb and just eat all they can. They're pretty violent now.
Yeah, those, I don't think I want to run across those.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, it would be basic. Jason. Determination, and you can't stop him. No matter what you do, he's just going to keep on coming at you. So, See, I live out in the woods, Steve, but my fear at night isn't like something attacking me. It's when I let my dogs out. I got one dog that's messed twice with a porcupine and twice with a skunk, and has lost every battle. I'm terrified of the day she comes running in with a bear cub in her mouth and Mama Bear following me.
Growing up in the Bronx area, I'm just more scared of people. When I go out at night, that's what I'm scared of.
Yeah, no doubt. For me, I think it would be Bigfoot, just because, I've spent a lot of time throughout my life in the woods, camping and hunting and hiking and everything else, and, had an experience or what could potentially be an experience. And, so I spent a lot of time studying the potential cryptid, and I would not want to run into one of the creatures in eastern Texas, because it sounds like they are the worst out of all the potential Bigfoot in the country. So
must be the heat. They're irritable.
Yes.
Can you answer your own question? Which one would you not
I'm
want to run
only a
into?
hunter. I'm a city girl. So if I'm ever caught out in a back road, it's people, and then second, some kind of animal. It doesn't really matter. It could be a possessed moose, and I would think like that.
That's in Maine. But down by the Bronx, anybody in a Richard Lehman novel, anybody in one of his novels, I don't want to run across them in the woods ever.
Yeah.
Well, you got all the UFO issues too, right by the Hudson River by you. So, which
yeah,
we've
baby.
talked about.
I'm not afraid of them. I'm waiting for them to take me home.
I'm on the fence.
If it'll get me out of work, they can take me.
Oh, good point.
Brian's back.
I'm back. Wanted to give you each a chance to plug your own stuff before we move on to our next guest. And I wanted to pop in again and thank you all for participating and donating your time and your knowledge today.
Awesome. Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We were kind of talking about earthworm gods too, man.
I heard. I wanted to pop in and say that's not fake news, and I should get royalties every time that photo is used. So Stephen, let's start with you.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know what the latest novel is. Go ahead, tell folks about it.
The Only Good Indians, out 2 weeks ago, about some hunters who make an elk mad, and it comes and gives them some grief, I guess. It's a slasher.
Hunter, how about you?
Well, I mentioned before, Misfits is coming out next month. It deals with melon heads, and it's a group of 5 kind of stoner teenagers in the 90s, lots of grunge references, feeding a dude to the melon heads and see what happens from there.
Do the melon heads actually have like are they like cone heads that are flat?
They're supposedly have like misshapen head. They're kind of all deformed, and
all right.
And sometimes they can be albinos, sometimes they're not. It's a weird kind of thing.
Okay.
Dee, how about you? What have you been up to during the pandemic?
Oh, my current work. I have a couple, but my current work in progress is a team of house renovators who found a niche in going out and renovating these haunted houses, and eventually they come across the wrong one. So
no melon heads in that one, though, right?
No.
Chuck, how about you?
Actually, I forgot to mention my latest release is Beers and Fears Flight Night, which I co-wrote with Frank Edler, Tim Meyer, and Armand Rosamilia. So it's basically horror and beer all put together. It's got everything you want in it, and those guys are amazing storytellers. So fired up to be a part of that, and it's the second one that we've written. So everybody check that out.
Cool,
awesome.
And Scott, how about you?
The third book in my new zombie trilogy, Nurse Alyssa versus the Zombies, is coming out August 7th. And September 1st, the fourth book in my young adult fantasy, Shattered World 4, will be released.
All right. Well, gang, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think it's time, folks. Some folks asked for him in the stream. So, returning to the stream now, Scares the Care CEO Joe Ripple. How you holding up there, Llama Father?
I'm doing well, Brian. How are you holding up?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Also joining us is somebody that probably needs no introduction. He's a favorite on Sci-Fi's Face Off and his special effects makeup work on Black Panther, Zombieland, The Hunger Games, Mockingjay, Strange Blood, and many more. Mr. Roy Woolley.
Hey, everybody. Hey,
Roy,
Joe.
how you doing, my friend?
Hanging in there, Joe, just like everybody else.
How I wanted to pop in and ask, how have things been affecting the film industry with the virus?
Oh, it has shut it down completely. I mean, there's a few small productions that are starting back up, but with very strict guidelines. And Tyler Perry has like people like quarantined at his studio. You're actually quarantined there, so you go there and you stay there. So it's going to be a while before it gets back to normal. But there are some productions that are starting, and they're hoping to get back, to work before the end of the year. But you never can tell.
Now, you as a special effects artist, and obviously with the recognition you've gotten, guys like you and RJ and all the other artists that have been on Face Off, have you? I mean, with everything, I guess Halloween is also a big time for you guys to create, and I'm assuming that's impacting you as well.
Yeah, it is. Because I work at Netherworld Haunted House here in Atlanta, and it's like one of the top ones in the country. And we're planning on opening, but all the plans changed from what we started with at the beginning of the year. So now it's like they changed the queue line, so there's the social distancing. Everybody's going to be wearing a mask with a surgical mask underneath. As far as the actors, we have a cleaning crew that's going to be coming through constantly. Cleaning every 20, 30 minutes. They're going to be going through the entire haunt constantly, taking it and wiping everything down. So it's a strange new world that we're living in.
As if it wasn't strange enough already.
Yeah.
So I read that Mackenzie's trying to get Face Off to come back. Have you heard anything?
No, they they're trying to get it pushed. They actually tried to save it before it even went off the air, but now they're trying to bring it back, and they're the same company that makes it is also doing this thing with Snapchat for three-dimensional makeup artists. Once you like paint things that look three-dimensional.
Yeah.
And they're doing something with Snapchat, along those lines.
Okay. Well, that's good. You talk to RJ much anymore? Or you?
Not since the pandemic. We sort of check in on each other every once in a while, but yeah, he's got his escape games going up in Charleston,
right?
And so this has kind of killed his business, and it's just hard on everybody right now.
Well, just like everybody else, I appreciate you taking a couple minutes just to pop on and say hi to everybody. Means a lot.
I actually took some time off from doing conventions, but Scares That Cares is one of those that means a lot to me and my wife, Melissa. We just love the whole premise behind it, and all the people, that are there. I mean, we have come the last couple of years, but we have missed it greatly. So hopefully, next year we can come and hang out and have some fun again.
Yeah, we would enjoy that. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I think you guys were there year 2 or year 3.
Yeah.
And since then we've passed the $250,000 donation mark. We've given away $250,000. So
that's awesome.
But that's just because of folks like you that want to pop in and help us out. So I'm greatly in debt. I do appreciate it.
Anytime.
Well, speaking of that, why don't we take a look at where we're at? Of course, Our goal for today, our initial goal was $10,000. We are 6 hours into the stream, and we are currently at $7,551.
That's awesome.
Absolutely awesome. Want to remind folks, as we do every year, Scares That Care picks 3 recipient families. Our families for this year are Ashley Adams and her daughter Natalia. Natalia has Marfan syndrome. Joe talked about that early this morning. Paul Tremblay was on a little later in the stream and talked about it as well. We're also helping out Laura. She is our breast cancer warrior for this year. And Trisha, who is our burn recipient this year. She had 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. 100% of the money that is donated today will go to those recipients. Unlike a physical convention or show, we don't have any overhead. There's no travel fees. There's no hotel fees. There's no per diems. So if you donate $5, all of that $5 is going to them. There are 2 ways you can do that. By phone, you can text VCARE. That's V as in vampire, care, to 91999. Or from your computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. Joe, you got anything to add to that?
The only thing I would like to say is to everybody who has donated so far, we appreciate it. And again, Brian, when I mentioned earlier this morning, times are hard. A lot of people are out of work. And if you can't donate, that's perfectly fine. But in the interim, you can spread the word, share the link, things like that. It's not necessarily about the size of the donation, but the size of the heart behind it. And that's what we're truly after, and that's what we're truly looking for. So if you can't donate right now because you're out of work, things aren't going well for you, then please don't worry about it. We'll do the best we can with what we've got. And much like Roy has experienced on Face Off, sometimes you make do with what you get. And you go from there. But Roy, just thank you again, my friend, for popping in.
You're very welcome.
And Brian Keene, I see David Hex with us, so I'm going to pop out here, and I will serve it over to you guys, and I'll chat again with you guys a little bit later on.
All right, Roy, we'll see you on the road next year. Joe, we'll see you in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
All right, David, you're back, and let's bring in some other folks here. Joining us now, Lou Temple, Joshus Maximus, Jason Smith, and there's Cooper. All right, I think we've got everybody.
Oh, look at you. Hats.
Nice. Hi, welcome all. Thank you guys for coming. I'm probably more scared. Yes.
Hey, Lou.
Hey, guys.
What's up, guys?
There's
I want
Steve.
to change my name.
Hello,
It's
gentlemen.
not cool.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Hi,
Great.
boys.
All the
Oh, good. There's Steven. Yay.
Hi, man.
I'm at my mother's house, so if she walks in with cookies for everybody, I'll try to explain to her that it doesn't work that way. But
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
I'm not up on that.
That's not how it works, Mom. Give me the cookies. They'll get them.
Yeah.
I'll hand them right to you.
We could watch you eat them, Jason. That'd be a joy.
Well,
Yeah.
she already brought me a sandwich, so.
God. This guy.
Cookies for charity.
It was exactly like this on set, by the way. Always
That's
bringing
good.
Jason a sandwich.
Hey, cut,
Jason's mother's here again.
So welcome, guys. I want to thank you. This is like spectacular. I didn't expect to have everybody there. And like I found out about this a little while ago, so I tried to be prepared. But as always, I was doing virtual con stuff, aka drinking last night. So I'm looking and feeling my best today. So one of the things I want to ask you guys first, because it was one of those things that I've been thinking about all for 2020. Has The Walking Dead prepared you for the COVID quarantine, like mentally in any way?
Yes, I did a whole seminar on it. I'm sure everybody here has addressed it, but I spoke to a group of photographers that are in the nation, and they take the pictures, the virtual walkthrough of houses for sale, and they were shut down. This would be in April. And so they came to me and they said, well, I got to tell my employees, how to get through this. And it just occurred to me, I'm a huge fan of The Walking Dead. You might know. And I called all 4 of these guys to fill in for me on the You Might Know. And not one of them returned my call. So I'm going to defer at this moment. No, the reality of what I spoke about was hope, HOPE. We spoke a lot about hope and being hopeful on The Walking Dead. So I think that hasn't been fundamentally different than what we're going through right now. I feel like every day you've got to find something to be hopeful for, or at least that has served me a great deal. That'd be my 2 cents. I'll throw it to Cooper. I'm throwing it to Cooper down below me. Hollywood Squares.
Hey, yeah, I mean, for all of this, I just felt like I'm doing the things that I didn't have time to do before, and I've just sort of been focusing on that, and it's kind of been, I've always been kind of like able to accept the fact that, all right, well, I'm not gonna be able to do this now. I'm in a different part of town, or I'm away. I'm gonna have to try doing something differently. And to me, this is obviously this is odd for everybody, but it's just been letting me just sort of get deeper and deeper. I haven't had my phone for the last 6 weeks. I've gotten rid of my phone. I don't even so.
No wonder you didn't call me back.
Yeah, I got rid of my phone too, Lou.
Oh,
totally got rid of it.
I got rid of my
I go to
pants.
emails now. Oh yeah, those are gone.
This is my mom's TRS-64 we're on right now. So
You're on a trash 80?
yeah, it's 80. Yeah.
Josh, what about you, man?
I got rid of my pants. So
that happened a long time ago.
yeah, that's true.
Don't blame it
one
on
thing
this.
about what Lou said about hope, to be devil's advocate on the show, if you talked about hope, you knew you had about 5 weeks to live. I remember I had a monologue where I was talking about, I was optimistic and I went, oh, that's it. I've got a bullseye in my head now. So hopefully this does not parallel the television program.
A lot of truth to that, Stephen. Yeah, the minute you start feeling good, and you're getting shot off your horse.
Okay, now I have to. There's a second part of this. What is your favorite COVID meal? Like your go-to? I don't feel like you're like this is something I want to eat. I realize it's cookies and sandwiches for Jay.
For me, it's a Poncho and Lefty bowl from Recess over at Krog Street Market. That's the one I'll go to.
Okay.
It's
Very
quite
specific.
tasty, and it's good for you. It ain't cheap, but it's good.
I've been doing a lot
Robin's
of
been
pork
making
grilled pork butts.
Ooh.
Yeah. Grilled smoke applewood smoked pork butts on my charcoal grill. It's the fattest.
I'm knowing what you're growing. I'm doing a lot of ribeyes on the charcoal grill and corn, maize. You know, where you just burn it right there on the fire.
Nice.
That's awesome. We have this. I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about Korean barbecue. So I miss the Korean barbecue. So we have this little grill that we just stick on the table so that we can take the slices of meat and just place it on top and everything. And
nice.
So I've been doing that like maybe like once a week or so. So that's been nice. It's also been saving, like a lot of money. I guess not having to go.
I eat a bowl of Captain Crunch about once a week.
Yes,
that's
awesome.
Why not?
Guilty pleasure. That's
living life on the edge there. I see it. All right.
Well,
how's the roof of your mouth, Steve?
Huh?
How's the roof of your mouth?
Yes, I have that Captain Crunch paste constantly.
Yeah.
It's like the honeycomb rash.
Yeah, the rash. Captain Crunch rash.
So raw.
I'm still like, ooh, Captain Crunch is good right now.
No, please, it's 2020. No more. Now, do people recognize and talk to you on the street a lot? I mean, like, do you find that happening quite a bit?
The Walking Dead? No.
Sadly, I do get recognized, and it's always like, man, how they do that to your face, and I hated you, and all these things that really weren't me. It's always Dwight. I get confused sometimes. Or are you his brother? Were you his brother on the show? Or
I've never seen the show, but you look like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to I was at the Publix deli counter maybe a couple years back, and the gal at the counter was like, "Wow, you look familiar. Where do I know you from?" And I'm like, "Well, I've done a couple things." Started rattling off my credits or whatever. And she's like, "Yeah, okay." And I'm like, "Yeah," and I did a little show called The Walking Dead. She's like, "Oh, wow, that's great. That's great." No, you know what? I just see you here buying chicken wings all the time. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm always buying chicken wings, I guess.
You know what I get a lot, Steve? You'll appreciate this. Is that people will come to me and convinced that I'm that guy in Fried Green Tomatoes. When was that movie made, by the way?
What is that cat's name?
Rainer Shines is his name. The actor's name is Rainer Shines. I'm not even kidding.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like an old,
and they will have
a punk band in the 80s.
Fried Green Tomato DVD. And at some point, as you know, you just have to give in and do it. Yeah.
That was me. Fuck you. Yeah.
I get weird recognitions. I get a lot
like day one. But go ahead.
I get it a bunch, but the ones that are always funny to me are the ones where they don't know where they saw me from, and the way they approach me, I assume we went to like school together or something. They're like, oh, because I was leaving a Best Buy, and they go, "Oh, hey man," I'm like, "Hey, how have you been?" "Oh, I've been good. How are you?" And now I'm like, I'm trying so hard. And so we had this conversation. We're probably talking for 30 seconds. And I'm like, "I am so sorry. Where do we know each other from?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know if I actually know you." And then we started listing off all these things that sort of like, "Did you work here in like 2003? No, okay." Did just going on.
Did you get chicken wings at Publix?
Yeah.
You're that guy that tried eating that whole pizza for the free pizza. And I didn't. There was but no, he it was just, "Oh right, you're on TV. That's cool." I'm like,
Cooper.
But it was so much cooler that we might have gone to school together.
Yeah, I was like, "Are you sure?" I I was the Wildcat mascot.
Cooper, you got to tell them that story about when you first came on the show and you were at the gym the next day. Do you remember that story? Tell them that
There was this, yeah. All right, so there was this. We're doing all right. So keep in mind when you're at the gym and you're doing like, you know, I think kind of heavyweight, and someone just starts staring at you as you're lifting, and you sort of have like that feeling like someone wants to hit the weights. So I'm always like prepared to like get hurt. And this guy goes, "Oh man, loved you on the show the other night." And I was like, "Oh, thanks, dude." And he goes, "But you know what I'm talking about? Like you look just like that guy from The Walking Dead." And I was like, "Oh yeah." And I forgot how it went to the point where after a while I thought it was a joke. Like I thought it was a joke. I look like him. So I'm like, and then he goes, "Yeah, man, but you do realize how much you look like that guy." And I thought he was just messing with me. I'm like, "Well, that is me." And he goes, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm that guy." And then he had like this freak out in the eyes, and then he went, "That's really cool." And then it was kind of I was like, "Thanks." Like, I hate bringing it up. What do you do? I was like, "I'm an actor."
Yeah. So he was willing to come up to you as a stranger, but not as a celebrity.
He just came up to like compliment me as a joke for the work, thinking I didn't do the work, thinking I just looked like the guy that was on there. So I remember that cracking me up. But then,
again, way more cool if you weren't really him. You know, it would have worked.
I do tell that to people.
Yeah,
I do tell that to people sometimes when they say, "You know, you look like that guy. You look like that guy," and I'm like, "Oh, I get that all the time." Like that actor dude, and they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, guy, yeah." I had a nickel, and then I'll leave it at that. I think that was him.
So handsome.
So good. Ooh.
Okay, question from the panel. Were you fans of the comic before the show came out?
Yes.
I was a fan of the show, but not
No. I was watching the show. I wasn't. I've never. Actually, I mean, I've looked at a few copies of some stuff online, pirated copies online of comic books, but not much.
Was there a reason to not do it? Were you afraid it was going to affect your character development?
No, it's just not my bag.
Nice.
Oh, look at Joshua.
The opposite of Josh.
Well, Josh wins.
So you obviously read all the comics.
That's how they paid him. So he's got stacks of those things.
Lou.
So you're gonna have to give you at least one.
That's how they paid all of us.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I remember. Yeah.
I read some of it after I got the role, but my role in the comics was a woman. They juxtaposed it for the show, and I should have paid attention because in the comic, my character dies. I think her name is Regina in the comics, and I should have paid attention because I thought I was going to be on for a couple seasons. So I was like, if you've read the comic,
that's what they tell you.
Yeah. Yes. So.
They just replaced you with the real woman. You haven't been watching since then?
He finally got done with West Wing, and she was available. Or Grey's Anatomy, I should say. I had seen the comic books because of my horror background. Someone was always sending me them, the graphic novels, I should say, and I thought they were really cool and violent. And I think I told someone once, "There's no way they're doing a television series about it. You can't put this on TV." I mean, my God. Next cut to Jerry. So I was kind of blown away they were actually pulling it off. But yeah, I'd seen it.
Now, I actually just have a question. When you guys get like a backstory, are you given a backstory by Walking Dead, or did you actually think about what your life would be as a character to build it before the apocalypse?
I didn't. My character, I always felt, was so in the moment that whatever he was beforehand, it just didn't matter to him. And it also, performance-wise, I don't like giving myself that kind of rule of especially on a show like this where it's like we can be anything now. I fancied being a weatherman when we had that snow episode at the end of season 9. I was just thinking it'd be really funny if we're going by the bus on the horses and you see my face with the weather. But not much other than that.
Well, you were used to that green screen with that that Bobcat y'all had, so yeah, you could be pretty good.
Okay, so there is a question. Can you pop that one back up again? You enjoy reading or watching all the other post-apocalyptic book shows and movies? If so, what are some of your favorites?
Cormac McCarthy's The Road.
Yeah. That's rough, man. That is a rough show to watch.
I used to until life started imitating art. I loved A Quiet Place. Normally it's fascinating because it was so fictional, and now it's like, oh, that's my life. So
I can remember when I was very young, and it came on television, on broadcast TV, was a movie called Omega Man with Charlton Heston.
Oh yeah.
And I just thought that was the crazy. I was like, that's wild. I want to be Omega Man. It's like something, it just grabbed me. And of course it was on broadcast television. So it wasn't like I could, this is before VHS. This was like, what was that? And then it was gone. There's no Google, there's nothing. It's like, whatever happened. And then years later, I was like, oh, it was Omega Man. And then of course they remade it with Will Smith as a similar thing. But that's always fascinated me. That whole, what if I'm the last person, or what if I could just go do whatever the hell I wanted to all the time, and nobody, especially when you're young, when you're a kid and there's no parent, I'm gonna do whatever I want. But then, you don't look at the downside of that. That there's probably monsters out there and bad people and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I've always been fascinated with that kind of. I'm not a prepper. I'm not a prepper. I want to die quickly.
Says a man with a plate of cookies.
His mom's a prepper.
As long as mom's around, I'm good to go.
I prepped you some cookies.
Exactly.
Mine was Planet of the Apes. I keep waiting.
Oh yeah.
For Zoom to show up and like, oh shit.
Crushed it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Charlton Heston theme here. So,
Soylent Green is people.
Exactly. And, but I like that Will Smith movie too. I mean, it got a little stupid, but there is something about that whole genre that I like. Josh and I are in a movie right now called Only that's on Netflix that you can watch that, Josh is barely in. I'm just in it a little bit more than him. Chandler Riggs is in it a little bit less, kind of in between. But it's a slow movie, but it's another post-apocalyptic, very similar to what's happening to us now, and it's not bad.
That's a great advertisement for it. It's a slow movie.
I'm not going to oversell it. It's all right. Check it out.
I've got time.
Yeah, I'm too busy. I've got to.
If Takashi's watching, I'm sorry, buddy. It's a slow movie. It moves kind of slow. So it's all right.
So do I. So I'm fine with that.
I got another question for you guys. I said, of those of you who were killed on The Walking Dead, how did they bring it to you? Like, how'd you find out?
Oh, well, at the time I was interesting. I had just had dinner with the showrunner. At that time with Glenn Mazzaro, and we'd had this great hang and dinner and talking about the show and my character, and it was going to go really great. And again, you're going to be on forever. And then he called 2 days later. I was in my hotel room and I'm like, oh, wow, Glenn's calling. I mean, I've seen Norman Reedus get calls from Glenn Mazzaro, but now I'm getting calls from Glenn Mazzaro. All right. And, hey, Lou, how's it going? I'm like, yeah, cool, dude. How's it going? You want to talk? Yeah. He's like, yeah, Axel's going to take a bullet. Sorry, bud. And I was like, no. And you do the denial dance, right? You start blaming it on other people, like, what about so-and-so? What What about Daniel May's character? That guy's an asshole. Let's get rid of him. and,
That's so
and
sweet.
then realize none of that's going to work. And so you start digging in to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I posted the other day, like 2 days ago was my 3-year anniversary of my call from Scott Gimple. So, yeah.
You still have that text message?
I still got his voicemail on my phone, though.
Right. Hey,
Scott,
Jason, give me a call.
Yeah.
What?
Like, hey, Jason, Scott
Is that
Gimple.
why you don't return calls?
That's right.
Yes, that's it. Someone
I
will
got
kill you.
Gimple's message on there.
Yeah, I got a message. It shows how full of ourselves actors can get. I think we were shooting, like, I think it was the 3rd episode I was on. I got a message that Scott Gimple wanted to talk to me. I was like, oh, well, he probably wants to talk about the arc of the character and the fine work I'm doing. And then I got another message saying, yeah, he wants to talk to you about the finale. And I was like, oh, man, I'm going to die. And so he called me on a Saturday and he went, and same thing with, hey, Steve. And I went, I'm going to die, aren't I? And he went, yeah. But then he said, I promise it's going to be really cool. It's the last scene of
as
the
if that
finale.
makes it better.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it's a mixture of sadness because it's such a great group of people and it's a nice job. But it's also, it's like being 11 years old. You get to die in usually a very cool way. So it's a trade-off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason, I had heard from Jason that Scott, he had gotten the call or whatever, and we talked for a while about that, and I was like, man, he had mentioned avoiding all Los Angeles area code numbers. And I was thinking the same thing, like, yeah, if I just don't pick it up, they can't tell me, they can't break it for me, they'll feel so bad. Not the case. I called him back, he had the same thing. Josh, you're gonna die. Thanks for your work. Never talk. You know, it's funny because like I had text or email exchanges with him. Jason was talking to him about his character, to Scott about his character. He's like, yeah, man, I'm back and forth with Scott, and he's telling me things about my character, and I'm like, holy shit, you can do that? And so I got his email, and I wrote him an email at one point being like, hey, man, is there any kind of like redeeming qualities about Jared? Is there anything that I should know that maybe at some point he'll join Hilltop, like make his way in? Should I leave any kind of question of that? And of course he was like, no, man, he's an asshole through and through.
I'll be calling you next week.
Yeah. Yeah, but I made it to 8:13, and I was like, oh boy, this far. All right, well,
they didn't know that because it wasn't rock solid that Axel was going down. The governor was going to show up, and they needed to take some collateral damage, or he'd be impotent, right? So they were like back and forth. And then, bless him, Andy Lincoln went to bat for me. He goes, let's keep Axel on the team for a while. So then it got too late because they were actually talking to me, Glenn, about some people that were on the list. And there were some series regulars, the same ones who were coming up and going, man, dude, I'm so sorry to hear. And I'm like, you have no idea how close it was being you. And so Greg Nicotero couldn't do a live cast. He didn't have time to do a live cast of me for the shot. And oddly enough, as you guys know, he's done enough on the show. He's got a live cast of himself. And he and I have a similar sort of facial structure. And he used his live cast and molded and built Axel from his face, which was amazing. So that was actually Nicotero getting shot up with Carol down there.
Oh.
That's behind the scenes stuff. Don't tell anyone, all right?
Okay, we got a question here. What's the funniest part of the shoot?
How unepic everything feels like when we're doing it, and then somehow when it's rolling, it's like, oh, that came out looking good. Like I just feel like there's so many times where my armor would be falling off while we're fighting, or like my axe on my back would like start swinging around, and we just look completely like all the Kingdomers, we look like completely like messed up when all we did was walk. So I always just crack up like, we are here, and it's like, excuse me, my little league. My little league moves. Okay, now we are ready. And it's this, just how people just stubbing at toes, watching Melissa. I think I've seen her fall over at least 4 or 5 times now over the last 4 years. Like, just no reason. It's not like she got pushed; she would just fall over.
Well, she's drunk most of the time.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah, so
There you go.
no, but she always tip over. I've seen her fall on the railroad when we did the snow. I watched her slide down, and she's never hurt. She's just always like, "Did anyone see that?" I'm like, "Everyone saw that."
This is your coverage.
Hey, where'd y'all shoot the snow stuff?
We did that in for all the actual like snow that we saw indoor, or like when it was dark, was at the Screen Gems.
Oh, okay. So it was all just movie magic.
Stage.
Yeah, all movie magic. And but then
wow.
When we're riding the horses and stuff like that, they just had machines, and they were just.
I'll be darned. Cool. Fooled me.
The horses didn't like it because it wasn't snow. It's like a soapy kind of thing. So
yeah,
to get the horse, trying to do dialogue where we have to like keep this distance from each other, and then when they see the snow, the horses are like, "That's all right, guys." There's a lot of, again, it's just so unepic, which is what cracks me up sometimes.
When I was on the show, all roads led to the sheriff. There weren't other storylines per se. So, and it was that season that Andy was doing his King Lear, and it was a lot of work, and so we would mess with him quite a bit. Sometimes we'd wear sombreros we'd roll in the prison with sombreros or masks. We had president's masks, like Point Break one time, and Dead Presidents. And so we would pull some hijinks, and sometimes Andy would laugh, but a lot of times he wouldn't. But we liked it. It was fun. Of course, none of us lasted on the show, by the way, except for the ringleader, Norman Reedus.
Yeah.
Now, did any of you guys play zombies before you were characters on the show? Did you actually do any zombie work? All right, so Luke, back there, 2, 3.
No, I'm pointing at Josh.
Oh, sorry.
I did a movie called Trailer Park of Terror, and it's just what it sounds like, and it's a trailer park of zombies, and they just get pissed at the UPS man for leaving packages in the wrong door, or pissed at the utility guy, and they eat them, and it's just life at a trailer park, and they just eat whatever shows up, and they're pissed. You can find that on
that was a
on
somebody
Hulu.
watch this. Watching this, Google it.
But it's actually, I did it because I kept running into Ron Perlman at the grocery store, and I kept saying, because he was doing that Hellboy, and I would ask him, so how is it in prosthetics? And he would kind of grumble, to be honest. And so I wanted to give it a try, and it's full prosthetics, and it's a task.
Yeah. I was a walker in the season 2 finale when the walkers break into the farm, bust through the fence. I had my roommate at the time was a costume was a costumer on the show, and she posted something about a rush call down to Sonoya. I ended up driving down there and doing the dang thing because I wanted to be on the show. I wanted to get that close. It was an amazing experience too, just to see. Because at the time, Greg was I think Greg directed the episode, and the season 2, the height of its fandom, or it was the upward trajectory was just crazy. Folks were losing their minds about it and what it was doing to Georgia and film here. So I just wanted to go down there and see what they were doing, and it's the the line that they have, the assembly line they have, getting those guys, the background folks through makeup and costumes is impressive.
Cool. I got okay. Do you have a? Oh, you're gonna ask that question. I didn't see what it is. Did you have a favorite scene that you shot on the show?
Yes.
I
do.
Go ahead.
The scene with Noah that we did in the gazebo where I'm.
Oh yeah.
But again, it was one of those scenes where it's a lot about hope. So I knew that he was doomed and that I was probably doomed as well, like I said earlier. But yeah, it was just a nice, quiet scene, just quiet dialogue, mentoring him, and he's such a wonderful actor. And Jennifer Lynch was the director, David Lynch's daughter. And going back to it wasn't funny, but even though it was a really serious scene, before we'd roll, the camera would roll, and she'd go, "Have fun," and action. She always had to remind us that we're not doing, laser brain surgery, that we're playing pretend and have fun with it.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite.
Mine was when Josh shot Benjamin 713. When the cantaloupe thing, Cooper was there, of course. That was the coolest fucking day ever.
That was a great day.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that was crazy is I had like freaking 10 pages of dialogue, and I got the script in 36 hours before shoot time, and I was in total panic mode for a complete day and a half. But by the time we got there, everybody was helping out, and Kari and I had gotten together and worked on it, and it went great. It was a great day, and it was just like, it was like a machine. We just moved from part to part to part to part to part. And then the next day, the follow-up when he's dead. I mean, those are the best 2 days of shooting on that show for me. Even though it was fun to get chased by Lenny and die and all that stuff, that was like the pinnacle for me. It was that day. That was a lot of fun.
Those days were so much fun because we had our groups together and not everyone was dead yet. But in particular was Yom Kippur, and I just remember I was on, it was hot, and I was fasting, so I don't do food, water and I just remember thinking I had to keep carrying Benjamin and lifting him, and Carl McKinnon, who that played Richard, he was like, "If you don't eat food in the next hour, I'm gonna shove some in your face." He's like, "I don't want to see it." I'm just like, "We got this, we're good, let's just keep
I didn't know that.
So I was so grateful. I was so grateful that you had all the dialogue that day, because I was just like so hot, so hungry.
Yeah.
I just thought you were acting.
Like, God,
He's still method. He's still method, that Cooper.
A funny story about that day too, because Lenny, after he kills Richard, Morgan, after he kills Richard, he stabs him in the head, in the brain, and I had to. Gavin sends me away. I get to kind of just sit around and watch for the rest of the day in case they need me, and I'm standing there next to Caleb Womble, one of the producers on the show, and I'm like, "God, man, this scene is brutal, dude. Like, just, not only does he kill him, like he hates him so much that he stabs him in the head.
Yeah.
It gets his brain, it's just like right in the skull." And Caleb's like, "Yeah, man, he's doing that because that's what kills the virus. Like, we're on season 7 here." you have seen the show before.
You did read the comic books.
Yeah, exactly. Comics, haven't forgotten completely about it, because I read it around when it came out. And then, having not had the time to really refresh completely on the show, I'm like, okay, well, my time here is limited after.
Do you remember when we did that lineup, when it was Kingdom versus Saviors there? I remember seeing some of our background, like holding the gun up to us and then just shaking.
Yeah.
So heavy. And we're all like,
heavy guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We committed to like arms all the way out. Like we committed to this angle and then
You've done this.
It's hard to hold a desert eagle for all day just out in front of you.
Just cuddle it and bring it in.
Right here,
Easy now. I got you.
T-Rex shot.
I'm looking right at you.
You always hold the gun right up to your eye. You can see better that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll hold the pistol.
What about you, Steve? Oh, we already told us.
Yeah, mine would probably be you got the short hair to Carol. There must be a lesbian.
Yeah.
Which was great about action because he always said what the audience was always suspecting, or thinking, like, no, we all getting along in here, us whites and blacks, we're getting along fine, They're like, yeah, she must be a lesbian because you got the short hair. That was a lot of fun, and we were supposed to shoot it not that day, actually. And that what's his name, Billy was directing, and he pushed it. He goes, "Hey, we got about another half hour. Let's do that scene." And Melissa and I are like, "No, we don't want to do that scene." And he did it anyway, and it was perfect because we didn't have any time to make it, a meal out of it. You know how you do, Steve? So we kind of rushed it, and which was so great was Melissa's reaction, as is always great to everything. She makes scenes better with her reactions for sure, and that was fun for me, I thought.
I loved it at the end, Lou, because after you figured it all out, you're just kind of like, "Sup?"
Oh, right. Yeah. I got a shot here. All right. Any port in a storm, really. I mean, and logic, well, so-and-so's with so-and-so, and you're a lesbian, and I'm just trying to get mine when the getting's good, and so, oh, you're not a lesbian. My, this is interesting. No, it's not. Yeah.
But she's like, but I think I may become one now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Cooper, I got a. There's somebody's asking a question. It's like, since Jerry isn't in the comics, what were the plans to play him when you were hired?
Well, before I was hired, the audition was me giving out a few different versions. They wanted it to be like like Zen-like or super like, hey, what's up, And I don't know quite what the plan was with Jerry. It was just for me being such a fan of the show, trying to kind of find a comedy that worked for it within it is always difficult. And so I think we just sort of like rolled with it, just sort of see how it happened. And I think when in my first episode, our first episode, Josh and Jason, we when I was doing that throne room scene, and it's me, Kari, and Melissa and Lenny, and I sort of made the pun out of the well said, it's like, take from the well, give to the well, or replenish the well, take from the well, replenish the well. And I'm like, well said. And that was when I was like, there's Jerry. I found him. And we sort of leaned into that guy. And it's been, it's always fun because I always get like these tongue twisters. Do you remember that scene, Josh, where it was end of season 8 and you were talking with, you're all like cut up on the back and you're the ghost version talking to Lenny?
Yeah.
And I had like this line about like, we gotta deuce, like not deuce out. I don't know. It was some kind of thing. I was like, I'm looking up these words and I can't find the definitions for them anywhere. But that's sort of Jerry. It's like, I don't know quite what I'm saying, but I feel like I know what I'm saying. And that's how I kind of go with it. I just have, I don't know. Getting to find him is always funny. Cause I'm like, oh, all right. So he's going to split a guy in half. That's cool. How are we getting there? Or it's like, hey guys, we need to get this projector bulb. This is the most important thing. we need to watch movies. I can't listen to Ezekiel do one-act plays anymore. Enough. And just sort of discovering how he keeps, how Jerry's like just rolls with it, and everything is always fun for me. So yeah.
Now, for the guys who played the Saviors, where did you see yourselves, your characters as good guys? I mean, or were they, like mean-spirited? Josh, I mean, like yours seem more mean-spirited, and other people seem less willing to be that way. Did they think that they were doing the right one? What was your motivation for that?
Yeah, I think for Jared, he was someone who was, I think so, the Apocalypse had brought out some sort of sociopathic tendencies in himself. I think he was probably already a self-concerned person, and once that happened, I think he just kind of landed on the door, to use a Titanic reference, landed on the door closest to him, being the Saviors. So I don't think I didn't have much care for everyone else's life, and I think I was doing whatever it was to survive, and I think that's everyone's MO in this thing, but some, it's just different ways of going about it, and his was survive at all costs at the expense of everyone else.
For Gavin, real quick, I mean, yeah, he was just wherever, as Lou said a minute ago, any port in a storm, and he found one and went in. And so as far as good guys versus bad guys, whenever people start talking about, the Saviors being bad guys, I'm like, no, we're the Saviors. We're here to save people. We just happen to have a psychopath as our leader, but other than that, we're good people, And it's a joke because we are the villains. But if you really, 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 really look at Rick and his crew and what they've done and all that, it's not really. There's no good guys. It's just they're not as weird about it as the Saviors. So, yes, I mean, I never thought of myself as a villain. As an actor, you always, you have to defend your character to the end of the world, even if they are terrible people. So I was, of course, I have to admit, with the Kingdom, they were laughable. It was just like, these guys are. I mean, how are they still alive? These guys are loony. You got swords and horses and axes and this actor asshole and well, fine, yeah, just bring me this stuff, whatever. It's just they were like this. They were like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood for Gavin. It's like, I'm just going to keep this safe over here and not let anybody know that y'all are here because you're covering my nut and you're entertaining. That was pretty much my go-to with those guys.
It's amazing you mention that too. I've never once. It just occurred to me, and I never considered how fucking ridiculous meeting Ezekiel probably was.
Yeah, he's like, sure, buddy.
I
stuff.
Why didn't I process that? I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, what's garbage?
Whatever works for you, bud.
I always wanted to deal with him.
Be your best self. Cooper, we can't hear you, buddy.
We can't hear you, Cooper.
Check 1 2. Hey.
There you are.
Yeah, I've always wanted to hear the two of you get the job detail. It's like, hey guys, I need you to go and check out this community, and the two of you are like, what? Like, Jason goes first, Gavin goes first, and then he's like, all right, these guys are a little different, and then Josh is like, I gotta see this. I gotta see these guys.
Yeah.
Wait, what? And he's got a what? He's got
yeah. Hey, did Gavin and Jared? I mean, did they get on? Did they like each other?
Oh, hell no.
No, right? I mean, it didn't seem like it would be no honor between thieves, right?
Well, I think now this is Jason's opinion on Gavin is that Jared absolutely adored Gavin, but I couldn't stand him.
Yeah, I think
I'm your best friend. You're not my best friend. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, really. I didn't understand how I survived as long as I did. That you cause enough trouble in a world where you become a liability. It's I'm amazed that I love that I died at Morgan's hands. But it
was good trouble. You caused good trouble.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, if your characters had not gotten that infamous phone call, if your characters had survived, where do you think that each of these characters would be today? in regards to this series itself?
Probably with the Ezekiel for
Yeah,
sure.
well,
Who wouldn't want to be in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood?
Yeah, exactly. We would have been pulled into, we'd be hanging out with Carrie Cahill and, and Cooper and those cats and, probably figured out some way to bury the hatchet, not in our heads,
Right.
Yeah.
I think Axel would have gone along for the ride. Ultimately, I think he's kind of a peacemaker. Everybody's good time buddy. He'd have found, the next old guy, to hang out with. Maybe Reg. Once we got up there, we had no idea about other communities at that point in time. But I think Axel would have been serving Rick's group as best he could. Although I was always informed of an alternative, which we never got to.
Oh, man.
I think Reg would have his own show called Don't Fear the Walking Dead. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wouldn't be a very exciting show, but it would be very calming.
Yeah.
You'd eat like a bowl of Captain Crunch and drink bourbon while you talk to kids.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And it would be slow. It would be slow.
It would be slow, like Jason's movie on Netflix.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Exactly.
Okay, so I have actually, two questions in the queue right now. It says, who is your favorite actor to work with? I mean, it doesn't even have to be just The Walking Dead. I mean,
Denzel Washington. Oh, sorry.
No, it doesn't have to be that. I'm opening it up.
Man, that's a tough question.
I know, no easy questions here. You don't get off easy.
Well, actually, you know what? I've had the great pleasure now of working with Steve Coulter on 4 different projects.
Yeah, we've done 4 different things.
And I mean, one was a documentary that hopefully none of you will ever see. Steve was great in it, but and then no, you were, and then 3 short films that we've done together. It's been a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun. Yeah,
wow.
I mean, it's not that I don't enjoy working.
He clearly returns your call.
You
You guys clearly can. He returns your calls, Jace?
Yeah.
Lou Temple.
Who's this Lou fellow?
Lou, I'm reading your script tomorrow, brother. Okay.
I know it. Thank
I'm
you.
here.
And to be fair, Coop, I didn't get you, but all of them did me a solid during this COVID. We took on the cattle drive known as Lonesome Dove, and we and everybody threw in as a hand and read some chapters for me on YouTube. That's out there for free for everybody, and it was great, and I'm so grateful. And it made it a lot of fun. Actually, it was great to hear their amazing voices, lucid voices, tranquil voices on the trail.
That turned me on. I picked that book up.
Go ahead, Steve.
I want to put in a plug for Lou. I happened to see the movie Unstoppable, which came out many years ago.
Yeah.
I just kept hearing about it, and I'd seen it in theaters. When I saw it the first time, I didn't know. And Lou is very prominently featured. He plays a great character. And if you haven't seen it or Lou's performance in it, it is, especially now when we have time, it's a great movie.
Oh, thank you. That was a great experience.
Really
yeah.
And Iron Orchard is on something right now.
Iron Orchard. I got this little crazy thing, which is, look, you didn't ask us to pitch. You asked us about other actors, and of course, what are we going to do? Have 5 actors
right here.
Talk about ourselves. I mean, that's what that question said to me. Oh, you want me to talk about myself? Okay. Man, there's so many cool guys. I think a better question: who's your least favorite to work with?
Bruce Willis.
I've done 4 things with Jason Smith, and that's enough. That's more than enough.
Oh God, unrequited love.
That happened to me a couple of years ago. I had a 10-year-old that it was like fistful of Jasons. I had a whole bunch of Jason Voorhees, and the 10-year-old, I gave him the microphone, and he said, "Which movie of the Jasons do you hate the most?" And literally, they all kind of went at each other.
Oh my God.
It must have been a brutal fight.
I was like, I'm going to lose control of this. This is going to happen pretty quick.
All Jasons fight each other.
Okay, so I have a question for you. It's multiple choice. It said, if there was an actual zombie apocalypse hit today, would you survive days, weeks, months, or years?
Days. Dead. I'm so dead.
Yeah, days.
I got a sword. I got a few swords.
I have a bullfighting sword. I might last a couple months. So.
Well, I got plenty of weapons. I wouldn't want to hang around. I'd probably take the gun and go. Poof.
I think, you asking our characters or
no yourselves?
I feel like I could talk my way out of it.
Hey, zombie.
I'd last a few days. I for sure would last a few days.
There you go, days.
Zombies got to know me. I don't think they'd eat me. If they really got to know me, I think they'd be like, let's let them go.
Jason, I think we can outrun these zombies. I only got to outrun you, Lou.
You don't want these brains. You don't want Lou's brains.
No.
Okay.
Now, Steve, you've played a lot of different characters. Looking at IMDb, and I've seen you in other stuff, and usually they're pretty heavy, dark characters like Elijah from Banshees, or Time to Kill, and Reg is so kind-hearted and kind of mellow and laid back. How is it like playing a role that's uncommon?
That's really a great question. Yeah, because it's true. Usually you do play characters that are all fraught and dark, and it was actually enjoyable to get in character. I just had to be calm and especially on the set, when you come to that show, which you've been a fan of, you're very nervous. But played a character who was very confident and optimistic. It was odd, but it was a nice change. So it was like a little vacation from angst. So. My life.
I didn't know you worked Time to Kill, Steve.
That's a story for an entire podcast. I will tell you that story, and it will make you cry.
Yes, burn in hell.
I want to cry.
I do too.
Well, I'll get together and I'll make you cry.
Oh,
I want to cry too.
I'll pull a nose hair. Hey, a friend of mine was directing Chris Christopherson in a movie, Civil War piece, and Mr. Christopherson says, "Do you mind if I get a little emotional in this scene?" And the director's like, "Yeah, no problem." So he goes over and he sticks his head in the fire, so a bunch of the smoke can blur up his eyes, and he starts crying.
There you go. Whatever works, man.
Easy.
Well, I'm going to get a little emotional right now. I want to thank you, gentlemen. In the 50 minutes that you've been on, our goal for today for these three families was $10,000. We are now, thanks to the Walking Dead crew, up to $8,219.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Walking Dead.
Yeah. Keep going, guys. It's fantastic. Well done, Brian.
Well, guys, we really, really appreciate y'all taking time with us today. David, we will see you back here at 5 o'clock with Emmy Award winner Pruitt Taylor Vince, and perhaps a special surprise guest as well.
Woohoo! More stress for me. Okay, that's good.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Hey, good to see you guys. Thanks, David. Thanks, Brian. Lou, take it easy, buddy. Coop.
See you guys.
You guys take care.
All right.
And I'm out.
Okay. All right. Joining us now. You know her as Angela Baker from the Sleepaway Camp series, as well as Zombiegeddon, Victor Crowley, and Death House, on which she also served as a producer. Please welcome Felissa Rose. But you are not Felissa Rose. You are Christian Jensen. What are you doing on my stream?
I don't know. I'm not responsible for this. I'm not even wearing pants. How'd you get here? Where am I? What did you do to me?
What did you do to Felissa Rose? Now, okay. You and Felissa just finished a movie together. How long ago?
Last weekend.
We
finished our scenes. The movie's not totally wrapped yet.
Yeah. And she had agreed to be on the stream, and you had agreed to be on the stream, and yet she's not here, and you are. What happened on that movie set, Chris?
Nothing I can discuss.
Okay. No, it's good to see you, man. And yeah, Felissa was supposed to join us. Unfortunately, unable to connect. We've had that happen sporadically throughout the day with the Sisters of Slaughter, as people saw with Jonathan Mayberry. But we have you, and you're almost as good.
No, I'm nowhere near as good as Felissa Rose. I promise that.
Curious. We just had the Walking Dead folks on. They're talking about mainstream Hollywood shut down, television production shut down. You're working on an indie feature. Yep. How did you all social distance and everything on set like that?
We only brought in the people that needed to be there, and kept all the usual looky-loos and hangers on to, they have to come back another time. It's pretty much more or less a closed set now. So instead of having 50 people show up and wives and girlfriends and people's kids and all that, we just kept it to whoever needed to be on set that day.
Yeah.
So it's easier to manage when you have a smaller production like ours, where we have one sound guy, one camera guy, the director. That we don't have 5 cameras and 4 sound guys, and we don't have 7 producers on set like these other guys do. We don't have craft services. Craft services was me running out for beer and pizza. That was our craft services. And that's actually 8:30 on Friday or 8:30 on Saturday, going, I'm hungry. We haven't eaten yet. You want me to go get some pizza? Because I'll jump down the mountain and go get some food. I'm hungry. It's a lot easier to manage that way.
So last time I talked to you, I guess it was last year, you and I both were guests at a con in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And, you were telling me at the time, just between us talking, you were really, really enjoying acting. That was becoming like your primary thing. But folks who knew you from Scares of Care back in the day, they knew you as not only a writer, but that writer, that one guy in the vendor room that Brian Keene would never put in the celebrity room. And he had Brian Smith and Edward Lee in that celebrity room. Do you see yourself going more and more towards acting full time and less writing, or do you still have the writing bug?
No, the writing bug's never going to leave. That's not something that goes away. You can't get cured of that particular pandemic. It's with you forever. The acting thing just kind of came up as a happy coincidence, and I've just been enjoying myself. So I'm just along for the ride with it, and wherever it takes me, I go with it. It's fun to be on set, and I mean, to be a horror fan, like a real old school horror fan, and I mean, growing up watching all the slasher flicks in the 70s and 80s and the 90s, and just loving the movies and loving the books. I mean, I met most of my heroes that are authors. I've been very blessed to sit down and meet with them and talk to them and hang out with them, and even once take a class from one of them. And now I'm getting to do the same thing on the acting side. It's not just seeing these guys at conventions. Now, I mean, I'm acting opposite Felissa Rose in a movie. Like I never thought that like I'd be sitting across from Angela. And, if you told me that when I was 10 years old watching that movie, I wouldn't believe you. And, here I am doing it. And, it impressed the heck out of my 15-year-old son. He thought it was the coolest thing.
It impressed the heck out of me. I mean, this is me and you talking now. Forget everybody out there watching on the 2 streams and everyone.
There's other people watching this?
Yeah. There's a couple. I mean, I think back to not the kid, but the guy who was taking my writing class when the college was dumb enough to actually let me teach for a few semesters. I'm proud as hell of how far you've come, dude. Because you're acting opposite Felissa Rose. I mean,
yeah,
coming,
Yeah, and I mean, it was almost by accident too. I never said I wanted to be an actor. I never set out and sent audition tapes and went the route that other people did. I wasn't one of the drama guys in high school. I never considered acting as something that I would do or even be good at. And I had a friend that was going to be on a movie set for a movie. And I was like, hey, I just want to go hang out. I just want to see a B movie get made. And they had a little role, and I I jumped in and I had a speaking part in that movie, and I met some other people on set, and that led to some other roles and making some friends. And then somebody backed out of actually Return to the Slasher Nurse, and a friend of mine was on that, and she knew there was a spot, so she threw my name in the ring, and I got it cast in that. And it was supposed to be, I had like 3 lines in the script, but I geled so well with everybody on set and with what was going on, and they let me just have a real good time and just kind of be me, and that worked out well. So, then next thing you know, I'm doing another movie with them, and there's Felissa Rose. So that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
I'm proud of you, brother, and I'm proud of our viewers and our family. We are raising a minimum of $10,000 today for this year's 3 recipient families. They are Ashley Adams and her daughter Natalia, who has Marfan syndrome, Laura, who is this year's breast cancer warrior, and Trisha, who's this year's burn recipient, who suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to her entire right side of her body. There are 2 ways that you folks at home can donate. First of all, you can text VCARE, that's V as in vampire care, to 91999, or from your computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click donate. It's that easy. As I said, our minimum goal is $10,000. Christian, as I say goodbye to you, we are at $8,475.
I raised $8,475 already?
No, that's
good.
not what I said.
Yeah, well, that's what I heard. I raised $8,475.
And this is why you will never be in the celebrity room. It scares the kid.
That's fine. I have more fun in the other room anyway.
You know what? I love you, brother, but it's time to get serious for a little while. And when I say the word serious, of course, you're the first person that comes to mind. But actually, I do think you will dig this next panel discussion. It's a discussion on magic and faith in horror. Let me see if we've got everybody here in the green room. We do. So we've got Bracken McLeod, Summer Cannon, Stephanie Wojtowicz, Mary Sangiovanni.
Hi there.
And we're missing Jay, but he was here a minute ago. All right, Chris. Mary still has that restraining order against you, and
it's not my fault. It's a Jersey thing.
All right. Okay. I saw Jay, but Jay is not here. I think he's trying to log back in. While we wait for Jay, why don't each of you introduce yourselves? Okay. I think I see him logging back in right now.
There we go. Who wants to jump in?
I'm Mary Sangiovanni. I write spooky monster stuff, cosmic horror, and as far as the topic of this panel goes, I would say that I am a secret. I'm still in the broom closet, I guess they say. I'm a secretly practicing Celtic pagan type person.
Hi guys, I'm Stephanie Wojtowicz. I write horror poetry, horror novels. I guess I typically do body horror, kind of like erotic horror as well. And like Mary, I am a practicing pagan, and I guess I would be speaking more from the witchcraft side of things here today.
I'll go next. I'm Bracken McLeod. I'm the author of several books, including 13 Years of the Suicide Road and Come to Death. And I have a new book coming out next year from Miss Van Hart called Clothing Cost, which is a home invasion novel. I'm on the panel, I think, representing sort of a split pass as a hard secularist, as an atheist author, but also as a card-carrying member and supporter of the Satanic Temple.
I'm Summer Cannon, and I write scary stories featuring stubborn women. Like Mary, I'm a little more secretive about my more pagan beliefs. I'm not really out with them yet here I am. Welcome.
I think we're all in the same boat. Like,
All right, I'm going to pop in with 2 announcements. One of you, your speakers are feeding back into your computer. I'm not sure who it is, but I suspect it might be Bracken. Yeah, no, it's not Bracken. All right, Mary, why don't you shut your computer down and come up here?
Okay. Hold on, folks. I'll be back.
All right, now let's try. No, still somebody. All right.
are we still getting feedback?
Bracken, I suspect it's yours. I've muted him now. He can't talk. All right.
How's that?
Jay just messaged me. He lost power. So he's not going to be able to join us.
Oh, no.
But Mary's going to join me with the computer.
I just told enough on him.
But everyone needs to. Someone's speakers is still feeding.
Yeah.
Feeding back. All right, now try.
Technical difficulties. It's the influence of dark forces.
It's absolutely.
Mike? I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's brackets.
No. Let me try switching mics.
Okay.
Is that
better? Way better.
Oh,
Well,
I still hear a feedback.
I do too. All right, hop up a second.
Okay, I'm popping.
All right, let me try one more thing. Yes, folks, this is live. All right. You don't hear it at all, do you? Can you
No,
hear me?
I don't hear any feedback now.
I think it's Stephanie's. All right, how about now? Yep, Stephanie, it's your computer.
Okay. Let me see. Let me try. I'm going to try to log on my phone and see if it's a little bit better.
All right.
All right. And this isn't a problem, this microphone.
No, that works.
Great. Hi, Bracken. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man? We've lost the entire panel, but here we are.
So it's a panel on witchcraft and the occult, and immediately when the panel starts, Jay Wilburn's power goes out. And Stephanie's computer starts acting all weird.
Indeed. Well, dark forces are at work, you know, in the Scares That Care fundraiser. I was super excited to hear just now that that we're close to the goal. Like at only 4 p.m. There's still 5 hours left to go.
We're at 8,575, and I don't even know how many hours we have to go. I've lost
I think
track.
it's going into at least 9. So that's fantastic.
Yep. All right.
But, I just want everyone to know that that since it was Stephanie's computer and not mine, the problem was not Satan.
All right. Now we have
Any
Stephanie
better?
back. Way better. Okay. We've got everybody here. Mary, I'm gonna let you sit here. Since we don't have a moderator, I mean, we're all friends here. Can y'all just talk?
Yeah, we can just have a nice conversation. I think we can totally do that.
Perfect. Let me do one thing and then get out of the way here. All right. And
you bringing Mary back?
I'm going to bring Mary back.
All right.
Only because you demanded it.
We must have Mary.
Hi.
Hey. You know, it's funny. So during everybody's introductions, we all kind of hit the same note, which was that most people don't make a sort of a big public display of their personal faith beliefs or who they identify as a spiritual person in their professional lives, and I wonder if you guys would like to talk about why you think that is for you personally. What is it about you that keeps you in the broom closet, like they say?
Well, for me personally, I was raised Roman Catholic. I went to a Catholic school from the time I was in kindergarten till 8th grade. And my mother is pretty much a diehard Irish Catholic. And I respect that. Out of respect to her, I know that raising her children in a faith that she found comforting and supportive and as a guidepost to, being a good person, being a moral person. I get that that's important to her, but I also feel that there are certain things that the church does not take into account. It doesn't accept certain things. It doesn't explain certain things, and it never felt in my soul the way that the recent, I guess, spiritual pathway that I've taken feels to me. This feels like something my soul is remembering as opposed to something it's learning. Whereas Catholicism felt like something that it didn't take into account all of the ways to love people and all of the ways to approach the bigger picture of the afterlife and things like that.
Do you think she would have had an issue with, was the problem for you the idea that for certain people you knew that the only way that they felt that a person could be a moral person was to be of their faith background, and so you kept yourself kind of secreted about that, just so not to raise those feathers, or was that just a fear that didn't turn out to be something that played out?
Well, I think her worldview allows for the idea that other people could be good people, like moral people. But it is such an ingrained part of her life and part of her way of thinking. She teases me now when she calls me a heathen, but mostly because she knows I don't go to church on Sundays anymore, and she'll be like, "Oh, you heathen." But I do think it would bother her. I think it would make her feel like a failure that she didn't manage to raise me as a good Catholic girl the way she wanted. But I feel that, if you are raised in a religion, you are raised in that religion because ideally the people who raised you that way think it is the best possible pathway to happiness and goodness and genuine morality. And you reach an age where you decide if that works for you or if it doesn't. And for me, it just didn't.
Yeah, Stephanie or Summer, did you guys have did you two have similar experiences with sort of family background and your own personal identity as a person of faith?
Yeah, I know. Mary and I have talked about this a little bit too. I had a very similar upbringing. I was raised Catholic. My nana was a hardcore Catholic. I often really wonder how she feels about being on like an ancestral altar that I have in my house right now. To be honest, I hope she's happy. But yeah, I was very hesitant to come out and kind of talk about the things that I was interested in and the issues that I was having within the Catholic faith, and so I hid it for a really long time. And then I think I kind of like loopholed myself into coming out of the closet without really realizing that I was doing it, because the more that I got into witchcraft, I was like, I wonder if I could approach this from a scholarly angle. And so I started doing all of this research. And then the more that people were like, well, you seem to know a lot about this. Are you a witch? I was like, well, I guess I can't really quite deny that.
Yeah, I'm not a hobbyist anymore, right?
Yeah, my students are bright. I got to hand it to them. Yeah, but it's been kind of a cool experience. I still I incorporate a lot of like my Catholic rituals and stuff like that into my practice. So it is kind of hybrid in that matter. But I feel like my family's pretty fairly aware of what's going on now. And so it's been a weird journey, but it feels good to kind of just be able to say it out loud now and not kind of be dancing around it anymore.
Right. Summer, are you with us? I think you're still muted, Summer. You might need to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Please, somebody say okay. I was brought up. I was brought up in a religious household, but it wasn't Catholic. It was Southern Baptist, and I grew up watching a lot of, there's a way you act in front of the church people, and then there's the way you really are. And I watched a lot of that sort of duplicitous acting with my family, and it always kind of turned me off. I'm not open to my family, one, because it would hurt them, and two, it's a conversation I don't want to have. I think that my beliefs are personal to me. I don't expect anybody else to have the same beliefs I do. So it's just, it is an intimate thing with me.
Yeah, well, it's funny because you say it's an intimate thing, and that's exactly the experience that people have in mainstream religions too. Is that it's a very intimate thing, right? It's a part of your identity or your self-realization. I mean, I didn't grow up in a religious household. My mother was a deist and a Wiccan, and so I grew up around sort of pagan ideas and the occult and all of that. And my own sort of faith experience led me to a hard atheism, which I still hold to, which is that I don't believe in magic or the an afterlife, a necrodestination of any kind. But at the same time, I found that in certain parts of religious faiths, including witchcraft and the satanic temples version of Satanism, there's a great comfort in ritual and sort of personal expression through something spiritually meaningful, even if you don't believe you're a spiritual being. And that's kind of where I'm at. I never had any fear about hurting my family or offending people because, we're sort of all over the map. My mother was a Wiccan, my sister's a witch and Satanist too, and my other sister is Mormon. We're kind of all over the place, and so we all have a respect for each other's individual beliefs, and it never sort of came in between us.
One of the things I find interesting, since we've been talking about the idea of a religion and then a deviation from that religion or toward a religion, is that I don't feel that the pagan belief system that I have contradicts Catholicism. If anything, it adds to it. Like, I'm perfectly okay with the idea that there's a God and probably a Jesus and angels and demons and saints and fairies and elementals and other spiritual beings that maybe don't quite have a classification that fits neatly into one of those things. And to me, that's, I remember reading somewhere, and I think Stephanie and I talked about this, and I know Summer and I have talked about this, that I read somewhere that God created angels to protect people, and he created the fairies to protect the plants and the animals. Like, to me, that's not a contradiction. I'm okay with having both of them in my worldview. I think that just given personal experience and certain, even scientific experience, intellectual experience, I can't fathom a world where there is nothing, but I can understand why people believe it. You know what I mean? Like, I can respect that viewpoint.
Or why they don't believe it.
What?
Or why they don't believe it.
Well, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, why they would believe that there is nothing else after that.
Right.
But I also, like I said, I think it's like what Bracken said. You gravitate toward what you find, speaks to you, what you find comfort in, what you find is an expression of, what your soul genuinely believes, you know, more than your brain, more than even your heart. It's I think what your soul genuinely believes.
Right. Stephanie, are you in the similar place to it says Brian Keene on the screen, to Mary, in a very sort of belief-based, a very belief-based kind of spirituality, or is it different?
No, I would say Mary and I are very much on the same page, kind of with how we're looking at things. And it's, you know, I've seen a lot of posts and stuff like this that's been circulating. Not that I want to bring politics up at all right now, but I'm gonna do it.
No.
Talking about like Christianity and stuff like that, and I think it's in a lot of ways really beautiful, because I think Catholicism brought me to witchcraft, but in a very organic way, in the sense that I feel like what my parents taught me growing up about what it meant to be a Christian and what it meant to be a Catholic was that, you know, everybody is deserving of their place. Everybody is equal, no matter who anybody loves, what anybody loves. Like, it's all good. Like, you treat everybody as their equal. And I love that, but I wasn't seeing the actions reflecting coming from the Catholic Church, is where I started to have kind of a disconnect, in the sense that I felt like the organized religion part wasn't connecting with me, but the actual religion was. And so the more that I started researching like the history of witchcraft and like its relationship with the church and all of this stuff, it kind of seemed like they were one and the same. Like, a lot of rituals are being pulled from paganism. And so to me, they kind of blended in this, you know, really gorgeous way, but I felt more respect and I felt more freedom kind of walking more of a pagan path than I did walking a Catholic one. But to me, the two were very, very similar.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so
the
yeah,
Catholic tradition is filled with ritual and pageantry and magic. I mean, the miracle of transubstantiation during communion, right, is a form of magic that occurs in the middle of the ceremony. So I can see where it would be a natural progression from one to the other. You know, it's funny because I have the opposite experience, I think, from you, which is that I don't have any of the religious faith, but I like the organization. Which is to say that the Satanic Temple sort of socially engaged, almost, you know, SJW kind of focus appeals to me in a way that makes me want to be a part of it and support it. Summer, what's your
sorry.
Bless you. Bless you.
The professional hiccup there. Sorry about that.
Summer, do you want to jump in here? How does your metaphysics affect your sort of belief system? Are you a secularist, or do you believe in all of the majesty of sort of the magical world?
I do tend to be, I don't know, I think I'm kind of a mix, and that's what I really like about it. That's what really draws me to paganism, is the distinct lack of judgment from other pagans. It's really, you know, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. There's so many different subsets of paganism where you don't have to necessarily believe, like, I don't necessarily believe what Mary believes, and she doesn't necessarily believe what I believe, and yet we can still talk about it. We can still have discussions about it. But the thing that really has always been important to me was the lack of judgment, because growing up, that was always sort of a virulent aspect of the spirituality I was being raised in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we lost them. Let's sort of move on, because it's because it scares that care, and we're here to talk about horror fiction, movies, books, etc. And so I'm kind of interested in hearing from all of you about how your personal belief system informs your work. Do you include it? Do you sort of dance around it? How do you reconcile your paganism with the stories that you tell? Stephanie, do you want to start this one? if you're not frozen. I don't know. Summer, maybe you want to keep going?
Okay, I'll go. My belief system, there's a scent to it, a very light scent of my belief system in my writing, and that, you know, in paganism, there's a word that you hear a lot in the readings, and that word is intent. You know, you want to infuse this with your intent. You want to fill this with your intent. And I sort of mutate that word into will when it comes to my writing. So the people in my stories have to end up sort of building their will in order to do what the things that they carry out in these books. And it's sometimes very bad things that they do. And I mean, I don't talk about my belief system a lot in my personal life. I don't even talk about it really with my husband. So it's not something that stands out clearly in my work, but it is lightly there.
Right. Mary?
Well, for me, I feel that, and I used to even have this in my bio. I am like 100% Team Mulder. I want to believe everything. I want to believe at least in the possibility of everything. And I think when you write cosmic horror, and this, I've always found this interesting. I know a lot of people who write supernatural stuff are either atheist or agnostic, which I always found fascinating because you're really kind of, I think, jumping a hurdle, I think, in order to write supernatural stuff that you don't believe in. See, I like to believe in the possibility that the things that I write could exist, maybe not in this dimension, but the whole point is that generally speaking, they come from other dimensions. As far as anything directly connected to, I guess the closest, pagan pathway that I would follow is maybe Savage Woods, the idea that there are spirits in the forest that guard the trees, guard the plants, guard the flowers, and sometimes they get mad. Sometimes they're not always good creatures, sometimes they can go insane. I think I'd also read somewhere that the longer you live, the more likely you'll go insane and forget things, like your memory would start to go, and you'd start to go crazy. And that's kind of the concept behind Savage Woods, is that these things have been around for so long in such a negative place that they've started to go insane. But other than the possibility, the fairly open belief in the possibility of the occult being a very real thing, I don't know that I've ever actually addressed my own beliefs. I have a little bit in cosmic shenanigans, because one of the things we talk about are the cosmic horror stories, which I don't think personify is the right word, but they take elements of nature that are sort of above and beyond us, these great cosmic things like a black hole, and they give it a name. They make it a monster, and really what it is this indifferent natural occurrence that is completely oblivious to us. And if it did, it would just, it's a destructive force. It would just destroy us in there, on its way through wherever it was going. And I think that's a very pagan concept. I mean, as beautiful as paganism is, the naturalist, the animist maybe aspect of it, can look at nature and say that nature's not always a beautiful thing. Sometimes it's a violent thing. Sometimes it's a hostile thing.
Right. That's a documentary that I think Stephanie's back in, and we got some feedback.
Yeah, I think we're getting feedback again.
Doing well, guys. I'm sorry.
Just while I have you guys, there are questions that are scrolling by. Oh, Brian, take care. Never mind.
Yeah, Brian's got it. So, there's a major documentary made by Werner Herzog called Grizzly Man, and there's a moment in there where he talks about the maliciousness of nature and how, and sort of how driven it is toward destruction. I heard a hint of that in your in your answer. It's funny because in my own work, I do inject parts of my personal belief system into the work, because I feel like representation matters. And so while I populate my books with people from all sorts of different backgrounds, gay, straight, white, people of color, I have sympathetic Christian characters in the books, but my main characters are always atheists, because I want, and they're not proselytizing atheists. They're not people who are trying to convert anyone or make a point, but for the most part, they're skeptics, and they're just there so that other people who have that kind of worldview can have a hero or a sympathetic character in the book with whom they can relate. And so I make it a point to always include those people for the sake of reader inclusion, so that, so I guess, moving on, it's funny because religion is a huge part of horror fiction, which is to say that a lot of horror fiction is, I hesitate to say the word, to use the word propaganda, but it's very Christian oriented, and it's always very kind of driven toward the establishment majority view of the supernatural. If we're talking about Blatty's The Exorcist, which was written as a come to the Catholic Church kind of book, or even like Buffy, where they find the ancient manual and it's monks and a sort of Christian way to defeat a very majority religion view of evil. I mean, is that something that you felt like has ever worked against a story for you, or do you just kind of accept it as part of the genre?
Well, I remember one of the first things about horror, not just like horror fiction, but like an actual essay, I guess, about horror, was in The Dark Descent, where he said there's like 3 different streams of horror, and one of the most popular and I guess prominent streams of horror or approaches to horror was that morality play. I mean, that it was prevalent in horror fiction, I guess I didn't notice until then, because my whole life being raised Catholic, everything was a morality play. I mean, all the parables.
Morality.
Yeah. So the idea that if you are good, eventually good things will happen to you. And if you're bad, eventually you'll get what you deserve. That was always kind of a thing that, I guess is hung over, they say as much as I say, my mother is very much entrenched in her religion, you can't go to Catholic school for 9 years and not have some of it ingrained into you as well. So I think I didn't notice that was something that was more of a, I guess, common to my experience than maybe to a international experience, because horror without that Judeo-Christian foundation is very different. The approach to it is different. The outcomes are different. The monsters are different, for lack of a better way. The villains are different. And I've never had so much of an issue with it. But
you guys want to take some questions from the audience?
Yeah, let's do that. So
find the person lurking back here in the background.
Yes, Brian can. Let's do some audience questions.
Here we go. Alex Norcross asks, are there any story ideas you are hesitant to pursue because of your faith or because of the faith of close loved ones who may misunderstand? Or are there any ideas you've embraced due to faith?
It's a great question. I'm writing a book right now that's about it's sort of a 30 years later book about the Satanic Panic and about the way a religious viewpoint of the real world ruined a lot of innocent people's lives. And I have a character in the book who is a member of an organization sort of similar to the Satanic Temple. They're an activist, sort of liberal organization that seeks to increase religious plurality. And they're a sympathetic protagonist, but I work really hard not to make that character preachy or pushy of their beliefs in a way, because I want them to be a character and not a spokesperson, right? And so when it comes to sort of belief as a book, I think the story comes first, and it's the belief of the character that makes them well-rounded and more interesting. But I'm not sure that there's anything I would sort of stray away from, but I always want to make the focus of the book the story and not an individual belief, unless the belief is intrinsic to the story.
Yeah, I know when I was writing my novel, The Eighth, in some ways it was really freeing for me to write to tackle the themes of Catholicism the way that I was, even though I was absolutely terrified to be doing it. Just because I felt like I was uncovering things that made me uncomfortable or things that I felt really strong about. So I think those ideas often end up being the most cathartic. So I tend to kind of lean into it and welcome them when something gives me discomfort.
Right.
So yeah, so I'm usually all for those ideas.
I mean, for me, I still haven't really tackled, I guess, Catholics or Catholic priests as the bad guys, because I feel like my mother would be disappointed in me. But I do feel that I make an attempt, because I'm doing supernatural horror and cosmic horror, and the point of cosmic horror is to go big or go home, that I do try to look at other approaches, other religious viewpoints toward the cosmos, toward like the ultimate, nihilistic cosmic horror, and try to go beyond just the Judeo-Christian concepts.
Summer, I think you cut out when the question popped up, so here it is again. Or is Summer still cut out?
I think her mic is on.
She might be frozen.
All right.
Either that or she's just got an amazing self-possession. She doesn't have it all.
Can you hear us now?
Am I here?
Yep, you're here.
Yep, we're here.
All right.
I can hear you. I've been
We can hear you. Here. Now she's froze up again.
listening.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. let's
To
move
answer
on. Oh, there she is.
the quality.
It's like a Family Guy skit here. Am I having let's move on to the next question. Have you ever received this is a great question. Have you ever received a bad review or negative reaction for a book solely due to your expression of your faith within your work?
Yes. Very much so. Yeah. It is what it is. If it upsets them, they don't have to read it. I don't know.
Right. Well, I mean, that's part of you can't write for everyone. Right. Ideally you write for the people who you feel like want to hear the stories that you have to tell, which are the people who have interest like, you. And I've never gotten a bad review based on anyone's depiction of faith in the book. My bad reviews come from people hating my characters, thinking they're all jerks, and that I swear too much.
Yeah, I was just saying, I usually the bad reviews are like, all my characters are losers. I haven't had the end of a story, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I got a couple of bad reviews from sort of Menonists who think that my male characters are beta cucks who need to stop crying and man up. And I'm like, my work is not aimed at you, pal.
So you're writing what you know, then, Bracken. I'm sorry.
No, exactly.
That's wild, because I know when I first, like when The Eighth first came out, I had a lot of people who were really upset with the fact that Rhea, who's the female, I guess, protagonist, if you can call her that she was like really strong and wasn't kind of the like virgin in a white dress floating along the moors in a religious horror story. They didn't like that she had autonomy, that she was making her own choices. They wanted that stereotypical like exorcism type of, movie plot. And I'm just not here to give them that. Nor will I. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Summer, let's test you.
8 times 12. Nope.
Okay. How should storytellers approach paganism to avoid the tropes that horror usually applies to non-Judeo-Christian faiths? Another great question there.
We don't burn people. We haven't done it since what? I don't know, ancient times. We don't burn people.
Speak for yourself. I have a wicker man in my backyard right now.
Well, Bracken does, but
1st of August.
And although everybody, you do you. I can't say I come across a lot of orgy situations when getting together with other ladies who feel the same way that I do about faith. I think much to Brian's dismay. No, sky-clad dancing in the woods yet. But hey, we'll work up to it.
There's still time.
No. Sorry, I got a mental image I'm gonna have to say for later. But
for the folks watching at home, this really is what it's like when we all get together.
Yes.
Indeed.
Panels. This is just us.
Yes.
The problem with tropes and cliches about paganism and other religions in fiction is that they're based on, I think, an outsider's view. They're based on a sort of Judeo-Christian view of those faiths, and so what you get is you're not getting. When you want to write about a character as a protagonist who is say a Wiccan or whatever, you want to write as if they are inside that belief system and it's inside of them, and so much of what you see, I think in media, movies, and books is what people who are outside of that tradition fear the most. And, I think it was brilliantly subverted by the movie The Witch.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a very, it's a movie that in essence embraces this idea of this sort of Miltonian romantic idea of Satan as a liberating force who literally remove all of the things that are holding the main character down, so the end she ascends, right? But does it in such a way that the whole story is told from the point of view of what if all of the things that these colonial era people believed about witches and the devil were true.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so the story told from that point of view, but the message is very contrary to those people's point of view.
Yeah, and I think to kind of build off of that, I think the other trope that often gets tied into all of that is this type of binary thinking that there is an all superior good and an all superior bad. Mm-hmm. And there's no space for these like liminal discussions or these middle grounds about how they can intersect and feed off of each other. And like you said, in The Witch, we see, Black Phillip coming in here and everybody's assuming he's the bad guy, but yet he's the one that hands her empowerment. Right. And he's the one that hands her autonomy. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's, he's the one, even though it's horrible and everybody seems to suffer in the film, he's the one who removes her, all of the things that are oppressing her, literally holding her down to earth, right? Like oppressive religious structure and patriarchy and, and tradition and all of these things. So yeah, I think it's an amazing film because it does take those outsider views and twists them and puts it in a very, sort of, Byronic, Miltonian kind of viewpoint about the devil as a rebel against unjust authority, as opposed to just the bad thing that destroys.
Yeah, I think like you guys said, you bring up a good point that I think in a lot of, I think pagans can see a lot more gray area maybe than certain traditional religions. Like there is not really a concept of an absolute good or an absolute evil. Mm-hmm. Everything's a shade of gray in the middle. And at least I know the Catholics believe that God is an absolute good and that the devil is an absolute evil, although even that is flawed. But I think that to capture it, like Bracken said, from the inside, you'd have to accept a certain gray area when it comes to morality and be okay with that, and have there be like a non-judgmental approach to that ambiguous morality. Because, not everything considered evil by some is actually evil,
Right.
At the same time, camp is great. Like there's a movie called The House of the Devil, where all of the devil worshippers are just black and white.
Yes.
Who are trying to sacrifice the babysitter so that they can create
Fantastic.
and it's a wonderful movie because it's just campy and silly, and it embraces all of those ideas from the 80s about sort of the ridiculousness of binary good and evil.
Right.
But yeah, if you want to write seriously about the subject, get inside of it.
Yeah.
Do you see similarities in most of the main religions? If so, how do you feel about people merging religions?
Absolutely. I think from paganism straight through to all of the major religions of the world, it's like that phrase, about like if you had a bunch of people who could only see a piece of an elephant, they would describe what an elephant is differently. That to me is what religion is. That everybody's touching a piece of the elephant, but is only aware of what that piece represents. But it's all still an elephant. And I think there's a lot of similarity throughout. I think basically we wouldn't have so many conflicts between religions if we could just accept that it's more than any of us are thinking. It's more than any of us are aware of.
Yeah, I agree completely. I'm all for merging. I think that there's something to be learned from every religion. And I think I know something that was really, I think even more scary for me when I was kind of looking at different religions when I knew that I wasn't associating with Catholicism anymore. When I heard about the Satanic Temple, I was like, oh man, this is like naughty. Like, should I be going into this? Like, is God going to slap my hand? Like, I was really concerned about it. Same thing with witchcraft. I was convinced that like something was going to prevent me from looking into it further. And then, the more that I deep dove into it and like watching the documentary Hell, Satan, ? Like there's so much there that coincides with everything that I believe, stuff that I've been taught to believe from, when I was born and growing up. Like it's all kind of just a different side to the same story, I kind of feel like.
Right. I mean, yeah, a lot of different faith traditions have at their base a similar structure of morality. From my perspective as a secularist, I think a lot of religions also have at their base a similarity and failure. In terms of the way that they've traditionally treated people's freedom or just even the humanity of women, right? But times are changing, and religion is trying to catch up to that, and and we certainly have to acknowledge that. But I think there is something to be. There's something really valuable in an interfaith conversation, in pluralism, and in comparative religion. I mean, knowing what people believe and why they believe it, even if it doesn't tell you anything about the universe, it tells you something about people.
Yeah.
Right. And it helps you understand other people's motivations and their drives in life and why they make the choices they do. So, even if you think it's all bullshit, it's still valuable to a person, and knowing why it's valuable to a person tells you something about them and about the way they interact with the world. Mike Duke writes, I'm a big believer that if you have a supernatural problem or adversary, then the solution should be supernatural. What do you guys think? What do you think?
In my books, usually if there is a supernatural problem, particularly in the Kathy Ryan series, where the main character, Kathy Ryan, is I don't want to say she's an occult detective. She's more like a freelance consultant in occult things, particularly cosmic horror occult things. But it's basically, if there's a supernatural problem, generally there needs to be a supernatural solution. The only difference, I think, would be like if you had something physical, like a vampire or werewolf, that's something, if it's got a physical body, then you can probably kill it. And if regardless, the solution is always knowing it first, because really, if you understand it, you can kill it. But yeah, generally, I would agree with that. And I like the supernatural solutions; they're fun.
I think it's a matter of how do you resolve the story in a way that the reader is going to believe, and if you posited a universe in which the supernatural exists, right, because you have vampires or you have immortal liches or whatever, then you've posited a world in which a supernatural solution exists, and it makes sense to apply it. I don't write a lot of supernatural fiction. When I do, it's just kind of the way the world works. You've found that this is a thing that exists, and so this is a thing you have to treat on its terms. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a supernatural solution in a majority tradition that solves your problem. I think that fantastic. We've been talking about it all day. Stephen Graham Jones' new book, "The Only Good Indians," right, is fantastic because it's centered in a supernatural concept that is inherently Native American. Right, and it doesn't have any hints of sort of Christian sin, guilt, redemption, any of this. It's about responsibility. It's about stewardship. It's about owning what you've done, and it's supernatural, but it's also very secular, and it's an amazing book. But yeah, it comes up with a similar sort of thing. Like, if you posit a supernatural situation, the solution can very reasonably be supernatural, but I think it ought to be internally consistent.
Yes,
right, and that's what it does in that amazing book. Like, you need this book in your eyes now, because it's cool, and it is. It's an outsider voice. It's a marginalized voice. It's 100% a Native American story, and it's fabulous.
Speaking of books that we need in our eyes, we come to the end of the panel. But before we let the three of you go, tell us about your latest, where folks can get it. Let's start.
Go.
Yeah, so my latest poetry collection is The Apocalyptic Mannequin, which is all kind of focusing on how we define the body. And that can be found at Raw Dog Screaming Press.
Cool.
There we go. My latest book is a couple of years old. It's called Come to Dust. It's a supernatural story, so we'll go with that one. It actually deals a lot with religion, and it's about sort of children who've died and come back, and the world is trying to cope with it. And so, of course, the religious question of that is sort of in the forefront of the book. It can be found pretty much everywhere. The purveyors of fine books sell them. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Powell's Books. Your local indie can get a handle on it wherever. My next book isn't coming out until July of next year, so that's the one you should look for, is Come to Dust.
I have the last book of mine that came out was Beyond the Gate, which is the most recent Kathy Ryan book. That was, I think, maybe last year. I have two novellas coming out, but with the pandemic, it's hard to say when. One of them is called The Shapes of Night. The other one is called The Skin We're In. And both of them.
That is a great title.
The latter one is actually my first post-apocalyptic novella, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
But that's what I got. I should probably get a hair now.
Well, this was fantastic, guys. Despite the technical difficulties brought on by the forces of light trying to stifle our voices, right? I just had a wonderful time talking to you.
It was good to see you guys again.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it. And yeah, if you are watching at home, there are storms all across the nation going on right now related to the hurricane and elsewhere. We have had some sporadic problems today with Jonathan Mayberry, and of course, as you saw there, with Jay Wilburn and Summer Cannon. We apologize for that. We cannot control the weather, but we are doing our best. So as we come up here on the top of the hour, let's see where we are at. I should mention, before we bring on Pruitt, Taylor, Vince, we were supposed to have the Blair Witch Project's Joshua Leonard pop in, but it looks like he may also be experiencing some of these technical difficulties. So our goal for today is $10,000. We are at $9,035, less than $1,000 to go for these three families. Let me tell you again about these three families. Every year, what we do here at Scares That Care is we pick three recipient families. Usually one of the families has a child with cancer or another illness. We always pick a woman suffering from breast cancer, and we always pick a burn victim. And up I am. I love volunteering for this charity, but it can be tough sometimes, folks. This year, we're helping Ashley Adams. She's a single mom. Now, you can imagine in a pandemic, being a single mom is hard enough, but her daughter, Natalia, has Marfan syndrome. It's a genetic disease. Paul Tremblay talked to us about it earlier when he was on, and Joe Ripple talked about it as well. In a nutshell, in layman's terms, your bones grow bigger than your body. So Ashley is raising Natalia in the middle of this pandemic, and they're battling Marfan syndrome. We're also helping Laura. Laura is this year's breast cancer warrior. And we're also helping Patricia. Tricia suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. She's been undergoing plastic surgery right now to fix. That's who we're helping. Okay. A lot of times you donate to a charity, you don't know where the money is going. The money is going to these four individuals: Ashley and Natalia, Laura, and Patricia. Because this is a virtual convention rather than a physical convention, we have no overhead. This isn't costing us any money. We're not having to pay travel for our actors and our authors, or hotel room and lodging. We're not having to pay, hotel fees or anything like that. So 100% of the money we raise today goes to our recipients. If you donate $5, they're getting the full $5. If you donate $20, they're getting the full $20. There are two ways that you can do that. If you have a phone, just text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you're on your computer, go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. We had a comment pop up in chat during that last panel discussion that you're clicking the donate button and it's not working. If that's the case, disable your pop-up blocker. That's probably 99% sure that's what's happening. But yeah, scaresthecareweekend.com and just click the donate button. And now my computer's locked up. All right. Coming up, we have Pruitt, Taylor, Vince, and special surprise guest, Dakota Lawrence. Let's bring back our David Heck. David, how's the storms where you are, buddy?
It's up and down. We're, hurricanes coming toward us, but we'll make it through it.
All right. I don't know what the weather's like where Pruitt and Dakota are, but let's find it out. There's Pruitt, one of our favorite people. Scares. Good to see you, man.
How you doing, Pruitt?
Wait, let me do this like an old man. Hi, are you there? You think I'm kidding?
All right, and let's add.
Hi, guys.
Good to see you, Pruitt. I don't know if anyone had a chance to tell you, but you're a surprise guest, Dakota Lawrence.
Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
Who approved this?
But look, Dad, I wore your favorite shirt for you.
I know. Won't let me have any attention.
Nope.
A year ago this weekend,
That's
I was
right.
so looking forward to being there. That was such a special event, a time in my life. I told Dakota back in March when we were all so young and full of hopes and dreams. I said, Wisconsin is late April. I'm sure we'll be fine by then, right?
That's what we kept saying.
I know, right? And surely in August, don't call me Shirley, but surely in August we'd all be okay. But wow.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I mean,
I would do anything. I cannot tell you. I've done, because it's Dakota's fault. I've done a few conventions over the years and found out it was fun and really loved seeing the people there with me and the people visiting. But Virginia I'm pounding my heart now, was something amazing, truly amazing.
All right. Well, I'm going to check the tally one more time here before we all begin. We are at $9,151. Let's see if we can get it over 10,000.
How short are we?
We're at 9,100.
You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher now. What's going on?
Dakota, I wonder if it might be
it's Dakota's fault.
Okay. No, it might be my microphone. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and hop off here and turn things over to David Henry. Let's see if that fixes.
Okay.
All right, if it doesn't, I'll call you back. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey, David. How are you?
Hey, David.
Doing okay? Just hanging out. Can I show you something?
Hey, David. I think it's actually your mic, buddy.
Yeah, let me see if I can mute it.
It could be on either side, all the hair getting in the way. Just saying. Just wondering.
It's your mic, David.
Is my mic?
Yep. So
I'm gonna go get headphones.
Just mute your mic.
Okay. Bye.
David,
we got our own show finally.
We've got our show
and now here's Dakota with sports.
Here we go. I got to ask you this. While his mic's going, production shut down, the convention circuit shut down. What are you guys doing to occupy yourself?
What am I doing? What?
To occupy yourself.
Oh, there's depression, anger. I have a schedule.
Sorry, Dad.
No, go ahead, Mike.
No, and I'd use this time right now to, talk to Pruitt whenever he answers his phone. But to just get back to myself. Because I was traveling, 40 to 45 weekends a year. So it's weird for me to be home this much.
Right.
That's true. I have our friend Jennifer learned Spanish, made a movie. I haven't been that productive. I want to be her when I grow up. I've been reading. I try to watch things. I go on the streaming services and make a long list of things, and then I can't pick anything to watch and concentrate on. But I've been reading books. I've been going through books like M&M's. So I've been reading.
You know me, I like to hear that.
I just messaged Josh Birdbox Mallerman, told him I met him a year ago today.
Oh. He was excited by that. He's going to be on the screen here in another hour or two.
Oh, sweet. All right.
All right. David, I still think the feedback is coming from Dakota.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have any speaker going on here, so it's just the microphone comes through here.
Dakota, maybe turn your computer down a little bit.
No, I've got it on headphones entirely.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, let me drop off again and let's see if
probably me. Technology doesn't like me. I don't know how to Zoom. That's why I'm at Jennifer's house, because I barely know how to read email. I don't know how to, My technical heyday was the 80s. I programmed everyone's VCRs. I was actually driven to relatives' houses to program their VCRs. That was my technology day in the sun. And for all you young people, Google VCR.
Got to go back to beta.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, let's see. Pruitt, I honestly think it's your microphone. Your speaker is echoing.
I told you it was my fault. How do I don't sound good to you?
No,
I'm getting an echo.
But when everyone else talks, we echo. So maybe.
Hold on. This is Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, everybody.
We're bringing her next year to visit.
Let me put them on some headphones.
Great.
Yeah, how do you know that I didn't have headphones underneath my hair?
I muted his microphone for a second. You still getting an echo?
It
not
was
at all.
only that easy.
It was that easy.
You found the secret.
Now we need Dakota. We need to keep that in mind for next year at the show.
Because he can still hit. See.
Okay, let's try it now, Pruitt.
How's this?
Wunderbar.
All right.
These are
Dave,
little. Is this working?
It is.
Shall I sing?
No.
Please.
People send in money and I won't sing. We need, what'd you say, $965? Is that how short we are?
We are at, hang on one second, let me refresh. We are at 9,356. And our
Whoa.
10,000.
So close. So close. I will sign and sell this. There's a clothing company called Pruitt. There's another one called Taylor. And there's another one called Vince. And my friend Jennifer got me this. Can you read this?
Come closer,
Isn't that-
Dad.
It's a
Isn't that
Pruitt
beautiful?
you wouldn't understand.
Send in $10,000. This is yours.
A little bit hefty for me, but I'll do my best. Let's just try to raise some money for that. Okay, guys, so we have Pruitt Taylor Vince. Is amazing actor of film and TV. I actually interviewed you last year when I was running around.
Yes, you did.
Absolutely, we had a lot of fun doing it. So I probably will ask some of the same questions and then a couple new ones as well. So number one, you won your Emmy for the serial killer Clifford Banks. Can you tell me about that role a little bit?
Yeah, a show called Murder One, several years ahead of its time. It did one story for a whole year, which is very common now. And I love playing bad people, and I love playing wounded souls because I love finding the reality of a character, no matter what they are, or what they seem to be. And Clifford Banks, this character, based on some real events, he had a brother with I hope I'm saying it correctly, developmental problems. I hope that's the correct term. Who was murdered, and the murderer got off on some technicality, and my character would go and find rapists and murderers who had gotten off on technicalities, and take care of them. Not a good thing, but it was based on his pain and his love, and it was one of the most amazing roles. I would get the script and look at it and say, I can't believe I'm getting to be this guy. I can't believe I'm getting to say these lines. It was a very special time. I think Murder One is actually on one of the streaming things now, I believe, somewhere. It was one of the highlights of my career.
Well, you seem to have plenty actually to talk about. I mean, like from Mississippi Burning to Natural Born Killers, you worked with Paul Newman and with Thurman.
Paul Newman.
Tell me about that. I was scrolling through your Instagram, and it was like the day Paul Newman made me cry.
Yeah. The classiest person I've ever met in showbiz. And he could have chosen to be any way he wanted to be. He decided to be just a great guy. He loved theater. He loved acting. Yeah, we had that scene on the steps. I don't, if people know. And I love that movie. I love those kind of movies about people in a small town. And I had to cry. And like the Hulk, people ask me, how do you do that? And I say, well, my secret is I can cry all the time. I can cry anytime. And I had to, we had to do several takes. And I kind of noticed somewhere, I'm into my doing what I'm doing, and I call actors with a thing with two brains, because there's one brain doing the acting and playing the character and the reality, and there's another brain hitting your marks and the lights and doing all the technical things. And I kind of started to notice that no one was talking, and we were going, and because Paul drove up in a truck, it was a big reset. But I noticed we were just going again, just like just fast and easy, and there wasn't. And I found out later, and he would never have let me know. Sorry. He went to the director, Robert Benton, and he said, the kid has a tough scene today, so let's just keep everybody quiet and keep it together, and just so we can just keep going over and over. That's the kind of man he was.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Can I say, you mentioned Mississippi Burning?
Yes.
I mentioned on Facebook yesterday my friend Alan Parker passed away, and I just wanted to say, Alan got me started. Actually, I had done one little thing before, but Alan got me started in the movies. He put me in 3 of his films, and he was wonderful and brilliant and crazy and fun, and I just wanted to say thank you, Alan Parker.
It's very cool. He also did what? Midnight Express?
Midnight Express, that was the first thing of his I saw. Bugsy Malone, where the kids play it's a kid, a kid cast. Shoot the
They had machine
Moon,
guns
which
that shot cake, right?
Yes, they did. Yes, you know what I did yesterday? I haven't seen it since college, when we all in the theater saw it a couple hundred times. I sat and watched Fame yesterday, cried and sang, and I hadn't seen it since college, and it still holds up. It's, when you visit an old movie, you never know what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah.
No, keep going. I shouldn't interrupt it.
No. I visit some and like, but it's nice when you visit one and it's still, yeah. And then I was in, he cast me in Angel Heart. That was in New Orleans when I was living in New Orleans. And it's actually one of the best movies about New Orleans, because Hollywood does a lot of bad movies about New Orleans. They go cliche crazy. But I thought Angel Heart was a very good movie about New Orleans. And then he cast me in Mississippi Burning. And then I was in his movie Come See the Paradise, about the Japanese internment camps, which Alan talked about years before anyone would ever talk about it here in America. Interesting movie. I don't know if it was seen a lot or has been seen a lot, but
I just
that was Alan.
adding to my list.
Yeah, that was Alan. He didn't do one genre. He just kept going from one thing to another. And
cool. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you also. You also mentioned that you that time Charlize Theron didn't kill me.
Well, I don't want to spoil the movie for anybody. Yeah, in Monster, there is she played the serial killer Eileen, whose last name I never could pronounce, Warnos. And Charlize and I had met when we did a movie Trapped, and she called me and said, I'm doing this movie in Florida, we have no money, and there's this role of a guy who I let go, and I need you to play him. Can you please come do this? And I said, I'll be right there. And it was me and Charlize and this little crew and the director, Patty Jenkins, who went on to do a little movie called Wonder Woman. Patty was a theater director, and it was like doing a play. Charlize was so into that character, it was frightening. Because she certainly wasn't a pretty actress doing I'm going to, ugly myself up and try to look like an actor. She was, I thought she was extraordinary. She was frightening. This one little scene, and actually out in life. Well, when I used to go out in life, airports and things, that's one people would mention a lot is Monster. You never know.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I was gonna say the irony is that you didn't get killed in that one, but you do get killed a lot. I mean,
I
you
want
were
to
killed
add
by
that. Yeah, I've been killed a lot. I want to add that up one day and see where I am. I think the British actor, what's his name? He plays a lot of. I think he holds the record. What's his name? Bean, not Bean. He's the funny one. But yeah, they love to kill me. I've had a couple of characters that were really nice characters, and they killed them. I'm like, really?
Oh, like Otis from Walking Dead. Shane kills
Otis, yeah, and then the reboot of Heroes, the Pennyman, and then in the Mentalist, yeah, Dakota can tell you, you just want to kill me for
Well,
something.
I mean, that's my first question is whenever Dad gets casted for a role, and I will not confirm or deny due to NDAs. Should I have tissues for this role or no? And that's the unspoken clue of is Dad going to live or survive or not survive?
I know. Listen, I could do a movie with Judi Dench where we open a little tea room on the seaside, and for some reason there'd be a scene where somebody comes in and blows me away. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Somebody call Judy's agent. That's not
Or
bad.
if you and I make our TV show of me trying to buy a house.
Yes, me and Dakota are going to be in a new kind of house hunters where we go look at houses and try to buy.
It would be.
Try
I think
die.
that David was taking us seriously. Like, oh,
I'm
what's more?
I know, right?
Awesome. Let's do this.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
We could
This has
probably.
legs.
I mean, look what's on TV. We could probably sell that.
We just need one elevator pitch and we're on. We're golden.
Well, see, and that's the thing that's funny is that we were joking about it because I mean, house hunting's not easy, and Pruitt will walk into a house and go, "Nope, not it."
Nope.
I'll walk into a house and I'm more crass
Nope.
and lace ridden with expletives, and I'm like, "No, it's not it." And I joked with him saying, and he said it should be a TV show, and I said, "No, it'd be perfect. It'd be like those gold hunting shows where they're in like season 93 and they haven't found any gold." We would have like at least 7 seasons guaranteed of us not finding the house.
Not finding a house.
Oh, I thought it was going to go dark, like a scene in the Burbs where they move into the house and beat to death the garbage can. It's with Tom Hanks. Do you remember that movie?
No.
It's suburban and people move into the neighborhood and they're kind of weird and strange and they don't know what happened to the other people. So they bought the house, but it turns out that they
Really?
killed them. Yeah. Dark comedy.
Oh, I got to see that. Dark comedy. Wow. The X-Files did an episode about that. An evil homeowners association. Do you remember that one?
Yep, there was a golem in it. He was actually enforcing the HOA rules. I moved out of one of those about 5 years ago. But now, Dakota, what's your favorite death of Pruitt?
It'll be the final one when the will gets read. No.
When what?
When your will gets read. I'm joking because you can't.
You see what I put up with? You see how he treats me?
I enjoyed this. This is a lot of fun. Okay, question for Pruitt.
No, honestly, I have to say, because Identity, did we officially know that you died with Identity?
No, I don't.
But I think that Identity was probably.
I end Identity killing. I'm going to blank that wonderful actor, Alfred Molina, in the van and singing Bob Dylan. I was there when they had to call Bob to get approval to use the song in the movie and approve me to sing it. One of the great moments in my career. Got to sing Bob Dylan. Would you like me to? No.
Please do.
No. Back in the day when I had a couple of adult beverages, I could really do a pretty good impression of Bob.
Well, I'm going to hold you to that next year for karaoke. We're just going to drag your butt out there. We'll put out there. We'll be good.
If Joe Ripple wears his lingerie, I will sing Bob. Yes.
All right. Holding for
it. David, I'm sorry to interrupt. Joe is going to be wearing the lingerie
today?
Tonight on the stream.
Really?
Yes.
What time? Hope not during the family hour.
Around 9:30 during the costume contest.
Wow. I have a message for Joe Ripple. Is he watching?
He's in and out.
Okay. Well, Joe is in and out. We know that. Joe loves me to send him jokes. I think they're called dad jokes. So, Joe, I just wanted to tell you nothing begins with N and ends in G. He's giving me the look. He's giving me the look right now.
Shut your ass.
Yeah.
So-
Dad and I have a running total now of we try to instigate getting that picture.
The look.
The airport picture. That he
Yeah,
always
I
uses.
send Joe bad jokes, and he sends me the picture we call the look. It's this.
Or if we get just told straight out, shut your ass, and then I'll go and be like, Dad, I got one. Then he'll be like, oh, I got one too. And like we keep a running tally of who's in the lead.
I think it was like 4 years before I saw Joe smile, period. It was working in horrifying and all business, and we were just, I was afraid of him.
Right. I don't blame you. Hey, even in a bra, he doesn't smile. Love you, Joe.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so a question for Pruitt. Having played both good and evil roles through your career, which do you prefer, and which were more challenging? And P.S. What are your thoughts on clowns in film? Shut up, clown. I know who this is.
Clown? Who's this? Who was that?
Just say shut up, clown.
Shut up, clown. Is that Megan Bradley? Remind me to tell you my Megan Bradley and Tina Bradley story later. I hope they're watching. I told Megan I was going to talk about her. I love playing bad guys. I guess this is a comment on our society, but those are the best written roles. Those are the most juicy roles, the bad guys. And again, like I said, I like playing them, finding them, the human being. What I love about acting, I'm not supposed to judge the character. I don't judge. Bad guys don't think they're bad. They think they're wonderful. And when you play them that way, it's very disconcerting, which is so nice. Or when you play them, like I said with Clifford, with a heartfelt, allegedly heartfelt agenda, I've had people say, I felt sympathy for you, and that makes me really angry that you made me feel sympathy for this horrible person. That's what I love doing to people, confusing them. And bad guys, they're just so much fun, and it's a bit of like therapy. You don't have to see a shrink. You get paid to just vent like that. And a lot of the good guys I play on the other side of the street are, like I said, the wounded souls, which take a lot out of me. I'm that type of actor that uses myself, and those characters take a lot out of me. But I look for dignity. Everybody's looking for dignity. I hope I can get through this. At an airport, where for some reason, there used to be airports where I'd hear people would yell lines from movies. The one from, I don't know if I can say it on here, the one from Identity, they yell that one, and
you can say it.
Whores don't get a second chance, and I'm in security, and I'm like, or we got apps, which was from Beautiful Girls, when the word apps still meant appetizers. We got apps. This lady came up to me, and she said, I don't remember which role it was. And she said, I want to thank you. She said, my son is like the character you played. And she said, thank you for not making fun of my son. And walked away. And to this day, and till the end of days, that's one of the finest things I've ever heard, because I'm an actor, that someone said that to me.
That's cool.
Beautiful. David, I'm sorry to interrupt again. We surprised Pruitt with one surprise guest in Dakota. I'm wondering if we can bring in a second surprise guest. Did he request it? Did Pruitt request it?
This is my life.
This is your life. Oh.
There's that look.
Hey. Couple
Hello?
things. Number one, you need to shut your ass. Number two, I'm sitting here trying to eat my chips. And I'm listening to your stories.
Yes.
And I just want to tell all four of you gentlemen that I love you from the bottom of my heart. You're all good people. And it's an honor and a privilege to know you, to be associated with you. And Pruitt, I meant what I said last year at the end of our convention. You were one of the only actors who I truly wanted to meet. And when you were offered to us to come to our show, I jumped at it. Because no matter what, you might not be the leading man, you might not be the Tom Cruise or the Christian Bale, but you are the one who pulls the entire film together. And for that, I just wanted to say thank you very much as a fan and as somebody who has enjoyed your work for so many years. So I wanted to pop in real quick and tell you thank you. Tell you once again to shut your ass. And I will look forward to seeing you both in Wisconsin and in Williamsburg next year. And with that, I'm out.
Hate when he's nice.
I know.
Hate when he gets me off a climb.
I know. He always gets both of us choked.
Dakota does
always.
it. You do it to me too.
Well, no, I look forward to your birthday because I write you an epitaph every year.
Yeah,
and then
you
that
do.
way, if you die that year, I can just read it. I've already got it done.
You know what I want my epitaph to be?
Efficiency.
No. Do I smell gat?
Sort of like the castle of from Monty Python. Okay, so here's a question for you. Is working with David Lynch, Wild at Heart, as great as everyone is it as great as everyone says it is?
Jennifer was just showing me some of the things he's filming in his backyard. She said David Lynch is being weird, and I'm like, David Lynch being weird. Wow. Wrap your heads around that. I'm sorry, is David what? Was it as cool?
Is it as cool as he's saying it? Is it as great as everyone says? Any interesting stories from it?
It was cooler and greater. We improvised this big scene in the courtyard of an old motel with John Lurie and Willem Dafoe and Nick and Laura and just all these people, and of course little people and fire jugglers for some no apparent reason, and it was, and that was early. That was a long time. That was early, sort of early in my career, and it was just like a party. It was just amazing. It was, yes, it was cooler than you would think.
Now, is there a role that you ever turned down that you regret turning down?
You know, I wondered. I don't think I've had one of those, and if I did, I hopefully wouldn't find out. You know, those famous stories, turning down something and it made $1 billion and they won an Oscar. And if I did, I never want to hear. I think Meryl Streep got Julia Child. I don't even know if they looked at my audition tape. That's okay. No, I'm kidding. Don't cut my finger. For all you young people, Google Saturday Night Live. Dan Aykroyd, first season. I don't think so. I mean, I've turned down roles for various reasons. That sitting at home now, you know, I'd love to be doing them all. Well, no, that's not true. There's just, as much as I love what I do, there are just some bad guys that I can't do anymore. They take too much out of me. a few years ago, it was a really bad guy in a I forget which series. I just couldn't do it. Like I said, I'm one of those. People have told me when I come home from movies, they say, "Why are you talking like that?" Or "Why are you walking like that?" Because it takes a while to get rid of a character. Some longer than others, and there's some dark places I just can't go anymore.
Do they kind of still exist in you? I mean, anytime I've done a role, and I do primarily theater, I keep a piece of each of the characters, and I try to make it something likable.
Yeah, actually, there are things. You're right. You pick up along the way, and there are things you can keep. From I remember I played Lee in True West, and I loved him. He's a well, you could call him deranged, maybe. I don't, but yeah, there you can keep things. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Now, what was the most difficult role you've ever undertaken? I mean, you could have expected it, or it could have just weighed heavy on you once you got into the role.
Traveling with Dakota. No.
We have good adventures.
I know.
We've never had one that was boring.
Difficult role, or
I would say it could be anything that you want. I mean, like there are physically demanding roles and there are not physically demanding roles. There's roles that take a lot out of you. Sometimes they surprise you. I
know that one, Dad.
Huh? Which one do you know?
Making you run on Walking Dead.
I was going to say, Walking Dead, fun to watch, not fun to do. Some things are fun to watch and not fun to do. Everyday acting is not a walk in the park. Some days it feels like work. And it's my fault because I read the 2 episodes, and I read the first one acting, and the second one mostly running. And I read it, and I said yes anyway. And then, yeah, that was by the time it was one of the last thing, or maybe the last thing I shot when 100 people got on top of me and ate me. I was like, thank you. I don't have to run anymore.
We were talking earlier on that Walking Dead interview, and they were talking about the call, like getting the phone call to find out that they were no more, and where they're going to die and whatever. And they always mention that the common thread was that if a character starts to feel hope, then there's just a target on their back. Is that the same for you?
Yeah, I think Walking Dead had a wall in the production office. I think Deadwood also did. If your picture went up on that wall, clean out your trailer. There's just some things your character's probably not going to be around, too long.
That rotation there.
Yeah.
Now, are there any projects that you worked on that you're surprised at how well it turned out?
When you're filming, there's the making of it, and then there's the finished product. 2 different things. And there's, when you're making it, everybody's very hopeful, some too hopeful. And there are sometimes you wonder, don't know about this. And I'm trying to think back. Should have my IMDb here. There was one like that. I was like, I don't know about this. And then it came out and it was amazing. And I was like, yeah, I knew that.
I think Bird Box was one of those for you, just because of how the memes and all that took off. I know
Bird
you
Box
loved working with Sandra, but I think Bird Box was one.
Yes, she was, just the sweetest human being in the world. Yeah, Bird Box, I thought, yeah, this is an interesting, dark thing that, nobody will see. And then everybody on Earth saw that thing.
It's usually the movies that you love, nobody sees. The ones that you're like, I love this role. No
Well, I've been in many films that have not been seen, and like I used to joke, my acting, it's very sensitive. It's none of your business. I don't want you looking at this. It's very private. I don't want anyone watching. I've been in a few of those, yeah.
Now, Dakota, is there a favorite that Pruitt's been in of yours?
Oh, his and my adventures together. When we travel together, it's horrible. I mean, it is literally. It would be the.
I'm trying to think of one you can tell, and I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Can I tell him the Tiger Tail story? Do you want to hear a Tiger Tail story?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Pruitt and I.
Dish all the tea.
This is a good one. We were in Rockford, Illinois. Don't ask where it is. I can't tell you. I still don't know where we were. And
is that where I met Svengoolie?
Yes. And here's why I put Pruitt in the show, because he told me if there's anybody I want to meet, it's Elvira and Svengoolie.
And he did it.
And I did it, both of them.
So, go ahead.
So we're eating dinner, and then there's a strip club across the street. And I'm like, Dad, let's go.
Well, it was called a sports lounge. It had a special name, something.
Yeah. But I found out that in Rockford, they don't actually go topless. Because everybody knows I'm gay. I'm not gonna have a big coming out, but still being a dude, we still innately love boobs, even if we're gay. We're still amazed by them. So I'm like, Dad, let's go to the booby bar. I didn't call it a booby bar. I'm gonna try to keep this somewhat classy. Well, in Rockford, Illinois, they can't go totally topless. They wear a bikini. So I go in there, I'm like, I wanted boobs. So I start playing the slot machine. I'm winning. I finally cash out, get $20, sit there, and he was watching me play. And we were making fun of it at that point because it was just so bad.
And then in real America, in towns across America, not all females are supermodels like LA. You know, they're different shapes and sizes and normal looking human beings.
Out comes a pregnant bikini dancer.
About 4.5 feet, 5 feet maybe tall.
Yeah. Well, she starts doing her routine, and Dad and I were like, okay, pregnant dancer, cool. I mean, hey, I have nothing wrong with anybody in that field. Don't judge anybody. If I wasn't fat, I'd be a stripper now because I can't, because of freaking COVID.
Check with me in a couple of months. I may be.
Yeah, you may be too. Yeah, that could be the other TV show. That's how we pay for the house. So she gets on the pole, and she starts to go sideways, and she loses her balance.
Boom.
And then Dad looks at me straight face, and he goes, and it's in this little kid voice. He goes, stripper fall down, go boom. And I take the $20 I had in front of me. I throw it up in the air like I'm in some rap video, and it rains down on her, and she's getting up at this point, and Dad's like, are you okay? And she's like, I'm fine.
That little stage shook. I mean, boom.
But he goes, stripper, fall down, go boom. And then I looked at him. He looked at me. He goes, it's not going to get any better than this. Let's go.
That's awesome.
And that was just a normal Dakota, Pruitt, Jennifer night out in convention world.
Yeah.
There's one in a restaurant. I don't know if we can tell.
That was when you got me drunk because
Dakota was trying to buy a waiter. He was trying to buy a waiter for our friend Jennifer. Anyway, he was a Marine, right? He was like 18.
I love how they keep on flashing up the question now.
Oh,
yeah. I'm going to ask that question.
So
I can't.
Backlash for paying
I don't have my reading glasses on. What?
I'm gonna let David take over.
See, I got my reading glasses. Hold on. Then I got my seeing glasses. Wait, let me try. Go ahead.
Brian, you lost control? No, trust me.
No, exactly what time did you lose control of the show?
Okay, so I got to just jump into this. Like, at what point in time did you ever get backlash for playing a hated character, like in real life?
A little old lady hit me once.
I love the story.
She did. She, it was just like she came up to me like, "Why are you so mean to everybody on the Mentalist?" And that is one of the great compliments of my life. lady hit me. And I decked her. I just dropped her like a bad. No, I didn't. It takes a while to get rid of a character. What?
It looks like somebody wants you to write a book. It takes a while. It takes a while to get rid of a character.
No, that's Pruitt mentioned Josh Mallerman earlier in the stream. That's from Josh. Josh is watching.
Oh, Josh! Josh, why are you watching this when you should be writing things I'm in? Get back to... Anyway, go ahead. Josh says...
It takes a while to get rid of a character is a great idea for a story, for a book.
Yes.
You know?
And a decent madness. That's a good writer. That's a decent man. That guy can write. Wow. I love talent. It's my favorite thing. Yeah, I was in Gotti, which got a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes. But I had a good time. John Travolta was... By the way, his wife Kelly just passed away. She was in the movie, and Kelly was so nice. I thought, is she putting me on? Nobody's that nice, but she was really that nice. She and John were wonderful to me, and I had fun. I enjoyed my scenes with John, and Teflon Don, what's his name? I'm blanking on the that he played. That John played. Gotti, to the name of the movie, Gotti. Wow. Senior moment. Come in! I'm going to... a lot of the Gotti family were producers. They were there on the set and wanted to make sure we talked right. And when I came home from Gotti, somebody said to me, why are you walking like that? Because I played his right hand. I played his right-hand man, kind of this gorilla gait, and I was still doing it when I got home. One morning, coming out of the hotel, there was the first AD was waiting for me, and he said, Pruitt, a couple of the Gottis would like to ride with you to work this morning.
I'm hearing lines from other movies, like
I'm like, oh, okay, okie dokie. But they just wanted to tell me, you know, they knew this man, they liked what I was doing and were giving me helpful hints. But yeah, that was great. The Gottis would like to ride in to work with you today.
Did you?
Yes. What am I going to say? No, get out of my car.
So what are you doing right now? I mean, obviously, COVID has affected everybody. Everyone's kind of stuck around. The industry is down. Is there anything you're doing right now?
You know, I actually, here at Jennifer's, we do our self-tapes. I actually got a script a few weeks ago and actually came over here and made a self-tape and got to act. And it was so wonderful. A production they thought they were going to be doing soon. I don't know. I don't think anything's going to be done in 2020. I just don't know. There's so much, all the different unions. There's so much to talk about. A set, you couldn't find a worse place. A small room with dozens of people in it for 12 hours. I don't know what's going to happen.
Do you think it's going to change the way we make films?
I had read this 37-page report on the changes, and ironically, a lot of them sounded like things we've always wanted, that things would run more smoothly and more quickly, and days would be shorter, and there'd be less organized chaos. Grips would go in, and then these guys would go in, and then electric would go in, and then but then, you know, I read things about we're all going to be in hazmat suits and be tested every... I don't know what it's going to be. I think we've all wrapped our brains around new normals. It's not going to be like it was. I don't know. It's going to be very different. I don't know what that is, but I know that I'll be able to tell stories about, oh, in the olden days, we used to film like such and such. I know we're going to be there.
Okay. Well, I think that we're going to.
Oh,
be
no.
wrapping up in just a second.
Oh no, Dakota's been talking the whole time. I haven't even gotten to.
You told me, son, you're going to be there, right? And I wasn't even going to come over here and crash it. But you told me to come hang out.
I thought you were going to bring Megan and Tina on when you said surprise guests. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say Megan and Tina, right? You.
Megan.
Oh, there she is.
There she goes.
There's Megan. Megan, do you recognize this shirt? I was wearing this shirt a year ago tomorrow, our last day, when I told you goodbye, and then your mother came over to me and said, Megan's over there sobbing. And I'm like, what'd I do? She said, just that you guys are leaving and this amazing weekend you've had. And she brought her over to me and put her in my arms. She was just sobbing, and she was in full clown makeup. And this shirt got clown makeup all over it, and I've never washed it. This is the shirt. It was the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me. A woman cried. A woman cried over me leaving. I've had them laugh and dance, but anyway.
So I got one more question. I think I can get one more question.
Okay.
What was your favorite thing about the Scares of Care charity weekend?
Okay, I'm going to try to get through this. I'm Italian. When they brought us out into the main hall to do the
trick or treating
with those kids, and that's when I thought, because of what I do for a living, look at this thing I get to be a part of. It just killed me in a really good way. Thank you.
I thought with the computer.
Okay.
Well, Dakota does like movies. Just taking them up.
Yeah. There's a shot. Dakota took a picture of me sitting on the floor because I couldn't bend over anymore. I had to sit down with my big bowl of candy.
It was me and Eric. I mean, it was me and you and Eric.
And Sid. Sid Haig.
And Sid was there.
Was with me, next to me.
And then Sid cussed me out because his bowl of candy was empty and he was ready to check out, and I handed him another full bowl of candy.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
He called me an MFer and then poured it in Pruitt's bowl, laughed at me, and then walked away. And then Pruitt was like, "We have more candy."
Dakota, remind me next year to tell you a Sid story. I can't tell it here.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Pruitt, you may want to keep a tissue handy because the tears are going to continue. All day long, we've been trying to raise $10,000 for this year's 3 recipients. Your promise not to sing, if people would donate, did that. It achieved us for us. We are, let me refresh, at $10,765.
Wow. Wow. I almost broke into song just now. Yes. Thank you, people. People of Earth. And I've never done Zoom before. Is this Zoom? Sorry. Is that a TM? Thank you, guys. I don't know. I met the best collection of crazy people last year. In the show and visiting the show. Thank you. Hey, the first 10,000 is the hardest. Keep going. Keep going.
We've now upped the goal to 15,000. We've got 4 hours and 15 minutes to hit that. I think we will.
I think you will.
All right. Dakota, Lawrence, Pruitt, Taylor, Vince, I love you both. I hope we will see you both next year.
Yes. Wisconsin, Virginia, yes.
And maybe Rockford, Illinois in between.
And Rockford, boom. Fall down, go boom. Put Joe Ripple on that pole. Joe fall down, go boom. There's an image. Now try to get that image out of your head.
I need to wash my eyes.
Exactly. Thanks, brother. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Dakota, I'll call you when you cut your hair, you hippie.
All right. And wow, folks, how do we top that? I don't even know. I'm speechless. But yes, we have hit the goal. 10,000. So we have now upped the goal to 15,000. We can do it. We got 4 hours and 14 minutes to do that, but we can hit 15,000. Why do we want to hit 15,000? Well, for those of you who are just tuning in, maybe you're at work today, maybe you had the kids. We are raising money, as we do every year, for 3 recipient families. That's Scares the Cares mission. It's something we've done since 2007, when the charity was founded by Joe Ripple. 100% of the money that we raise today will go to our recipients. And I say that because unlike our physical conventions, this virtual convention has no overhead. There are no costs. The guests that you've seen all day, the celebrities like Pruitt and Dakota, who we just had on, they're volunteering their time. The authors who you've had on, they're volunteering their time. Of course, I'm on the board of directors. Of course, I'm volunteering my time, as are Joe and O'Malley and Alfred and Brian, all the others from the charity that you've seen here today. There's no hotel costs. There's no travel fees. So whatever amount you donate, that is going to our recipients for this year. Let me tell you a little bit about those recipients. We've got Patricia. Tricia, she's near and dear to my heart. She suffered a very bad burn accident. She was burning off brush, and the gas can near her exploded, and she suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. It was her child who came out and put the fire out. And I'm going to blame this on Pruitt that I'm getting emotional, but that's near and dear to me. Most of you know I had a very similar accident in 2018. I did not get it as bad as Tricia, but I did get it bad, and I can tell you that 2 years later, I'm still dealing with that. My son, who was 10 at the time, he didn't have to put the fire out, but he saw me 30 seconds later. He saw the immediate aftermath, and I can tell you he's probably still dealing with that too. So yeah, Tricia's near and dear to my heart. So is Laura. She is our breast cancer warrior for this year. We call her the Rainbow Lady. She calls herself the Rainbow Lady. She is fighting breast cancer, but fighting twice as hard for LGBTQ rights in her home state. That's courage. That's strength right there. So we want to help both of them. And we also want to help Ashley. Ashley Adams is a single mother who's raising her daughter, Natalia. Natalia has Marfan syndrome, Marfan. If you want to Google it and read about it for yourself, it's a terrible genetic disease. Ashley's a single mom. That's hard enough in the middle of this pandemic. But, you add Natalia's illness to it, that's who we are helping, plain and simple. There are 2 ways that you can donate and help them out. First way is to text VCARE to 91999. That's V as in vampire, care to 91999. Or if you're on a computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com, click the donate button, and you can make your donation that way. If you click the donate button and nothing happens, it probably means that you have pop-ups disabled. And what you'll want to do in that case is just disable your pop-up blocker, and that will take care of it for you. Now, as we've been experiencing today, we have some trouble across the country with weather. Some folks are in the eye of the hurricane. Some folks are just in the eye of thunderstorms. Perhaps the most egregious was moderator Jay Wilburn. Right as this panel discussion was about to start, he lost power and internet in the house. So we have been moving some guests around. We've had some guests that were unable to appear. We apologize for that. I'm hoping that our guests for our next panel will be able to all make it. That is Can Horror Go Too Far? It's going to feature C.V. Hunt, Scares the Care favorite Wrath James White, Christopher Triana, Autumn Christian, Wesley Southard, Aaron Dries, who is calling in from Australia. And I don't even know what time it is in Australia right now. It's going to be like 4 in the morning there. But Aaron, bless him, he's getting up and he's calling in. And Armand Rosamilia, that's coming up in just a couple of minutes here. We were supposed to have Eugene Clark, Big Daddy. He's unable to get in. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to vamp. I'm going to kill time. As I said, 15,000. We're at 10,944. So we're almost at 11,000. We can get there. We can do this. So if you got a question for me, because everybody else has been talking today, I've been quiet, which, as you know, is a rarity for me. If you got a question for me, hit me up there in the chat. If not, I will continue to fill time until our next guest. I am going to add the Llama Father himself, Joe Ripple, back to the stream. You want to help me vamp here and fill in?
I just got a question. Did Pruitt say you wanted to see me on a stripper pole?
We may have made plans for that outside of the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. No, that's not going to happen. Hey, listen, Brian, I just wanted to piggyback on what you just said about the storms and things like that. I got a really heartfelt message from John Dugan. He advised he was having some technical difficulties today, but he said, and he wanted me to share with you that the next 5 people who donated $50 or more to the organization, he would send them a free autographed photo.
There you go. Texas Chainsaw Massacre's Grandpa Sawyer himself send you an autographed photo. The next 5 people that donate, how much, Joe?
$50 or more.
Okay. Other Brian Smith, you don't have to hop on the feed, but if you're monitoring, can you keep track of that for me? He'll keep track of that for us.
Awesome. So again, we're close to $11,000 now, aren't we?
We are at 10,944. So yes, we're very close.
That's awesome. And again, I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you so very, very much. We do appreciate it. As Brian has been letting you know quite frequently, there's no overhead. We don't have any bills to pay for the hotel this year. So that money that you see, that money is going to go to one of our families. As soon as it hits the bank, I'm writing a check. So that's a good thing. And I just really wanted to kind of piggyback on what Brian was saying about all of the things that these people are going through. I mean, look, everybody is suffering right now. Every single person is suffering, whether it be the pandemic or whether it be jobs or whether it be, worrying about what's going to happen tomorrow or next week, worrying about sending your kids back to school now. And I'm not going to go political here. This is not about politics or anything like that. But if you can imagine going through that, and then on top of it, having to deal with these issues of breast cancer, burn injuries, having to constantly go back for, plastic surgery, worrying about your daughter who's immunocompromised. I always fall over that word, with Marfan syndrome. It just takes what's going on now and escalates it to a degree that none of us can truly comprehend. So I just really want to thank those people that are able to donate. And again, if you are not able to, we understand. It's a very scary time. A lot of people are out of work. A lot of people are worried about what is going to happen next week with unemployment benefits and things like that. But I can tell you that, your donations that come in today, they're going to be 100% used for those families because we don't have the hotel bill to pay. We don't have flights for the celebrities. We don't have anything like that. So again, thank you all. And I appreciate you and I love you. And more importantly, we don't have to worry about a fire alarm going off and me walking out and trying to talk to the fire department with a bra on.
There is something we have to worry about, though. We have to worry about this guy.
What's up, boys?
Well, if you look under the dictionary, and let me see if I can pull up Webster's right now. If you look under the dictionary under pure sex, Armand Rosamia's photo shows up. So I'm just trying to figure out, why that is. But
all right, Armand, we've got Eugene, so I'm gonna remove you for a second, and Joe, you stick with me. Let's bring in Eugene Clark real quick.
You know what? You know what, guys? I've been sitting here since like 5:35. And what I didn't know is you had to scroll down into your name and into the broadcast. I'm like, guys, I'm here. I'm right here. Hey, yo, I'm right here. What? Then I looked and went, oh, I got to scroll down and enter the broadcast. You didn't tell me that. Come on. Now you know I'm a zombie, baby. What's up?
I blame
What's up, Eugene? How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How's the world treating you these days?
Hey, brother, staying safe. Hand sanitizing, I'm losing weight, because I'm scared to go to the grocery store. So, I ain't eating people and nothing like that. I'm just eating vegetables and stuff. Oh, dang! Come on, people, wear your mask and stuff.
So instead of Big Daddy, we have to call you Big Cauliflower now.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
The first vegetarian zombie.
The first vegetarian zombie. There you
well,
go.
You notice in the movie, I never ate anybody.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
See?
Yeah.
See? I just had.
It wasn't for lack of trying.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Eugene, how are things going? I don't want this I don't want to go too off track with everything that's going on, because we want to focus on the families as things are moving on. But I just wanted to touch base with you as an African-American male and as an actor. There's been the hugest or the largest upswell ever since the passing of George Floyd. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that. Obviously, you've probably experienced things in your life that I can't imagine. And what's going on there? How does that impact you, and how does that make you feel?
Well, I was born in the South.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a long time ago. Don't let
sir.
this smooth skin fool you. So let me put it like this. We have a great country. I still believe we have one of the greatest countries in the world. We have to come together. It has to be with love. I mean, we have to look at, it has to be that way. There are things that bother me, because there are things that generate explosions on one side, and I see stuff on the other side. When I see Chicago and all these killings every weekend, I'm going, yo, come on now. It should be equal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I remember there are a lot of places I can't go on either side. And
Yes,
when
sir.
I grew up, there are places I couldn't go on the white side, there are places I couldn't go on the black side, there are places I couldn't go on the Latino side. Okay?
Yeah.
So all I know is I've traveled a lot, and all over the world, when there are no black people, when there are no white people, stuff is happening to people. So it's like, let's live up to what our Constitution says. We are one of the greatest countries in the world. And you know what? Love has to win out. We can't. Okay, I played pro football. I played at UCLA. So what I see now is a bunch of teams taking sides, and it's like getting hyped up over the mess. Every life in the world matters. But this country has to stay together. It has to be cohesive. You know what I'm saying? We have to be able to, because if we do a real history lesson, no one really can say much on either side. If we do a history lesson going way back, you know what I'm saying? But right now with the pandemic, it gives many of us an opportunity to get a little insight into what the recipients of your donations is, some of the trauma they go through, because they face issues every day. Many of them face life and death issues every day. I mean, I applaud, why can't I think of his name right now? Kane Hodder for asking you to include burn victims. See, they're going through atrocities on a daily basis.
Yes,
so
sir.
I really would like everyone to, I know it's tough. I know, Big Daddy's losing weight because I'm eating less because, you know what I mean? You got to pay pay the bill or eat the food. I'm going to pay the bill. But my mom always said, Mama, baby, you can afford to lose some weight. So, take some of that Starbucks money, take some of that candy bar money, you know what I mean? Give what you can. Even if you only give $5 or $10, give it because that multiplies. But I honestly think that we need to be, I know some people go, what? Love.
Yeah.
When I hate, it destroys me.
Yeah.
When I forgive and go, you know what? We gotta. We have a wonderful family on the convention tour.
We do, and
You know what I mean?
it's a family. It's a family where I feel comfortable if I take my 9-year-old daughter. She can run around the entire floor by herself, and I don't have to worry about a thing.
Exactly. Now, in all honesty, to answer your question, when I'm traveling, there's a concern in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I'm a military brat. And I was taught, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Here's my thing. Yep, okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I have friends in LA who are, when I grew up with, black cops, white cops, and quite frankly, you act bad, they both gonna get you.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, Eugene, I want to pop off here, and turn it back over to Brian. But from the bottom of my heart, sir, thank you for coming on, spending a couple of minutes here, just sharing a little bit of love and a little bit of knowledge. I hope to see you back on the circuit real soon. And as usual, if you're not at our show, I'll swing by and make sure you see if you need anything to drink.
Joe does do that. You take care of us, baby. You do take care of us. I appreciate that.
I certainly do try.
And I appreciate what you're doing.
Popping off and turning it back over to Brian. Love you, sir.
All right. Love you, brother.
And Eugene, I got to tell you, you touched a lot of viewers, a lot of people in the chat. The chat blew up. People liked what you had to say. And as a result, we are now at $11,330. So thank you for that.
Nice. My pleasure. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Echo what Joe said. I hope we see you next year, man.
I hope so too, man.
All right. You take care. All right, folks. Little delayed, but we're going to bring them on now. Armand Rosamilia, CV Hunt, Christopher Triana, Aaron Dries, Autumn Christian. Let me scroll down. Wesley Southard and Wrath James White. Looks like he's having internet connections. But as soon as we get him, we'll get him back on. I'm sorry, Armand. I'm trying to wrap up here, but it's not working. Let me log off. Y'all are going to talk about, can horror go too far? Can it? I have my own answer to that, but I want to hear your answer.
Well, I think Chris's hair has gone too far.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's look at that.
COVID cut.
Eastbound and down.
Here comes Ref. We got Ref. Now we're official.
How's it going, guys?
There he is.
Good.
Hey.
What's up, Raf?
This is the Can Horror Go Too Far panel, and we got some really cool guests. We're gonna start going across. We're just basically real quick gonna say who you are, and we'll start with CV Hunt.
Hello, my name is CV Hunt. I'm an author, and I also own Grindhouse Press.
Chris.
I'm Christopher Triana, and I write scary books.
Autumn.
Hi, I'm Autumn Christian. I'm a writer, and my last was Girl Like a Bomb from Clash.
Wes.
Oh, everybody's like freezing real bad on me. Sorry. I'm Wesley Southard, author, cool person. I don't know, whatever.
Don't start lying already.
I know. Wrath.
Wrath James White. I write horror novels. Been doing it for a while.
And that Australian guy.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Dries, and I am your Australian ring-in
And just for the record, Wes, there was no freeze. We were all just trying to make you feel awkward.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got really, really crappy headphones in, so I can barely hear everybody. So I'm struggling, but we'll get through this.
Oh, excellent.
It's wonderful to see you all. It really, really is.
Yeah, this is it's actually a cool thing seeing everybody all day going through. It's kind of neat. Even with Chris's hair, it's still pretty neat.
It is, you know, like
that is
it's okay.
special.
All right, so let's just jump right in here. I mean, anybody can jump in. I mean, for you as a reader, is there too far in horror that you hit that spot in that page or that chapter and you're like, all right, I'm done. I can't read any further.
No.
Personally, me, no. There's nothing.
Not really.
I see reading all that author's books, everything. That's a art form, and I just don't really see any limit to it at all. Maybe I'm desensitized. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, everything from horror books to things like Dennis Cooper, which is super transgressive fiction. Yeah.
Everything froze again.
Oh.
This is gonna be fun.
All right.
What we should have had is we should have had a couple authors on that write like romances or something. That would have been a better. We could have argued with them for a little while. You know?
I think this group is a little biased.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I did have a moment when I was writing Population Zero when I thought, forced abortions might be a little too far. But I still wrote the damn thing, so I guess it wasn't.
So as writers, though, I mean, is there too far as a writer?
I guess I'll jump in there really quickly. Look, I don't think, for me, there are certain things that I will and won't read, but that's completely up to me, as I would expect it to be up to the reader as well. You know what I mean? But in terms of I wouldn't want to cut off anyone's wings, because if that was happening, then I wouldn't have been that kid when I was 11 who had managed to get a copy of James Herbert, The Fog, right, that I was reading on my school bus and going, oh, wait, are we allowed to swear on this thing?
Do whatever you want.
Okay, good. Because if horror can not go too far, then it should be, my language can go too far. But I was like, holy fucking shit, look at this book. And I was passing it around to everybody on the bus going, you've got to look at what they did with the shears. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't want for anyone to have said to James Herbert, you can't do that, and that goes too far, because there wouldn't be me without that moment. You know what I mean? So it goes beyond so much more than the immediate idea, I think, as well. So that's how I kind of feel.
Yeah, I felt that way when I read the last few chapters of It, and I'm like, if you can have a pre-adolescent gangbang, really, where are the limits then?
They always leave that out of the movie when they make it. I'm always waiting for it. Never there.
And I think I'm with Wrath too. It's like when I'm writing something, and kind of like with Population Zero, when you're like, wait a minute, should I be writing this? Usually when I get to that point, I'm like, yeah, I need to be writing this.
And then you remember, wait, I'm CV Hunt.
I'm actually about to start writing my first, extreme horror novel here in a couple of months, and it's going to be dealing with a taboo that I don't think I've seen too much lately, as in bestiality, I think. And I'm still struggling with how far I want to take some of the scenes in this book, because it could get very, very graphic, and I don't know how far I want to take it yet. And I know I've talked to Chris about this already in private, and Aaron, and both of them just say, just fucking do it. Just do it, and just get it out, and just do what you have to do with it. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's all in the taste of, the taste of the person reading it. Either they're going to like it or they're not, and if they don't, then sorry. But if you do, then awesome. But
Maybe it looks like we do have a romance writer in here after all. Bestiality. Yeah. I think when it comes to things going too far, I think there are some taboos where I think it's just in poor taste, but sometimes that works in something that's splatter comedy in a way. But then there's certain things that I don't think anybody wants to read. Like no one wants 20 pages of a long drawn out rape scene of a child, something like that. Like no one really wants to read that. Then it gets to be just exploitive for the sake of being exploitive. I think you can have something where, sure, a child can be raped as part of the story, but you don't need this like graphic sexualization of it or anything like that, unless it's something that's just so completely absurd and off the wall, like some like borderline comedic, like Edward Lee or Carlton Mellick or something like that. I think that's a different situation.
I do get a little uncomfortable when I feel like the author is writing something like that, like with one hand, basically. That's when I
write all my books.
That's when I get maybe a little uncomfortable.
Every last single one I write with one hand.
Some of you have like Wrath, you've been doing this for a long time. Has your writing changed? Has your what you will and won't write? Either you write more taboo than you used to, or you're writing less?
Well, I've found that as I get older, the less sex I have, the more I write about. So there's that. But I used to be really adamant about everything having like some great social commentary or political or philosophical bent to it, to justify any exploitive material. But I realized that. Oh, did I cut out there? So, but I realized that but I realize that when we go out of our way to justify writing graphic material, a romance writer doesn't have to justify the romance. A comedy writer doesn't have to justify the comedy. They don't have to. We're the only ones who are asked to justify. Well, why did you spend so much time describing that person's arm being sawed off? Why the fuck did you spend so much time describing why this woman was crying over her heartbreak or whatever? It's we're the only ones asked to justify it. So I don't. As I've gotten older, I spend less time justifying the and purposely attempting to avoid the exploitive label. Yeah, I'm trying to exploit every fucking emotion you have. Excuse my language. But I'm trying to exploit the full range of your emotions, including horror and disgust. Absolutely.
That's what gets me when people are like, "Oh, that's so shocking, so horrifying." Like the genre is called horror. Do you not understand the word? Like that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to evoke horror in you. So if it's not doing that, it's soft horror. It's ghosts, goblins. It's stuff. So
sorry, I'm trying to find the right angle to.
Couldn't agree more, Chris.
I keep getting lights in back of me, and I feel like I'm just this shadow.
And he's doing it with one hand, so. So, like the bad reviews, when you get that 1-star review that it's, there's too much sex, or they complain about, the taboo stuff in there. I mean, do you just kind of brush it off, or honestly, do you hope in an Amazon review that somebody who loves reading that stuff reads that review and goes out and buys the book?
I kind of do both. I definitely brush off reviews, but negative reviews. It's just like, it just wasn't for that person, essentially. But yeah, I don't care if they leave a bad review, because somebody will come along and be like, oh, punching babies in the face, why not? That's something I'm into.
I love
So
that
it's like, yeah.
baby hater. It's great.
Oh, we've lost somebody. Somebody has been censored.
Oh.
Left. He's fucking done with us.
He's just mic drop, just did a mic drop, and he's like, "I'm out of here, guys."
I'm done. I said what I had to say. Goodbye.
I'll fill in for Raph.
Brian is now Wrath.
I love the way that Brian pops up like a little bobblehead. He's like the Funko version. Funko version of Brian Keene. Sorry, what was the question?
Who even knows at this point? I think the question was where the hell did Wrath go?
Yeah.
That was the question.
The baby started punching him back. Look, for me, it comes down to what it is that, for me personally, and it's different for everyone else, is that I'll do whatever it takes. I will do whatever it takes for you to feel what it is that I'm trying to get across. And it's different from author to author, and it's different from project to project as well. Like the project dictates for me the level of extremity. It's not like I come in and I'm like, I've got a brand. You know what I mean? It's not. That's not the way I kind of approach it. For me personally, there are certain things that I wouldn't read, but those are things that are definitely for me. I don't want to read romances about dying teenagers that go for 300 pages. You know what I mean? But that's just a matter of taste, I guess, as well, and that's completely fine. And if that's reflected in an Amazon review, for example, then so be it. And there's always comfort to be found in reviews on Amazon or Goodreads, because if someone 1 stars you can just jump on their profile and see what else they've given 1 stars. I'm like, this person hates To Kill a Mockingbird. I think I'm okay. I think I'll scrape through.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
It's always bummed me out. Someone said go to Amazon and look up your favorite book, and then go to the 1-star reviews and read them. And I did that recently with I Am Legend. And I was fucking appalled by the stuff that people were saying about that book in the 1-star reviews. They were saying how much the Will Smith movie was better. And it was just like, I don't get any of this. And this, and I was just like, oh my God, I want to eat a bullet reading these. These are the worst things ever.
Well, I Am Legend is a really interesting one to bring up, because, for me, I sometimes do kind of look at the screen or wherever I am, or having a look at conversations that I'm having with people, and they do tend to be a lot more concerned or upset or provoked if the dog dies in something, you know what I mean, than it is like, you can have the babies can be punched to death, but don't kill the dog.
Don't you touch that dog.
Don't you touch that dog, but it's interesting as well. It's that for me personally, in terms of the stuff that I'm looking at, the feedback that I've gotten is that I write fairly extreme stuff within a context that matters only to me, and that's fine. But people, and I'd be curious to hear what you all think. I still think that people are more sensitive to sexuality. I really do. In my stuff, I've been run over hot. I've been run over hot coals for the extreme, like how extreme my fiction can go. But it's nothing compared to some of the shit I'll cop because I write about gay sex. You know what I mean? Like, and that's okay, but it's still a thing. You know what I mean? So I'm curious to hear what you all think.
Same way with me. It's like I've seen reviews where one of my books, somebody was just like, "Who has sex this many times a day?" I was like, "I think you're doing it wrong."
Don't laugh, Raph. Don't laugh.
But it's just I think some people are just prudish when it comes to sex in general, and it's just like it's not something they want to see in other fiction for some reason. It's like they have a very definitive line. There is no gray area. There's erotica, and then there's horror, and there's romance, and you can't combine those 2 or 3 or whatever, and it's just like, I think some people just go into it and just like, I only want horror and that's it, and I can't take anything else. So
I get that a lot, because I write a lot of sex. Like that's kind of my default. I'm like, I haven't killed anybody in a while, let me kill somebody. No one's fucked in a while, I should probably write fucking. and that's it's okay to cuss, right? We're all adults.
Most of us.
And I get criticisms about the sex all the time. In the most violent, brutal, gruesome novels I write, it's the sex that people tend to complain about. Which it's okay if you eviscerate someone, just don't come on them afterwards.
I'm going to get that on a t-shirt.
Yeah,
I want that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, that's just generally good advice.
Chris is back.
I'm back.
Oh,
Back.
Grandpa rejoined us.
And we have a question from Jacob Lerner. Do you feel that by taking things to extremes, that you are helping to normalize them?
I hope so.
No.
So let's take that question. It's that question's a little too broad. Normalize it in art, yes.
Yes.
Normalize it in society, no. No. Those are two different things. There's, I mean, honestly, I think if someone did say, "Hey, they committed some murder spree because of my book," it would probably help sales, but it probably wouldn't be true. It was because they were fucking crazy and not because they read what I wrote. I don't think it normalized it. Listen, Ed Lee's been writing for 30 years and there hasn't been an uptake in skull fucking. Like that. I mean, it's an absurd claim.
Yeah, I think we're talking. You would hope that people look at it and see that it's fiction. It's an imaginary place. It is, an art and stuff, but it is fiction. And it's just like Rath said, if somebody does something, if they feel like it's normal to do these things, these are things that are in our heads. I mean, most of us, if you meet us in person, we're really kind people. We're pretty, it just to normalize it, it's like, I hope not, because like normalizing it, that's kind of like saying that video games are causing shooting sprees also.
Right.
It's not it's not the person who's reading, it's not the book that's causing the person to do this. It's that they have a mental illness, and they really do need to seek help if they feel like they're going to hurt somebody because of things that they're reading, watching, playing video games. It's like, they definitely need to seek some help. To normalize it, that's kind of a broad.
Yeah, people that go out and do these things, they were going to do it anyway. It's just whatever it was that they wanted to copy, whatever killer they saw in a movie or read about in a book. Maybe they copied that, but they were going to do these things anyway. It was already inside them to want to do that. One thing to note about this is Stephen King took his novella Rage out of circulation because there were all of these school shootings where the shooter ended up having a copy of it in his backpack, and so he took it out of circulation. But I mean, that's an example of he's the most popular horror writer in the world. So yeah, more and more people will read that as opposed to reading some other book that has equally or more extreme stuff than Rage has. Mm-hmm. So,
I think equating. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think equating violence or consuming violent media is going to make you more violent. It's a very simplistic understanding of human psychology. And I think even the people who read and write the most extreme horror, if they came across the scene in one of their books, like someone fucking a corpse while, I don't know, eating a heart, they would freak out, reasonably so. There's no something that's fantasy doesn't necessarily mean it's going to normalize it in real life.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like the stuff that it always frustrates me when and some of you have heard me say this before, as a horror writer, that we always get kind of grouped in with the villains that we write and not with the heroes and victims and everything else. I think readers need to.
Oh, the suspense.
Not again.
He's good at this.
We're everyone. We're not. No one looks at Agatha Christie and just thinks that she's really going to go out and murder people. It's only horror authors that get that rap.
That's true.
Interesting, though, Agatha Christie killed 36 people, so
there is kind of a weird double standard, though, with some popular fiction that definitely falls under the extreme category at times, like American Psycho or Hannibal, or like books like that were enormously popular, became movies. They have some of the most extreme scenes I've ever read, and so it's like it's this weird thing where kind of like what you were saying, Rath, about like the double standard with thriller versus horror. There's this like extreme horror is okay if it's considered literary in some way, but if it's not, if it's just extreme horror, some people are just like, well, it's trash, which I think is ridiculous. But it's this kind of weird double standard that I've seen.
But at what point does it become a literary book, though?
Yeah, I guess that's
like
up to
yeah.
It's like it's all up to opinion, but I guess I guess
it's just up to the publisher.
It's up to public opinion, I think, and it's also up to like, oh, is this an enormously popular writer? Am I going to find his books like on at the grocery store, like you would with Thomas Harris and Hannibal? Actually, Aaron and I have talked about this before about how crazy it was that a book that extreme was available everywhere. You were going to say.
I was going to say, I think that the point at which Thomas Harris's Hannibal becomes literature is the part where somebody makes a disabled man ejaculate by putting a cattle prod up their ass. Like, that is the sequel to The Silence of the Lambs. You know what I mean? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Jodie Foster was saying, no, thank you. Okay.
I thought you were reading my diary for a minute.
Please, let's swap lives. Let's do it.
I just picture Rad's diary. Dear diary, OMG.
we got a lot of questions in the feed, which is cool too.
All right.
As for instance, when is it better to show everything you can, and when is it scarier to move away and force the reader to imagine the worst? For example, that part in Jeff Gonzalez' Survivor. That's a good example.
I'll let somebody else answer that first.
Look, I'll just jump in there, and I'll give you my writerly answer, which is, for me, it's about the rhythm. For me, it's about the rhythm of the moment, and sometimes a chapter dictates that it just needs to be a sentence. And you take into context, for me, how long it's been since that last little moment that I jabbed somebody in the ribs with some part of my writing. And then there comes a point where the book is ready for you to eviscerate your reader. And for me, I just listen to the book, you know what I mean? And there is a natural ebb and flow to violence. And for me, sometimes when I read, and this is kind of maybe where the literary thing comes into it, where nearly everything that we've all written, and I've read stuff by all of you all. If we just kind of like dial it back a little bit, it all is literature. You know what I mean? And that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous argument. You know what I mean? So I think it's all there. It's the book tells me when. It's probably a really wanky thing to say.
Yeah.
It's funny that you said the thing about the one line. It just reminds me of the obvious Jack Ketchum line from Girl Next Door, the one-line chapter of that brutal, like, I can't even remember what it said, something about like I don't even want to talk about this, then turn the page, next chapter. Like, that's the kind of, like, that was such a powerful moment that was always stuck out to me. It's like he didn't have to show you anything. He just said, look, shit happened, I'm not even gonna talk to you about it, let's move on. Like, it's just, that was such a powerful moment that stuck with me for years.
Yeah. Sometimes less is definitely more. I was going to say I have a book that is more and more and more, but there are moments where I just let it stop. And the book I'm talking about, I mean, I have a few like that, but I wrote a book called Toxic Love, which is about crime scene cleanup crew, and one of them is super aroused by blood and guts and gore, and so this is like the perfect job for her. And there's a scene where she and the guy are having sex in this like pile of blood and guts, and you find out that she's using something to masturbate, and you find out at the very end of that chapter, the paragraph, that she's using a human jawbone to masturbate with. So I just stop it there and let you like absorb that and imagine that, rather than writing this long sex scene involving the jawbone. I'm like, it's a fucking jawbone, enjoy. And then you can just kind of go from there. So I think sometimes even with extreme horror, you can go there and then stop and just let it germinate in the reader's mind.
I was going to say too, sometimes to pull back actually creates suspense, which helps the story move forward too. If you kind of lead up to it and pussyfoot around it, and then do reveal it or don't reveal it, it kind of drives that reader forward too.
Yeah. So I agree with everybody as far as building the.
Oh man.
Do have. So my only feeling about things is that sometimes writers tend to pull back. That whole like leave it to the audiences or the reader's imagination. I always thought it was such a cop out. Like this person paid their $6 for my book or whatever it is. Nah, I'm old, and I guess it's not $6 anymore. Whatever they paid, $20 for the book. They paid for my imagination, not for me to force them to use theirs. Now, if it's for suspense, absolutely. But if it's just because, hey, I don't want to write something so graphic, which I've seen in too many books, and when I was a lot younger in the 80s and 90s, when I was a teenager and a young adult reading books from other authors, I would get really upset when a writer did that, when they were getting to the juicy part and they pulled back. That's why I don't really like ghost stories to this day, is because all this creepy shit happens and then nothing. There's no blood, there's no guts, nobody dies. Fucking hate that shit. I'm like, you've got all this creepy stuff happening. Now where's the payoff? Where's the climax? Who's gonna die? Who's gonna get ripped apart? If it doesn't happen, it was just like, ooh, spooky. I fucking hate that.
Yeah. I'm totally with you on that one,
man. Victoria Tapanraros have you ever found yourself self-centering a story? For example, if a story seems it may be possible to be optioned for TV or film?
Nope. No, I actually think when I put a story out, I was like, well, that's never being made into a movie.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake if you're writing your stuff specifically to try to get it optioned for a movie. I mean, that's just something, if it happens, it happens. But I think what our job is to do the best job we can do, putting words on paper and putting the book out for people to enjoy. If anything else happens from it, then that's just a plus. But I think that's our job, is to do the best job as we can as prose writers. And if it does happen to get optioned, then awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a massive movie lover. I'm a huge movie lover, and of course I think about it. I think cinematically, you know what I mean? And of course, like every other writer who has ever existed, I kind of go, wow, wouldn't this be nice? You know what I mean? But there's something incredibly liberating about sitting down. My third book was called A Place for Sinners, and I sat down, I went, I'm going to write something that would never be able to be adapted. Okay. And that was actually so wonderful. Do you know what I mean? And I think it is a trap we can fall into, whereas like, okay, I could tell this story and make it enormous in scope, or I can set it in one room with 3 people and a budget under $1 million. You know what I mean? Just in the hope that some producer stumbles across it. And not only am I going to kind of pin my world down into just that scope, I'm not going to have the baby punching. You know what I mean? And that's just not me. That's just not me.
That's me.
And that's what we all came for. So.
I don't mean to throw you baby under the bus.
And there are extreme films. You've got movies like Martyrs and Inside and the Serbian Film, and I Saw the Devil. Now you'll notice that all of those titles are foreign, but there is the occasional American one that manages to sneak through, and some of them aren't even horror in a sense, but they're super extreme. Movies like Kids and Happiness and Gummo, and like movies like that may not be horror, but they're really extreme and really disturbing. Yeah. So there's still a chance for the things that we write to be adapted into something. It just may not be mainstream. And like Aaron was saying, like, I think it's really important to be true to the book and write what you think the story calls for. Not every story you write is going to call for, whatever sick, twisted thing that could never be in a movie. So let that be the stuff that could be potentially a mainstream, success.
As authors, though, it's almost the opposite. Like if you're a romance writer, you have the tropes and you're writing this pretty fun, real romance, happy ending thing. As writers of extreme fiction, do you start a story and you go, well, this isn't extreme enough? Or, if the story ends up where it's just kind of what somebody might term a horror story or God forbid for wrath, a ghost story, do you do anything with that, or do you just let me write the damn story and see what happens?
Yeah, so when I write, I don't set out to write an extreme horror novel. Rarely. Like when I wrote Succulent Prey, I was like, the object was to write a novel that was going to have the same punch as my short stories. And so I deliberately, like every 6 pages, if you read it, it has kind of a formula. Every 6 pages, someone either gets fucked or killed.
Yeah.
and that was deliberate. But for the most part, if it doesn't call for it, I don't write it. I don't go, oh yeah, I want to get all these horrible things in my book. If it calls for it, I write it. If it doesn't, I don't. And, I have one reader who often criticizes, hey, that wasn't as extreme as your normal stuff. All right, then wait for the next novel. What can I tell you?
For me, I kind of go, I don't consider, and this is not a slam against anyone, I don't consider myself a writer of extreme horror fiction, you know what I mean? I just consider myself a writer of extreme emotion. And I only want to just grab a reader by the neck, and I'm going to approach violence in the same way that I'm going to approach passion or a challenging situation. You know what I mean? Like I kind of want to. For me, it hurts so much more as a reader the more that person seems like a whole. You know what I mean? Like I can rip them apart. I can drive the bus through them and like rip this person to shreds. You know what I mean? But if I know that person, if I love them a little bit, if I hate them, if I'm passionately invested one way or the other, for me, the bloodshed just kind of pays off a lot more. And I think that kind of taps into Rath's kind of issue with ghost stories as well, which is I think that payoff is important. Readers do look for it, and because we also build them into that kind of that rhythm, and give them what they want. You know what I mean? To some degree, unless you're being clever in some sort of way, I guess. But anyway, yeah.
I was reading like several. I ended up reading like 5 books in a row that like had necrophilia in it for whatever reason, and I started getting really bored. Like, okay, we're fucking another corpse, whatever. But then there was a Matt Stocco book. I think it was High Life. I don't remember, but it was like a guy who he would pay this guy in a morgue to like fuck the corpses, but one time he was just so emotionally devastated, he just had him like pile the bodies like on top of him while he just laid on the floor. And for whatever reason, it was like that reversal that like made it like so much more disturbing than like, oh, here we go again, it's fucking a corpse. Like, wow. Yeah, it's that like emotional context that really like pulls it all together.
Yeah. When Jesus Gonzalez and I collaborated on Hero, one of the very first scenes was the nurse, who was the antagonist, just scrubbing the woman a little hard. She was bathing her, and it wasn't like a normal type of torture. She was just scrubbing her harder than was necessary and kind of abrading her. And it was the fact that this old woman she was a civil rights icon. She was this sweet old lady, was being treated so roughly. Another time she threw her out of the bed. And it was things like this. Nothing really that you would typically call extreme. Well, no, Jesus wrote one part that was pretty extreme. But for the most part, there wasn't a lot that was really, really extreme. It was just who it was happening to. And your emotional connection that we developed with the reader to the character, that's what made everything feel so extreme. And that's another way of going about it. Like
And-
Aaron was saying about the emotions, the extreme emotions.
As a reader as well, I think there is like a relatability to violence that I do think of. You know, I've like Chris was talking about. I've seen some pretty extreme cinema, for example, right? But I vividly will always remember one of the most violent things that made me flinch are the things that I kind of a little bit relate to. I remember in Deep Red Profundo Rosso, there's at some point somebody falls forward and smashes their teeth on the side of a mantelpiece, and that gives me nightmares. I remember also like there's so much in Last House on the Left that really freaks me out. But it's all tiny little details part. Like I remember there's a dream sequence in which somebody gets like their teeth get hammered. Or I watched The Fly the other night, the Cronenberg film, and I remember when his fingernail fell off, and to me that was just utterly horrific. But I kind of, because I've bitten my fingernails down just that little bit too far, and you got that little bit of fingernail left, and you know that you have to be brave and just rip it off, but you don't want to because it's really going to hurt. And I think that when you take that little, you know what I mean? You kind of like, you take that little bit in a reader, you go, they know what that feels like, and build outwards from that. And I think your example, Ruth, about the scrubbing of the skin, we kind of know what that feels like. And then we can think to ourselves, I know what this person is like. I care about them. That actually really hurts as a reader, as opposed to something with superfluous entrails, which I'm all about as well. You know, just kind of sitting down from the feeling.
Superfluous entrails. Awesome.
It's going to be the title of my memoir.
Barry San Giovanni, I think I know who that is. Have any fans ever made you uncomfortable with their reactions to your work? That's a great question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do tell.
Can you tell us more, Wes? You're nodding your head there.
I don't know. I had a guy online a while back tell me, like, I don't know, he said he wanted to break into my house and spray me with mayonnaise or something because of something I said on. I don't know.
It was me.
I don't know why that's weird.
It freaked me out terribly,
sexy.
honestly. Yeah.
Why does that make you
one-
uncomfortable?
Maybe he doesn't like mayonnaise.
Because mayonnaise is gross, and I don't know. It bothered me.
Did you say come into your house and spray you with mace or mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise, like mayo. Yeah.
Ah, right.
Well, that would make sense.
All right. It's so slimy. I hope it's like room temperature mayonnaise. If it's cold, like it's winter, as you can see, it's winter here in Australia at the moment, and I can't think of anything worse.
You can stop, man. It's fine. It's all good. This is where you need. This is where you need to back it off, write that one word sentence chapter, and move on. Just it's fine.
Oh, funny.
The chapter that says Aaron Dry showed up with mayo, and then next chapter.
I don't want to talk about it.
Superfluous mayonnaise again.
All right, so Christy Duke says, have you ever had an influential reviewer who slammed your work because it went too far in their eyes?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever really experienced that. I think the closest was when I wrote 400 Days of Oppression, which is just a brutal book. It's one of my favorites, but it's also like the most sadistic book I've ever written in terms of what I do to the reader through the course of that book. But I had a reviewer from BDSM Books who read it, thinking it was a BDSM romance or something. I don't know. And through the whole book, he was in his review. He was saying through the whole book that he was like, "This is not consensual. This is not how it's done. This is not right." So and he was going and just ranting about it. And then he said, "Then I got to the end, and I was like, oh, this is a horror novel. Oh, this was brilliant." Like he had no,
because a ghost popped up and he knew.
Like he just didn't realize he was reading a horror novel. He thought I was writing about like what BDSM relationships would really be like or something. I don't know. That was probably the most was actually one of the most hilarious reviews I've gotten.
What gets me is I've had people. This kind of ties into what you were, Rath was saying about people read horror writer stuff and they think that they're the villain, that they're like they want this stuff to happen, and that aggravates me. But I've had some people, one or two reviews where people would say, "Oh, like there's some real misogyny in this book, or there's racism in this book," and like alluding that I might be that way because that's in the book. And it's like, no, that's the character. And you'll also notice the character who says all those racist things is the villain, or is the monster or the bad guy. You know, it's not like every character is expressing those emotions. So that is frustrating to me. And I think that shows some sort of cognitive dissonance where people don't understand that fiction is fiction, that it's not real. And just because you wrote it doesn't mean you are what that entails, you know?
Of course, it could be all the dead prostitutes in your basement.
Well, I thought we had a trust, Rath, but I gave you 30 minutes alone in there, no questions asked.
What a great way
And on that one,
I couldn't agree more with Chris about saying separating the author from the characters. I mean, my book Resisting Madness came out late last year, and I got raked over the coals for about a month because reasons. But because I guess a couple people didn't like it. But then at the same time, I had other people telling me it was their favorite book of the year, and I had a dude from Germany say it's now his favorite collection, and all this stuff. I guess it just, at the end of the day, it just depends on the person reading it. They're either going to like the more extreme stuff or they're not going to like it.
Yeah.
That's all it comes down to. It's either your taste or it's not your taste.
And I've got that too with like Ritualistic Human Sacrifice. I got a message from a lady who read 1 or 2 pages from The Look Inside on Amazon and decided that I was a misogynist, and she felt the need to go on a very long rant to me about how I was a misogynist and a horrible woman for writing something like that. But you know, it's people just, there are some people who just cannot separate the art from the artist at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the dead prostitutes in your basement.
Yeah, probably.
Way to bring it back home, Raph. All right. CV Hunt, Aaron Dries, Christopher Triana, Rath James White, Wesley Southern, and Autumn Christian. Thank you all so much. Rath, we'll see you in 2 weeks? You're doing a similar event to this, right?
Yeah, we're doing KillerCon on August 6th, 7th. Oh, sorry, 7th and 8th and 9th. So, yeah, online.
Right.
It'll be. This is a great warm up for that. I love how this has been put together. This is awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. All right. And as we transition them from the studio, joining us now is one of everyone's favorite final girls. She's a Bronze Halo recipient, a Daytime Emmy judge. You know her from Friday the 13th, Part 7, House 2, Knots Landing, 13 Fanboy, and many more. Welcome, Laura Park Lincoln.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. Happy everybody today.
Yeah, we appreciate you taking 5 minutes out just to say hi to everybody. Now, Laura, we are raising money for 3 families. We're raising money for Trisha, who suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. We're raising money for Laura, who is a breast cancer warrior. And we're raising money for Ashley and her daughter, Natalia. Natalia suffers from Marfan syndrome. Now, we set a goal of $10,000. We've surpassed that goal. In fact, as you're coming on, we are at, let's see here, $12,217.
Let's see if we can at least put a 13 in there, right? Let's get to 13,000 like that.
I agree. And what's notable is, so many people right now are struggling. A lot of folks are out of work. You and I both know it's hitting our industry as well. But something I wanted to ask you specifically, if you have time. You founded Actors Audition Studios.
Correct.
Now, normally, you did a combination of in-person private coaching, online coaching, and on-set coaching. But with this pandemic, how's that working? Have you had to move to mostly online? Or?
Mostly online. It's actually working really well because all actors are getting prepared for when the industry is starting back up, and it is starting back up. In fact, right now, you caught me running in from shooting a photo session with one of my actors right now out in the hot Texas sun. Robert Thomas Ross, he's got a film out now called Dawn Seeker. He's a monster and awesome. So we're shooting some scary stuff of him. And with actors, we shot a lot of auditions this week for the new Jake from State Farm commercials that are about to happen. And fingers crossed, I have someone I think that booked that. I'll know on Monday. So actually, actors are resilient, just like the people we're trying to help today. And we're just making it work.
Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate you taking time out. Folks, if you're a fan of Lars, now would be a great time to donate, right?
Yes, jump on and say hello. You know, I also am a breast cancer survivor.
Yep.
I didn't know if you were aware of that, but I had advanced stage 3 and got through it. Nobody gets through it alone. You know, I ended up doing 17 different surgeries. So, and I had children at home at the time. So I know what that's like to deal with it, to have not only the medical bills, but just the process of keeping your family fed, the day-to-day, plus the discomforts of treatment. So I understand that, and I really wanted to jump on today and share that story a little bit with y'all.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you doing that. And folks, if you would like to help our breast cancer recipient this year, Laura, there are 2 ways you can do that by phone. Text VCARE, that's V as in vampire, care, to 919. From your computer, go to scaresthecareweekend.com and click the donate button. Whatever you can do, we appreciate it. Really do. And Laura, I know I speak for you when I say you appreciate it as well.
Absolutely, because, you know, every little bit helps. Sometimes it's just a little, it's $5 or $10, but it may be a lot to someone else in any kind of times, good times or difficult times. So it takes so little to make a big difference. And I know people have talked about that all day and have said that, and all of the viewers and fans, of course, are jumping on because they want to participate. But y'all know Scares That Cares. You know that we're all behind them. All of the actors, like you've probably told them, we're all just doing this on our own dime. Nobody's being paid. Nobody gets a dime. We just wanted to be here and help talk to these families that Scares That Cares is helping this year, these 3, and hopefully make their days a little bit brighter. You know, I know we're all most of us still dealing with being stuck inside and all of that, but these guys are dealing with a lot of trauma in their own lives too. I'm sure many of you are dealing with traumas in your life. So just stopping to be a part of it today is awesome.
All right. Well, Laura, we won't keep you. We'll let you get back to the photo shoot, but thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
hope we see you on the circuit next year.
Okay. I can't wait to see how much we raise today, guys. Take care.
All right. Take care. All right. Laura Park Lincoln. All right. Coming up next, if you're a horror fan, then you have noticed that weird Westerns are back in style. You're seeing them streaming. You're seeing them in movies. You're seeing them in fiction. You're seeing them in comics. Not for nothing, but I predicted that was going to happen like 3 or 4 years ago. So, you know, I'd like some credit for that, please. I'd like some royalties. But coming up, we have a panel of folks that are going to talk about it. I'm going to introduce them one by one right now. First of all, Mr. Keith Lansdale.
Hello.
Good to see you,
How
brother.
are you?
I'm good, man. How are you? I miss you guys. I miss everybody down there in Texas.
Weird. I usually get to see you at least a couple times, but I feel like we haven't been able to see anybody. So
I told Mary, I said I think I miss my family away from my family most of all. So
we miss you.
Don't tell your dad I said that, are you? But
just don't touch anything. Yeah.
Coming up, we've got Christine Morgan. Hi, Christine.
Hey, hi.
Good to see you, hon.
Yeah, you
and
too.
Of course, we've got Kenzie Jennings. Hi, Kenzie. Good to see you. Wiley Young, I don't know how he got on this stream. Oh, that's right. You've only got the most popular weird Western of the last few months to come out. That's how you got on this stream. No, I tease. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Where's the energy? Wiley, come on.
Sorry, I've been out fishing all day. I'm down here at my cabin in Uncertain, Texas. So
I've been here I'm trying to fish for the charity. Come on, meet me.
Hey, it's magnet fishing, so I've been out, with a big old magnet about yay big, just tossing it, pulling up metal. I've lost 30 hammers here over the years, and I'm getting them back one by one.
You lead an interesting life there in Oklahoma. And coming up, Tom Clark, our moderator. Oh, look at that!
In this group.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading a really good book.
All right, now y'all are missing Gemma Files, I believe, is supposed to be on this panel. I don't see her in the green room, so I'm going to go try to track her down. But Tommy, I'm going to turn it over to you. At some point, about halfway through, I'll start throwing up questions from the audience on the screen as well.
Excellent. So welcome to Cowboys and Zombies, everybody, the Weird Western panel here at the Virtual Scares That Care. We want to thank everybody that's been donating to the charity today. We got, what, $12,000?
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
Yeah. Now, when somebody says Weird Western to me, I think classic movies like The Valley of Guanji or Billy the Kid versus Dracula, or maybe you go to a subtle Clint Eastwood one like High Plains Drifter or Pale Rider. Or a modern one like Bone Tomahawk with Sid Haig. Come on. Or Westworld. Or how about, Pale Door that's coming out in August, co-written by one of our panelists.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I also think of books like The Weird Westerns of Nancy A. Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, right here, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's Walking Wolf and Dead After Sundown. Or Dead Man's Hand, rather. And S.P. Santo's classic werewolf Western book, Moondance. And then, of course, you've got James A. Moore's Boomtown. And Wiley Young's Woo! Woo!
Yeah.
Western.
Nice.
Yes, folks, the Weird Western's making a comeback and is stronger than ever. So I'm going to ask our panel first, what stands out about this subgenre that makes it so appealing? And I'm going to throw it to Keith first.
Yeah, sure. Let me see. What makes the weird Westerns? Western has got kind of such a broad term now. It used to be kind of the thought of you go into an old sheriff town and it's the black hat versus the white hat. But I think it's more a feel than it is anything else. It's more an old timey type. You against them. There is no calling 911 to come help. Whoever it is going to have to deal with the situation right there, and hopefully you and maybe a sheriff. But it's kind of one of those things where you're already isolated in some little small area, and then something creepy coming out that you can't really get outside help. And now all of a sudden we've got something where you're isolated with something even creepier coming, and it's just a formula right there to get you started with something weird. So.
Isn't the best thing that you ain't got to write cell phones out of the script?
Definitely. I think that you.
Well, that'll take you up to the 50s at least.
Yes.
And the 60s and the 70s. So I wouldn't worry that much about it. And by which I don't mean the 1870s.
Well, Gemma, what is it about this setting that appeals to you as a female writer?
As a female writer?
Yeah.
And
the reason I say that is because the Western isn't typically a genre that appeals to a lot of women.
I am not absolutely certain that is true.
Okay.
I do think that women tend to enjoy stuff that's placed in a liminal area, and absolutely the Western is that. Because the point of the Western is that you're on the border somewhere. You're at the edge of civilization where there are no rules as yet, or the rules that have been established have kind of, faded for one reason or another. For example, The Thing has a weird kind of Western idea to it because they're just so isolated. They're so on the edge of everything, and they have nobody, as you said, Keith, they have nobody that they can turn to except for themselves. You know, no one's going to reach them. No one's going to, they can't even, you know, they can't even tell people what's going on because everything's down immediately. It's sort of like space in that particular way. And, you know, which reminds me, what was that movie with
Sean Connery.
yes, Sean Connery.
It's High Noon in Space. Outland.
That's right, Outland. And Outland totally works within that context because they are so far away from everything, and it is a liminal area, and it is an area that people come to because they want to do a job and get the fuck out. And that's the West. That, in a lot of ways, is the Wild West. I think that women often feel that the rules don't work for them anyways, and the rules are more likely to collapse than you think they are. And so to be in a place where people are just like, well, you know, basically swap your pussy for money or die. You know, basically, you know, if somebody gets in front of you, kill them or run real hard. You know, basically everybody is probably trying to undercut you if, at best and kill you at worst. You know, there's a lot. And the weird part is that in a space like that, you can reinvent yourself.
Okay.
And there are a lot of stories that I think should actually be explored more within that context. Like, for example, I don't know, the story of the Bloody Benders. You know, these people who came from nowhere, maybe they weren't even a family, and took on the appearance of quote normal people and preyed upon those normal people by normalcy, and then burying them alive out back.
Wild.
Yeah.
I don't know who's that.
The pod people took her over.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Mary Sangiovanni made a good point that John Carpenter always wanted to write a Western, and I'm going to argue that all of his movies are Westerns. They're just not placed in the Old West.
I would absolutely argue that. He remade Rio Bravo at least 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, he absolutely loved Westerns, and he absolutely loved that idea of being in a place where you cannot be rescued, where you have to rescue yourself, where people just kind of have to depend on what you say about yourself.
Right. So if you've already got this already there, this is already part of the Western trope.
Yeah.
So if you've already got all that, what does horror add to that? What element does horror add to that, Christine?
Well, I think of Western as being a setting and horror as being a mood. And then you can combine them to bring out the best in both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Think of Cormac McCarthy.
Right there.
Yeah. You know.
Blood Meridian.
Yes, but everything that he writes is a horror mood. You know, it doesn't matter where it's set.
And I'm remiss for not even mentioning that in my opening monologue. Ugh.
Yeah.
Because that book has got a supernatural element to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, what is the judge? Is the judge some kind of avatar? Some kind of dead old god, or not dead, obviously, but, you know, fallen through the cracks, not worshipped anymore except through murder and you know, and destruction, and therefore he only appears to people who are doing that. But yeah, I mean, there's so much. What I like about Westerns is that they're a place where liars flourish if you can back yourself up. You know, I mean, you can't lie about
the Old West is the tall tale.
Yes.
So let me ask you, Wiley, how do you take that tall tale and work it into as part of your narrative?
That's easy because basically every Western true story that we have has an element of tall tale to it. Even the OK Corral shootout, you know, famous for Tombstone, you've got several different accounts of how that went down. And the Wild West has been romanticized, de-romanticized, exploited to its greatest extent. But at the very heart of it, it's truly transcended to myth, and that's why I think westerns and horror work well together, because basically you're taking two different kinds of myths and blending them together into something that is truly unique in that regard. You have the myths of the old world, the monsters, if you choose to include those, werewolves, vampires, versus the myths of the new world, which are these larger than life figures that exist and are dreaded throughout the mountains, the prairies, wherever you choose to set your Western path.
Yeah. Manly Wade Wellman was amazing at that. I've been rereading his stuff recently, Manly Wade Wellman, and he was incredible at blending those two types of mythologies.
So Kenzie, where do you go to for your muse when you write a Western? What do you set the mood? Do you watch a bunch of Western movies? Do
Well, I had
you
to,
listen to
yeah, I had
country
to.
music?
Yeah,
Also,
I had
like
to
that your
because
hair is dancing as you tell this.
true. No, I had to. I had to read something that didn't just wasn't a Western element, didn't have us Western elements. I had to read something and watch something that did combine them effectively. Because I think the horror and the Western is also, we're attracted to it because it's the other. It's foreign to them. It's foreign to us. And that's what makes it appealing too. Yeah. So I picked up, what was it? Race of the Broken Land by S. Craig Zahler. I don't know if anybody read that. This is the guy who wrote Bone Tomahawk and directed that, which combined really vicious violence, more so than Blood Meridian. And so,
no, how
delving
can you do
right into
that?
yes,
well, more immediate,
and blended it well with the Western. And I watched a number of movies too. What was it? Bone Tomahawk, Dead Birds. What was the one? Ravenous. That was not
Ravenous,
really.
yes.
Yes.
I argue that Ravenous is the thing.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
the same story.
Sure. Isolation in the snow. I mean, come on. Yeah. So
If the thing could talk.
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole concept of the cannibal taking the power and strength of the other person is the
That's
same
right.
as the thing gaining and becoming you.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lots of parallels with that. But yeah, I loaded up, watched those as inspiration. But the irony is, Gemma, what you touched on, I didn't get any inspiration from the fiction. I got more inspiration from the historical backdrop. So my villains are loosely based on the Bloody Benders, very loosely, because we're not sure who they are anyway. Woo! Yeah. So
well,
yeah.
I think that's great that you're mentioning that you're using the Bloody Benders, because Keith's got a movie he co-wrote that's coming out next month.
I saw the trailer.
Pale Door,
Yeah.
and it's got the Dalton Gang in it, which is another, let's call it a generic gang name, but they did exist.
Yeah.
So what was the choice to put, Keith, in the movie a real, so to say, team, the outlaw team?
If you're talking about the actual group of the same name, is that what you're talking about? I think that's just kind of one of those things that it just kind of accidentally happened. It wasn't one of those things where we set ahead and said we're going to use this. It was more, I think, just the name kind of fit more than anything else. Right. It's obviously taken a lot of liberties, thus the witches and some of the other oddities that happened during it. So I don't think we're even trying to base it in real in any sort of way there. I think the name turned out to be one of those things where after the fact I was like, oh, did we use the same name? Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, that just a happy accident, or possibly when my co-authors decided to pick the name, maybe they chose the inspiration. I'm not sure. They took the original story that they wrote out and they sent it to me, but it was more a framework than anything else. I ended up kind of rewriting a lot of it and giving it some more structure that it didn't have and stuff. So maybe that initial name came from their inspiration. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I'm not sure. It was kind of one of those things just happened.
So when it comes to bringing in the actual history, I'm not sure if my pioneer novel, White Death, counts as a Western exactly, though it's set in 1888. But I based it off of actual historical events, in that there was a terrible blizzard that happened in January of that year. So I wanted to focus on the horror of that as well. Only, of course, then I threw in snow monsters and other things like that. But it was that history. I read a book called The Children's Blizzard, which was about the event in question, and built the rest of my story around that.
And then when you do something like that, Christine, the storm actually becomes a character in the story.
Oh, definitely. The storm, it was that man versus nature, and the monsters that came out of it were kind of secondary.
I think that's kind of a lot of times with horror stuff. Like zombies is a prime example of that. This is, zombies as well. Got my zombie shirt. I don't know if you can even see it. I don't know. But either way, the original movie that I wrote was a zombie movie. And it's kind of one of those things where you realize that the zombies could be replaced with a national disaster. It could be replaced with almost anything because honestly, and the Thing does this better than anything. No pun intended there. But it's because we actually really fear people. We know what to expect from a zombie. It's going to shuffle up and eat you. It's usually not in a hurry unless we're doing 28 days later zombies here. But we know if you see a zombie, I know what to expect. But if somebody comes up knocking on your door and the zombie apocalypse is out there, you are more scared of that person because are they a good-natured person? Are they a bad-natured person? Should I just go ahead and not answer? So honestly, it's not the zombies we're scared of. It's the people, and putting everybody in one spot, be it a bad storm that gives you a stranger, or a zombie apocalypse, or somebody that might be infected by something that can turn into somebody that's what we actually fear, the unknown of another person.
Yeah, the human is the bad thing. The monster is the antagonist, and it's also the moral enforcer.
It's the catalyst more than honestly anything else.
Yeah.
Here's Brian Keene.
Tommy, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have a question. And before we get to the questions that the viewers are asking, I was wondering if I could ask a question.
You sure can, Brian.
You just did.
It's a question in 3 parts. Part 1 to Gemma. You've had great success with what you would call weird westerns.
Yeah.
Were you expecting that when you wrote your first one?
Not at all. Absolutely not. When I wrote Book of Tongues, which was the first Hexlinger series novel, I was expecting to get very little, except maybe kickback. I did get at least one bad Amazon review where the guy was basically like, most of this is okay, but she should have subtitled it "Bang Your Way Through the Wild West with harsh gay sex." I was like, basically from the beginning, I knew that simply by putting a queer couple in the front and center, that I was sort of testing the boundaries of what people will allow in a Western. But I was very happy to see how many people responded to blood opera and black magic and Mashika gods and people getting flayed alive and stuff like that. And also a sweet song to sodomy. Yeah.
Always got to have sodomy.
Yeah. Wiley, the same thing for you. Now you're a relatively new author. You're not a household name yet, but you're an up and comer. But you think of yourself as a horror writer, and then you write this splatter western, splatterpunk and western combined, and it blows up. Were you thinking this would be the book that would make your name?
No, not at all. Not a bit. It was more of a, here's this extraordinarily violent western because it's a splatter western. So I really focused on that splatter. So here you go. This is cheap. Pay me my money so I can get on to back to what I was doing. Now I'm like, well, here's 4 more for you, I guess.
Oh, that secondary group of people who want to read westerns about anything. No, I mean, what's wonderful is that if you do a western, no matter what type of western you're doing, you're accessing a huge market of people, a huge audience of people, more than a market. But people who genuinely want to inhabit that space, and they will take a lot of different stories being told in that space just to inhabit it, and I'm really, really grateful for that.
So that my final part, and then I'll duck out again. Christine and Kenzie and Keith, Keith with the movie coming out, Christine and Kenzie, you've both got Weird Western coming out. You hear Gemma's success, you hear Wiley's success. Does that make you go, all right?
I quit worrying about that just from watching Dad and his career. I mean, it's kind of one of those things, something wonderful that everybody's got all these expectations for, and it just goes by like a quiet fart. And then there'll be something that's, like you never think. Bubba Hotep is a prime example. Something nobody ever thought would be anything, and now it's all of a sudden one of those cult classics that everybody's like, Bubba Hotep? Yes, of course. And you think, wow, that's the one that got you, huh? The zombie, the mummy in the old nursing home. That's
sucking people's souls out of their butts.
Right. So, I've stopped trying to figure it out. People are going to like what people are going to like, and I just like what I do and hope that somebody else does too. But if they don't, whatever. Next one.
Well, Keene, you were the one who predicted this. And so if it all falls through, we're all going to blame you.
You all can blame me regardless. I mean, that's
I
just.
blame Brian no matter what happens. If I drop something in the kitchen, it's Brian's fault.
So, Brian, are you going to write a splatter western or a horror western?
I'm working. I've got a 3-book deal for just straight up regular westerns. I can't say much about it due to an NDA, but I'm working on my first regular western right now.
Kenzie, what is it now? Brian Keene, splatter western number 32.
Number 32.
All right, I'm going to duck out and let's get to some questions from the audience. Tommy, you cool with that?
Absolutely.
Thanks for visiting, Brian.
There is a lot of classic Western writers who remain underknown or unknown, like Luke Short, Ray Hogan, Claire Huffaker. What Western books and authors do you guys like?
I have to say, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in first. Nobody else did, so I just kind of went. But I have to say that I'm going to cheat and just say that, honestly, most of the Western stuff that I've read has been my own dad's. It's kind of one of those things where I'm not actually a big fan of a traditional Western in itself, but anybody that's read Dad knows that he likes to take a genre and spin it on its head, so I've always kind of enjoyed that a little more. So, it's kind of a little cop-out answer, but it's the truth, so it is what it is.
That's a great one to go on, too.
I definitely don't think it's a bad answer, but let's be honest, I got a free pass on that one. So.
True.
Gemma?
Most recently, The Winter Family, an amazing Western. And in that Cormac McCarthy kind of model of being almost Legati-ish in its philosophy, but absolutely straight ahead in terms of vicious, splattery. Of violence, it's like that's the best Western that I've read recently that was just a straight up Western where you have these moments where it's like, is the main character maybe a demon? It's like, no, maybe he's just a really evil dude, who knows. But yeah, The Winter Family, I would absolutely throw that in front of anybody.
Christine?
For me, I never really read a whole lot of Western fiction. Nonfiction, I suppose if you want to count some of my mom's bodice rippers that involved lots of cowboys and stuff. But yeah, I remember mostly the nonfiction. My dad had that whole Time Life series with the fake leather covers. So, yeah, I can't really, until recently with all the splatter stuff, and Boomtown and other historical authors like Ed Erdelac, I haven't really read a whole lot of the classic, Louis L'Amour westerns. So
I haven't heard anybody say Zane Grey yet. Maybe Kenzie. Kenzie?
Oh no. I was going to say I already said S. Craig Zahler. Is that how to pronounce his name? The one who wrote Race with the Broken Lands. But nobody's mentioned Amakatsu, who did The Hunger.
No, absolutely.
And about the Donner family. And I read it. I didn't read it for the splatter westerns to prepare for that. I just read it out of pleasure because I like the prose. So, but if you have to put something in a category like that, it's one of the better books that's out there that does it well, but without it being too splattery. So, but yeah.
Ain't no party like a Donner party.
That's right. Swiley.
Okay. So I didn't read a lot of traditional westerns because, as I said, I like horror. That's my primary stuff. But my dad raised me on Western movies, so we watched all the Clint Eastwood Westerns together.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's where all of my archetypes and how this was supposed to go came around. My all-time favorite Western is Pale Rider, for sure.
And again, that's got a supernatural element to it. Right. Is he an angel or a demon or just a guy?
Certainly true.
And so when I was preparing for Magpie Coffin, I went and watched some newer Westerns, some older Westerns, and I read Stephen Shrewsbury's Westerns with, his weird Westerns he did, Bad Magic, that he wrote with Nate Southern and all that kind of stuff. And S. Craig Zahler, I watched Bone Tomahawk and read Wraiths. But so the one that struck me the most, I think, was Diablo with Scott Eastwood in it, Clint Eastwood's son. And I really love the twist of that Western that really influenced me going forward. And so now, when I was writing, I pictured Salem as Scott Eastwood. So now if I ever get to that 5th book and Netflix needs to come along, it needs to come along quick so Clint Eastwood can play him in his old age and doesn't die first.
What's our next audience question? Can Keith and Joe please make a movie about Flower from Dead Man's Road? One of the best Western horror characters ever written. That's from Outer Poet.
Okay, well, I'll see what Dad wants to say on doing anything. It's kind of one of those things where it's a double-edged sword for sure, but everybody that says, "Hey, you're Joe Lansdale's son," and so I get a lot of stuff that's like, "You should pick up what he did here," which I do a lot of. I adapt a lot of his stuff into comics, and a lot of the projects I have are he's tied to in some way, and it'll be. We just got a review on one of our. I did a book called Big Lizard with Dad, and it's kind of a spoof on superheroes. And it's about this guy who he can turn into a big lizard, And so the problem is that he has all these ideas of superhero names that he wants, and people suggest things like he suggests things like Sergeant Scales and stuff, but people just keep calling him that Big Lizard. So he finally gives up and just takes on the moniker of Big Lizard. But the thing is that we started to get reviews coming in, and people say, "Well, I tell you, hey, look, there's Big Lizard now. Thank you, Keene. There's the man with the lizard." So, it's kind of one of those things where we got some pull quotes, and some people all saying, "Oh, this is great. I can definitely see Joe in there. Oh, I don't know what part Keith did, but here's this one part that I really like," and they pull a quote that I most definitely wrote, and then I'm like, "Y'all don't even know that's me," and so it's kind of one of those things where people may not read it in the first place if it didn't have Dad's name attached to it, but at the same time. I can't argue too much about kind of being in his shadow because he's got a hell of a shadow. Everybody that knows my dad knows that he cast a hell of a shadow. So it's not the worst place in the world to be, but it's definitely something that we have to take advantage of. Now, that character, maybe, if somebody's willing to pay, but...
All right. With the bravado represented frequently in Westerns, how do you balance ego with courage? And that's from Christy Duke. Who wants to answer that one?
Let's
go to Wiley because of his character.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Because your character, well, your character is kind of an asshole. So let's go with that. There you go.
Mainly, the balancing ego with courage is that Salem doesn't have courage, not real courage. I'd say he has more of intent. Now, he does definitely have an ego. So, but he has to examine himself, especially in the sequel that I'm writing, which explores what are you without this weapon that makes you invincible. Are you really this dread, big bad, dark specter of vengeance, or are you just a man?
Hmm.
And so that's how I balanced it in Magpie Coffin, was that Salem was, he sees himself as more of, this is fate coming for you. You made the decisions that led to me coming for you. And so there's no real courage there, not until the very end. And even then, it's more about, well, I'm just going back because I don't have anything else, and I'd rather die as a legend than live as a coward. So
That's good. Yeah, Chess Pargeter, my main character, runs a lot on perversity, and which is a weird way to put it, considering that that he's a gay guy. But no, perversity, like, oh, you think I'm not going to do that? Fuck you, I will. And also being able to take a lot of pain. A lot of the things that he does throughout the Hexwinger series are not necessarily good for him, but he's willing for them not to be good for him as long as they're bad for the people that he's going up against. Which is complicated further by the fact that the primary person he's going up against is a guy that he's in love with. So, anyways, I think what became interesting moving through the story was the ways in which I got him to grow up and to realize that caring about people is annoying, but it's actually a good thing. So I don't know if that balances ego and courage or what, but it's certainly made for change. It's certainly made for movement, which I think is the best thing.
Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Kenzie?
Oh, I was
you
going
want
to
to add to this?
There's no I don't think there's a conflict in anything that I wrote, because it's all about self-preservation. So more so than anything else.
Okay. Christine?
I think that the ego and courage ties into the whole mythic, larger than life, legendary aspect of not just the Western, but a lot of our heroic tradition and culture. I write about Vikings. I write about ancient Greece and Rome with the heroes of mythology, and all that, having your reputation, having your name live on, is something I think applies equally well to Vikings or gunslingers or anything like that. I think it all hooks into that mythic nature of the genre, and that's part of what draws me.
Yeah, that's funny. It's great that you mentioned that too, because that's really what Vikings were about: immortality through fame.
Yeah.
Who could get the richest and be the most famous? Boom,
Or
Harold
die well,
Yeah.
and live in Valhalla.
Right. Keith, how do you approach this?
I mean, we actually have a character in the Pale Doors, the one played by Bill Sage, and obviously in the first part of the first probably act and maybe even second act, you kind of see him as an asshole, and as the movie develops, you start to learn that, like most people that's an asshole, it's kind of just a defense mechanism. There's something else deeper going on there. So it starts off as an ego thing and a bravado thing, but really as it goes along, you realize that he's just as vulnerable as everybody else. So I don't think there's anything wrong with taking that personality and putting it up for people to see, just as long as you don't say, hey, he's a badass and he's an asshole and that makes him cool, because
the assholishness is what makes
you
him
don't
cool.
really want to hang out with them for long periods, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where they're great for driving the plot, but if you actually want to make him more than a one-dimensional character, you need to understand why he's an asshole, you know. And I think that a lot of times, honestly, there's never somebody that's like, well, I'm an asshole, and the reason why is because I'm just so cool at being an asshole. And honestly, I think that would be super lame. So, yeah, I don't think you have to separate it at all. I think you just more have to understand it, maybe explain it. You know, that'd probably. So if anybody watches The Pale Door, which I hope you all do multiple times, remember to buy it every single time. But anybody does, just the character that Bill Sage plays, that's the one that I'm referring to. So remember that.
Perfect.
Question from Tim Collins: do you think the Western will ever fade away in literature?
No, I don't think it will. I think it may. The spirit of it crosses over into so many other genres. I mean, into sci-fi. Look at Firefly. Look at Star Trek, Space: The Final Frontier. that feeling of exploration and testing yourself against the wilderness. I think that's always going to be with us in some way.
I also think that any genre which has apparently so many rules which seem set in stone is always up for reinterpretation and always up for somebody exploring almost the opposite of those things and turning them inside out. And that's to my mind the sign of a live genre. That's to my mind the sign of a genre which will continue living and growing.
And I think for what the Western is, that it has all of the tropes, I guess, that transformed it into true myth. That it has a beginning, it has a middle, and it does have an end.
Yeah.
And the stories that just keep going on and on forever don't resonate that well.
Universal themes.
Right.
These are universal themes.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a setting no different than like the Dark Ages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or it's an evolutionary setting is what it actually becomes.
Yeah,
that is perfect.
Because it's not like I was saying before. Westerns have kind of outgrown that white hat versus black hat idea, and now it's more of a setting. I mean, a prime example of one that I think of as a Western, but honestly, if you think about it too hard, you realize it doesn't fit the traditional. Is that Hell or High Water that came out a few years ago?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you think about it, you think, oh, it's a Western. But if you really think about it, it's bank robbers in modern times. It just happens to be kind of a rural area with a sheriff that's chasing them. But the first thing your brain goes to is Western because you have that sheriff chasing the bad guy bank robbers. So there's so much room to do so much with. So I don't think that it's ever going to go away because it'll fit almost any other format. I mean, maybe the traditional Western might not be as easy to find anymore, but something that makes it feel like a Western, that'll never go away.
I am extraordinarily interested in the idea of indigenous people taking the Western and shaking it up.
Now, that's what I wanted to bring up, Gemma,
Yeah.
because there is such a stigma with American expansionism during the Old West.
Oh yeah.
And Hollywood and writers vilifying and portraying Native Americans as savages for decades.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we as writers, how do we overcome that, Keith?
You asking me specifically?
Yeah, I'm asking you first. Everybody gets this one.
I mean, honestly, it comes with the same way as you do anything. You need to have stories told from that viewpoint. And honestly, crackers like me probably shouldn't be the one writing it, but it needs to be stories that are told from their viewpoint, from the good and the bad, from the good and the bad. Because obviously, when we look back, we think, well, what a terrible thing we did. But at the time, we honestly thought, oh, we're settling America. We're doing wonderful, fantastic things. But for some reason, people didn't have any ability to put themselves on the other side and go, hey, these are people that we're taking their homes and running them over. So I think, honestly, being able to look at it from their standpoint and being able to tell their stories, I think that's honestly the first steps.
Two people immediately come to mind are Stephen Graham Jones.
Yes.
Yeah, and who does, yeah, he's brilliant. He's just a brilliant guy. And certainly simply by putting indigenous people in the main character position, you do some interesting stuff. But what I particularly love about his new novel, The Only Good Indian, is that idea of no, you have not only the protagonist but the antagonist as well, coming out of a particular mythology and a particular background. And it's like, the reason that we have these stories is not just because white people do stupid shit. The reason that we have these stories is because this is just stupid shit for anybody to do. It's like, don't kill a pregnant deer and expect to get away with it.
Right.
And the other person who comes to mind is more a filmmaker, a guy named Jeff Barnaby from up here in Canada. He's the dude who wrote and directed and edited and wrote the music for Blood Quantum, which is an amazing zombie movie that is available on Shudder right now, and everybody should watch it, in which only indigenous people can be bitten and not become zombies. They're immune, and everybody else, and so all of the zombies are white people. And you get people, coming to the res and going, please, can you let me in? And the indigenous people going, I don't know if it's worth it, man. I just don't know. And just fascinating, and fascinating breakdown of the psychology of people under pressure who've already been under pressure, because for them, as someone says in the film, it's like the apocalypse already happened, but it happened a long time ago. And they've been dealing with it ever since. So it's, both of those people.
Christine.
Yeah, when I was, this question reminds me of how when I was revising White Death, I found a note I left for myself in the margin that said, add more racism. And coming back and finding that note, that was a really uncomfortable kind of moment. It was like, yeah, I know. I mean, I've got black characters, and I watched the show. You watch Deadwood with the Chinese elements and all that. And it was like, it was very uncomfortable for me to have to go in and add racism. But that's part of it too. We've got to have the ugliness.
And that's such a hard thing, because whenever you're doing it, you want to think of it in the same way that you think, the way that you talk, and it's
right. It's like, that's not right. This makes me feel
terrible person's viewpoint, and you have to make it make sense. But the problem is it's such a hard thing to make sense. But
it's because you've got 21st century mores in you. So we have that natural block, that natural barricade that says, don't do it.
Right, absolutely. It's called being a decent human being.
That's right.
Hopefully it's called that.
And then there's the surprise that you feel when you go and you research like an Old West person that you thought was a good person, and find out that they made H.P. Lovecraft look like you're the best fucking person in the world.
That's
You know,
right.
and you're
Never
like,
look up anybody. That's
ugh.
pretty much just
Doc Holliday didn't run out west because he had TB. He ran out west because he shot the black kid swimming in the white swimming hole.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
The family kicked him out. Said, go.
Wow. I remember one of the weirder reactions to my series that I got was nice, I believe, white ladies on the internet calling it, saying, oh, it's full of slurs. I'm like, yes, strangely enough. Queer couple in the 1860s? Yeah, fair amount of slurring going on. It's absolutely true.
This is the controversy that professors face all the time when they're teaching literature. I mean, this is do we teach Mark Twain authentically or do we not? So.
And Mark Twain, he had his pulse on America.
Yeah.
He wrote what America said.
Yep.
And Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, that N-word. It's just as disgusting as it is, and as uncomfortable as it makes us when we read it. It needs to stay there, and it
Yeah.
needs to be a reminder.
We need to be uncomfortable. That's the
We do.
problem.
Yes.
Yep.
Is it that fear of, I don't want to feel bad that's actually causing it to become forgotten? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, let's not say it's forgotten. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. But
Swept
that's
under the rug.
where it might end up is if it gets forgotten. And
Mhm.
I think, honestly, I mean, even my own dad, whenever I read his stuff, there's littered with some terrible people who say some terrible
Yeah.
things. So, the thing is, but if you've ever met my dad, you know he's the sweetest man in the universe. So you can't tell the story and go, "Oh, you mean bad person," and think that that's actually what somebody in that situation would
And
say.
also that allows you to get out of the habit of realizing that every structure has been racist and every structure has othered other people and every structure has been built on that basis. I mean, I'm Canadian, and we allowed ourselves to think for a very long time that I grew up with the idea that multiculturalism worked and everything was great and we're all so polite and, we don't do stuff like that anymore. And it's like, no, that's just bullshit. It's like, actually, Canadians are about as racist as everybody else. We've just done a really good job of
You're nicer about it.
Yeah, exactly. Of convincing ourselves that we're nicer about it. But you know what? Even that ain't necessarily true either.
All right, we got a new question from Otter Poet here. Are there any stories from other cultures that you think could fit into the Western mythos, such as the Seven Samurai becoming Magnificent Seven, or Yojimbo becoming Fistful of Dollars?
Yes,
I've done
Lone
it
Wolf and
twice.
Club right there is the Mandalorian. That's on Disney, and that's a Western.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, I've done 2 short stories adapting Greek mythology into westerns. I did one called The Crossing at Boney Ford that takes Charon the ferryman, except he's driving a stagecoach. And I've got another one called The White Bull Ranch that is basically King Minos and Theseus and the Minotaur. I mean, Theseus is a perfect example of an Old West gunslinger. He was a real shit for a hero. And
all the
he
Greek
fit
heroes were.
perfectly into that mold as a gunslinger. He was the Athens kid.
Yeah, it's absolutely true that every culture around the world has moments where you could set a Western, essentially. You can have a Viking Western, you can have a Chinese Western, you can have a Western set during the 100 Years' War, in Germany, in Renaissance Italy, in any place. Yeah, Germany during the witch trial. Yeah, absolutely. Any place where things become liminal and where things start to break down and where a frontier is established. Any place like that.
Look at Firefly.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a comic I read a few years ago that was the Arthurian mythos updated to.
Oh yeah.
You had like a chosen revolver for Excalibur, and you had
Yeah.
shaman.
I can totally see that.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I love, and the Knights of the Round Table are all a bunch of gunslingers and that kind of thing.
Perfect.
I'd love to see Hercules done as a gunslinger too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just killed my family. I'm gonna go redeem myself.
That's
all these
right.
favors.
That's right. A goddess made me do it. It's yeah.
Yeah, Mike Duke asks. The Duke of Horror asks the question: do you think these new splatter westerns mixing cosmic horror, magic, etc., are a form of Robert Howard's Conan stories, pushing it forward into a Wild West setting with gunslingers instead of a barbarian? We're going right to the man, Wiley Young.
Absolutely. That's what I set out to do anyway. Because I grew up on Robert E. Howard. I loved his stuff, and Salem definitely is a barbarian in his morals and morality and what he does. But for me personally, I always wanted to keep the magic and the monsters on the back the back burner of it. I wanted it to be while the magic is there and it becomes obvious at time. I sat down with one specific rule: no inhuman monsters. So no vampires, werewolves, anything like that. All the monsters are people.
Right.
And all the magic, all it does is just push what was already there a little bit further.
Might be sea monsters that aren't so human in your world.
You will see some monsters, but not in the inhuman way, especially in For a Few Souls More.
No, I'm just sad I'm not a werewolf. Damn it.
Nope. The one of my regrets for Magpie Coffin was I didn't have enough strong female characters, and for A Few Souls More, I have 3, and one of them, she is one of the darkest people and can give Salem a run for his money in this. It's going to be great.
Yes.
That seems to be a common thing where the one of the ways to flip the Western trope on its side is push the female to the protagonist level.
Yep.
And have her be the badass, have her be the gunslinger. And we saw that like with Quick and the Dead, for example.
Yeah.
That's a great example, I think, of that.
Rebecca Roanhorse's stuff. Often spoken of as fantasy, but definitely Western.
Yep. Westworld and Dolores.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. You know, hate to say it, that's a brilliant show.
Not just Dolores, Maeve as well.
Maeve as well, yes. Yeah, but Maeve's still controlled, unfortunately. I can't wait for her to break that control.
Absolutely. She absolutely.
Because she's the wild card that they didn't expect.
Exactly.
Here we go. Falling back. Brian Keene.
With the big cane to pull you off the stage, Tommy. Because I can't be the person this year. All right, we are out of time, but once again, I want to thank Keith Lansdale, Christine Morgan, Kenzie Jennings, Gemma Files, Thomas Clark, and Weil E. Young. Appreciate it. We appreciate you donating your time. I'd like to update you all. While you've been on the feed, we are now at $12,927.
We could have got another 30, 70 bucks to make it 13,000.
Well, we've got 2 hours, 12 minutes, and 17 seconds to go, Tom. And keep in mind, our original goal was 10,000, so we've upped the goal now to 15.
Okay.
So we'll get
Brian.
there.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's so great to meet all of you guys and to see you again, Brian. And Kenzie, I really want to hear about your book.
Oh, great.
Very good.
That's what it's all about right there. Yeah. Connections being made.
Yeah.
So. And I'm such a fan, so it's great.
I'm just glad you finished it, Kenzie.
Me too. Oh my gosh.
And Christine, you had something?
I've got a couple of audiobook codes for White Death left over if you want to throw those in for our next couple donors.
Okay, how many codes specifically?
2.
2 codes? Other Brian Smith, I know you're listening backstage in the tech office. Let's say the next 2 donations of $25. We'll put them in touch with Christine and we'll get them the free download codes.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys.
Cool.
All right. And if you are just tuning in, folks, you are listening to the 2020 Scares That Care virtual fundraiser. Sorry if I sound distracted, it's because of the guy I'm going to bring on here in just a minute. One of my favorite people in this business. You all know him. You all love him. Josh Malaman, welcome to the feed.
Hello. Hi, Brian. How are you, man?
It's good to see you, man. We had hoped, Mary and I, we had all talked. We had hoped to come out and visit you guys this spring, but then this pandemic hit, and we haven't been able to make that happen. It's one of my big disappointments so far, 2020, believe it or not.
You need to feed a bunch of ducks that have a bunch of ducks that we've been raising suddenly out of nowhere in a pandemic. It's like bizarre. It's like the whole world shut down and our place turned into like Disneyland or something, man.
Brother, I got that river right outside my front yard. I mean, the ducks are welcome. Can y'all just like ride the ducks? Can they just take you downstream here to Pennsylvania?
We can, actually. If we strap one to each boot, I mean, it's really kind of unbelievable. I'll see you soon.
See, you're one of the people, when I think about how this pandemic is affecting our friends, and by our friends, I mean, our peers that work in this business. If anything, you seem more energized. You've released Carpenter's Farm, that serialized novel, on your website. Correct me if I'm wrong, but High Strung have recorded new music.
Well,
as well.
We had like a third of an album done leading up to the lockdown, but we haven't recorded during the lockdown. Okay. But we've been working regularly and sending each other mixes and all that kind of stuff and writing lyrics. Right. Yeah.
And you've been writing your ass off. So has this led to an increase in productivity for you, do you think?
Yeah, I think so a little bit. I think that it's my nature to battle whether it's internal or external demons by writing. And I understand completely, my gosh, I understand somebody feeling a little deflated right now. I mean, there's a lot to feel crazy about, right? But it's just for whatever reason, it's been this way, almost like a militant optimism when it comes to distractions or anything that could get in the way of writing. Anything that seems like it's going to get in the way, I'm like, no. I almost feel like I'm constantly playing a video game, right? Social media, review, what mom said about my book.
Do you find that your hours have changed? Like, are you working more because you're feeling that way? Or
Yeah. I started on. I mean, this is gonna sound almost ridiculous, but I started a new book a week or so ago. I think I should hit 15K in it tonight. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, right? It's like I look at it like this, and this is gonna make me sound so weird, I think, but I used to look at it like, I know there are this many hours in the day. So if I say yes to going to this party, then I'm going to have to say no to something else in the day, right? But I love going to parties. So there are many days where that exchange was made. That doesn't exist right now. That's not on the table. So every day is like all those. I'm not meeting anyone for lunch. I'm not going to a party. I'm not, any meeting is online even, a business meeting. So yeah, man, I have no kids. We have no kids, Allison and I. And that's a lot of open hours right now.
Yeah.
At home. Yeah. But
in fact, I saw you in chat earlier. I got last year, one of my favorite parts of the Scares of Care weekend in Williamsburg last year was watching you and Pruitt Taylor, Vince, get to meet. It was just such a neat moment. And he brought it up like first 3 minutes of the stream, he brought up meeting you. And then later, when I put your comment up on the screen, he calls you a great writer. That's got to feel really neat, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. I was like nervous, to meet him. And because I knew he was going to be there and I saw him and I was like, I didn't even walk up at first. I was like, oh God, I'm going to have to get up the nerve to go say hi to him or something, because the couple days I was on set of Bird Box wasn't his scene. Or his scenes.
Right.
So I hadn't met him. But yeah, then we met, and right away I was like, oh, wait a minute, this guy's awesome. Like right away, So, dude, I'm a northerner, like an extreme northerner. I'm in Michigan, and if we ever go on a vacation, we even go further north, right? We go like to the tip of the mitten. So I became acquainted with, I guess what you would call Southern hospitality with the band when we started touring America. And the South was just an unknown to me back then. But we went through Virginia and the Carolinas and all the South 20, 30 times, something like that. And we started to see in person this, I don't want to, you say Southern hospitality, that doesn't mean someone made you lunch. It's just a warmth that a lot of people down there have. And Scares That Care, I wasn't anticipating the convention itself to also have that. But it does, and it did. And it's not just, it is a lot to do with you and Joe, but it's the readers. It's like the people that were like, I was meeting everyone in the bar, by the table, by the books, anywhere I walked around. It was like, oh yeah, I haven't been south in a minute. And this is it's just a feel good convention. When Alice and I were driving away to go back to the airport, I turned to her and I was like, that's one of the best ones we've ever been to. And she's like, yeah. Scares of Care is a gem, man.
Well, we appreciate it, man. It's all about family. And speaking of that family, Josh, let's take a moment here to talk about the families that we're helping this year. We are helping 3 recipients, as we do every year. This year, it is Ashley. Ashley's a single mom. Her daughter, Natalia, has Marfan syndrome. We've been talking about what that is throughout the day. Paul Tremblay shared his experiences with it, and Joe Ripple told us a bit about it. If you want more information, folks, just Google it, Marfan syndrome. It's a terrible genetic disorder. It leads to immunocompromisation, which is not great right now with the pandemic. We're also helping Laura. She is our breast cancer warrior for this year. And we're helping Patricia. She is our burn recipient for this year. She suffered terrible 2nd and 3rd degree burns to the entire right side of her body. Now, originally, we had set our goal today for $10,000. We have surpassed that. Right now, we're at $13,122. What we did, we hit the $10,000 goal. We raised it to $15,000. And I knew we're going to have Josh on, his fans, people who have binged Bird Box how many times during this pandemic are all going to kick in now. $13,122 is where we're at. There are 2 ways you can contribute. First of all, if you have a phone, just text VCare to 91999. Just pick up your phone, open your text messages, dial 91999 and text VCare. That's V as in vampire, care. Or better yet, from your computer, just go to scaresthecareweekend.com, click the donate button, enter the amount that you would like to donate. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You can come right back and watch the stream. Josh, can you convince your fans to help us out here in the next hour?
Well, for sure. What do we? How much time you got left? Like 2 hours?
We have 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 41 seconds.
That to me, that sounds like enough time to hit that 15. I think we can do it. And I'll post when we're away from each other. I'll post beyond everywhere else too. I think that, and I haven't donated yet, and I will as well. So me and readers, fans, let's all get in on this. It's one of the best best things in horror.
All right, brother. Well, you and Allison, much love to you both. Stay safe. I really hope we can see you guys next year. So,
yes.
Mary hollering up from downstairs. Tell Josh much love from her as well. So much love from Mary as well.
And I just wanted to say something real fast. Right same to you. Right before getting on here, I watched Host on Shudder. Okay, and it's about Zoom meeting gone wrong, essentially. So this whole time I literally watched this like minutes ago, and I was like freaked out in this office that you're seeing me. So this whole time I'm talking to you, I'm like worried about your safety. I'm worried about what's going to step into the room behind you. This whole time I've been very concerned with you because I just watched a scary movie with this exact
food lighting, right?
Yeah. Love to you too as well, man. And
all right, brother.
I speak for all of us when I say it's amazing what you guys are doing. So thanks.
We can't do it without you guys. So thank you. All right, Josh Malaman, everybody. All right, coming up next, from Twin Peaks to the books of Carlton Mellick III, surrealism and horror often go hand in hand. So we're going to have a discussion about that right now. I'm proud to bring into the stage Rose O'Keefe, Michael Allen Rose, Scott Cole, Anderson Prunty, and John Edward Lawson. Good to see all of you.
Hello.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, everybody's microphones are working.
Hi.
I hope to see all of you in person this weekend in Williamsburg, but it didn't happen. But it's good to see you now, and I'm happy to be able to sit back. As Scares the Care attendees know, I don't get involved in programming until Saturday night when we do the Bizarro Power Hour. That's the one time I break my rule because it's the one thing I don't want to miss. Unfortunately, this is a live stream and there are children listening, so we're not going to redo the Bizarro Power Hour. Instead, we're just going to have a panel episode. I'm going to bow out now. Scott, you're moderating. At some point, about halfway through, I'll start putting some questions up from the audience on the screen.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Scott Cole. I'm the author of the recently released novella Crazy Times, as well as other titles such as Triple Axe, Slices, and Super Ghost. And I am absolutely honored to be moderating this panel on Bizarro Horror. I'm joined by an absolute all-star lineup of panelists here. And first off, I'd just like to have everybody do a quick introduction, and then we'll get into the discussion. So why don't we go, let's go counterclockwise, starting with Michael.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Michael Allen Rose. I am an author of Bizarro and horror and comedy and all sorts of other strange things, and an industrial musician, and just a general lunatic about town.
Hi, I'm Rose O'Keefe. I'm the owner and publisher and editor of Eraserhead Press and Deadite Press and Fungasm Press.
Hi, I am John Edward Lawson. I'm co-founder of Raw Dog Screaming Press. At one point in time, I was the publicity person for Eraserhead Press way back, many lifetimes ago. And yeah, I'm also an author, editor, photographer, musician, and lover of movies. All right.
I'm Anderson Prunty. I run Oddlotto Press, and I'm also a writer. My latest book is called Death Tripping, which is collected horror stories of about over like a 2-year span, or a 20-year span, sorry.
Okay, so let's dive right in. As we all know, horror in entertainment can take many forms, from haunted specters to axe-wielding mutant maniacs, from ancient curses to monsters from outer space. But perhaps the weirdest horrors make their presence known in Bizarro horror. Whether it's a man mutating into a machine in a film like Tetsuo the Iron Man, or the titular body part in Carlton Mellick's book The Haunted Vagina, Bizarro horror encapsulates the strangest of the strange, and those of us gathered here all love it, and we want to share its surreal and magical qualities with the rest of you. So with that said, horror can get plenty weird on its own before it becomes Bizarro horror. Things like radioactive kaiju like Godzilla, ancient monsters like Cthulhu, they're certainly strange, but they're maybe not quite reaching the level of what we're here to discuss today. So my first question for the panel is, at what point do you think things turn the corner from standard imaginative horror into Bizarro territory? And we can just, whoever wants to jump in, go ahead and jump in.
Well,
how about Michael Allen Rose?
Yeah, I guess for me, I've been thinking about the content of this panel, throughout the day, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say, and that was one of the first things I sort of was thinking about is where's the line? And I think the line between Bizarro and horror, or where they start to sort of meld together, is the same with the line between Bizarro and a lot of other genres. I think that for some of us, I know for me at least, Bizarro is to some degree a genre of the genreless. It's for people who don't want to follow the traditional tropes to the ends of the earth, and they want to play with those tropes. They want to deconstruct them. They want to play with other elements or other genres, weaving those in. So to me, I think the best surreal or Bizarro horror are things that break those traditional tropes a little bit. They're going to go off to some other place. I know that when Bizarro started, and I know Rose can, and John Edward Lawson too can back this up, is a lot of the community found each other because their horror didn't fit with the traditional horror publishers, or there was too much funny in, the traditional genre fiction, or, they were trying to do different things with, I guess, what we think of as a genre that kind of has these tent poles, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think building on what you said about, the way things were back in the early 2000s with gatekeepers and whatnot, for me, anyway, it seems like Bizarro begins when you start having the inexplicable happening. It could be within a contemporary real world setting. It can be in a mishmash of genres. But when you start getting the inexplicable, and especially counterintuitive stuff like absurdism and whatnot built into it, then you start getting into territory that a lot of people who come from traditional genre backgrounds aren't very comfortable with, and you're not building on something that has the internal logic of like werewolf systems, vampire systems, some old myth that they can trace back. It's something different and new, and maybe not exactly building on what came before. And I think a lot of people were uncomfortable with that before there was really a name for it. They thought maybe we were just doing horror wrong, or we're doing fantasy wrong. We just didn't understand how science fiction worked. And no, science really doesn't work that way. That's not physics. But I mean, you want to go back further, to like the pre-Bizarro, proto-Bizarro authors. Like there are plenty of examples, like Kurt Vonnegut. That's not horror exactly, or David Lynch, who was mentioned even in the introduction to this before our time.
Well, you look at like Dali, like with the film with the slicing eyeball and things. I mean, he's practically one of the fathers of surrealism.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think of Kafka. I think of Kafka as like kind of the proto Bizarro. Writer, but I mean, and there's a lot of horror in his stuff too.
I really liked where you were going with that, John, because yes, I remember, 20 years ago when there was a lot more gatekeeping and people being confused about what the limits were that we were pushing. And I don't really think it's that way anymore. I mean, there's a lot more weird just happening in every sort of media these days.
The world's kind of bizarro right now.
Yeah. And the way that I think about it is that bizarro fiction is imagination without limits. And that kind of goes to what you were saying, Michael, about how it's the genre of the genreless. And in my view, it really is defined by the audience that's attracted to it in the same way that horror genre is, because, horror can be everything from a quiet ghost story to a very visceral splatterpunk story. And it's all defined by what audience is attracted to it and how they define horror. And so I think that bizarro, the weird, surrealism, absurdism, it all attracts a certain type of personality that's looking for that, whether it be in a story that is more grounded in horror, or whether it be comedy or Western or romance or any of that. So it is something that people that are working in the genre of bizarro are taking tropes from a lot of different places and smashing them together in new ways. And I also think that kind of nonsensicalness is in the bizarro that I like. There is an internal logic to the story. So the world building includes not necessarily a reason for the way things are, but an acceptance that this is the world in which this story exists, even if the world is made of meat, or if air is sulfide or something. So
yeah, acceptance. Like, you don't have in a literary novel, when somebody walks outside, you don't explain why they're breathing, why there's light from the sun. You don't explain all that stuff. It's just accepted, and you just move on and get on with the plot and the characters and etc.
And I think that's one of the things that appeals to readers of bizarro fiction and bizarro horror, is that it's often people that do feel like outsiders, or that stuff around them is happening and everyone else is in on it except for them, or there's some sort of logic to it that they don't exactly understand, but they have to accept. And so those kind of stories, I think, appeal to that reader.
I remember when I was first getting into the bizarro scene, that was one of the things that stuck with me. And that's something I learned from conversations with you, Rose, and with Carlton and with Cameron, and was that about having an internal and consistent logic. It doesn't necessarily have to reflect the world that we live in. It might be a world that's slightly adjacent or slightly askew from ours, but there's still an internal logic that you pick up on and accept. And I think the best bizarro writers, especially in bizarro horror, give you a world where you go with it. You just accept it. You're like, well, okay, I understand to whatever degree I need to the rules of this world, and now I can go along with the story. And I remember discovering Anderson's books, actually, and I always thought you did that really well.
Thank you.
The internal logic, there's almost a dream logic to a lot of the stuff you write, but it makes sense in the world of the story. And that's all you can really ask for, I think, as a reader.
Well, and I think even, and I don't even necessarily think that things have to make sense. I mean, humor and comedy, a lot of that is just things happening for no reason, and so yeah, like I don't try to explain anything, but I do get the people gravitating to it, to what Rose said of I would venture to say that all of us have kind of just gone through the majority of our life feeling like we're completely and totally aliens, and and then you find your people or your thing. I was kind of Bizarro really didn't exist when I started writing, so I was just kind of sucked into it and have kind of moved away from it a little bit. But it's but yeah, I think it is that logic of just starting a novel, and like when I'm writing something, it's just, especially first person, it's just the authors or the protagonists' interaction with the world, and the world, especially now, seems very, very, very strange to me. Like almost to the like. Here's a question for you guys: How do you feel writing since the pandemic, the protests, because I feel like most of us had a sense that the world was pretty fucked to begin with. Now, and now we're just kind of seeing that kind of play out in real time. But are you still, as kind of obsessed with producing very strange works, or do you fear getting to the point to where it's just so strange that nobody would even want to read it?
John, is that motivating you right now? I'm really curious about like Black Lives Matter and the protesting and stuff. How is that affecting your work?
I mean, there is a lot of material to work. There's like too much material to work with at this point.
Right.
And also, like the headlines are so absurd. On the one hand, it's like, how do we compete with that? But on the other hand, it's inspiring because, okay, you don't go into like at BizarroCon, the Bizarro competition, walking away feeling like you have to stop writing because everybody was doing so much bizarre stuff. You feel like, oh, hey, here's some energy, let's go with that, right? And with everything going on in the world, and especially with Bizarro, there's this great overlap area for horror with Bizarro, because when things are weird or inexplicable, there's this sense of like dread, or you're maybe afraid because you don't know what's going on. And especially in Bizarro, like people who are attracted to body horror might gravitate to Bizarro because of the physical surrealism. And I guess that, with what's going on in the world right now, it's got that energy of like, something is impending. And I've been having great writing.
Well, in the same way,
cranking out like 32,000 words a week, 50,000, 80,000 words a week, because part of it is just like desperation. Like, hey, if something's going to happen, I need to get something done now, right?
We're all on a clock. It's counting down.
Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned the fact that all the stuff going on and how strange the world has gotten, because I think I see a lot of similarities between the line between where Bizarro horror sits and that sort of surrealism and comedy, because they're both about incongruity, right? They're both about observing the world and going, this is not what I expected to happen. And that does something in our brain. And I think we're having the same problem that comedy is, where it's like, I can't make up something more strange than the front page of the newspaper, because the world's gone so awry.
Yeah, it's true. My brother watched the last Mark Maron special, and he was like, I think this is brilliant. And I'm like, yeah, it could either reach like Carlin level status, or it could just be completely forgotten because like we were quarantining like literally the day after, and like it just like, and like it might just hit a little too close to home for a lot of people.
Well, but then in the same way that really great science fiction can be allegorical, I think that Bizarro serves the same purpose a lot of times.
And I think from a historical context too, like, when people look back on what was, and they will more closely because of this than they would have otherwise, when people look back on what came out of this era, yeah, that's going to be a wonderful contextual backdrop for things, because it's going to be like, well, it was shadowed by this.
Yeah. Well, look how the absurdists came out of the horror meat grinder that was World War I, right? They're like, they looked at the world and went, this is insane.
I've always been inspired by Russian absurdism, so,
All right,
There's
I'm
a question that keeps popping up.
Yeah, there's a question from the audience, from Zach Dozier. I feel like there's about to be a big influx of Bizarro writers from the UK. What does everyone think? Is Bizarro catching on around the world?
Yes, actually, there's an anthology that just came out that was released by a group of writers in the UK called the Bumper Book of British Bizarro. And that's really exciting to see. The community there is thriving. There's at least a dozen writers that I can think of. In addition to that, there's a Bizarro publisher working in Barcelona, Spain. There's a publisher focusing on Bizarro fiction in Poland, in Colombia, in Brazil. So let's see. Yeah, lots of places around the world. I'm probably forgetting a few. And this year, I just went through our open submissions period at Eraserhead Press, and we had submissions from all over the place. In fact, yesterday I just posted a list of them. It was Sweden, South Africa, Ireland, England, Portugal, Mexico, Albania, China, Belgium, France, Poland, Australia, Ghana, Germany, India, Bulgaria, Portugal, Italy, and the Philippines.
That's amazing.
Wow. That's incredible.
Well, I think there's a hunger for weird, right? And as much as we have to concentrate on the things that are happening in our backyard, the whole world is going through some really weird shit right now. And so I think people have a hunger for a version of escapism that maybe goes even farther than it used to. Like, again, that World War I absurdism thing, they went, the world is too insane for me to process. So my escapism now has to be turned up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, that would be for us, that would be the positive outcome of it, because I tend to think that, like, I look back at 9/11 and I feel like we were kind of on a path to getting kind of strange before that happened. Like, David Lynch had just released like Lost Highway, or maybe not just, I'm not really sure, but like, Gummo was damn near popular culture. It's just like, it seems, Pulp Fiction was huge. I mean, it's not the most extremely strange thing, but it's kind of a weird movie, and it's done in a really weird way. And then it seems like, I mean, I remember hearing Aphex Twin on the radio in like the late 90s, and that kind of just, I think, and then with 9/11, it was like people just kind of wanted to like not be strange. Like they wanted to be like really, really normal and just, pound some Bud Lights at the bar with an American flag in the background. And,
they wanted to pull back and be comfortable in their little cocoon or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So like, I'm hoping that there is not, I'm hoping that the return to normal, we all want to return to normalcy. I'm just hoping that it's not normal.
Yep. So this is another question from the audience, which was actually something I was just about to ask myself. I was going to phrase it as, what is a good gateway drug? What is essential reading for someone just getting into Bizarro?
It's called the Bizarro Star Kit series.
Yeah. Yeah, John and I and a few other people have edited 3 anthologies designed around that purpose. They're called the Bizarro Starter Kits. Are there 3 or 4 now? I don't even remember. I should do another one. 4. Okay. And they each of them feature 10 different authors. I think have you all been in one? Scott, I don't know if you've been in one.
I haven't yet.
Oh, you haven't been? Yeah, we should do another one. Anyway, those are great. The other thing I would recommend is the Best Bizarro Fiction of the Decade, edited by Cameron Pierce. That came out in, I 2011, I think. So we're due for an updated one of those too. But for people getting to Bizarro fiction now, I would really be looking at, of course, Carlton Mellick, who is one of the longest people in the genre, John Edward Lawson, Gina Rinaldi, and everybody on this panel. I mean, Scott, Michael, Anderson, you guys all have fantastic books to be gateway drugs for readers.
Yes. And Brian just popped up there to say he hadn't been in one of the Bizarro starter kits either. So.
Oh, Brian Keene.
There he is.
All right, Brian, you and me, buddy.
Solidarity, bro.
The next question: when your writing is reflecting the energy in the world, how do you keep your emotions in check, or alternatively represented well?
Well, I try to never have my emotions in check when writing. So I mean, it's just going to be more unhinged than the last thing I did. I mean, one of the last things I did, that's just the world now. I mean, like This Town Needs a Monster. I was writing that. I thought it was strange, but now it's just kind of like, no, it's really not. All happened.
Yeah.
I find a lot of things by accident after I finish a piece where I realize how much the world was creeping in. Not that I'm intentionally doing it while writing, but then, it's like, oh, this is actually about, I was reading a story. I was at an open mic thing, a virtual open mic thing a couple of weeks ago, and I was reading a new story. And I didn't realize till afterward, I'm like, oh, there's like so many shades of like the pandemic and sort of like being isolated from people and all this other stuff that you could read into this. That I wasn't explicitly putting in there. So I think it's almost impossible to divorce yourself entirely from your surroundings. We don't create in a vacuum, I don't think.
Definitely not.
Yeah. I remember Brian Keene was interviewing a bunch of us, Jeremy Robert Johnson, me, Kevin Donahue, and some other folks way back in like maybe 2007 about like what is Bizarro and whatnot. And my answer to him was like, and this circles back to your original question that kicked things off, Scott. Like, I feel like it's a really accurate representation of how the world feels. Like, all the other genres are mostly like what's happening in the world, whereas like I feel like Bizarro is really honest because this is like how stuff feels. It feels weird and surreal. These conversations are weird and awkward and go off into like horrifying places. You know what I mean? And you never know what's going to happen when you walk into McDonald's or something. So, I think it's like pure emotion, in one sense. It's not like unrestrained all over the place. There is like intent. There's internal logic, like Rose was saying. But yeah, I feel like the emotion is all there on the page.
It's almost like a tone,
Okay, Stephen Kozanowski asks, can you all just quack Bizarro over and over again in near unison?
Absolutely not.
Bizarro, I'm helping.
Bizarro.
Oh God, Kaz.
Hopefully that was good enough, Kaz.
It'll have to be.
Yeah, we don't have a ton of time left. I'm going to just ask real quickly. I'm interested in hearing what some of the very first examples of Bizarro that each of you encountered, maybe when you were younger, and feel free to answer with something that may fall outside of horror entertainment and outside of books or movies. Like I'm thinking could be a piece of music, could be a painting, something like that. What was the first thing where you realized like this is something different and I'm into it?
I'm sure I was exposed to stuff as a smaller child, like, what's the Terry Gilliam movie? It's like Space Pirates or something like that, or I don't remember what it's called, but there was that. But then, what's that? Time Bandits. Yeah.
Time Bandits?
But then, like, being a little more conscious, like older, I think Kids in the Hall was probably the first thing for me that was like, that's hilarious, really fucking strange. And then, yeah, I grew up in a very small town with nothing. And then but right out of high school, I got a job at a bookstore, and then it was just it was like Philip K. Dick, and then like we had this old guy who would just sell like all this strange music, like Nurse with Wound, and all this obscure like Einstürzende Neubauten, and like all this stuff that I just got wildly into, and then of course William Burroughs and things like that, and that was the beginning for me, definitely, of seeking out just strange stuff.
Anybody else?
Well, I mean, I feel like for me, so I was raised in the transcendental meditation movement around a bunch of hippies, and all of the adults that I met as a child believed in wildly imaginative and creative things. I mean, either conspiracy theories or fairies or
have you seen
magical
the movie
plant medicine, huh?
Have you seen the documentary called David Learns to Fly, or David Wants to Fly, or David Learns to Fly? It's a documentary
Is it
about the TM movement.
I may have. Is it David Lynch? Are they talking about?
The guy's obsessed with David Lynch, and so it's kind of following him. But then it goes into the TM. Sorry, I'm just sorry to interrupt.
No, but I want to watch that. Yeah. Anyway, so but as far as like in film and fiction and stuff, I mean, I loved Jim Henson movies, and I loved Roald Dahl books, and I was raised in sort of like an Eastern religion, philosophy, culture, but I was in the West, so everything was so weird to me. My family was vegetarian. Everybody around me didn't eat at all like I did. So that's probably what influenced me most.
It's for me, cartoons and video games. I mean, I'm such. I mean, and you if you try to describe the plot of an old arcade game to people, like if there was no context, you sound insane. Like, yeah, you're like this yellow circle, and you're eating all these dots, and ghosts are chasing you. And
how did we even know what things
just have
were
to make
in
it
Atari
across
games?
the road.
Like,
you just have to get across the road.
Right. Super Mario Bros. When you eat a mushroom and you grow gigantic and you smash bricks and there's money inside and these mushrooms are after you, but there's also flying turtles. That's bizarro. Like,
And you can also just sit in your bedroom and shoot ducks on the TV.
Right.
It's pretty fucking bizarre.
And my entire generation grew up with video games. Like, I grew up alongside them. Like, I hit. I was born right around the time of like the old Intellivision and ColecoVision stuff. So by the time I came of age and could hold a joystick, Atari 2600, and try to explain the plot of any of those like 4-bit, like, is that a cloud or a snake? I don't even know. But you normalize that, and I remember designing video games when I was a kid, just drawing things and whatever, and they were weird as hell. So what are we doing if not basically that? Only we're hoping other people will read it now.
Yeah. I don't know. My parents were weird. They did not really have many restrictions. They were strict, but when it came to watching movies and stuff, they would show me all kinds of watch weird things. Like, I remember seeing, Videodrome when I was a little kid and whatnot, and all sorts of things like that. And I was from there on, that it took off just from there. But yeah, also like Dark Crystal, Last Unicorn, Japanese influence from when I was little, Japanese animation, video games, of course. In high school, stuff like Tetsuo, the Iron Man, and you can name it. But yeah,
cult films.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
All right, well, gang, I want to personally, on behalf of Scares to Care, all our volunteers, our board of directors, and the folks we're helping this year, I want to thank all of you. I miss all of you. I can't wait for another Bizarro Con, and I can't wait to see all of you next year. And John, one of these years, we still need to do Bizarro Summer Camp in Maryland. I'm telling you, it's a money maker. So
that would be amazing.
All right, Rose O'Keefe, Michael Allen Rose, John Edward Lawson, Anderson Prunty, and Scott Cole. Going to bring Joe Ripple back to the stream now. How you doing, boss man?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys doing?
I'm all right. David is here with us. Let me find him. There he is. David, you ready for your final interview of the night? Oh, that's not David. That's Angela. There's David.
I was like,
Amelia.
I don't look like that
Amelia.
today. It's Saturday already.
It really is Saturday night at the con at this point.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Hi,
Well,
Amelia, can you hear us?
Sorry.
Just wanted to see if Miss Amelia could hear us.
I am coming.
Okay. Well, while
Oh,
she's
Lord.
getting ready,
Just want to let you know we were with you now, and I wanted to say thank you very much for coming in and joining us. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, honey, any excuse to put on lipstick.
Well, I usually say the same thing, but that's usually on a Saturday night.
I know. Tomorrow's my big day. I get to roll the trash bin out to the street.
There you go.
I mark off the days. That's bad. When you get excited about trash day, that is bad.
Well, especially with everything going on these days. So I will turn it over to David. Brian, I will be back with you about 8:55.
that's right. Now, folks, we know that you've enjoyed the stream all day since 9 o'clock this morning, but stay tuned. We have some big, big, big surprises coming up for you this evening. Right now, we are at $13,732 with 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 30 seconds left. Get those donations in now. David, Amelia, take it away.
Awesome.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I just said, oh, honey, any excuse to put on lipstick. I haven't had on red lipstick in months.
You look ravishing. I love it.
Thank you. So do you. You got your Angela hair on with a little crown on you. You look like me and Demons too.
Absolutely. Yeah, Night of the Demons and Night of the Demons too. I actually watched Night of the Demons again this morning. I got up and it was like on Amazon. So I had a lot of fun watching it. It's been a while since I've seen it, but totally enjoyed it.
It's not really the first thing in the morning kind of movie. It's not.
Nah, any time of the day. I'll just turn it on and let's go. I sometimes sneak away at lunch during work. I'm like, all right, go find another movie to watch.
Wow.
You do what you got to do. But then again, I love movies. So I actually have been like digging through Night of the Demons, and I saw that you are in the Horror Movie Hall of Fame, inducted in 2014 for Night of the Demons for one of the only female she-devil movies in history, right?
Right. That's right.
And that
honor I hold. What a dubious honor.
it was, I thought it was pretty cool.
Monster in movie history. Yeah. Well, David, have you seen Demons 2?
Probably a while ago, but yes, I'm sure I've gone through all of them. It just depends on whatever I'm in the mood for. Sometimes it's new, but I'm definitely a fan of the older 1980s movies. You know, that's definitely my golden age. I was in high school, and cause like we go out there have a Thursday or Friday night and go hit the movies. But when you first hit California, right? You were a dancer, correct?
Yeah. I was barely much more than out of high school either. So I graduated from Interlochen Arts Academy in Michigan, where we danced all day. I was classically trained. So I was trained as a ballerina and a modern dancer. And I came out to Los Angeles to try to pursue a career as a concert modern dancer. And no sooner had I got here that I got the lead in Sexy and 17 with the Stray Cats. Mm-hmm. And I was living with my Aunt Rue of Golden Girls fame.
Rue McCallaghan, right?
McClanahan.
Okay.
She's the hottie in the Golden Girls.
Oh, yes.
She said to me, Mimi, you're going to be an actress. You're going to be an actress. And Rue actually pushed me into it. And I think, and I can say this in all honesty because everybody knows that it's true, we got paid less than low budge. I mean, we got paid affirmative action, which is less than the absolute bottom they can pay you. Mm-hmm. And when I read the script, I went, oh, I'm going to get this. And this is nothing. I actually scared and she'll tell the story to this day. I scared the casting director.
Really?
Well, I climbed up over her desk like I was going to eat her.
That's amazing. Well, that's perfect. That's like right on brand. I appreciate that.
I was laughing like this, and flirting with her. And she said it was terrifying because, one of the interesting things about being an actor, and then over the years, of course, I was trained as an actor, especially improv comedy, lots of improv.
Mm-hmm.
How do you be scary? What does that mean? Does that mean you're, well, that's not scary. What's scary?
Well, sometimes humor with, and again, that's one of the things I loved about Night of the Demons is a bit of humor, and with all the horror, I found myself smiling as much as cringing and enjoying, people getting their just dues.
I kind of think that people scream and then laugh. That's what I see when I'm in the audience, because we've had midnight screenings in Hollywood, and what'll happen is that there's a jump scare, and there's a lot of them, and that is, it was a collaborative process. I mean, I think all of us that were acting in it, we were having a ball. You can tell we're having a ball. We were having a ball. We were young. I got the lead in a movie. I'm gonna have the time of my life. That's all there is to it. And I wanted to work with Steve Johnson, who had just won an Oscar for Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm.
In my naivete, I actually thought that the special effects makeup would be fun.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I read something about that before. You had a long time. You spent how many hours in?
This is why I'm asking about Demons too. I spent 27 and a half hours in the snake makeup.
Yeah, there was a lot of people poking and trying to get stuff on you. I mean, like for all the prosthetic work.
Yeah.
So you were in on the chair for 27 hours, or was it the full?
No, it was a whole thing, but it was probably at least 9 hours of gluing stuff on my face and painting, and 2 contacts in each eye. I think I had 7 or 8 sets of fangs. I had an entire ice chest full of tongues that were made out of Jell-O that were different lengths. And I mean, Steve Johnson's perfectionist. And in Demons 2, we had Brian Trenchard Smith, who's one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite directors. Quentin praises him to high heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And the music was great. The editing was great. The lighting was great. The cinematography was great. Each one of us brought our own kind of personality and humor to what it meant to be possessed.
Mm-hmm.
Every kid did it in a very different way, with a lot of humor, a lot of creativity. But what resulted in something that we thought nobody would ever see. I mean, we all thought, oh, it'll come out and 2 weeks later it'll be gone forever. No one will ever know we ever made this movie. And I think that's one of the reasons why we were going for it the way we were. Because we thought, well, no one's going to see this. And then the next thing you know, we have a red carpet at Mann's Chinese Theater.
Yeah, it really did a great job. They had a limited release, right? And if they had done a full release, they probably would have grossed, they made a lot of money on that. Well, they did.
Over time, they did. Time, they did. The fact that it is such a cult classic now is shocking to us. I don't know what Tim Curry was thinking when he made Rocky Horror.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably thinking about the same thing. And before I made this movie, when I was in high school, the only thing comparable to this was Rocky Horror.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to play like a female Tim Curry, crazy bisexual, I'm going to eat you kind of villain. And to think now, I do these conventions and I have people coming through my line with tattoos of me on their body. And not just one fan, a lot of them. And it's not going away. It's actually catching on. Every day there's more fan art. And what's so cool now, I mean, you never could have predicted any of the miracles that have happened with technology. But my fans are artists. So they're sending in their artwork, their oil paintings, their sculpture, they've got tattoos, they're making all sorts of, cool art out of not just the possession makeup, but also the glamour makeup. Ooh, we got a question. Am I supposed to
It
answer?
says, I've been bugging the devs of the V game Dead by Daylight to add Night of the Demons chapter with Angela as a playable killer. You all should bug them too. We can do that. Actually, just everybody who's watching this, start bugging them to do that. They already have Freddy, Ghostface, Michael Myers, etc.
Okay. Oh, you got to know that I'm over 20 because I have no idea what he's talking about. What is it?
Oh, it's a video game, and then you're actually you would be a character in the video game as one of the killers, so that people could play as you, and you could set them on fire with your hands on fire, or whatever they decide to add to that. So they have, I'm going to say I'm older too, so I'm like I can't exceptionally explain it as well. But again, you'd be a character in a game that people could actually play to be you.
Wow. It's not up to me. I don't hold the rights. Walter Jostin, a Blue Rider, was the creator of these 3 movies, and he's got the intellectual property. So anything like that that's based on my character has to go through the director, the producer. Not
Okay,
the
everybody, you heard her. Chase them down. Let's get some stuff. Now I got another question.
Heartbeat, I'd love to do it. I mean, if I got to have anything to do with it, I have a friend in Los Angeles who's done these things, and they said they put her in front of a blue screen, and she's actually a character in a video game.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it would be a laugh riot. It would be. I think a lot of people would sign on for that. Now, there's another question here. It says, "What's it like working with Linnea Quigley on a film?"
Absolutely adore her. And I think this is another thing that's so amazing about our cast. We all got along so beautifully when we did the filming. And I've had other jobs that were very high paying, and the cast didn't like each other. Well, I was one of the leads on The Young and the Restless. People don't really know. They don't remember that I played a villain. And they killed me off. But my storyline was filled with actors who were not nice to each other. And it was hard. And the Demons cast is closer now than we were then. I just, Hal Haven's a job at Days of the Dead. I every time I get something, I'm in touch with Alvin Alexis, who was the African-American hero, the pirate. I'm friends with Billy. I'm friends with Kathy. We're all friends. And Linnea can take more punishment with less complaining than anybody you've ever seen in your life. She does these monster characters too. It wasn't just me. Linnea was the first one in the movie to get possessed. Mm-hmm. She does possession makeup all the time. She does special effects makeup all the time. She has the most easygoing, lovely personality. I adore her.
Nice. And so I'm going to jump. You had mentioned that the cast is closer now. When you guys were originally putting the film together, you were working on location at a house that was in relative disrepair, and the props. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So when Hollywood was founded, it was founded up in the hills north of Gower. And there were actually these 2 huge columns that were a gate. And in the Hollywood Hills, they built a man-made lake called Lake Hollywood. And this is where Charlie Chaplin and Rita Hayworth and Marilyn Monroe, everybody, this is where they all lived. When Chaplin built his studio, he built it south of that. So he built it more like Hollywood and Western. That is now a very, very, very bad part of town. The further south you go, you're going to be down around Adams. This is a town that's filled with, it's part town that's dangerous. And these homes were and should have been, this poem in particular should have been a landmark. I think they should have preserved it as a historic landmark. This was a gorgeous Victorian mansion. And back in its day, it must have been really beautiful. And by the time we were there shooting all night, it was indeed haunted and creepy because it was old Hollywood and now in a part of town where the guys in the cast tell a story. Hal went out in his possession makeup one morning at like 6 a.m. because they were starving and they've been filming all night. I think it was him and Billy. And they went up to, you can't do this anymore. This is illegal to run around in your possession makeup now. You can't do this. You can't drive through a Burger King with your arm missing, spurting blood. But Phil Tanzini did that, of course. So they went up to a burrito stand. And Hal swears he forgot he had the makeup on. He must have been that tired. And he said they walked up and these gang member guys turned around and looked at Hal. Hal was in his 9-hour possession makeup with half his body burned off. He said those gang members scattered faster than anything you've ever seen. And now, unfortunately, it's a Ralph's grocery store where Hull House was.
Oh, now somebody has mentioned. You mentioned that you studied in Michigan. Are you originally from Michigan?
No, I'm a Texan. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a Texan through and through. I'm a Southern girl, but
Nice.
I went to a Yankee boarding school.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, you get both sides. Both
I
sides.
went to the best Yankee boarding school in the world.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, I actually have a question because I also was doing a little bit more research, and then now you work as an animal communicator. Is that?
I do, and an author. So I've got 6 books out.
Mhm.
The first one's a bestseller. It's in about 37 countries. And it's about communicating better with your animals, understanding how your intuition works, understanding that we all have sixth sense, supernatural powers, whatever you want to call it. And that consciousness that's within us is the same consciousness with every living being everywhere. So whether you're trying to communicate with an elephant or a tiger or your own house cat, a great white shark or your own dog, what you're dealing with is a living being that's thinking and feeling. And how do we understand what they're thinking and feeling? It's not their fault it's our fault. So I train people how to be a lot more sensitive, a lot more understanding, try to see the other animal's point of view. My charity in Africa, I go into schools in rural Africa, like Rwanda, and where I had 180 orphans dancing as gorilla, drawing gorilla, kids that had never held a piece of paper or a crayon in their lives. And they're sitting on the ground. And they're drawing the most beautiful gorilla drawings you could ever imagine. And I do it with the lions. I work with tiger rescue all over the world. Most successful one is actually in Africa right now.
Mm-hmm.
And most recently it was for pangolin in Zimbabwe. And people, my own mother, who's a scientist, said, how are you going to get people to care about pangolin? A pangolin is a little anteater. They're the #1 most illegally trafficked animal in the world. They pick them up because they roll into a little ball. So the poacher goes and picks up this little ball of scales and mails it. They ship them off to China where they eat them and make